Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Soul, Yellow, Grade 1. Direct Lineage. Han Qing has successfully awakened the elemental Thunderfire Soul. Evaluation granted. Soul level, Yellow Grade 9, exceptional. In the divine military state of Shunshur, within the South Mountain County, at the Han family's plaza, a strikingly handsome young man sat cross-legged before a stone tablet of the altar, upon which mysterious golden runes were intricately etched, as if cast from ink. Behind him, shadows of thunder and flames intertwined, resembling a cataclysmic storm of heaven and earth. Around the altar, 9 radiant halos ascended, resplendent as if forged from gold. This was indeed the Yellow Grade 9 Thunderfire Soul. Among the various Yellow Grade souls, this was an extraordinarily powerful elemental type. Yellow Grade 9 Soul? Oh my, young Master Han Qing is truly a genius with a Yellow Grade 9 Soul. Our Han family has produced a Yellow Grade 9 Soul. Blessings upon us. Indeed, a Yellow Grade 9 Soul, second only to a Mystic Grade 1 Soul. Who would have thought that Han Qing would awaken a Yellow Grade 9 Soul? This is the highest martial soul ever awakened in South Mountain County. Our Han family has birthed a top-tier genius. At the foot of the altar, the younger generation of the Han family gathered in clusters, led by several of the family's elders. All were flushed with excitement, their emotions barely contained. Some gazed with admiration and awe, some with envy and jealousy, but most looked upon the young man seated on the altar with reverence and respect. The young man was named Han Qing. He was the eldest son of the second master of the Han family and the pride of the clan, second only to the young patriarch, Han Li. Thus, on this day of martial awakening for the younger generation of the Han family, his awakening became the center of fervent attention. Yellow Grade 9, I have awakened a Yellow Grade 9 Soul. As Han Qing opened his eyes, surveying the crowd, his handsome visage bore an imperious pride. A flicker of barely concealed disdain flashed in his gaze as he regarded the younger generation of the Han family. After a sweeping glance, he stood and addressed one of the elders below the altar, saying, "Fourth elder, since I have awakened, let us proceed to have young Patriarch Han Li awaken as well, so we may witness what sort of soul our family's foremost talent possesses." With that, his gaze provocatively shifted to a young man clad in a green robe amidst the crowd. This youth was none other than Han Li, the young patriarch of the Han family. He was the only individual capable of overshadowing Han Qing in terms of cultivation. At merely 16 years of age, he had already reached the pinnacle of the 6th stage of body tempering, having triumphed in battles against beasts of the 5th stage. His talent and martial prowess renowned even among the 5 great families of South Mountain County. In stark contrast, whenever outsiders or even members of the Han family spoke of Han Qing, they inevitably included a note of admiration for Han Li, as if to emphasize how Han Qing paled in comparison to Han Li. There was always a first and never second. In the Han family, it was always Han Li's name that echoed, while Han Qing remained in the shadows. But now, the situation was different. He possessed a Yellow Grade 9 martial soul. It was the highest soul rank ever recorded in the history of South Mountain County. Following Han Qing's proclamation, an elder of the Han family nodded in agreement, stating, "Han Qing is correct. It is now time for the young patriarch to awaken." "Is it my turn to awaken?" Han Li mused silently, taking a deep breath as he nodded toward the elder. He then approached the altar, seating himself in the position previously occupied by Han Qing. Forming a hand seal, he closed his eyes, sinking into deep meditation, clearing his mind of all thoughts. As Han Li appeared upon the altar, the crowd fell silent, the previous excitement over Han Qing's awakening dissipating as whispers began to circulate about what kind of martial soul the young patriarch would manifest. What do you think the young patriarch will awaken? Could it be a Yellow Grade 9 soul as well? Yellow Grade 9? Your vision is too narrow. The young patriarch's talent surpasses that of young Master Han Qing. He will surely awaken a Mystic Grade soul. One can never be sure. The awakening of soul is largely a matter of luck, akin to gambling. Come now, do not speak such pessimistic words with the young patriarch's talent. He is bound to awaken at least a Yellow Grade 9 soul. All of you, silence your ill-fated tongues. If the young patriarch's awakening encounters any mishap, I will hold you accountable. Amidst the younger generation of the Han family, differing opinions began to surface, each harboring various expectations and perspectives regarding the renowned Han Li. Yet, with the elders' stern admonition, the crowd ceased their speculations, awaiting Han Li's awakening in silence. Han Li was the young patriarch of the Han family, the only son of the family head. At a tender age, he had already reached the pinnacle of the sixth stage of body tempering. Years prior, it had been rumored that an elder from the Mystic Sword sect had taken notice of him, awaiting the moment when Han Li would awaken a soul of no less than yellow grade 7, at which point he would be directly admitted as an outer disciple of the Mystic Sword sect, destined to become an inner disciple within 2 years. The Mystic Sword sect was a revered martial sanctuary in South Mountain County, one of the 7 martial sects of the divine military state, wielding immense resources and having nurtured countless formidable martial artists above the innate realm. It is noteworthy that among the heads of the 5 great families in South Mountain County, the strongest were merely at the innate realm. Yet, the Mystic Sword sect had the capacity to produce innate-level warriors en masse. Thus, Han Li's pre-awakening honor was a source of astonishment and admiration. Even the prodigies from the other 5 great families in South Mountain County seemed to dim in comparison to Han Li. From a mystic great soul, the awakening of a soul is determined by fate. What the heavens decree is what shall be. Aside from the final result, nothing else holds weight. From a distance, Han Qing, having stepped down from the altar, sneered inwardly. The awakening of a martial soul, as some would claim, was indeed fated. It hinged on the whims of the heavens, dictating the strength of one soul. Those favored by destiny might awaken higher-tier martial souls, even if they were once mere idlers. Conversely, individuals of high talent could awaken unexpectedly low-tier souls, though the odds of the latter occurring were significantly less than that of the former. One might be fortunate to find a single instance among 100,000. After all, the talents exhibited prior to the awakening of a soul often precluded the possibility of awakening a low-tier soul. Just like Han Qing, whose talent, while inferior to Han Li's, still resulted in the awakening of a yellow grade 9 Thunderfire soul, a powerful symbol in its own right. Thus, the likelihood of Han Li awakening a low-tier soul was exceedingly slim. However, this did not hinder Han Qing's desire for Han Li to awaken a low-tier soul. It was the only way he could rise above and potentially supplant Han Li, securing his own position as an outer disciple of the Mystic Sword sect. With a yellow grade 9 soul, should he gain entry into the Mystic Sword sect, he would undoubtedly ascend to greatness, becoming a prodigious figure in the martial world. Meanwhile, as the crowd harbored their myriad thoughts, a shift occurred with Han Li seated upon the altar. A soft glow of yellow radiance began to emanate from within him. The runes on the stone tablet behind him seemed to pulse with life, illuminating with a series of mysterious golden symbols. A gentle mist of spiritual energy rose, enveloping Han Li from all sides and permeating his being. The soul was about to awaken. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively held their breath, tension palpable in the air. What kind of soul would Han Li awaken? A yellow grade 9? Or perhaps an 8 or 7 grade soul? Could it possibly surpass the yellow grade and manifest as a mystic grade soul? Anticipation saturated the atmosphere, all eyes fixed upon Han Li. Suddenly, a resonant cry emanated from within Han Li, followed by a thunderous bang, as if a storm had erupted within him, and a brilliant yellow halo surged upwards from beneath where he sat. The crowd gazed on with eager eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4. My heavens! Has the young patriarch's martial soul already reached yellow grade 6 upon awakening? Not just that, look. The young patriarch's soul has yet to fully manifest. Perhaps he truly will surpass a yellow grade soul and awaken a mystic grade soul. Impossible. He must awaken a soul below yellow grade 9. He must. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Han Qing clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms as he murmured fervently among the throng. My heavens, 9 rays of soul light. Could the young patriarch really be on the verge of awakening a mystic grade soul? A gasp erupted like thunder among the spectators. Breathless, they turned their gaze toward Han Li. Beside him, 9 distinct rays of yellow soul light ascended, shimmering with an unparalleled brilliance, capturing the attention of all present. Perhaps the young patriarch truly can awaken a mystic grade soul. One elder's eyes widened in disbelief, his hand instinctively tugging at his long-standing beard in astonishment as he gazed at Han Li. The other elders shared similarly hopeful expressions. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Upon the altar's stone tablet, Han Li's once rosy complexion suddenly turned ashen. In an instant, his eyes flew open as a surge of hot blood rose in his throat, compelling him to involuntarily expel it, before he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The 9 rays of yellow-grade soul light that had encircled him shattered with a resounding crash, leaving behind but a single, nearly fragmented wisp, akin to an ethereal mist, easily dissipated with a mere breath. At that very moment, above Han Li, a martial soul materialized. It was a diminutive black serpent, its aura so feeble that it resembled a woodland creature, one that a martial artist could effortlessly slay with a single punch. A yellow-grade, first-tier soul? How could this be? It was clear that Han Li had awakened a yellow-grade, 9th-tier martial soul. How could it have suddenly downgraded to a yellow-grade, first-tier? What on earth has transpired? In that instant, the crowd gathered in the center of the Han family square, near the altar's stone tablet, stood agape in disbelief, staring at the now unconscious Han Li. Could the awakening of a martial soul truly experience such a drastic decline in grade? The assembly found it hard to fathom. Ha ha! To awaken a yellow-grade, first-tier martial soul, and then spew blood before fainting, does he intend to make me laugh to death, hoping to inherit my legacy? Han Li has actually awakened a first-tier soul? How utterly absurd! A once-rising genius has fallen so low. Ha ha ha! Among the crowd, Han Qing, upon witnessing the spectacle, could not restrain his boisterous laughter. At this moment, silence enveloped the gathering. No one dared to speak up against Han Qing, for in this world, martial prowess reigned supreme. Han Qing's martial soul was of the yellow-grade 9th tier, while Han Li had plummeted from the solidly established yellow-grade 9th tier to the lowest depths of first-tier soul, a veritable waste among wastes. No one could contest the correctness of Han Qing's ridicule. On the contrary, they found themselves complicit, as many, upon learning of Han Li's awakening to a first-tier soul, shifted from fervent admiration to open disdain, their contempt laid bare without hesitation. Honestly, a yellow-grade first-tier soul? What a waste of my expression. What is this nonsense? A genius? This? Surely, he must be a failure. Let's disperse. It seems our Han family has but one true genius, young Master Han Qing. Yes, only young Master Han Qing. Amidst this transformation, the unconscious Han Li remained oblivious, unaware that his awakening to a first-tier soul had branded him a pariah in the eyes of the crowd. Chapter 2. The Ancient Divine Tree of the Heavens, replacing the martial soul. How could this be possible? The divine tree before my eyes seems to uphold the heavens and the earth of the most ancient era. In a world shrouded in darkness, devoid of any radiance, an unbelievable voice resonates through the ink-black universe. Han Li's eyes, bright as stars, widen in disbelief as he gazes at the scene before him. A tree, seemingly extending infinitely upwards, stands tall. It appears to pierce through the chaotic cosmos, connecting to the unfathomable void, emanating a swirling, dark celestial light. Countless branches twist like true dragons, adorned with profound divine patterns. And each leaf, lush and verdant, resembles ancient stars, embodying the vastness of the world. With each sway of the divine tree, the growing leaves fall like shooting stars. In an instant, they wither and decay, mysterious and unfathomable. Infinitely majestic, it leaves Han Li in a state of disbelief. Beside him stands a mysterious woman clad in a simple white palace gown. Her icy demeanor resembles that of a celestial being from the Moon Palace. Her exquisitely delicate features untouched by the mundane world. Merely standing beside Han Li, she seems to have emerged from a painting, evoking no lewd thoughts, as if such blasphemous notions should not exist in her presence. This tree is named the Ancient Divine Tree of the Heavens, indeed upholding the heavens and the earth in the most ancient times. What you see now is merely a manifestation of its essence. Long ago, its true body shattered due to some inexorable rule, leaving only the soul of the divine tree before us. The woman in the simple gown gracefully leaps forward, raising her fair swan-like neck to gaze at the ancient divine tree of the heavens. Casting a fleeting glance at Han Li, her eyes hold a trace of astonishment as she says, "In the past, I was trapped in the boundless void while searching for it, yet I never expected it would choose you. I am curious, how could a soul of mere 7th rank in the mysterious category be worthy of such recognition?" Han Li is astonished and incredulous at the existence of the ancient divine tree of the heavens. Yet, the reality that the tree has chosen him is even more difficult for him to accept. The ancient divine tree of the heavens is an ancient treasure of unimaginable value. Even without its true body, the remaining soul of the divine tree can incite fierce competition among the most powerful beings across the realms. Rather than accept her control, it has chosen to acknowledge Han Li before her. What merit or ability does he possess to be granted such enviable fate? Faced with the woman's astonishment, Han Li does not perceive it as praise. Instead, it feels more like a provocation. He gazes with some anger at the soul of the ancient divine tree of the heavens and declares, "If being recognized by it is a privilege, I would rather forego this honor and simply wish for my martial soul to be restored to its original rank." Han Li's heart bleeds. It is precisely due to the ancient divine tree of the heavens' acknowledgement that his martial soul has plummeted from the promising mysterious rank to the first level of the yellow rank, rendering it a worthless soul that is akin to a sovereign who, overnight, finds himself cast down from his throne. But if this is indeed a privilege, Han Li would prefer to do without it? "Oh!" The woman in the simple gown chuckles in disbelief, then remarks derisively, "Should I call you foolish or naive? A mere mysterious rank soul, even a heavenly rank one, is hardly more than a qualification to be a strong practitioner in my eyes. Yet you have gained the recognition of the ancient divine tree of the heavens, which has remade your foundation and opened the gateway to the pinnacle of martial arts. You still feel wronged? But my soul is only at the first level of the yellow rank. Even with its recognition, how can I continue to ascend to the peak of martial arts?" Han Li understands the terror of the ancient divine tree of the heavens. But its history of once upholding the heavens and the earth is enough to leave him shaken. After all, to him, the divine martial county where he has grown up is almost the entirety of his world. He never considered that beyond the realm of the divine martial county, there exists an even more vast expanse, let alone the fact that he has gained the acknowledgement of the ancient divine tree of the heavens, which even the unfathomable woman beside him covets. This is indeed an honor. However, with the acknowledgement of the ancient divine tree of the heavens, when it suddenly entered his body, his originally destined mysterious rank talent for achieving the divine transformation realm plummeted in rank, becoming the most inferior of souls. What can be said of martial arts? Without a powerful soul to serve as a solid foundation, his martial arts are akin to a castle in the air, unable to withstand the ravages of wind and rain. What if I could allow the ancient divine tree of the heavens to become your martial soul? The woman in the simple gown utters a statement so astounding that it is hard to ignore. Are you suggesting that I can have the ancient divine tree of the heavens replace my original soul? Han Li suddenly raises his head, his gaze filled with shock, then turns to look at the ancient divine tree of the heavens that pierces through the heavens and the earth, and then fixes his fervent gaze upon the woman in the simple gown, that he feels both anticipation and trepidation. The anticipation lies in the possibility that if the ancient divine tree of the heavens can truly replace his original soul, he might walk further along the path of martial arts. Yet, he is equally apprehensive, fearing that this is merely a fabrication of the woman in the simple gown, a ruse intended to mock him. The woman in the simple gown seems to perceive Han Li's inner turmoil, her beautiful phoenix eyes narrowing in displeasure as she states, "You are the first to dare doubt my honesty since I attained enlightenment. Were it not for considering your limited perspective in the past, I would have simply struck you down with a single palm, erasing your true spirit. I merely sought to gauge the thoughts of others with a calm heart. After all, it is difficult for me to imagine allowing such a treasure to replace my soul," Han Li stammers, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Very well. I shall not hold it against you. The woman in the simple gown suppresses her displeasure and casually points her slender finger, landing it between Han Li's brows. In that moment of intimate contact, Han Li is momentarily stunned. A faint fragrance wafts through the air, enchanting and ethereal. The sudden magnification of her features in his vision further stimulates Han Li's senses that he is but a 16 or 17-year-old youth, and the close proximity of the woman in the simple gown leaves his mind feeling utterly vacant. Unable to suppress thoughts and images that are decidedly inappropriate, this moment. He feels the blood surging to his head, his entire being ablaze, as if he were in a furnace. His tender age. He has some understanding of the emotions between men and women. Yet the next instant, the woman in the simple gown's voice, as cold as the frost of June, instantly extinguishes the stirrings within Han Li's heart. If you continue to entertain such thoughts, I assure you, once you leave here, your descendants will be as good as non-existent. Rest assured, I would never dare to indulge in such thoughts. Han Li replies. Suddenly awakened, feeling a chill run through his soul, he had not anticipated that he would be so easily misled by the woman's astonishing beauty and presence. Now, abruptly brought back to reality, he swiftly discards most of the inappropriate images from his mind. In response, the woman in the simple gown merely lets out a cold laugh, offering no further comment. That moment, Han Li feels a multitude of unfamiliar scriptures surfacing in his mind. As he begins to piece them together, he realizes they form a mysterious and profound martial arts technique, the rank of which is beyond his comprehension. Additionally, the echoes of ancient, lofty sounds of the Great Path resonate within his mind. Chapter 3. The Impossible Divine Prison Celestial Theft Technique. Is the Divine Prison Celestial Theft Technique truly so astonishing? The human body is composed of 60 trillion particles. The technique even regards these 60 trillion particles as individual divine prison cages, with each awakened particle corresponding to a manifestation of immense power. When perfected, one could rival the ancient divine elephants and the primordial dragons, effortlessly altering the structure of one's own particles. What manner of madman could have conceived such a technique? Han Li opens his eyes, muttering incessantly. The shock in his gaze lingers long after he is utterly astounded by the martial arts technique imparted to him by the woman in the simple gown. The Divine Prison Celestial Theft Technique appears to him as a creation of pure genius, akin to that of a madman, that seems nearly impossible for anyone to cultivate such a technique to its pinnacle. Why? Because the opening premise of the Divine Prison Celestial Theft Technique states that the human body comprises 60 trillion particles, viewing these particles as 60 trillion divine prisons. Within each divine prison resides a particle demon. Each time a particle awakens, it is equivalent to awakening a particle demon. The awakening of a single particle demon results in the practitioner gaining a measure of immense power, in the Creator's vision. When a practitioner reaches the perfected state, they will be able to freely control the countless particle demons within their body, fundamentally altering their essence, transforming a person from human into a mute beast, or even into a supreme demon beast from ancient times. This fundamentally changes their original race. Such power is akin to that of a divine being. Senior, is it truly possible to cultivate such a bizarre and seemingly impossible martial arts technique? Han Li inquires, his gaze fixed upon the woman in the simple gown. Him. The Divine Prison Celestial Theft Technique has completely transcended the realm of contemporary martial arts, embarking on a path that veers away from humanity. How long would it take to awaken the 60 trillion particle demons within his body? Moreover, and perhaps more importantly, the ethereal maiden in the simple dress imparted to him the incomplete text of the Divine Prison Celestial Theft Sutra, which encompassed only the foundational first layer and the overarching concepts and philosophies intended to be conveyed within its pages. How could it be otherwise? Casting a glance at Han Li, she spoke in a grave tone. Although the Divine Prison Celestial Theft Sutra is far from complete, and its creator has merely established the first layer along with the grand design of the overall technique, its potential for development is undeniably formidable. Had I received it in my youth when I was weaker, I would have undoubtedly chosen to cultivate it. Yet, I could never succeed in my cultivation. So, why pass it on to me? Han Li inquired with a bitter smile, perplexed by the significance of the ethereal maiden's actions. Given her strength, which surpassed his own, it was clear she understood the futility of such an endeavor. However, her subsequent words challenged his self-perception. Though I may not succeed in my cultivation, nor could others. You possess that capability, she asserted, her eyes darting between Han Li and the ancient celestial tree, continuing, with the ancient celestial tree's endorsement and my assistance, should you replace it with your martial soul. You will undoubtedly succeed in cultivating the divine prison Celestial Theft Sutra. You may even innovate upon its original framework and carve out your own path to greatness. Perhaps in the future, I may seek your aid to resolve a matter of significance. Yet, the choice to pursue this cultivation lies solely with you. After she spoke, the ethereal maiden gazed intently at Han Li, with the ancient celestial tree acknowledging him. And with her aid to substitute it for his martial soul, Han Li's martial aptitude could potentially reach unprecedented heights. After all, it was an ancient tree of the highest order. Once it became a person's martial soul, one could only imagine the terrifying potential for growth it would bestow upon them. Such a prospect was beyond comprehension. Furthermore, from Ethereal Maiden's perspective, Han Li's cultivation of the divine prison Celestial Theft Sutra was undoubtedly the most compatible with the ancient celestial tree. Should Han Li decline, the Ethereal Maiden would have to relent. Am I the only one who can succeed in this cultivation? Han Li pondered, astonished by the Ethereal Maiden's unexpected response. The likelihood of fully mastering the divine prison Celestial Theft Sutra was exceedingly low. Although its upper limits appeared extraordinarily high, almost terrifyingly so, reaching that pinnacle of perfection was virtually impossible. Yet the Ethereal Maiden now claimed that while she could not succeed, nor could anyone else, he alone had the opportunity, because of the ancient celestial tree's recognition. This sparked a flicker of competitive spirit within Han Li. With a technique of such lofty potential and the Ethereal Maiden's assistance in replacing his martial soul with the ancient celestial tree, why should he not attempt to cultivate it? What if he succeeded? With that thought, Han Li suddenly raised his head, gazing at the maiden in her ethereal white gown, akin to the moonlit goddess of the celestial palace, and declared earnestly, "Elder sister, I have made up my mind that I, Han Li, shall master the divine prison Celestial Theft Sutra and ascend to the pinnacle of my martial path through this technique. Therefore, I must ask for your help in replacing my martial soul." "Very well. Your willingness to attempt this is a testament to the ancient celestial tree's choice to acknowledge you," the Ethereal Maiden replied, seemingly relieved, and added, "Even if you ultimately cannot succeed in your cultivation, I possess a wealth of ancient and modern texts that would suffice to elevate you to the zenith of martial prowess." The Ethereal Maiden spoke with utmost seriousness. Should the ancient celestial tree become Han Li's martial soul, the potential for his future would be undeniably significant. Even if he later chose to abandon the divine prison Celestial Theft Sutra in favor of other martial techniques, he could swiftly grow into a formidable martial artist within a short span of time. Now, I will teach you how to make the ancient celestial tree your martial soul. Additionally, my surname is Gon. You may call me Sister Gon and refrain from addressing me as Elder. The Ethereal Maiden regarded Han Li with a solemn expression, her delicate brows furrowed, exuding an aura that suggested dire consequences should he dare to call her Elder again. "Understood, Sister Gon," Han Li replied, nodding in compliance, even though the Ethereal Maiden was undoubtedly older than him by many years. He had no choice but to suppress his conscience and address her as such. "That will suffice." Seeing Han Li obediently adapt his address, the Ethereal Maiden's feigned anger dissipated, and she proceeded to instruct him on how to replace his martial soul with the ancient celestial tree. Moments later, she remarked, "Although the ancient celestial tree before you is a spirit of a divine tree, it has long lost its physical form over endless eons. Thus, once it becomes your martial soul, its rank will likely stabilize at the mysterious grade. However, you need not worry as your cultivation grows. The rank of the ancient celestial tree's martial soul will also ascend. Its potential is far beyond what your original martial soul could ever compare to. Once you exit this sea of consciousness, you may prepare to replace your martial soul with the ancient celestial tree." Han Li earnestly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Gon. he suppressed his joy as he sincerely thanked the ethereal maiden. Regardless of the ancient celestial tree's innate capabilities, once it became his martial soul, the mere fact that it could grow in rank was already a source of immense satisfaction for Han Li. He even momentarily forgot that it was the ancient celestial tree that had caused the shattering of his original martial soul, resulting in his descent to a lower rank. Chapter 4. Replacing the martial soul. Is this my room? Upon exiting the sea of consciousness, Han Li awoke from his stupor. His first observation was of his surroundings that he found himself reclined upon a bed, swathed in blankets, with a faint, acrid scent of medicinal herbs permeating the air. The decor was unmistakably that of his familial residence. It seems my mother and father have been worried about me for quite some time after my fainting. Han Li mused as he propped himself up against the headboard. His peripheral vision caught sight of a ceramic bowl beside him, containing remnants of medicinal broth, and he could taste the faint bitterness of herbs lingering on his palate. Clearly, someone had gone to great lengths to feed him medicine while he was unconscious. Urgently, he realized that he must replace his martial soul at the earliest opportunity. Contemplating this, Han Li promptly threw off the blankets and sat cross-legged on the bed. He formed intricate hand seals with his hands while simultaneously recalling the incantations imparted by the ethereal maiden in the sea of consciousness. Following the instructions, Han Li's mind entered a state of profound clarity in an instant. It was as though his soul had transcended its physical confines, granting him a godlike perspective that allowed him to observe the inner workings of his body with startling clarity. The crimson, torrential blood coursed through his veins, traversing his organs and limbs with fervor. Yet, these sensations were inconsequential to him. His consciousness delved deep into the innermost recesses of his soul, where he beheld a murky realm. There he spotted a faint, ethereal shadow resembling a small black serpent, cowering in fear in a corner of his soul, while keeping a considerable distance from a mysterious ancient tree radiating an aura of terror. This ancient tree was none other than the ancient celestial tree. It appears my diminished grade martial soul is fundamentally terrified of the ancient celestial tree, Han Li mused, glancing at the once proud black spirit now reduced to a lowly yellow grade waste soul. A mysterious grade martial soul is a rare talent in the entirety of the divine martial prefecture. Yet who could have anticipated that my mysterious grade martial soul would be so intimidated by an external ancient celestial tree that it would plummet in rank to a yellow grade failure? The irony is not lost on me. However, such matters were of little concern to him now. Following the techniques imparted by the ethereal maiden, he had ventured into the depths of his soul, where he confronted the ancient celestial tree and his original martial soul. It was time to commence the replacement of his martial soul. The first step involved the assimilation of his original martial soul. What is assimilation? In essence, it means to eradicate the inferior martial soul from within him. The essence of a martial soul, as the ethereal maiden had explained, is intricately linked to the very soul of the martial artist. It is a derivative of their soul, or perhaps a second soul altogether. Thus, in order to eliminate the existence of his martial soul, he would have to endure the excruciating pain of his second soul's demise. As for how painful this ordeal would be, the ethereal maiden had not disclosed such details to Han Li. While he was unaware of the intensity of the pain, he believed he could withstand it. However, as he began to erase and assimilate his martial soul, he soon discovered the true nature of that torment that it hurts. How much it hurts? Why must it be this painful? Han Li felt as though his soul was being meticulously unraveled. Akin to the delicate process of peeling silk from a cocoon, that it was as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart, the agonizing sensation akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts. This pain was indescribable. Han Li sensed that as he activated the techniques imparted by the woman in the plain skirt to erase his life soul, his entire vitality seemed to be flowing backward, and every pore in his body felt as though it was bursting open. Even at the depths of his consciousness, Han Li perceived his body transforming into a funnel, previously a tightly sealed bucket, now resembling a vessel with a massive hole through which all the water would inevitably escape, regardless of how much flowed in. Simultaneously, in the depths of his soul, the small black snake-like soul, coiled up in a corner, seemed to sense something amiss. It thrashed in Han Li's line of sight, emitting cries and growls, as if questioning why he felt the need to erase its existence. I am sorry, little black snake, that I must allow the celestial ancient divine tree to take your place, but you will assist me anew in another form. Han gazed at the struggling, small black snake-life soul. A flicker of reluctance flashing in his eyes before it swiftly dissipated. This was not a time for compassion. Moreover, the elimination of a life soul was a journey with no turning back. Before long, from the small black snake-life soul, strands of energy, originating from Han himself, were extracted. With each extraction, the sensation of his soul being torn asunder intensified. Yet, as he looked towards the celestial ancient divine tree, he forced a smile, enduring the pain, for the energy drawn from the small black snake was channeled into the celestial ancient divine tree. After an indeterminate passage of time, Han finally extracted all the energy from the small black snake-life soul. With a final, mournful cry, the small black snake-life soul shattered before Han Li's gaze, transforming into a flurry of dark purple light that rained down upon the nearby, celestial ancient divine tree. In that instant, Han Li felt a warm current rising within him. The void left by the small black snake seemed to have been mended, as if his funnel-like body had been restored. With a resounding boom, Han Li was abruptly thrust from the depths of his soul, awakening as if from a deep slumber. Behind him, a chaotic vision unfolded. An ancient tree thrived in the chaotic realm, its countless branches and leaves swaying gently. Initially, the tree was lush and thriving, but at some unknown point, it bore a deep blackish-purple fruit. In that moment, Han Li felt a mysterious connection forming with it. At this juncture, the celestial ancient divine tree had supplanted the original small black snake-life soul, becoming Han Li's martial soul. Simultaneously, he fully unleashed the power of the celestial ancient divine tree's life soul. A series of yellow halos, symbolizing the essence of life souls, rose. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, 9 in total, accompanied by an ethereal light blue halo, which, while less pronounced than the others, seemed to surpass the 9 yellow rings in quality. Was this the initial stage of a yellow-grade life soul, nearing the first tier of a mysterious grade life soul? As Han Li contemplated the newly acquired celestial ancient divine tree, he discerned the nature of his martial life soul. Following the replacement of the small black snake life soul, the exceptional quality of the celestial ancient divine tree, while not yet sufficient to become a mysterious grade life soul, could be considered a half-step towards it. This was due to the fact that the celestial ancient divine tree possessed the potential to ascend to a mysterious grade life soul, a potential that Han Li had chosen to forego. Instead, channeling some of the energy capable of breaking through to the celestial ancient divine tree's life soul. Ultimately, this is my destined life soul. I'm fortunate to have found a way to preserve its existence. Han Li mused with a hint of a smile. The dark purple fruit was none other than the reincarnation of the small black snake life soul, now nurtured by the celestial ancient divine tree. Once matured, it would be reborn as Han Li's second life soul, an existence birthed through the celestial ancient divine tree, which would serve as the primary life soul he would frequently showcase to obscure the presence of the celestial ancient divine tree. From now on, you shall be known as the celestial life soul, Han Li declared, a smile gracing his features as he gazed at the celestial ancient divine tree. As his words fell, the celestial ancient divine tree, embodying the essence of a martial life soul, seemed to acknowledge Han Li's naming, swaying its trunk in a symbolic gesture. Excellent. Han Li chuckled softly, retracting the manifestation of the celestial life soul back into himself. With the celestial ancient divine tree replacing the small black snake as his primary life soul, it was time to prepare for the cultivation of the divine prison, celestial thief scripture. After storing away his life soul, Han Li began to reflect on his forthcoming martial training. The divine prison celestial thief scripture was his primary cultivation method, the foundation upon which he would build his path to becoming a formidable martial artist, a path with unprecedented prospects. The only challenge lay in the fact that the subsequent progression of the divine prison celestial thief scripture required Han Li to independently deduce its intricacies. Even the cultivation of the divine prison celestial thief scripture necessitated substantial resources to support him. After all, Awakening the 60 trillion micro-divine demons within him could not be achieved solely through Han Li's arduous training to reach perfection. To accelerate the cultivation speed of the divine prison, celestial thief scripture. Acquiring resources for training was an imperative task. Chapter 5. A surge in power. Family turmoil. The essence of the divine prison, celestial thief scripture lies in visualization. If Han Li wished to cultivate this scripture, he must envision a divine demon suppressed by the infinite prison within himself. In his room, Han Li sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed as a multitude of thoughts surged within him. Related to the methodology of cultivating the divine prison, celestial thief scripture. Simultaneously, a vast compilation of divine demons materialized in his mind. This was the visualization chart of the divine prison, celestial thief scripture. The moment he beheld the chart, Han Li immediately emptied his mind, plunging into a profound visualization. With the divine demon visualization chart at hand, Han Li effortlessly conjured the divine demon depicted within it. In his mind's eye, he transformed into countless points of light, each representing a unique prison of the divine realm, each containing a divine demon of minuscule size. These micro-divine demons coalesced. A figure resembling Han Li, yet otherworldly, emerged within the dark realm of visualization. An unparalleled divine demon formed from innumerable micro-divine demons, its hair akin to the most fearsome blades and shadows. Overwhelming chaos could scarcely withstand a single strand of its hair. Simultaneously, within Han Li's body, a resonance seemed to take shape. He perceived the intricate network of blood vessels and meridians, the flow of blood reminiscent of a mighty river, surging and receding, echoing in his ears. What astounded Han Li further was the sight of countless parts of his body emanating a faint glow. These glowing elements constituted his flesh, bones, blood, and meridians, forming his corporeal existence. Next, in the vicinity of Han Li's heart, several microparticles flickered, constantly gathering spiritual energy. Han Li seemed to hear the roars of divine demons, accompanied by the sounds of bonds breaking free. From among the particles emerged powerful ghostly figures of divine demons, merging into one, forming an unparalleled heart divine demon dwelling within Han Li's heart, strengthening the most fragile part of his body, the heart, causing it to pulse with an intensity akin to thunder. His whole being imbued with a fiery vigor. That moment, Han Li experienced an instantaneous surge in strength, feeling as though his power had multiplied several times over. Have I truly mastered the divine prison celestial thief scripture so effortlessly? Han Li opened his eyes, astonishment and disbelief flickering across his face. That he had not anticipated that merely visualizing the divine demon chart from the divine prison, celestial thief scripture, would lead to the unintentional activation of the divine demon microparticles within his heart. The divine demon microparticles that had been awakened in his heart significantly enhanced Han Li's physical form. The most remarkable transformation occurred within his heart. Even if someone were to pierce his heart with a sword, Han Li would not succumb to death in that instant. Instead, the awakened divine demon microparticles would autonomously repair the inflicted wounds, showcasing an extraordinary recovery ability. Moreover, with the awakening of the divine demon microparticles, Han Li sensed a substantial amplification of his strength at the pinnacle of the 6th layer of body refinement, with the breakthrough to the 7th layer now merely a thought away. I didn't realize that reaching the peak of the 6th layer of body refinement would only allow me to unlock 5 divine demon microparticles of the heart divine demon. Truly, the path of cultivation remains exceedingly challenging. Han Li couldn't help but reflect on the formidable difficulty of cultivating the divine prison immortal thief sutra. He promptly rose to his feet and unleashed a powerful punch into the air, creating a deafening sonic boom as if he had shattered the very atmosphere. Faintly, one could hear a sound akin to the roar of a dragon or the trumpet of an elephant. What a terrifying technique! Merely having unleashed the nascent divine demonic particles, I, a body-refining practitioner, have already gained such immense strength, likely equivalent to at least 1.5 dragon forces, 0.1 dragon force. That is a titanic strength of 10,000 pounds. Moreover, The initial awakening of the divine demonic particles within the divine prison Immortal Thief Sutra grants the practitioner the strength of an elephant. An elephant force equates to 1,000 pounds of might. Thus, 10,000 pounds of strength amounts to 1 dragon force. This is a fearsome power typically possessed by an 8th-tier martial artist in body refinement. Yet now, Hanli has merely opened 5 divine demonic particles and combined with his original strength, his shattered conventional wisdom. Before even breaking through to the 7th tier of body refinement, he has already attained the dragon force of an 8th-tier martial artist. With an additional half-dragon force to boot, a staggering total of 15,000 pounds of might, any ordinary 8th-tier body refining warrior encountering Han Li would be obliterated by a single punch from him. Should he break through to the 7th tier, he could potentially surpass his current strength, reaching an astonishing 20,000 pounds of power. The prospects are unimaginable. What might his strength escalate to as he continues to awaken more divine demonic particles? At this moment, Hanli heard the faint sound of footsteps nearby. There seemed to be more than one person. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a woman dressed in feminine attire appeared, followed closely by a young maid of similar age to Hanli. "Leader, you are awake?" The woman, upon entering, immediately spotted the rising Han Li, tears welling in her eyes as she approached him with concern. "My child, is your body well? How can you be wandering about in such scant clothing so soon after recovering from serious illness?" "Mother, I am perfectly fine. After waking, I felt a sudden urge, so I got out of bed to practice martial arts," Han Li replied, demonstrating a few forceful punches before her, exuding an impressive aura. After his display, he reassured her, "Mother, I assure you, I am in good health as long as you are well. That is all that matters," the woman exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, before turning to the maid beside her. "Jihua, while I speak with Lear, please tidy up the young master's clothes." "Tidy up?" Han Li interjected, glancing back and forth between his mother and the maid. "What does mother wish to tidy? Everything here is perfectly fine. Has something occurred in the clan? You have just recovered from a serious illness. You should rest well, and we can discuss other matters once you have regained your strength, all right?" His mother's gaze darted about as she gently urged Han Li to return to bed. But who was Han Li? Gifted with exceptional talent, he quickly grasped the situation. Something significant must have transpired during his unconsciousness. "Jihua, tell me." Han Li turned to the maid, his eyes filled with inquiry. "Has something happened in the family? Is it related to Uncle and Han Qing?" "Young master, I know nothing." Jihua lowered her head, trembling under Han Li's piercing gaze, afraid to answer. "Since you all refuse to speak, I shall inquire myself." Han Li, observing the reticent Jihua and his evasive mother, swiftly donned the clothes beside his bed and dashed out the door, leaving no chance for either to impede him. Chapter 6. The Heart of Reality. Confrontation with Han Qing. According to clan regulations, the Elder Council has decided to revoke the position of clan leader from Han Tianming, appointing Han Tianyang as the new leader of our Han clan. Do any among the Han clan dissent? Within the ancestral hall of the Han family, before the ancestral tablets, several elders, along with 2 distinguished middle-aged men, stood at the forefront. The speaker, an elderly man clad in a light brown robe, was none other than the Grand Elder of the Han clan. Flanking him were the 2 middle-aged men, one of whom bore a resemblance to Han Li, exuding an air of authority and gravitas. Han Tianming, Han Li's father and the current clan leader. The other was Han Tianyang, Han Li's second uncle. Behind Han Tianyang stood another figure, Han Qing, who had awakened a high-grade yellow-tier life soul in the Han clan square. Presently, Han Qing was resplendent in a splendid robe, embodying the undeniable genius of the Han family, in comparison to Han Li, who had awakened a yellow-grade first-tier life soul on the same day. Han Qing garnered far greater admiration from the clan. It appears there are no dissenters. Han Tianyang surveyed the gathered disciples and elders, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes as he turned to Han Tianming. "Brother, it seems no one has opposed this decision. Thus, I must step forward to assume the role of clan leader." "Brother, you have gained the favor of the family, and I willingly yield the position," Han Tianming replied, casting a fleeting glance at his brother, his demeanor remaining remarkably composed, as if the position of clan leader held little significance to him. Despite Han Tianming's calm demeanor, Han Tianyang felt a twinge of displeasure at his indifference. Nevertheless, the clan leader's position had now fallen into his hands, and he chuckled inwardly before stepping forward. Since no one has voiced any objections, I, Han Tianyang, shall take on the mantle of clan leader. And I hope for your continued support. Rest assured, clan leader, we will do our utmost to assist you. With Han Tianyang's declaration, the crowd of the ancestral hall erupted in agreement. These were the Han clan members aligned with Han Tianyang, some of whom were motivated by personal gain. Watching the scene unfold, Han Tianming felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, even though he anticipated this day would come. The pain of betrayal was inescapable. Once he had sacrificed everything for the clan, only to be met with collective condemnation for utilizing clan resources to treat his injured son. The old adage that when the wall collapses, everyone pushes it down rang true, especially since his son had awakened a yellow-grade first-tier life soul. It only exacerbated the situation. Everyone knew that the clan leader's son was deemed a yellow-grade first-tier waste, no longer the brilliant prodigy who had once shone across the entire Nanshan County. In stark contrast, the son of the clan's second elder, Han Qing, was a genuine genius, having awakened a high-grade yellow-tier life soul, with limitless potential for the future. Such a figure was undoubtedly worthy of investment, especially if it meant elevating Han Qing's father to the position of clan leader. An indirect show of favor, I could see that moment. An incongruous voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the sycophantic murmurs within the ancestral hall. I oppose Han Tianyang becoming the clan leader of the Han family. I wonder if my dissent holds any weight? The crowd turned in surprise, and there stood a familiar figure at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Dressed in a flowing blue robe, his long black hair cascading down to his waist, a smile gracing his lips that enchanted many a young maiden. The newcomer was none other than Han Li, who had burst forth from his residence. Han Li? Reactions to Han Li's sudden appearance varied among the gathered crowd, with the most intense responses coming from Han Tianming and Han Tianyang within the ancestral hall. Particularly, Han Tianyang's expression darkened ominously. Undeterred by the hostility in Han Tianyang's gaze, Han Li met his stare boldly, standing beside his father, Han Tianming. Second uncle, if I am not mistaken, I too am a member of the Han family, and thus have the right to voice my dissent. Correct? You shouldn't have come. Han Tianming's demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of concern as he regarded his son, a flicker of paternal affection in his eyes. As Han Li approached, he discreetly infused a trace of true energy into him to assess his condition. Father, how can I not come when you are about to be stripped of your position as clan leader? Han Li replied with a smile, feeling moved by the true energy flowing from his father. For his sake, his father was willing to relinquish the clan leader position. Had he not awakened in time, he might have remained oblivious to his father's sacrifices to obtain resources for Han Li's treatment with the 9 marvel Xiandan. Were it not for this urgent situation, even if there were those who wished to take action against the family, they would have needed time to prepare. The exchange of a 9 marvel Xiandan had undoubtedly encroached upon the interests of the Han clan members. Han Li turned his gaze toward his second uncle. The second uncle believed that Li'er is not a member of the Han family. Second uncle did not say that Li'er is not a member of the Han family. He is merely surprised that Li'er has recovered so well, momentarily overlooking Li'er's words in his joy. Han Tianyang retracted his unkind gaze, responding with a smile. The fact that your second uncle has become the patriarch of the Han family is a reflection of the people's will, and your father willingly abdicated that. Do you not agree? Do you wish to defy the inevitable tide of events and resist the family's intentions, reflecting the people's will? The inevitable tide of events? What a grand farce. Han Li repeated several times, bursting into laughter, his gaze sweeping over the assembly at the ancestral hall of the Han family. With a cold sneer, he declared, what nonsense about reflecting the people's will and the inevitable tide of events. It is merely a gaggle of self-serving sycophants who, upon seeing a glimmer of benefit, shamelessly attach themselves without dignity, while no one remembers the sacrifices my father made for the Han family 3 years ago. My father fought to the death against the patriarch of the Fong family, one of the 5 great families of Nanshan County, to secure a spiritual stone resource in the Chilean mountains for our family. Just half a year ago, he even forsook his own breakthrough in cultivation to allow my good second uncle to advance to the innate stage. What was the purpose of all this? To make the family even stronger. But you all, merely because of my father's momentary selfishness and Han Qing's exceptional talent, wish to impeach my father. Have you all forgotten every contribution my father has made for the benefit of the Han family over the years? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Each word from Han Li was like a knife, piercing directly at the vile nature of those before him. Every statement seemed to be a blade that stabbed at the heart, and his gaze instilled fear in many present, rendering them unable to meet his eyes. For every word Han Li uttered was brutally candid and truthful, stripping away their veils of shame. Throughout these years, how much had Han Tianming, as patriarch, truly sacrificed for the family? These were all evident to the members of the Han family. What Han Li articulated was merely a fraction of numerous achievements. There were even more from earlier times, yet Han Li refrained from voicing them, for no amount of words could change the views of this group of self-serving opportunists. In their eyes, Han Li was simply a waste of a soul with a lowly yellow-gray talent. Possessing no potential whatsoever, in contrast, Han Qing, the son of Han Li's second uncle, had awakened a high-level yellow grade 9 soul, making him an undoubtedly worthy investment, a prodigious figure. Elevating such a talented individual to the position of family patriarch would not only curry favor, but also promise future benefits. Was this not a better choice? People are inherently pragmatic. Han Li bore them no grudge, yet his pride could not be quelled. Even if he truly awakened a waste of a yellow grade 1 soul, how could his father be so hastily ousted? Merely because of a desire to treat his son's injuries. Everyone harbors their own selfish motives. Must Han Tianming, as the patriarch of the Han family, not possess a single instance of selfishness? Must the patriarch of the Han family be a selfless saint? What a ridiculous joke. The change of patriarch is a decision made collectively by the family elders and others. Do you truly believe the higher echelons of the family have erred? The speaker was Han Qing, stepping forth from behind Han Tianyang, casting a haughty look at Han Li, as if looking down upon him and his father. After awakening the yellow grade 9 Thunderfire soul, Han Qing's status within the Han family soared. Even the family Qi refining servants and elders would defer to him. Now, with his yellow grade 9 soul awakened, his cultivation speed had significantly increased. In just a few days, he had already broken through to the 7th level of body tempering, advancing towards the 8th level. Among the same batch of disciples who had awakened their souls, he was the fastest to progress to the 7th level of body tempering. You all believe that the soul determines everything, that strength is paramount? Han Li inquired, his gaze sharp as a blade. Fixing upon everyone present, N01 responded, nor did anyone meet Han Li's gaze. They remained in a tacit silence of agreement. That moment, Han Qing added, you need not feel discontent. After all, as your elder brother, I can empathize with the pain of becoming a waste overnight from being a genius. Rest assured, should anyone dare to bully you in the future, just mention my name, Han Qing, and they will have to give you some respect. As he spoke, Han Qing stepped forward, attempting to place a hand on Han Li's shoulder, feigning a brotherly concern. Such false compassion. Do you think I am unaware of your true nature? Han Li evaded Han Qing's outstretched hand, directing his attention to his second uncle Han Tianyang and the elders of the Han family. If the selection of the family patriarch is determined by strength and talent, then I challenge Han Qing to a duel 1 month from now at the 7-Sex Recruitment Conference to decide the rightful patriarch. Han Qing, do you dare to accept the challenge? Han Li's gaze locked on Han Qing, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Did my cousin just propose a duel? Did I hear correctly? You wish to fight me at the 7-Sex Recruitment Conference in a month? Initially intending to feign concern for Han Li, Han Qing suddenly halted, casting a disdainful look at him, with a hint of contempt lurking beneath the surface. With a cold laugh, he replied, I have awakened a yellow grade 9 soul, a unique genius in Nanshan County, and my cultivation speed far surpasses that of your waste of soul by hundreds or even thousands of times. Are you certain you wish to fight me? This is not a matter of underestimating you. I genuinely worry for you. Do not let pride lead you to embarrass yourself at the conference in a month. That would be rather amusing. Han Qing chuckled, entirely dismissing Han Li's words that, in his view, Han Li's challenge was merely a defiant attempt to preserve his dignity, an act that would ultimately end in humiliation as he would be unable to lay even a finger on Han Qing. Li'er, do not speak foolishly. With your current talent, you stand no chance whatsoever, Han Tianming echoed. Attempting to dissuade him, he was acutely aware of how swiftly a yellow grade 9 soul could cultivate, with Han Li's yellow grade 1 soul. He had no hope of victory. Such impulsive declarations would only result in self-degradation at the conference in a month. Father, do you believe in me? Han Li shook his head, his eyes locking onto Han Tianming's. Under Han Li's unwavering gaze, Han Tianming, despite his reluctance to provoke his son who had awakened a yellow grade 1 soul, could only nod silently. Yet, that single nod bestowed upon Han Li immense motivation. He proclaimed solemnly, "Since you believe in me, I shall not disappoint you. I must fight this battle, not only for you, but also for myself. Han Qing, do you dare to accept the challenge?" Han Li's gaze remained fixed on Han Qing, who was adorned in a splendid robe. Ha! You wish to court disaster. I shall indulge you. Han Qing sneered, disregarding Han Li's intense gaze. I do not believe you can surpass my cultivation speed with your yellow grade 1 soul in a month. However, if you wish for me to accept your challenge, I have one condition. Han Qing extended a finger. Stated. Han Li frowned and nodded. During this month, my third uncle shall remain the patriarch of the Han family. But you must not utilize even a sliver of family resources for your cultivation, or I shall demand that my father take over as the family patriarch. If you can defeat me without relying on family resources, I doubt anyone in the family will raise any objections. Han Qing stated decisively. Very well, I accept. Han Li nodded. He understood that Han Qing's stipulation stemmed from a fear that Han Tianming might assist him in acquiring family resources during his tenure as patriarch, thereby stunting Han Li's growth. However, this did not intimidate Han Li. He was never one to rely on the family for his advancement. To grow stronger and attain power, one must strive for resources independently. This was not a burden for him. Yet, Han Tianming felt a bitter sense of helplessness watching his son take such a bold stand, feeling utterly powerless and deeply ashamed, now that Han Li had agreed to Han Qing's terms. Could his son truly defeat Han Qing in a month? After all, he was the possessor of a yellow grade 9 soul, one of the most exceptional talents in all of Nanshan County, even among the 5 great families of Nanshan County. No reports had surfaced of anyone awakening a yellow grade 9 soul. The strongest among them had merely awakened a yellow grade 8 soul. This highlights the rarity and preciousness of Han Qing's yellow grade 9 soul. All right, since you accepted so readily, I shall accept your challenge. Han Qing replied with a proud nod, turning to his father Han Tianyang, and declared, Father, it seems you must wait another month before you could become the new patriarch of our Han family. Ha! My son need not worry. Merely a month's time. Even if it takes 3 years, I can wait, for what matters is that my son possesses the demeanor of a strong man. Han Tianyang exhibited no hint of displeasure. On the contrary, he broke into a hearty laugh. The crowd present wore expressions devoid of emotion, that a month hence would mark the day of the 7 sects of martial arts in the Divine Martial Prefecture recruiting disciples. Each year on this day, they dispatch elders and stewards from their respective houses to scour the lands of the Divine Martial Prefecture in search of prodigious talents, as for Han Li and Han Qing. On the day of their duel, no one need ponder to foresee the victor. It would undoubtedly be Han Qing, possessing a yellow grade 9th tier soul. And what of Han Li, a mere waste with a yellow grade 1st tier soul? Foolishly agreeing to Han Qing's stipulation of abstaining from utilizing any family resources, with his pitifully slow cultivation speed, akin to that of a tortoise, what hope could he possibly harbor? He would simply expose himself to greater humiliation. Yet, none dared to voice this. Perhaps they relished the prospect of witnessing Han Li's disgrace. After all, Han Li had previously laid bare their inner ugliness without a shred of restraint. Who would not find delight in such a spectacle? Very well, since there are no objections from either side, the exchange decree by the clan leader will await the conclusion of the grand competition a month from now. I trust you will honor today's agreement. Han Li, the clan's elder, stood forth at an opportune moment, his expression devoid of any emotion. Rest assured, elder, a promise once made is as steadfast as a nail driven into wood. So be it. You may all disperse. The elder coldly nodded and addressed the assembly. With his command, the gathered crowd at the Han family ancestral hall began to disperse. Even Han Qing and his father departed, deliberately ignoring the presence of Han Li and his father as they passed by Lier. You are far too impulsive. Why must you be so foolish? Not only did you challenge Han Qing, but you also acquiesced to his demand of refraining from utilizing our family resources. How could you possibly hope to prevail over him in a month's time? Once the crowd had departed, Han Tianming snapped back to reality, his eyes betraying a flicker of anxiety and unease. He had not anticipated that Han Li's emergence would directly disrupt the transition of the clan leader. Furthermore, he had dared to challenge the top genius of the Han family, Han Qing, in a duel. A contest that was inherently lopsided, devoid of any chance of victory. Father, worry not. When have I ever acted without considering the consequences? Han Li responded to Han Tianming, asserting, since I dare to declare a contest with Han Qing in a month, I must possess confidence to make such a statement. Surely, you understand your son's temperament better than anyone else? You sigh. Han Tianming gazed at Han Li, rendered momentarily speechless, finally exhaling a deep sigh as he turned away. Hands clasped behind his back. Very well. I shall trust you this once. If the time comes and you suffer humiliation, I will ensure your life remains unscathed. Father, thank you for your trust. I shall not disappoint you. And I will show the clan who truly deserves to be the family leader. Han Li silently vowed as he watched his father's retreating figure, hastening to follow. His current talents were evidently on par with Han Qing's. Yet he chose not to reveal them. After all, it was sufficient for the Han family to have one yellow-grade, 9th-tier genius exposed. Having another could incite apprehension among the other families in Nanshan County. Tall trees attract the wind. Being overly ostentatious could lead to the premature demise of the two yellow-grade, 9th-tier souls of the Han family before they even had the chance to mature. More importantly, Han Li wished to demonstrate, at the Disciples' Conference of the Seven Sects a month hence, what it truly meant to slap one's face, not only to vindicate his father, but also for his own sake. Chapter 8. Trials in the Chilean Mountains. The strike of heaven's blade swish. Beneath the silvery cascade of the waterfall, a glint of cold light suddenly sliced through the air. The slender blade, like a fleeting shadow, swept through the water curtain. In that moment, the silver waterfall appeared to be severed, emitting a hissing sound, only to return in normalcy. What a staggering expenditure! Merely executing that single strike has drained nearly all of my true energy. Han Li sheathed his blade, his complexion paling as he spoke. He had not anticipated that the moment he truly unleashed that strike, it would be so terrifying. Even with his cultivation at the 7th level of body refinement, he could not muster the strength for a second strike. Point one strike had already reached Han Li's limits. Concurrently, a derisive voice echoed in his ears, belonging to the woman clad in a simple dress. Did you truly believe that the Heaven-S blade I imparted to you is a mere ordinary technique? It is a simplified version derived from an unparalleled sword technique. Given your cultivation, being able to execute one strike is already commendable. Only commendable. The woman's indifferent tone drew a bitter smile from Han Li. He had thought that his previous strike would have cleaved the waterfall in mere seconds, perhaps earning him a modicum of praise from the woman. Yet, it turned out to be merely commendable, and only begrudgingly so. This left Han Li, who considered himself to possess decent talent, feeling somewhat disheartened, or not be discouraged. At the very least, you were able to execute it. Most Qi refinement realm warriors would not dare to face your strike. Sensing the despondency in Han Li's voice, the woman offered words of consolation. Fear not, for my resolve in martial arts is not so fragile. Han Li chuckled softly, then rose once more, grasping the hilt of his blade with determination, repeatedly slashing down in the cascading water of the waterfall. One strike, two strikes, three strikes. Han Li mechanically replicated the same motion beneath the waterfall. Outward sheath, then again outward, then sheath once more. Yet, despite the simplicity of these steps, which even a toddler could easily mimic, Han Li's execution was far from ordinary. Each of his strikes did not mobilize his true energy, yet they still tore through the rushing water curtain around him. Though fleeting, each time he unsheathed his blade, there was an overwhelming aura of invincibility that seemed to annihilate all in its path. It was as if no matter how formidable an adversary appeared before Han Li, they could not withstand the force of his drawn blade. The only outcome for them would be to be severed by the glimmer of his blade, meeting their demise. What was even more remarkable was that with each of Han Li's strikes, it seemed to incorporate various movements, descending from different angles, yet the power remained equally astonishing, day after day. Time flowed like water. 5 days later, Han Li had left behind the waterfall and ventured deeper into the mountain. He found himself in the Chilean Mountains, a vast range extending over 30,000 miles in the outskirts of Nanshan County. It served as a colossal barrier, separating the northern and southern regions of the Divine Martial Prefecture. Here, various formidable demonic beasts resided, with rumors of even powerful beings above the innate realm lurking within. The martial realms in Han Li's memory were divided into 7 major stages: body refinement, meridian establishment, chi refinement, innate, purple mansion, embryo condensation, and divine transformation. It was said that beyond the divine transformation realm, there existed even mightier martial artists. Yet, for Han Li in his current state, such lofty aspirations felt utterly unattainable. Moreover, the innate stage, being the 4th realm of martial arts, was sufficient for one to assume the role of a family leader in Nanshan County. However, deeper within the Chilean Mountains, there resided demonic beings surpassing the innate realm, some of which may have even assumed human forms and spoken the human tongue. In terms of intelligence, they were hardly inferior to humans. Roar! At that moment, a thunderous roar of a tiger erupted from a secluded area in the outer reaches of the Chilean Mountains. Han Li, his long blade secured at his waist, exuded a fierce demeanor, his blood surging like a hot wave, enveloping him in a dense mist of crimson. Simultaneously, a chilling blade aura coiled around the blade he gripped at his waist. Before Han Li stood a towering and formidable black abyss tiger, exuding a menacing aura and an overwhelming presence. Roar! The black abyss tiger let out a furious roar. Then, like an arrow released from a bow, it lunged toward Han Li with astonishing speed. It moved like a fleeting shadow, producing explosive sounds as it crashed against the ground, bearing down with immense pressure. Its black claws glimmered under the sunlight, appearing indestructible, capable of effortlessly tearing through space and shredding Han Li's body into 1,000 pieces. After nearly 10 days of practicing my blade techniques, you are the perfect target for my trial. Han Li exhaled a deep breath, grasping the hilt of his blade, swiftly drawing it from its sheath. In an instant, a flash of cold light flickered, like a sudden star in the night sky. It tore through the air, eclipsing the sun in the vast expanse of the mountains. It seemed that only a single blade of chilling light, capable of obliterating all, existed between Han Li and the black abyss tiger. With a sharp sound, the blade light flashed like lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye, just as the black abyss tiger's claws were about to grasp the hem of Han Li's garment. Its head and body were abruptly severed. It fell limply to the ground. With a splash, the steaming blood of the black abyss tiger splattered onto Han Li. Yet he felt no semblance of discomfort. Rather, he stared in shock at the decapitated corpse of the black abyss tiger, murmuring, "Is this truly the beast I have slain? In a single strike, did I really kill a demonic beast comparable to the pinnacle of the 7th level of body refinement?" Han Li's complexion was slightly pale, yet his face was predominantly adorned with an unmistakable surprise. He had not anticipated that his arduous 10 days of cultivation, following the guidance of the woman in the plain skirt, would lead him to incessantly draw his sword day and night, comprehending the intricacies within and quietly employing his own true energy. When he finally unleashed the strike that could cleave the heavens, it astonished even him that in the past, facing a demonic beast of the same realm would not guarantee victory. He would at least endure a protracted battle. However, today was different. He had slain a beast comparable to the pinnacle of the 7th level of body tempering with a single stroke. This particular beast, the black underworld tiger, was regarded as a mid-tier entity among body-tempering demonic beasts. Yet, even with such a feat, he mused with a bitter smile. The toll it took on him was quite taxing. He sheathed his long knife and quickly composed himself, beginning to dissect the black underworld tiger before him. The Chilean mountains were fraught not only with perilous demonic beasts and lurking traps, but also with the machinations of human hearts. Likewise, every demonic beast inhabiting the Chilean mountains was akin to a walking treasure trove. The claws, teeth, flesh, and even the demon cores within these beasts were invaluable materials for martial cultivators. Particularly, the demon cores were essential for the concoction of certain vital elixirs. These cores were often exceedingly rare and costly, regardless of their grade. Even a core from a body-tempering beast could fetch a price of 2,000 gold coins. Unfortunately, the probability of a body-tempering beast producing a demon core was exceedingly low. The black underworld tiger he had slain bore no core. Nevertheless, aside from the absence of a demon core, Han Li had still managed to collect 2 pairs of sharp tiger claws, fine tiger teeth, and tiger eyes. Among other things, in total, the value surpassed that of a single demon core. Fortunately, before his departure, his father had temporarily lent him a storage ring. Otherwise, transporting these materials would have posed a challenge. With a wave of his hand, he surveyed the neatly organized materials before him on his left index finger. A dark ring glimmered faintly, and the items extracted from the black underworld tiger vanished, stored within Han Li's storage ring. Having completed the gathering of materials from the black underworld tiger, Han Li, disregarding the sticky blood on his body, pressed onward into the depths of the Chilean mountains. Chapter 9. Body Tempering 8th Level, Subtle Instincts Within the Chilean Mountains. Han Li tirelessly sought out various demonic beasts to engage in combat. In the blink of an eye, 3 to 5 days had elapsed, during which his martial arts cultivation surged rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of the 7th level of body tempering, drawing ever closer to the 8th level. Not only that, but his combat experience was also honed through the relentless skirmishes with demonic beasts. The bloodshed sharpening his instincts that, in just a few days, a faint aura of malevolence had coalesced around him, and his gaze emanated a fearsome intensity that deterred others from meeting his eyes. With a decisive strike, Han Li cleaved through a giant python, its girth akin to that of a water barrel, and as the cold light flashed, the creature's body was severed. Icy serpent blood cascaded to the ground, flowing like a gentle stream. With his blade returned to its sheath, Han Li skillfully extracted the serpent's gallbladder and skin, storing them within his ring. Once everything was in order, his gaze shifted toward a nearby cold pond, where wisps of mist rose gently, and a faint fragrance wafted from its depths. In the center of the pond grew a spiritual herb resembling a lantern plant, its main stem adorned with a blood-red fruit, encased in a layer of frost that preserved most of its medicinal properties, the cold blood fruit. This will enable me to break through to the 8th level of body tempering. Without hesitation, Han Li plucked the fruit from the pond and, disregarding his disheveled state from the battle with the python, swallowed it whole. Then, with a leap, he bounded away, allowing the fruit's potent effects to explode within him. The terrifying medicinal power surged like a torrent, swelling his meridians, accompanied by a subtle pain that hinted at the potential rupture of his veins. Upon reaching a cave, Han Li settled into a meditative posture, activating the divine prison, celestial thief technique to refine the effects of the cold blood fruit. Simultaneously, he harnessed its power to propel the divine particles within him from the depths of the divine prison. With a series of resonant rumbles, several divine particles emerged within Han Li, merging with the spirit of his heart. Concurrently, his martial arts experienced a natural breakthrough to the 8th level of body tempering. The true energy stored within him was reborn through this breakthrough, becoming even more indomitable than before, and its capacity had expanded significantly. If previously his true energy was likened to a small bowl, it now resembled a large one. Though the change seemed subtle, the difference in capacity was monumental, and its quality had improved remarkably. With my current strength, should I unleash the cleaving heaven strike, even a martial cultivator of the Qi refining realm would find themselves in peril if I caught them off guard. Han Li stabilized the newly awakened true energy and realm within him, exhaling a breath of turbid air. The cleaving heaven strike was a modified sword technique imparted to Han Li by the woman in the plain skirt, characterized by its unconventional approach to a single strike to kill. Should that fail, retreat is the only option. The cleaving heaven strike was a lethal technique. Unless the odds of victory were certain, one must refrain from recklessly striking. Otherwise, it was Han Li who would face demise. Upon reaching the 8th level of body tempering, once you break through to the Qi refining realm, you should cultivate a set of movement techniques to compensate for your current shortcomings. The woman's voice resonated in Han Li's mind. Sister Gon, why not teach me a movement technique now? Han Li inquired, perplexed. Since his battle with Han Qing, he had actively sought permission from his parents to train in the Chilean mountains. Initially, the woman in the plain skirt had imparted the cleaving heaven strike, but had not provided any subsequent teachings. He was explicitly instructed not to employ other martial techniques, relying solely on his own strength to engage in battles with demonic beasts and seek opportunities to utilize the cleaving heaven strike. Movement techniques and similar martial skills were strictly forbidden. He was compelled to depend on his combat instinct for judgment. In numerous encounters, Han Li had narrowly escaped being torn apart by the attacks of demonic beasts. Had it not been for his good fortune, he might have already met his demise. You not realize that your combat instincts now rival those of many common martial techniques. Do they? Han Li pondered unconsciously. Upon reflection, he began to believe it to be true. Throughout his skirmishes with demonic beasts, he had repeatedly danced upon the edge of death, driven by a fervent desire to live and the frequency of battles. He had honed his reflexes. Only upon the woman's mention did Han Li comprehend that, to a certain extent, his movement capabilities had transcended mere martial techniques. He had relied solely on instinct. And compared to the assistance of martial techniques, he found himself preferring this instinctual approach to combat. From now on, you may change your combat targets, Han Li. The woman's ethereal voice echoed. Am I to engage in battles with demonic beasts of the Qi refining realm? Han Li asked, his expression serious. No. I want you to combat humans. Low-tier demonic beasts depend merely on instinct. They only serve to hone your martial skills, she replied. Now that you are at the 8th level of body tempering. To break through to the 9th level or even the Qi refining realm, you require true adversaries. Only those capable of employing wisdom can awaken your latent potential. I understand, so what must I do? Han Li nodded, seeking clarification. Fool. The woman scolded him internally. If others do not seek you out, you must seek them. Provoke them. Do you expect someone to come knocking at your door to be your sparring partner? Han Li was left speechless, taken aback by the woman's unexpected arrangement. He had presumed he would be thrust into some underground fighting arena, battling various martial cultivators to the death. Instead, he was to seek out his own opponents and provoke them. How was he to incite such provocation? With no choice but to accept the woman's directive, he quietly acquiesced. After resting in the cave for a night, Han Li set forth the following day, traversing the Chilean mountains in search of traces of human martial cultivators. Upon encountering demonic beasts, he engaged them in combat, slaying them and collecting the spiritual herbs guarded by their lairs. 1 could say he was merely plucking the feathers from the passing wild geese. Anything that could serve as a cultivation resource or be exchanged for money was collected by Han Li. For him, these were indispensable materials, especially in circumstances where he could not avail himself of the resources of the Han family. As time swiftly passed, Han Li looked up at the horizon, only to discover that the sky had gradually turned a shade of yellow, with the fiery clouds at the edge of the sky resembling flames igniting the heavens. After a day of wandering, he had encountered not a single martial artist, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret as this day was coming to an end. He mused to himself, time in the mountains seemed to stand still during cultivation. This sensation became even more pronounced when he was engaged in combat with demonic beasts. Suddenly, the sound of rustling leaves reached his ears. As if someone or something was trampling through the underbrush, the surge of tension gripped Han Li's heart. He scanned his surroundings, seeking a densely foliaged tree, and with a powerful leap, he effortlessly landed on a sturdy branch above. My lady, we should return. It's getting late, and if we delay, the clan leader will surely chastise us. As Han Li concealed himself among the branches, he overheard a few disgruntled voices from the direction he had been observing. 5 martial artist guards, clad in identical attire, flanked a young girl, seemingly searching for something as they combed through the grass. Chapter 10. Feng Ruxiue? Kill him. Is that Feng Ruxiue? How did she end up in the Chilean mountains? Han Li, hidden among the trees, felt his heart constrict as he instantly recognized the girl protected by the guards. She was Feng Ruxiue, the daughter of the Feng family patriarch, one of the 5 prominent families alongside the Han family in Nanshan County. The guards accompanying her were all rank 7 martial artists, with their leader being an impressive rank 9. That old geezer dares to deceive me, claiming there's a legacy cave of a pulse-building realm martial artist on the outskirts of the Chilean mountains? Feng Rushua exclaimed, visibly irate, as she clutched a piece of yellowed parchment. Keep searching. If we don't find it, I swear I'll flay that old man alive for tricking me. But my lady, we cannot explain this to the clan leader. The rank 9 martial artist hesitated before responding. Night is approaching, and if we do not return before dark, we might encounter some troublesome great demons in the mountains. But what of it? Feng Rushua retorted angrily. As long as we find a legacy left by the pulse-building realm martial artist, what my father says is irrelevant. Even if things go awry, I will bear the consequences. Very well, the rank 9 martial artist conceded. Turning to the rank 7 guards. You all search over there, but do not stray too far. Return quickly if you find anything. Understood, Captain. The 4 rank 7 guards nodded and began to scour the surroundings with their weapons in hand. Meanwhile, the rank 9 martial artist remained vigilant near Feng Rushua, ever watchful for her safety. The rank 9 martial artist couldn't shake the feeling of dismay at being tasked with protecting such a high-maintenance young lady. The trouble they were going through, all for a potentially non-existent cave of a pulse-building realm martial artist, made his head ache. Nevertheless, he patiently searched for any signs of a cave of a pulse-building realm martial artist. Han Li's heart suddenly tightened upon hearing Feng Rushua and her entourage speak. A martial artist of the pulse-building realm was a formidable presence in all of Nanshan County. After all, the patriarchs of the various families were merely innate realm experts, few in number, with the true martial prowess resting upon the shoulders of those in the pulse-building realm. The pulse-building realm was the 3rd tier of martial arts, far surpassing the body-refining and chi-refining realms. Body-refining martial artists honed their physical forms and absorbed spiritual energy to transform it into true essence, while chi-refining martial artists cultivated the true energy within their bodies to achieve qualitative change, condensing true essence and ultimately breaking through to the pulse-building realm by opening up martial veins within themselves. Once a martial artist reached the pulse-building realm, they could practically tread freely in Nanshan County. Capable of defeating even the peak of the chi-refining realm with sheer physical strength and wielding numerous powerful martial techniques and even divine abilities. Han Li had not anticipated hearing of an opportunity related to a pulse-building realm martial artist in the Chilean mountains. Instantly, he felt compelled to follow Feng Rushua and her group to ascertain the truth of this opportunity. However, at that moment, an alarming sensation prickled at the back of his neck, and he sensed a sword light hurtling towards him at an inconceivable speed. The rank 9 martial artist among Feng Rushua's entourage had somehow discovered his presence, his gaze icy and his true energy surging forth with a fierce intensity as he advanced toward Han Li. Discovered? Han Li's heart jolted, and he leaped down from the tree, brandishing his long knife, which had unsheathed without him realizing it. With a smile on his face, he said, "My good sir, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Why must you strike so fiercely upon our first encounter?" Evading, the rank 9 martial artist glanced to Han Li, his expression one of incredulity that if you truly meant no harm, why hide in the trees instead of presenting yourself openly? "Is that you, Han Li?" As the rank 9 martial artist spoke, Feng Rushua's voice pierced through the tension. "Miss, do you know him?" The rank 9 martial artist inquired, his gaze shifting toward her. Feng Rushua nodded. Who wouldn't recognize him? The waste of the Han family with an awakened yellow-grade soul. Kill him. He is merely an eyesore. Understood. Upon hearing her command, the guards' expressions shifted as they regarded Han Li anew. So he was merely a waste with an awakened yellow-grade soul. This revelation eased their apprehension, as all present had at least awakened to a yellow-grade 3 soul, and there was no need for such caution in facing a mere waste. After Feng Rushua's proclamation, the rank 9 martial artist raised an eyebrow, addressing Han Li. "Since you are merely a waste with a yellow-grade 1 soul, you might as well offer your neck for execution. Otherwise, should I take action, you may find yourself severed from your head." With that, he sheathed his sword, casting a disdainful glance at Han Li. "Offer my neck for execution? I merely happened upon you in the Chilean mountains. Must it come to this? Is it merely because I awakened a yellow-grade 1 soul?" Han Li retorted with a cold smile, his expression hardening. He never expected this group to regard him with such disdain. A waste with a yellow grade 1 soul. They had hastily drawn conclusions without understanding the situation, easily deciding his fate. Was this truly the standard of conduct for the Fong family? Or was Fong Rushu not far off, simply a person who disregarded lives? Do you truly believe you are still the genius you once were? Han Li, a waste with a yellow grade 1 soul. I fail to see who has given you the confidence to survive. Fong Rushu raised her proud neck, sneering as she spoke to I. On the other hand, am a genius with a yellow grade 5 soul. I find your mere existence beneath me. Allowing you to die would be a mercy. I do not perceive your existence as a mercy in this world. Han Li shook his head with a cold laugh. Liu Hao, dispose of him quickly or not delay my journey. Fong Rushu had disregarded Han Li entirely, issuing her command to Liu Hao, the rank 9 martial artist, before turning her attention back to the yellowed parchment in her hands, muttering phrases about its proximity. Receiving Fong Rushu's orders, Liu Hao could only force a smile, his gaze turning cold as he fixed it on Han Li. Since you refuse to offer your neck for execution, I shall assist you myself, you insignificant insect. With a sharp sound, Liu Hao unsheathed his sword, its silver glint shimmering as he advanced step by step towards Han Li, a mocking smile playing on his lips. The news of the Han family patriarch's son awakening a yellow grade 1 soul had long spread throughout Nanshan County. However, due to their lowly status as Fong family guards, they had never been able to see Han Li's true form. Now that they had, it only deepened a sense of superiority within them. Once regarded as the pride of Nanshan County, Han Li had fallen from grace, awakening a yellow grade 1 soul on the very day of his awakening. A stark contrast that amused them. The thought of eliminating a once great talent brought Liu Hao a sense of satisfaction. If you all wish to kill me, then I shall dispense with any pretense. Han Li gripped his long blade tightly, his internal true energy circulating as the divine and demonic particles he had cultivated surged forth, akin to an unceasing force erupting within him. His body seemed to be bestowed with divine favor as he exploded forward, leaping into the air with a strike aimed at Liu Hao. Clang, the sound of metal crashing echoed. Liu Hao casually raised his sword to parry, effortlessly blocking the descending light of Han Li's blade. And with a swift motion, he unleashed a tremendous force that sent Han Li flying backward. Soft and powerless, with such strength, you dare to struggle before me. I am a 9th layer martial artist of the body refinement realm. Liu Hao scoffed derisively. In response to Liu Hao's disdainful demeanor, Han Li merely smiled, his figure spinning in midair as he deftly pivoted and charged toward one of the 7th layer martial artists. My true target is not you. It is you. You worthless fool. How dare you strike at me? The individual chosen by Han Li, incensed by his words, drew his long sword and boldly confronted Han Li, his entire being surging with true energy, the chilling light of his blade clashing fiercely with Han Li's. With a resounding clang as the blades met, the man's pupils constricted, engulfed in disbelief. His sword shattered. How could this be? Before he could even process the situation, darkness enveloped him, the world spinning chaotically, revealing a headless figure standing vacantly. At that final moment, his vision succumbed to utter blackness. Dead? Is he dead? Impossible. You are merely a first-grade waste of the yellow rank. How could you possibly kill Itsong? No, that can't be right. Your cultivation. It's actually at the 8th layer of the body refinement realm. You're just a first-grade soul. How could you possess such strength? Upon witnessing the death of their 7th layer companion, Liu Hao and the other 3 7th layer martial artists were rendered speechless. Realizing Han Li's cultivation level, Liu Hao finally understood. You are at the 8th layer of the body refinement realm? No wonder only I noticed your presence. At this moment, Liu Hao comprehended that despite Han Li's awakening of a first-grade soul, his cultivation speed was extraordinary, placing him at a different level altogether. However, Liu Hao was not intimidated. He steadied the crowd, roaring, "All of you attack. He is merely an 8th layer martial artist, while we are 3 at the 7th layer, and I am at the 9th layer. Let us end this swiftly." Upon hearing this, the remaining 3 drew their swords, their expressions calm as they regarded Han Li, viewing him as a peer-level adversary, and if they continued to underestimate him, One among them would soon find themselves among the dead. After spending a few days honing my skills in the Chilean mountains, I was just looking for some human martial artists to spar with, and you all fit the bill perfectly. Chapter 11. Seizing Opportunity. Concealing the scene, what audacity! Do you take us for sharpening stones? Upon hearing this, Lu Hao and his companions were immediately enraged, unsure of how to mock Han Li, who seemed blissfully unaware of his situation. To think he would consider them as mere tools for practice, they could not fathom the source of this so-called confidence and courage from this waste who had awakened a first-grade yellow rank soul. To treat me as a sharpening stone, you'd better see if you have the capability. Lu Hao inhaled deeply, gripping his long sword tightly. Suddenly, he lunged forward, vanishing from Han Li's line of sight. In midair, a shadow, flashed by dead Lu Hao, had unexpectedly appeared above Han Li, his elongated sword descending as if cleaving through space, generating sparks as it sliced through the air. The remaining 3 7th-layer martial artists were not idle either. As soon as Lu Hao struck, they too surged with true energy, targeting Han Li's vulnerabilities with lethal intent. "Come at me." Han Li laughed, sheathing his blade in the midst of their astonished gazes. The aura of his true energy seemed to retract, vanishing abruptly, as if he had transformed into an ordinary person before them. "Have you given up on resistance? You should have done so earlier." But alas, it is too late. Lu Hao sneered, his sword descending without a hint of hesitation, a forceful strike aimed at Han Li. The other 3 7th-layer martial artists launched their attacks simultaneously, closing in swiftly. Facing 4 seasoned martial artists, Han Li felt a flicker of tension. Fighting against truly intelligent opponents, the moment between life and death often shifted in a myriad of ways, with every breath potentially heralding demise. Every opening could lead to a fatal wound. Yet he, merely an 8th-layer martial artist, was up against 4 opponents above the 7th layer. For Han Li, it was undoubtedly a precarious situation. However, at this moment, there was no trace of panic in his eyes. He breathed steadily, gripping the hilt of his sheathed long knife, his gaze deep and tranquil as a bottomless pool, seemingly holding the certainty of victory within his grasp. This scene inexplicably stirred unease within Lu Hao. Yet he quickly recalled that Han Li was merely an 8th-layer martial artist, a waste awakened to a first-grade yellow-rank soul, unworthy of his concern. Nonetheless, to be safe, behind Lu Hao, a blazing tiger soul materialized from the void, letting out a roar that echoed through the mountains. Soul enhancement. Lu Hao's aura intensified, marked by a fiery symbol appearing between his brows, exuding the might of a king among beasts, with the power of my soul backing me. "No matter your techniques, you shall fall, die waste." Lu Hao bellowed, slashing his sword at Han Li with great speed. "Yes, that's so." Han Li looked up at the veiled heavens, a faint smile gracing his lips, revealing his pearly white teeth as he murmured, "I am already prepared." As his words fell, it was as if an unparalleled blade awakened within him, like a terrifying blade aura erupted from Han Li. Channeling 7 layers of true energy into the long knife he held, swish, the long knife was drawn. "What?" gasped someone in shock. Before their eyes, a searing white light streaked across, seemingly stained with crimson, a bizarre and ethereal blade shadow flashing by. All 4 7th-layer martial artists, including Lu Hao, felt a sudden sting in their eyes, vaguely catching a glimpse of a chilling blade reflecting their own faces, alongside a vibrant line of blood bursting forth. Everything concluded in an instant. Han Li sheathed his long knife, his green attire fluttering as he stood poised. Around him, for intertwining crimson lines painted the air, cascading like a dreamlike rain, causing the grass and branches below to sway violently. Bang, 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 for consecutive sounds rang out. Some had their heads severed from their bodies. Others fell with their shoulders cleaved, while some split in 2 from above. The blazing tiger soul, engulfed in flames, dissipated into mere wisps of mirage at the moment of its master's demise. Dead, dead, from a distance, Feng Rushue finally realized what had transpired, her gaze shifting to Han Li, to the 5 dismembered corpses littering the ground. The acrid scent of blood permeated the air, assaulting her senses. This must be an illusion. You are merely a waste with a first-grade yellow rank soul. How could you possibly kill them? You must have employed some sort of hidden card prepared by a pre-celestial realm martial artist. Feng Ruxue retreated in terror, stumbling as she stared at Han Li, her voice a frantic whisper. You are just a waste, just a waste. This cannot be happening. Indeed, I am a waste, Han Li replied, his complexion somewhat pallid. The execution of his ultimate strike had drained nearly 70% of his true energy. Faced with 4 martial artists of the body refinement realm, he could only rely on the formidable physique he had cultivated through the divine prison's celestial thief scripture and the remaining 30% of his true energy to remain standing. He approached Feng Ruxue step by step, the tip of his blade resting against her porcelain-like neck. Yet despite being such a waste, I have killed your 5 body refinement realm guards at D. Oh, you dare to claim that you will be the next to die? You dare to kill me. Feng Ruxue's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice shrill as she protested. I am the eldest daughter of the Feng family. My father is a pre-celestial martial artist. Do you not fear him coming to the Han family to kill you? Coincidentally, my father is also a pre-celestial martial artist. You do not intimidate me. Han Li replied, gazing at Feng Ruxue with a calm smile. Farewell, Miss Feng. No. Upon hearing the sound, Feng Ruxue's pupils instantly contracted in terror, prompting her to turn and flee. However, Han Li, who witnessed this scene, would not allow it. With a piercing gaze fixed on Feng Ruxue's retreating figure, he unhesitatingly hurled his long blade with force, with a swift whoosh. The blade flew like a sharpened arrow and pierced through Feng Ruxue's fleeing form. In the next moment, after struggling for a mere 10 steps, Feng Ruxue collapsed helplessly to the ground. A vase remains a vase. It is said that she awakened a yellow-grade, 5th-level life soul, yet she lacked the ability to wield it. Han Li approached Feng Ruxue's side, extracting the long blade and sighing as he gazed upon her lifeless body. Feng Ruxue's innate talent was, in truth, not lacking, possessing a yellow-grade, 5th-level life soul. Her cultivation, however, was woefully inadequate, barely reaching the mid-stage of the 4th level of body refinement. Even after awakening her life soul, she had never devoted herself to earnest cultivation, let alone possess the courage to engage Han Li in battle. Had Feng Ruxue dared to attack Han Li, even in his current state with only around 30% of his true energy remaining, he would have had no choice but to retreat in disarray. Alas, she did not possess such awareness. Furthermore, with her naturally arrogant disposition, bolstered by her identity as a young lady of the Feng family, a father of innate mastery, and a brother with a yellow-grade, 8th-level life soul for protection, she epitomized the quintessential spoiled and unreasonable character. Numerous individuals without backgrounds had previously met their demise at the hands of the Feng family's guards due to offending Feng Ruxue. Now, having fallen to Han Li, he felt not a flicker of remorse. Was this the map to a cultivator's cave? Han Li retrieved a yellowed parchment map from Feng Ruxue's belongings, examining it closely and discovering that the terrain depicted bore a striking resemblance to the nearby area. The parchment exuded an air of antiquity, hinting at its authenticity, leaving Han Li momentarily uncertain of its veracity. Regardless, he resolved to clean up the scene and, after a brief rest, seek out the cave indicated on the map. Tucking the yellowed map into his robes, Han Li rose, his gaze falling upon the several corpses before him. The presence of these bodies was an incessant nuisance. Feng Ruxue was, after all, the young lady of the Feng family. Her death in the Chilean mountains would undoubtedly stir significant upheaval within the Feng family of Nanshan County. Should someone trace the incident back to Han Li, it could ignite an early conflict between the Feng and Han families. In Nanshan County, the Feng family was the Han family's foremost adversary, with a long-standing enmity festering between both clans. Soon, Han Li gathered the 6 corpses in one place, enticing several ferocious beasts from elsewhere to devour Feng Ruxue and the others, thereby creating the illusion of a scene where the beasts had attacked and feasted. This should serve to mislead the Feng family's conclusions, he mused from a distance, observing the corpses being gnawed upon by the beasts. At the same time, he held the yellowed map of Feng Ruxue in his hand and turned to follow the markings on the map, embarking on his quest. Chapter 12. The Abyss of No Return. The form of blade intent, according to the markings on the map. This should be the location. Before a cliff face adorned with creeping vines, Han Li scrutinized the yellowed parchment map. He found himself at a mountainside. Overlooking a fog-laden abyss that obscured the depths below, a careless misstep could lead to a fatal fall, leaving him shattered beyond recognition, or at the very least, crippled for life. Yet, this was but a stone wall. Could there be some hidden mechanism? Hanli knocked on the vine-covered stone face, but no echo resounded from within as if the wall were solid. There were no signs of human excavation, but in the next moment, Hanli's fist, imbued with true energy and invoking the terrifying power comparable to the three serpents, struck the stone wall with a resounding force. The sound of falling stones echoed as the wall shattered like foam, revealing a deep tunnel before him, exuding an ancient aura, accompanied by a damp scent. Seeing this, Hanli retracted his fist in delight. Indeed, there was a hidden mechanism. Without resorting to force, he might have believed the wall to be solid. He navigated the debris, retrieving a torch he had prepared long ago from his storage ring and igniting it. Instantly, the deep, dark, damp entrance was illuminated, revealing a lengthy corridor. Hanli ventured deeper, arriving in an expansive stone hall. Inside were stone tables, stone beds, and several stone cabinets, some of which held decayed bamboo slips, remnants of a past existence. Yet, with the passage of time, these objects had accumulated a thick layer of dust and grime. At the center of the stone hall, atop a mat, sat a slumped skeleton, its weathered bones clutching a dark golden scroll that appeared to be woven from some precious silk, instantly capturing Hanli's attention. Was this the master of the cave? Hanli approached cautiously. Carefully retrieving the scroll from the skeletal hand, he brushed away the dust, revealing a few gilded characters. The blade of no return. Could it be a martial technique of blade mastery? Upon seeing the 4 characters inscribed on the scroll, Hanli's heart ignited with fervor. He had not anticipated uncovering a martial technique in the Chilean mountains. This discovery thrilled him more than anything else. Grasping the scroll, Hanli eagerly unfurled its contents. The abyss of no return, the abyss of hell, has 5 meanings. The suffering of the abyss, eternally falling into the abyss. Endless torment without respite. The body has no return. The hell stretches across 48,000 yojanas, filled with countless beings, with no gaps to escape. When time has no return, one falls into the abyss, enduring punishment without end. A continuous cycle. Life has no return. One life dies, another suffers, an unending cycle of reincarnation. The fruit of the abyss, evil causes yield sinful consequences, unavoidable, drawing you into the abyss, where you must enter the abyss. The opening lines of the blade of no return conveyed the essence of the technique, referencing the 8 great hells and the concept of the abyss of no return, presenting the 5 meanings of the abyss as a comprehensive principle. Painting a horrific vision of hell before Hanli's eyes. As he perused the scroll, the techniques seemed to manifest as vivid imagery. Etched into his mind, he felt as though he were ensnared in the abyss of no return, undergoing endless trials of torment, akin to a Shura clawing its way out of hell, a faint crimson aura of slaughter rising around him, and chaotic thoughts clashing against his mental defenses that it felt as if he were being lured into the abyss of no return, destined for eternal damnation. Within the abyss of no return, one would endure all manners of hellish punishments, suffering unfathomable anguish. As he absorbed the content of the blade technique, Hanli's aura of demonic intent grew increasingly potent. As if he were on the verge of succumbing to madness, sweat began to bead on his brow. That moment, a gentle voice echoed in his ears. "Awaken!" A soft admonition jolted Hanli awake, as if he had been roused from a dream. The scroll detailing the blade of no return clattered to the ground. Hanli came back to his senses, his eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. How terrifying was this technique? Merely glimpsing the contents of the blade technique nearly led him to madness. Hanli gazed incredulously at the dark golden scroll before him, a seed of fear unexpectedly taking root in his heart. The voice of a woman in a plain skirt resonated, stating, "The abyss of no return is one of the 8 great hells, the most tormenting of them all, also known as the Abhij hell. It is the most severe of the 8 hells, rife with resentment that in the philosophies of Buddhism and Taoism, the most wicked individuals are cast into the abyss of no return, with no hope of liberation. Suffering only pain. Some have crafted techniques inspired by this concept, labeling it a demonic blade technique. It would not be an exaggeration to say that those with weak wills who attempt to cultivate the technique before you may easily fall into madness, wreaking havoc upon the world, or worse, perish within the abyss of suffering. But if one successfully cultivates such a technique, its power among peers is exceedingly formidable, allowing you to effortlessly master a form of blade intent. Sister Gon, can anyone truly cultivate this blade technique? Hanli immediately inquired of the woman in the plain skirt within his mind. After a lengthy pause, she replied, if such a blade technique exists, then naturally there are those who can cultivate it. If you wish to pursue this path, you must suppress everything and comprehend the artistic conception within the technique. I fear this very skeleton before you also succumb to the allure of the technique's artistic conception, ultimately falling into madness and perishing. You have the courage to attempt it. Should you succeed, you will grasp the embryonic form of a blade intent, significantly enhancing your strength. Upon hearing this, Hanli fell into a contemplative silence. Could it be that the owner of the skeleton before him had also fallen due to the cultivation of the blade of no return? Considering this, one can perceive the formidable challenge inherent in mastering the boundless blade technique. Yet, the mere thought of the blade intent articulated by the woman in the simple dress stirs within Hanli a burgeoning desire. Blade intent is an existence that martial practitioners may grasp only after elevating a particular weapon to an exceptionally profound level. Often referred to as martial will. It manifests as a projection of the martial practitioner's will. Each distinct martial will possesses its unique capabilities, and even the most rudimentary forms necessitate extensive contemplation by practitioners. Only those exceptional talents, endowed with prodigious gifts, can aspire to comprehend a martial will in a relatively short span, paving their path in the martial realm. After a moment of reflection, Hanli nodded resolutely, declaring, "Why not practice? Before me lies a formidable blade technique. Why should I refrain from honing it?" Though the boundless blade technique may possess an insidious allure, Hanli also discerns its tremendous power. Furthermore, mastering this technique would enable him to grasp the nascent form of blade intent. For any martial practitioner, the pursuit of martial will is a rare and coveted endeavor. The boundless blade intent, encapsulated within this technique, undoubtedly represents an enigmatic yet formidable martial will. Once perfected, the enhancement it would bring to Hanli's own prowess would be beyond imagination. Chapter 13. Comprehending Blade Intent. Mastering the boundless blade technique comprises 7 forms. Boundless hell. Eternal descent into the abyss, endless suffering, boundless existence, timelessness, boundless fate, and boundless fruit. To cultivate the boundless blade technique, one must first comprehend the essence of boundless hell as depicted in the technique's scroll. Only upon grasping the concept of boundless hell can one fully master the first form of the technique, thus enabling the possibility of learning the subsequent 6 forms. Within the cave, Hanli heard the voice of the woman in the simple dress recounting the intricacies of the boundless blade technique. In recent days, Hanli had persistently endeavored to communicate with the essence of the technique's scroll. Each attempt ended with him emerging drenched in sweat, as if subjected to countless tortures. Yet, the results were palpable. Through repeated experiences, Hanli had begun to vaguely grasp the quintessence of boundless hell. What is boundless? To find oneself in boundless hell is to endure myriad torments and sufferings, to withstand punishments beyond the capacity of ordinary beings, eternally falling into the abyss. Each form of the boundless blade technique represents the essence of boundless hell that a single strike manifests, as if it carries the overwhelming force of this hell, instilling dread in the hearts of adversaries. Moreover, it must also evolve into various forms of punishment. All of this must be experienced through the records inscribed in the boundless blade technique scroll. On this day, Hanli stood with his blade in hand, clothed in azure, beneath a mountain wall. Before him, the wall bore countless intersecting scars, some deep, some shallow, left by his training in the boundless blade technique. At that moment, Hanli slightly closed his eyes, envisioning the boundless hell he had seen countless times in the scroll, as if he had already tasted the myriad tortures within. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, as if his soul had been numbed, intertwined with a faint aura of malice and resentment. At this moment, he resembled a tormented soul stripped of hope, his resentment seemingly reaching the heavens. Merely gazing at Han, Li invoked a visceral fear akin to witnessing hell firsthand, as if being led to the execution platform by specters, enduring various tortures. Horrific and grotesque figures roamed, while individuals, stripped bare, numbly endured the demon's punishments. Lynching, beheading, dismemberment, boiling, and flaying were but a few of the brutal scenes unfolding before him. Twisted, numbed faces crying out in anguish, begging for mercy, and confessing their sins, creating an atmosphere that rendered witnesses' skin crawl and souls tremble. The first form of the boundless blade technique. Boundless hell, for those who enter this prison, shall endure endless torment. At a certain moment, a spark of inspiration flickered in Han Li's mind. His long blade swiftly unsheathed, slicing through the air with a measured grace, yet carrying an overwhelming force, as if a vengeful spirit laughed. An intangible will enveloped Han Li, accompanying the trajectory of his blade. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, a crimson blade light erupted from the blade, crashing violently against the mountain wall, sending rocks and dust flying. Moments later, a gash appeared, measuring the length of a forearm and the width of a palm. While an indescribable resonance lingered in the air, faintly echoing with the demon's sinister laughter. "Have I succeeded in my cultivation?" Han Li exclaimed in astonishment, feeling the immense destructive power of the strike he had just unleashed upon the stone wall. If Feng Ruxiue and her companions were to appear before him now, he would need not unleash the celestial strike. Merely the first form of the boundless blade technique, boundless hell, would suffice to confront them, all while conserving the majority of his vital energy. The reason boundless hell can rival the celestial strike lies not only in the technique itself, but also in the enhancement of the boundless essence. This allowed Han Li to surpass, to a certain extent, the celestial strike imparted to him by the woman in the simple dress. However, it is important to note that in terms of sheer destructive power, the celestial strike remains unparalleled. The true celestial strike, when perfected, possesses the ability to rend the heavens asunder. Nevertheless, what the woman in the simple dress imparted to Han Li was a modified and somewhat diminished version of the blade technique. To master this fully, Han Li would need to forge his own path in the future. Conversely, the boundless blade technique does not bear such limitations, as it is inherently a weapon-based martial art. Already possessing formidable destructive potential, that it is undoubtedly a signature martial skill in Han Li's arsenal. Well done. You have essentially grasped the fundamentals of the boundless blade technique. Moreover, in your recent strike, you have already begun to touch upon the essence of boundless. Now, utilize the celestial soul to further contemplate. Perhaps you will gain an early understanding of blade intent. The woman in the simple dress remarked, her tone imbued with approval, seemingly recognizing Han Li's martial talent with newfound respect. The celestial soul? Han Li nodded in response, and then sat down. Summoning the celestial soul from within, the celestial soul manifested. Han Li closed his eyes, reflecting on the process and steps of employing the boundless blade technique. The celestial soul behind him swayed without wind, emanating a series of ethereal lights that enveloped Han Li in that moment. Han Li felt his thoughts become remarkably clearer. Within him, in the depths of his consciousness, an expansive dark world unfurled, presenting an infinitely vast, yet minuscule scene of blood-red agony persisted, with demons rampaging and the most wicked of souls subjected to punishment. An unexpected epiphany surged within Han Li, continuously aiding him in clarifying his understanding of the boundless blade technique, propelling his insights to a new level. After a brief interval, Han Li opened his eyes, a glimmer of red flashing within. Fleeting yet profound. Blade intent. Suddenly, it seemed he understood the essence of blade intent. Rising, he spoke with newfound clarity, grasping his long blade and continually practicing beneath the mountain wall. His mind was a blank slate. While the celestial soul behind him swayed incessantly, he became entranced, as if lost in a state of oblivion. The blade techniques he executed seemed to transcend the rigid forms of the boundless blade technique. instead flowing with a natural ease, harmonizing beautifully with Han Li's own essence. As the blade sliced through the void, it created ripples, reminiscent of spring waves. Ethereal energy converged from the surroundings, while the divine prison celestial theft scripture he had been cultivating began to operate autonomously. In this moment, with the comprehension of the boundless blade technique and the autonomous flow of the divine scripture, Han Li's cultivation at the 8th level of body refinement appeared to show signs of gradual breakthrough. Albeit slowly, yet perceptibly. Chapter 14. The woman in the simple dresses doubts. Returned before the mountain wall, Han Li continued to practice the boundless blade technique. As time flowed, he sensed an increasing natural fluidity in his technique. The essence of boundless blade intent within him grew denser, almost tangible. All manner of suffering and pain seemed to manifest through Han Li, as if he embodied boundless hell itself, representing the 5 great torments of this hell. What is boundless? Life and death without separation, equality without distinction, timelessness, spacelessness. One person embodies boundless, and countless souls also represent boundless. From my blade's descent, it is akin to experiencing countless deaths and rebirths without interruption, exerting psychological pressure and suffering upon my foes. This is my interpretation of boundless. Han Li sheathed his blade and spoke with clarity in his eyes. The overwhelming intent of the infinite blade, which had enveloped him, dissipated like smoke. Clad in azure garments with flowing black hair, he resembled a noble scion of a prestigious family in the martial world, entirely devoid of the previous obsession he had displayed during his sword practice. To my astonishment, the manifestation of the celestial life soul has remarkably accelerated my comprehension of the infinite blade's essence. Were it not for Sister Gon's guidance, I might still be at a loss regarding the purpose of the celestial life soul. Gratefulness filled Han Li's heart as he expressed this sentiment with a hint of joy. The celestial life soul was birthed from the ancient celestial divine tree, a transcendent artifact that has existed since a bygone era. During a tumultuous upheaval, its true form was shattered, leaving only the soul of the divine tree, which has now become Han Li's life soul, that he never anticipated that it would prove to be so efficacious in aiding his mastery of martial skills, significantly hastening his understanding of the infinite blade. Had Han Li attempted to grasp the infinite blade's techniques on his own, it would have taken him at least a year. This was considering he had the scroll of the infinite blade, which allowed him to witness the myriad torments within the infinite hell, witnessing the agonized wails of countless wicked souls. Without such aids, Han Li could only imagine how long it would take to comprehend the infinite blade from scratch. After all, the essence of the celestial life soul is derived from the ancient celestial divine tree. Yet your infinite blade truly surpasses my expectations, echoed the voice of the woman in the elegant dress within Han Li's mind. She continued, the infinite hell encompasses the 5 infinites, the infinite suffering, the infinite body, the infinite time, the infinite fruit, and the infinite life. Within these 5, the concepts of body, time, fruit, and life intertwine with the profound principles of space, time, causality, and fate. Alas, the creator of this blade technique was of rather humble stature. Had they possessed greater prowess, the technique might have manifested the entirety of the infinite hell into the world upon its execution. You should diligently ponder this infinite blade technique, striving to develop an even more potent variant in the future, and I eagerly anticipate the upheaval that will ensue when the true infinite blade technique graces the realm. There seemed to be a trace of curiosity and eagerness in the woman's tone, causing Han Li to feel a chill run down his spine. He could not quite fathom why her words suggested that his cultivation of the infinite blade was somehow entangled with something greater. Nonetheless, her remarks prompted Han Li to ponder the grade of the infinite blade technique. That he inquired, does the mere existence of the infinite blade technique encompass such profound avenues? What then is its rank? Perhaps it is akin to a half-formed Earth-grade martial skill, slightly surpassing the Shin-grade martial skills, primarily due to its connection to the cycle of reincarnation. The woman in the elegant dress responded after a moment of contemplation, albeit with a hint of reluctance in her tone. Despite her seemingly hesitant reply, Han Li's heart raced with excitement. The grade of the infinite blade technique is already considered half an Earth-grade martial skill. I have inadvertently cultivated a half-Earth-grade martial skill. With this realization, Han Li felt a surge of uncontainable joy that Earth-grade martial skills were exceedingly rare and powerful within Nanshan County. It was well known that even the 5 prominent families in Nanshan County possessed only a single low-tier Earth-grade technique or skill each. A low-tier Earth-grade technique or skill could forge a formidable innate martial practitioner. Now, unexpectedly, Han Li had acquired a half-formed Earth-grade martial skill in the form of the Infinite Blade during his sojourn in the Chilean Mountains. Coupled with his cultivation of the divine prison celestial thievery, his starting point eclipsed that of the proud youths of Nanshan County. He might even rival the geniuses of the 7 martial sects of the divine martial kingdom. However, Han Li was blissfully unaware that his starting point transcended not only the talents of Nanshan County, but also those of the 7 martial sects. In the face of Han Li's future growth, they would scarcely possess the courage to draw their swords. Had the woman in the elegant dress been privy to Han Li's thoughts, she would have scoffed, regardless of whether it was the divine prison, celestial thievery, or the infinite blade. The lofty ideals behind both far exceeded the limitations of the divine martial kingdom. This notion caused the woman within Han Li's mind to furrow her brow. Could it be that someone was orchestrating a grand design? The infinite blade, the divine prison celestial thievery, and the celestial divine tree. Each was sufficient to cultivate a peerless celestial being. The woman mused with a tinge of suspicion. Since Han Li had begun practicing the divine prison celestial thievery and subsequently acquired the infinite blade technique, she felt a vague sense of being a mere pawn in someone else's game. As she contemplated this, a flicker of anger crossed her exquisitely crafted features before dissipating into an eternal silence. Simultaneously, Han Li discovered that his cultivation had inadvertently ascended to the pinnacle of the 8th layer of body refinement. He was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th layer. His practice of the divine prison celestial thievery had also progressed. Although he had yet to manifest the divine demonic particles, the purity of his true chi had improved significantly compared to before. I can hardly believe that I have been in the Chilean Mountains for less than half a month, and I have managed to break through to the 8th layer of body refinement. I am now so close to becoming a martial practitioner of chi refinement. Han Li thought, buoyed by enthusiasm, but he quickly stifled his pride, though he had reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of body refinement. He was acutely aware that Han Qing, far away in Nanshan County, was likely stronger than him at this moment, bolstered by the assistance of his uncle and the resources of the Han family. Moreover, with the Nanshan County gathering less than 15 days away, all the awakened martial souls of the younger generation would be fervently striving to enhance their cultivation in hopes of showcasing their talents at the gathering and catching the attention of the 7 martial sect envoys, thereby securing their place as esteemed disciples. With this in mind, Han Li began to communicate with the woman in his mind, Sister Gon, having now mastered the infinite blade technique and the heavenly strike. Perhaps we should return to Nanshan County to prepare for the elixirs needed to break through to chi refinement. Han Li articulated his thoughts candidly. With his command of the infinite blade technique and the heavenly strike, coupled with his pinnacle of the 8th layer of body refinement, he would soon face the threshold to transcend the body refinement realm. Continue gaining insights in the Chilean Mountains would necessitate venturing deeper. Yet the deeper regions were home to formidable beings of innate realms. Even the areas bordering Nanshan County were perilous, where even celestial practitioners dared not advance further. You may return if you wish, but do not disturb me during this time, the woman's languid voice responded before fading away. With her consent secured, Han Li wasted no time and turned away from the cliff where he practiced the infinite blade technique. Making his way towards the outskirts of the Chilean Mountains, along the journey, he encountered various spiritual herbs and engaged in battles with the mountain's beasts. However, for Han Li, now at the 8th layer of body refinement and possessing the infinite blade intent and technique, these beasts posed no challenge. Once the infinite blade intent was unleashed, any beast below the chi refinement realm found it nearly impossible to withstand a single strike. Chapter 15. The Divine Martial Merchant Association. Manager Luo, the Divine Martial Merchant Association, was indeed lively, consistently bustling with a steady influx of patrons. Han Li's figure appeared at the entrance of a grand merchant hall, his azure attire and wind-tousled black hair, setting him apart amidst the throng. The journey back from the Chilean Mountains to Nanshan County had consumed nearly an entire day. During this time, Han Li had dispatched numerous beasts along the way. For someone like Han Li, who had mastered the infinite blade intent, he felt a surge of confidence in slaying any beast of the 8th layer of body refinement or lower. Upon his return to Nanshan County, Han Li did not head directly to the Han family, but instead made his way to the bustling merchant association, intending to sell the various beast materials and surplus spiritual herbs he had obtained during his encounters in the Chilean mountains. Young master, are you in need of purchasing elixirs, weapons, or martial techniques at our association? A charming attendant, dressed in the merchant's attire, approached Han Li as he stepped through the door of the Divine Martial Merchant Association. I'm not here to purchase anything. I merely wish to sell some beast materials. I recall that your association also buys beast materials and various spiritual herbs, correct? Han Li inquired, shaking his head. Certainly. If you wish to sell materials, please follow me, the attendant replied with a sweet smile, gesturing for Han Li to follow her to the left side of the second floor of the merchant hall. Soon, under the attendant's guidance, Han Li arrived at a modestly sized private chamber. Shortly thereafter, another attendant entered bearing tea, which she poured for Han Li. The attendant who had greeted him then said, "Please wait a moment. Young master, I will fetch our manager responsible for purchasing beast materials and spiritual herbs to settle the transaction. May I take the materials you wish to dispose of?" "Certainly, they are all in my storage ring." "I trust that the Divine Martial Merchant Association would not engage in any underhanded dealings," Han Li replied confidently. Han Li nodded slightly and removed the storage ring from his left hand, handing it to the maid. Naturally, the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce would never engage in any actions that could tarnish its reputation. The maid chuckled softly before turning to leave, watching her recede into the distance. Han Li delicately sipped the tea from the table beside him. The Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce is a large martial arts trading organization that spans the entirety of the Divine Martial Prefecture. Merely hearing its name suggests that any organization bold enough to adopt such a title must be backed by an exceptionally powerful foundation. This foundation, without a doubt, is the royal family of the Divine Martial Prefecture. With the royal family as its backing, Han Li felt no concern regarding the maid's previous insinuation of potential tampering with his storage ring, such as discrepancies in weight or quantity. His sentiments were rooted more in trust towards the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce. An organization established under the auspices of the royal family is not one that can be casually compared to ordinary businesses. Only 2 or 3 such chambers exist throughout the Divine Martial Prefecture. At that moment, while Han Li awaited in the chamber designated for him, the maid responsible for his reception had already entered the inner sanctum of the chamber. "Manager Luo, these are the materials from the demon beasts and spirit herbs that our client wishes to trade," the maid explained, casting her gaze upon a middle-aged man clad in black robes. "Demon beast materials and spirit herbs?" The middle-aged man turned to the maid and inquired, "What do we have?" "There are no fewer than 200 body parts from demon beasts of the body, refinement realm, 11 demon cores, and various spirit herbs of different grades, totaling approximately 230,000 gold coins. 230,000. Upon hearing this, Manager Luo raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "That is quite a sum. What rank of martial artist is responsible for this transaction?" "A Chi refinement realm martial artist? It seems they are only at the 8th level of body refinement." "You cannot be mistaken, 8th level of body refinement." Manager Luo Yinhong, remarked in astonishment. What kind of 8th level body refinement martial artist could earn 230,000 gold coins at this stage? "Hand over the storage ring to me, and prepare 230,000 gold coins. I wish to see what kind of person this is personally." Manager Luo said this as he reached for the storage ring in the maid's hand and exited the internal management area of the chamber. Faced with a prodigy who had slain no fewer than 200 demon beasts of the body refinement realm, including those approaching the perfection of the Chi refinement realm, Manager Luo felt that such talent must be befriended at all costs. Soon, Manager Luo arrived at the private chamber where Han Li was situated. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. "Young Master Han." Seeing Han Li seated, Manager Luo exclaimed. He recognized Han Li, the young clan leader of the Han family, who had recently awakened a yellow-grade first-tier fate soul deemed a waste. However, having learned from the maid that this chamber was indeed the reception room for the 8th level body refinement prodigy, he could not help but wonder if this very Han Li was the genius the maid had mentioned. At the same time, Han Li, noticing Manager Luo's entrance, stood and said, It is that I did not expect you to be acquainted with me. How should I address you in the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce? I am Luo Yunhong, a manager of the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce, he replied. Manager Luo quickly composed himself, concealing his earlier astonishment, and smiled. As the manager of Nanshan Prefecture, I make it my duty to be aware of the talents from the 5 great families. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on my responsibilities. Approaching Han Li, Luo Yunhong scrutinized him closely, and his pupils narrowed in shock as he confirmed that Han Li's cultivation indeed stood at the 8th level of body refinement. He exclaimed in disbelief, I never imagined that young Master Han truly is the young genius spoken of by our chambersmaid. It seems there are some secrets I was unaware of regarding the awakening of your yellow-grade first-tier fate soul. I presume your purpose here is not merely to inquire about my private affairs. Han Li replied with a light smile, not responding to Luo Yunhong's astonishment. Indeed, I have been remiss. Luo Yunhong awkwardly chuckled. I came here to seek a friendship with young Master Han, considering you are a 16 or 17-year-old genius of body refinement. I see. Han Li nodded and inquired, could you tell me how much gold coins I would receive for the demon beast materials and spirit herbs I am selling? 230,000 gold coins. I have already instructed the maid to prepare a gold card for young Master Han, which will be delivered shortly. Luo Yunhong responded. Very well, Han Li replied. May I ask if the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce could purchase some elixirs and weapons? Of course, young Master Han. What elixirs and weapons do you require? I can offer you a 20% discount, Luo Yunhong assured him. Then I would trouble Manager Luo to prepare 10 bottles of Qi-Si elixir, 1 bottle of breakthrough elixir, and a spirit-grade longsword. The expenses can be deducted from the gold coins I am selling, Han Li thoughtfully stated. Upon hearing this, Luo Yunhong nodded in agreement. Certainly, I will have them prepared at once. He signaled to the maid in the chamber, who promptly understood and left to gather the elixirs and weapons Han Li requested. Chapter 16. Blood-Sucking Blade, 9th level of body refinement, young Master Han. This blade is known as the Blood-Sucking Blade, a masterpiece forged by a weaponsmith, ranking in the mid-tier of the Xian grade, capable of rivaling high-tier spirit weapons. Moreover, it is inscribed with blood-sucking runes. Once engaged in combat, the blood-sucking runes activate autonomously, growing more potent with the blood it absorbs. In the private chamber, Luo Yunhong held a long, narrow blade resembling a sword, slightly curved, with grooves on both sides where concealed runes glimmered red under Luo Yunhong's activation. It appeared as if a massive python, with its bloodthirsty maw agape, emanated a chilling aura. The description of this long blade indeed aligned perfectly with Luo Yunhong's words. Merely gazing at it, Han Li could sense the immense power within. Once fully activated, it could indeed stand a chance against high-tier spirit weapons. Very well, I shall take this blade, Han Li affirmed without hesitation. Previously, Luo Yunhong had presented him with no fewer than 6 or 7 types of weaponry. But none had captivated Han Li quite like the blood-sucking blade. Measuring approximately 1 meter and 20 centimeters, the blood-sucking blade featured specially designed blood grooves, which would undoubtedly prove advantageous in confrontations. Especially at the initial stages of martial arts, when practitioners struggle to fully control their abilities. Once the blood-sucking blade closes in and activates its inscribed runes, death would be nearly inevitable. Good, young Master Han. Your decisiveness is commendable. Luo Yunhong nodded slightly, but he gestured, and the maid behind him, carrying a tray, gracefully presented 10 bottles of Qi-Si elixir and 1 bottle of breakthrough elixir encased in a jade box, which floated gently onto the tea table beside Han Li. These are 10 bottles of Qi-Si elixir, all flawless, top-tier yellow-grade elixirs. Young Master Han can consume them directly without the need to refine away any toxins. The breakthrough elixir is the finest available in our Divine Martial Chamber for breaking through to the Qi refinement realm. The total comes to 180,231 gold coins. I shall waive the cents, so you only need to pay 180,200 gold coins, Luo Yunhong declared. Upon hearing this, Han Li rose and swept his hand across the tea table, storing the 10 bottles of Qi-Si elixir and the breakthrough elixir into his storage ring. That I appreciate Manager Luo's generous discount, he expressed gratefully. S. Long, as young Master Han prioritizes our divine martial chamber for any future dealings involving demon beast materials or cores. This small concession is nothing, Luo Yunhong replied with a light smile. That is certainly understood. Han Li nodded. As time is of the essence, having secured my cultivation resources, I shall take my leave now. Of course, allow me to accompany you, young Master Han, Luo Yunhong replied. Acknowledging Han Li's decision, he fell and stepped beside Han Li as they exited the private chamber of the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce. After escorting Han Li out of the Divine Martial Chamber and watching him disappear into the crowd, Luo Yunhong finally withdrew the smile from his face, adopting a demeanor of authority befitting his high position. With a yellow-grade, first-tier Fate Soul, earning over 20,000 gold coins in just a few days, and competing against the yellow-grade, 9th-tier Fate Soul prodigies of the family, it seemed there might be someone guiding this seemingly inept young master of the Han family behind the scenes. In the depths of Luo Yunhong's gaze lingered a trace of contemplation, probing into the mysteries concealed behind Han L. as the steward of the Divine Martial Merchant Association in Nanshan County. Luo Yunhong possessed a considerable understanding of the talented disciples from the prominent families in the area, particularly the most exceptional among them. Before Han Li awakened his yellow-grade, first-tier Fate Soul, he had already been earmarked by Luo Yunhong as a subject of close observation and a potential ally. However, it was surprising that on the very day of his Fate Soul's awakening, Han Li manifested a yellow-grade, first-tier Fate Soul. Now, upon his appearance at the Divine Martial Merchant Association, he bore numerous materials from demon beasts and demon pills for sale, amassing approximately 200,000 gold coins. While this may not constitute a significant sum for a family, barely covering a fraction of a month's expenditure on cultivation resources, it warranted Luo Yunhong's reevaluation of Han Li as a focal point for observation and friendship, especially given the upcoming duel with Han Qing. Furthermore, Luo Yunhong suspected that an unknown martial artist of considerable strength was guiding Han Li. Otherwise, how could a mere yellow-grade, first-tier Fate Soul dare to challenge the foremost prodigy of the family, Han Qing, and manage to accrue sufficient resources for a breakthrough to the Qi refinement stage within less than a month? Meanwhile, after departing from the Divine Martial Merchant Association, Han Li made his way back to the Han family estate. Along the journey, he encountered no provocations or derisions from the family disciples. All eyes were fixed upon the imminent arrival of the 7 sex envoys and the upcoming disciple recruitment conference, leaving no thought spared for Han Li. In their eyes, he was but a fool, daring to challenge the family's foremost talent, Han Qing. A fool courting his own demise. What did it matter if a yellow-grade first-tier Fate Soul had once shown promise? The Fate Soul determined their limits, and Han Li, with his yellow-grade first-tier Fate Soul, was hardly worthy of their attention. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Han Li first greeted his parents, recounting his recent experiences in the Chilean mountains, and then took his leave to prepare for his impending breakthrough. Currently, his cultivation at the 8th level of body refinement was no match for Han Qing. Stand a chance. He needed to elevate his cultivation to the Qi refinement stage during the remaining time. A jade vial containing Qi Si pills appeared in Han Li's hand, and he promptly poured its contents into his throat. The Qi Si pill slid down like a dragon plunging into the ocean, smoothly entering his body. The potent medicinal energy erupted within him in an instant, flooding his limbs and organs. Refine it, Han Li murmured softly. The Divine Prison Immortal Thief Sutra began to circulate, and a terrifying refining power fully harnessed the overflowing medicinal energy of the Qi Si pill, guiding and refining it, accumulating it in Han Li's Dantian. 1 pill, 2 pills, 3 pills. One after another, the Qi Si pills were consumed and refined by Han L. As he refined the pills, his aura visibly surged, relentlessly assaulting the invisible barrier between the 8th and 9th levels of body refinement. At long last, a moment arrived when Han Li's true Qi overflowed like water spilling from a teacup. Accompanied by with a hearty laugh, the middle-aged man couldn't help but stroke his dark beard, the mirth in his eyes spilling forth unabated. Here lies the residence of the Fong family, one of the 5 esteemed clans of Nanshan County. The man before him is Fong Tianyue, the patriarch of the Fong family. Standing in front of him is the white-clad youth, Fong Rulong, the eldest son and a paragon among the younger disciples of the Fong clan. Rumored to have awakened a yellow-grade soul of the 8th rank. In truth, only Fong Tianyue, a few elders of the Fong family, and Fong Rulong himself are privy to the fact that he has awakened not a yellow-grade soul, but the pure June Sword soul of the 2nd rank within the mysterious grade. Not only has he awakened a soul of the mysterious grade, but he is also a chosen one, endowed with the wisdom and insights of his past life. A chosen one is an exceedingly rare individual among the masses, who, in a previous existence, was a formidable martial artist through the use of secret techniques. They reincarnate when their life is at an end, awakening the wisdom of their past life at a certain age, thus gaining a foundation that allows them to surpass ordinary practitioners in martial arts. More importantly, their martial soul talent is guaranteed to be no less than that of the mysterious grade, with the dual advantages of being a chosen one and possessing a mysterious grade soul. Fong Rulong's strength is undoubtedly unrivaled in Nanshan County, effortlessly overshadowing all, even Han Qing, the strongest soul of the Han family at present. The yellow-grade 9th rank soul, while capable of stirring waves in Nanshan County and even among the 7 sects, pales in comparison to Fong Rulong's mysterious grade soul, which is genuinely rare, with perhaps only one awakened soul of this caliber among a million. The higher the grade of the soul, the more challenging its awakening becomes. One must ponder who among the gifted and awakened chosen ones could possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with Fong Rulong. With this thought, Fong Tianyue composed himself, suppressing his joy, and addressed Fong Rulong. Rulong, take these few days to rest well. Your father looks forward to your magnificent performance at the grand event, to elevate our Fong family's reputation to Fong Rulong replied with a faint acknowledgement, before departing under the hopeful gaze of Fong Tianyue. Chapter 18. The Celestial Soul's Anomaly. Arrival of the 7 sects envoys a few days later. Nanshan County welcomed the martial arts grand event. All those in the city with youths who had awakened martial souls hurried towards the central square outside the Lord's Manor. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Han family, Han Li found himself ensnared in the threshold of breakthrough. After days of cultivation, coupled with the effects of a Qi pill that had elevated his cultivation to the late stage of the tempering body realm, he was on the verge of breaking through to the Qi refining realm. Fortunately, today marked the day of that breakthrough. In his chamber, Han Li sat cross-legged on a mat, his palm open as a round pill of azure and violet hue appeared. Rich medicinal power and spiritual energy swirling around it, rising in delicate mist at the same time. An inexplicable Tao rhythm seemed to emanate from the pill. This pill was the breakthrough pill, specifically crafted for martial artists of the tempering body realm aiming to ascend to the Qi refining realm. In the hierarchy of martial cultivation, the tempering body realm serves merely as the foundational stage for honing the physical body and absorbing spiritual energy. It is only upon breaking into the Qi refining realm that a martial artist truly steps onto the path of martial arts. Otherwise, they remain mere novices. Only upon entering the Qi refining realm can a martial artist harness extraordinary power, utilizing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, practicing genuine martial arts techniques, and aspiring towards legendary feats of moving mountains and filling seas, or even obliterating the very fabric of existence. Han Li glanced at the breakthrough pill in his hand, his gaze darkening as he swallowed it without a hint of hesitation. That moment, he closed his eyes, the divine prison immortal thief scripture within him activating, drawing in the flowing spiritual energy from the world as if it were magnetically attracted to him, transforming into streams of true energy coursing through his organs and limbs. The ferocious medicinal power, combined with the vast spiritual energy contained within the pill, erupted within Han Li's body like an explosion, as if a torrent had suddenly surged forth, straining his meridians. A faint tearing sound echoed within his organs, while the surface of his body displayed cracks akin to a parched earth, seeping thin lines of crimson blood. The overwhelming influx of spiritual energy and medicinal power threatened to overwhelm Han Li's meridians, causing several to rupture, leading to chaotic surges of energy that he barely had time to refine. Damn it, how could I falter at the threshold of the Qi refining realm? Break through. Han Li gritted his teeth. His mind focused on navigating through the turmoil in his body, reminiscent of a chasm obstructing the flow of true energy and the refining of spiritual energy. He bore the pain, fueled by sheer determination. Disregarding the ruptured meridians, forcing the true energy to circulate and refine the leaking spiritual energy, all while activating the divine, prison immortal thief scripture to unlock other divine prisons within himself. Liberating the dormant divine and demonic particles, a thunderous roar resounded within him, akin to an incessant barrage of cannon fire. Han Li's breath was as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, seemingly extinguishable with a mere puff. Yet in reality, he strained to maintain that flicker of life, continuously enduring the pain of refining the tumultuous spiritual energy and medicinal power within him, while simultaneously urging the true energy to repair his meridians. Striving to keep the flow of true energy as smooth as possible, time became an indeterminate expanse, and at last, Han Li's true energy had circulated through his body in a complete cycle, refining all the spiritual energy and medicinal power, as if rivers were converging into the sea, flowing into his dantian. With a thunderous sound, all the true energy converged in Han Li's dantian. He focused his mind, compressing the true energy, producing a series of explosive sounds, as if the true energy resisted his control, threatening to shatter his dantian. However, Han Li felt no trepidation. He continued to compress the true energy. And after nearly 100 repetitions, the mist-like true energy vanished from within him, transforming into a swirling nebula, more refined than that of the tempering body realm, as the spiritual energy drawn from the world was instantly refined upon entering Han Li's true energy cyclone. As the true energy cyclone took shape, streams of true energy spontaneously flowed through Han Li's body like rivulets. Simultaneously, various divine and demonic particles within him seemed to gain liberation, roaring forth and enhancing Han Li's physical form and strength. In that very instant, Han Li abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze snapping back as he perceived a familiar yet strange entity emerging unbidden from the celestial soul that on the lush branches. A deep blackish-purple fruit swayed gently, and with a crack, it fell into the void of the celestial soul under Han Li's scrutiny. A faint dragon's roar resonated. The fruit shattered like an eggshell, unleashing a flicker of purple lightning. A terrifying aura seemed to erupt at that moment, causing gales to rage within Han Li's chamber, and spiritual energy to howl. Han Li's pupils widened, his gaze fixated without a blink, as he beheld a being, familiar yet foreign, seemingly reborn from the deep blackish-purple fruit, rising from the flames of rebirth. That moment, outside the city of Nanshan County, the patriarchs of the 5 great families gathered at the city gates. Before them stood a middle-aged man clad in a python robe, accompanied by a young girl at his side. Patriarch Han, I hear your son is to engage in a life-and-death battle with the noble Han Qing today, inquired one of the patriarchs among the 5 great families, breaking the silence that had previously enveloped them. As he spoke, the somber atmosphere lightened somewhat, and the gazes of the other family heads turned towards Han Tianming, who was adorned in a resplendent azure robe. It is not a life-and-death battle, merely a contest between the younger generation, Han Tianming replied with a smile, though a hint of concealed worry flickered in his eyes. Han Qing possesses a yellow-grade 9th-rank soul, while Lear only has a yellow-grade 1st-rank soul. I can only hope the battle does not end too disgracefully. Han Tianming pondered, given Han Qing's talent and strength, coupled with the resources afforded to him by the Han family. Even though the previous Han, Li was the foremost among the younger generation of the Han family, Han Tianming had to confront the harsh reality that even Han Li's former talents could not overcome the formidable presence of Han Qing's soul. Without the support of the Han family's resources, Han Li's chances of overcoming Han Qing at today's martial arts grand event in Nanshan County seemed exceedingly slim. In fact, Han Tianming had already resolved in his heart that if the disparity between Han Li and Han Qing were indeed too great, he would willingly relinquish his position as the patriarch of the Han family to protect Han Li, refusing to witness his child suffer harm. Just then, as Han Tianming contemplated this, the middle-aged man in the python robe spoke up. Everyone, please be silent. The envoys of the 7 sects have arrived. Chapter 19. The Elimination Point System. the spirit-nourishing pill, outside the city gate of Nanshan County, in the distant horizon, as if heralding the dawn. The sun blazed down upon the scene. Yet in the eyes of the onlookers, 7 majestic vessels resembling colossal dragons soared through the skies. Flanking the ships were oars arranged in a parallel formation, seemingly defying the laws of nature as they traversed the void. The masts, adorned with banners of distinct colors, billowed in the wind, unmistakably symbolizing the 7 sects of martial arts from the divine martial county. As the vessels glided through the air, they came to rest above the leaders of the 5 prominent families of Nanshan County and the county's lord. Subsequently, 7 figures, each distinct in their appearance, descended gracefully as if unburdened by the weight of the world. Lord of Nanshan County, Luo Yuan, I present to you the 7 esteemed envoys. The county magistrate, stepping forward, addressed the 7 men and women with utmost reverence. Behind him, the heads of the 5 prominent families promptly lowered their heads in acknowledgement, uttering, "We have met the 7 esteemed envoys. Please, county lord and esteemed leaders, lift your heads that we are merely envoys dispatched by our sects." "There is no need for such formalities." One of the 7 spoke, his voice imbued with an air of humility. Clad in a flowing white robe, with a beard cascading to his chest, he exuded an ethereal presence, his transcendent aura drawing the attention of many in the crowd, instilling a sense of familiarity among them. "Thank you, esteemed envoy, for your generosity," Luo Yuan replied with a gentle smile, straightening his posture to face the 7. The heads of the 5 prominent families mirrored his respectful demeanor, turning to the envoys of the 7 sects of martial arts. "May I inquire how you wish to be addressed?" Luo Yuan asked cordially. "I am Gao Ming of the Xinjiang sect. This beside me is my junior sister, Zhu Qing of the Tianwu sect, and this is my junior brother, Lu Quan of the Shuyin Valley." The venerable elder in the white robe introduced each member in turn, prompting the crowd to gaze upon them. Among the envoys sent by the 7 sects of martial arts to Nanshan County, there were 3 women and 4 men. Most striking among them was the woman in dark robes beside Gao Ming. Her hair was elegantly tied back, cascading over her shoulders, and her demeanor was as frigid as ice, her features exquisite as if sculpted from the finest jade, evoking the image of a celestial being. The other 2 women, while perhaps not matching Zhu Qing in allure, possessed their own distinctive charm worthy of admiration. None in the crowd dared entertain any disrespectful thoughts towards them. The sight of the 7 figures traversing the air in Nanshan County was an extraordinary spectacle, a clear indication of their status as innate realm martial artists. Among the locals of Nanshan County, aside from the 5 prominent families and a select few, most were mere ants beneath the innate realm, utterly inconsequential in the eyes of these envoys, with any notion of engaging with them being sheer folly. Few among them could even aspire to reach the innate realm. The envoys from the divine martial county, particularly the 3 women, appeared to be in the bloom of youth, around 20 years of age, with unimaginable potential for martial arts, possibly destined to become formidable figures beyond the Zifu and Ningning realms. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed envoys. Without further ado, I invite you to enter the city with us as we await the commencement of the grand event," Luo Yuan said with a slight nod, extending an invitation. "What do you think, my fellow disciples?" Upon receiving a glance from Gao Ming, the envoys all nodded in agreement. "Then we shall trouble you, County Lord Luo Yuan." With their words, the crowd began to move towards the heart of Nanshan County. Before long, they arrive at a vast plaza in the city center, the south of the plaza. A grand viewing platform had been erected, tiered seats arranged with precision. The forefront were the 7 envoys of the martial arts 7 sects alongside the county lord, followed by the leaders of the 5 prominent families and their esteemed elders. Beneath them were various factions of lesser strength in Nanshan County, clearly delineating the hierarchy within. "May I inquire when this martial arts gala will commence?" Gao Ming, the elder of the Xinjiang sect, inquired as they took their seats. "The event shall commence 1 hour after all the envoys are seated," Luo Yuan replied with a smile that excellent that moment. Amidst the throng outside the viewing platform, Han Li's figure quietly emerged, a sheen of perspiration adorning his brow. As the envoys from the 7 sects arrived, his gaze fell upon the platform, witnessing the county Lord Luo Yuan relegated to a mere supporting role beside the 7 diverse envoys. And he immediately understood their identities. His eyes then shifted toward the figure of his father, Han Tianming, seated on the platform. Simultaneously, Han Tianming seemed to sense his son's gaze and search the crowd. Has Lier arrived? He pondered, a flicker of apprehension coursing through him that I hope he can emerge victorious today. A smile graced his lips as he subtly nodded to Han Li. Meanwhile, the county lord Luo Yuan had also made his way to the center of the plaza, where a grand stage constructed from massive stones stood prominently. Today marks our annual event in Nanshan County, where every youth awakened to their martial soul shall have the opportunity to showcase their brilliance and capture the attention of the envoys from the 7 sects of martial arts. I sincerely hope that many of you will be chosen by the 7 envoys. Even if you do not succeed, do not be disheartened, for the path of martial arts relies on personal cultivation. Now, let us commence the event. My assistant shall announce the rules for this year's gathering. With that, Luo Yuan stepped aside, and a man emerged to take his place. This man was the assistant referred to by Luo Yuan. As he spoke, the youth gathered in the plaza learned of this year's rules. Overall, the martial arts gala would still consist of 3 core elements: battles, comprehension tests, and soul tests. However, this year, additional rounds of competition had been introduced, implementing an elimination point system. When did the county lord's mansion become so generous? Han Li mused, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Upon hearing the rule explanation, he understood the changes for this year's event. Unlike previous years, while the 3 fundamental components remained unchanged, the county lord's office had added additional rounds to the combat section, establishing an elimination-based point system that would also apply to the comprehension and soul tests. According to the rules, the individual with the highest score would receive coveted rewards directly from the county lord's mansion, including profound martial techniques, profound cultivation methods, profound spirit weapons, and the exceptionally rare spirit-nourishing pill. The announcement ignited enthusiasm among the crowd. While the profound techniques and weapons were noteworthy, it was the spirit-nourishing pill that stirred the passions of every young martial artist present. The spirit-nourishing pill was a rare elixir capable of enhancing a martial artist's soul power, significantly improving their comprehension. Despite being classified as a profound grade pill, its value rivaled that of earthly grade pills, if not exceeding it. Comprehension was a perennial challenge for many martial artists. A heightened level of comprehension could greatly enhance one's understanding of martial techniques and methods. A martial artist not only required innate talent, but also exceptional comprehension, which could lead to breakthroughs during moments of insight. This was precisely why the comprehension test was included in the Nanshan County Martial Arts Gala, assessing the participants' understanding of martial arts and techniques. The soul test, on the other hand, was straightforward, serving to evaluate the innate talent of the young martial artists. Chapter 20. A win-win transaction. Han Li on the stage this year's competition would feature 3 rounds of battle testing. The first round would consist of group battles, where participants would draw lots from the boxes behind me, pairing off in the order of 1 versus 2, 3 versus 4, and so forth, advancing through elimination. Each victorious participant would earn 10 points. Fellow young talents of Nanshan County, let us strive together, the assistant of the county lord proclaimed, gesturing grandly as several wooden boxes marked with numbers appeared behind him. With his impassioned speech and animated tone, the plaza erupted in fervent cheers from the assembled youth. Indeed, the county lord is quite generous, even offering such precious spirit-nourishing pills. Is he perhaps trying to garner favor with someone? On the observation platform, the elder of the Xinjian sect, Gao Ming, spoke, his gaze resting upon Luo Yuan, who shared the same seat with them. The eyes of the 5 great families, as well as those of the other 7 sect representatives, turned towards Luo Yuan. The significance and rarity of the Yunling pill were treasures that low-level martial practitioners could only dream of. This miraculous elixir could substantially enhance a martial artist's comprehension of martial arts and techniques. Yet one could only consume it once in a lifetime. Even a martial artist of innate realm would find it nearly impossible to procure one for a particularly gifted junior. However, Luo Yuan, the Marquis of Nanshan County, was willing to present such a pill and even alter the rules to make it this year's prize, evidently to promote a certain junior from his family. The heads of the 5 great families pondered, their gazes shifting to a young girl standing behind Luo Yuan. It was none other than the girl who had welcomed the representatives of the 7 sects outside the gates of Nanshan County. They recognized her as Luo Yao, the daughter of the Marquis, a prodigy with considerable talent even before awakening her martial soul. Yet, the specifics of her martial soul's rank remained a mystery to the many families and factions of Nanshan County. This was largely due to the stringent protection Luo Yuan had provided during her awakening, leaving few aware of the true nature and strength of her martial soul, thus rendering her a subject of intrigue among those in the observation area. In response to the collective gaze, Luo Yuan stroked his beard and smiled, candidly stating, "Indeed, this Marquis harbors selfish intentions, as it is to elevate my daughter's standing. However, even should she falter, the reward I offer will ensure that the victor gains something of value." Fostering good relations, his words, though tinged with a hint of cunning, were genuinely sincere. The heads of the 5 families, understanding his honesty, expressed no further concerns. After all, it was clear he was promoting his daughter. Even if that promotion did not succeed, the Yunling pill and other rewards would still attract a talented youth, resulting in a win-win situation for the Marquis. Should Luo Yao triumph, her prestige would undoubtedly soar, solidifying her foundational skills in martial arts. Conversely, if she were to lose, even without the substantial rewards from the Marquis estate, she might still forge a friendship with a promising martial artist of at least innate realm. "I believe the time is ripe. Let this grand assembly commence," announced Chu Qing, seated beside Gao Ming of the Xinjian sect, her beautiful eyes devoid of emotion as they fixated on the bustling square. The crowd, under the organization of the Marquis attendants, had already begun to draw lots from the wooden box atop the platform. It was indeed time to begin. Luo Yuan nodded, glancing back at Luo Yao. "Yao, go draw your ranking. I hope you achieve a commendable result in this event." "Rest assured, Father." Luo Yao, clad in fiery red, nodded lightly before turning to leave the observation platform, heading towards the stage to draw her position. At that moment, Han had also just drawn his ranking from the wooden box on the platform. Unfolding the pristine white paper, a series of bold, black characters appeared. Number 101. Upon stowing the paper, Hanley immediately grasped the number of his match. According to the Marquis scoring elimination system, he would face the holder of number 102. Excellent, now that the last participant has drawn their rank. "We shall commence the duels. We will split into 4 arenas, competing simultaneously," declared the Marquis deputy from the platform. With a graceful gesture, 4 platforms, each tall enough for a person, rose into being around the spacious square. Surrounded by spiraling spiritual energy and glowing inscriptions, seemingly capable of containing the aftermath of their battles. Now, I call upon the young martial artists whose ranks have been announced to take their positions on the platforms. First, numbers 1 and 2 on the eastern platform, numbers 3 and 4 on the southern platform, numbers 5 and 6 on the western platform. As the deputy's voice echoed, youthful warriors, merely 16 or 17 years old, gathered on the platforms. Upon receiving the deputy's permission, they swiftly engaged in fierce combat. Spear shadows, glimmers of blades, and the resonant clang of swords flashed across the arenas. Battles erupted among the young martial artists on the 4 platforms, with spiritual energy surging and combat raging. Yet the aftermath of their clashes seemed to be ensnared by the surrounding spiritual energy, impervious to even the strongest impacts. A S1 warrior after another was eliminated. They stepped down from the platforms, making way for the next contenders. The skirmishes among low-level practitioners unfolded with remarkable swiftness. Many higher-level martial artists, during their battles, needed to be cautious of their opponents unleashing overly strong techniques or certain secret arts to forcibly enhance their strength. Yet, the young warriors on the platforms generally operated within the same tier, their powers varying significantly. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was Han Li's turn. The deputy's call, he ascended the eastern platform. Opposite him stood a robust individual, towering over him at approximately 6 feet tall, with bulging muscles that projected an immediate sense of physical prowess. In stark contrast, Han Li appeared diminutive, akin to a wolf facing a large dog. The disparity between the two instantly apparent. Han Li, the one who should step down is you, not me. Patriarch Han, I did not expect your son to take the stage at not worry, Patriarch Fong. Since my son has just entered the arena, he is confident of securing victory. That it is you, Patriarch Fong, who should be concerned about whether your son can shine in this battle. Han Tianming replied calmly, seemingly unfazed by the excitement surrounding him. Indeed, I too am keenly anticipating the outcome, Fong Tianyue remarked, his gaze fixed on Han Tianming, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. The awakening of a yellow-grade martial soul within the Han family had been a shocking revelation. Not just among the Han family, but the entire Nanshan County had been incredulous upon hearing the news. How resplendent had Han Li's talent been prior to the awakening of his martial soul? It had been the talk of the town. However, since awakening a yellow-grade martial soul, public sentiment had shifted dramatically that a waste with a yellow-grade martial soul was destined for mediocrity in martial arts. No longer deserving of attention. Now, as Han Li stepped onto the stage, he instantly became the focal point of the gathering. That is Han Li, mused Gao Ming from the Xinjiang sect, a flicker of interest igniting in his eyes as he turned to Luo Yuan and inquired. Before my arrival, I had heard this youth awakened a yellow-grade martial soul. Is that true? Indeed, Han Li has awakened a yellow-grade martial soul, which has stirred quite a commotion in our Nanshan County. Luo Yuan confirmed with a nod. A yellow grade. You say? Gao Ming mused, his gaze now fixed on Han Li on the platform, his expression inscrutable. That moment, a representative from the Shuyin Valley interjected, if I am not mistaken. The Xinjiang sect once promised to accept this child into your ranks. Why does Brother Gao not intend to honor that promise? A yellow-grade martial soul hardly merits inclusion in the Xinjiang sect. Moreover, our elders stipulated a precondition, that this child must awaken a martial soul. It seems he is fated to part ways with our sect, Gao Ming replied coldly, evidently resolved to eliminate Han Li from consideration for discipleship. He continued, if a martial artist with a yellow-grade, 9-tier martial soul from the Han family is willing to join the Xinjiang sect, I will be open to changing my selection and fulfilling the previous promise. The Xinjiang sect certainly knows how to conduct business, remarked the Shuyin Valley representative, a flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze before he averted his eyes, closing them to rest. Gao Ming, meanwhile, withdrew his gaze from the platform. No longer interested in the ensuing battle between Han Li and his opponent, but a martial artist with a yellow-grade martial soul held little appeal for them. The outcome was all but predetermined. Han Li's opponent had awakened a yellow-grade 6-tier martial soul. Facing a waste with a yellow-grade 1-tier martial soul, there was no suspense to be found. Upon overhearing the conversation among Gao Ming and others, Chu Qing of the Tianwu sect cast a fleeting glance at Han Li, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing him for a moment, a once-fallen genius, discussed by those around her who were also emissaries from the 7 sects of the divine martial kingdom. Her curiosity towards Han Li was inevitably piqued, albeit just a flicker of interest. Meanwhile, as the spectators engaged in their discourse, Han Li's appearance stirred a considerable commotion among the crowd. No one could possibly be unaware of Han Li, the genius from Nanshan County, a so-called waste who had awakened a yellow-grade, 1st-tier fate soul. Han Li, did he not awaken a yellow-grade, 1st-tier fate soul? How dare he appear on the stage? Are you not aware? It seems that Han Li has set a decisive battle with his kin, Han Qing, who awakened a yellow-grade, 9th-tier fate soul. A confrontation between the two might very well occur before the conclusion of today's grand event. Had he lost his mind? Han Qing possesses a yellow-grade, 9th-tier fate soul. Who can say? In any case, let us just wait and see. Han Li's opponent is no ordinary foe. Indeed, the crowd was abuzz. Yet their gazes were predominantly fixed on Han Li and the other platforms. However, the number of spectators focusing on Han Li's stage was surprisingly scant. After all, Han Li's adversary was none other than Yao Fei, a genius from the Yao family, who bore a yellow-grade 6th-tier fate soul. Yao Fei not only possessed a yellow-grade 6th-tier fate soul, but was also a formidable body refinement practitioner, although his overall strength may not rival that of the 5 great family's geniuses. He stood at the pinnacle among this year's fate soul awakeners in Nanshan County. To my astonishment, my opponent is none other than you, young Master Han. As Yao Fei stepped onto the stage, his eyes glinted with mockery as he directed a playful gaze at Han Li, raising his arms in a gesture of challenge, causing a cacophony of cracking bones to resonate. his bulging veins resembling a coiled dragon. Exuding an explosive aura of power, I have no desire to bully you. After all, a waste with a yellow-grade first-tier fate soul hardly warrants my effort. If you were to concede voluntarily, perhaps you could leave this intact. Should I make a move, the outcome might leave you maimed, and that would surely invite trouble from the Han clan. Yao Fei advanced toward Han Li step by step, towering over him in a manner that conveyed disdain. His robust physique emanated an oppressive force, particularly with his fierce gaze that could instill dread in the hearts of the timid, that I believe the one who should concede should perhaps be you. In the face of Yao Fei's imposing presence, Han Li remained unperturbed, gazing up at his opponent with an air of calm indifference, as if he did not regard the pressure emanating from Yao Fei at all. It seems you are unaware of your own limitations, daring to ascend the stage with a mere yellow-grade, first-tier fate soul to participate in this grand event. Yao Fei's eyes widened with fury, as he unleashed a fist imbued with violent energy, striking down towards Han Li, tearing through the space and howling winds as it descended upon him. All at once, the enormous fist appeared to Han Li's eyes like an ever-expanding mountain. The surrounding air felt as though it had been compressed by Yao Fei's punch, producing a series of explosive sounds. From Yao Fei, Han Li sensed an undeniable aura of oppression. Refinement realm. Late 9th stage. The Yao Fei before him boasted a cultivation level at the late 9th stage of the refinement realm, capable of overwhelming many present. Nevertheless, Han Li exhibited no fear, his gaze clear and unyielding. Seemingly unaffected by Yao Fei's impending strike, standing resolutely in place, his hair tousled and his garments billowing, he appeared almost dazed upon the stage. "To think you are so weak and incapable, that you cannot even comprehend how to receive my punch." Standing there in terror, Yao Fei's eyes reflected a cold smirk. He had initially assumed Han Li's audacity to step onto the stage was backed by some confidence. Instead, he seemed like a fool, rooted to the spot. With a cruel grin curling at the corners of his mouth, Yao Fei roared, his fist hurtling forward in an instant. I could see that moment, as Yao Fei's fist drew near. Han Li sprang into action. Chapter 22. Enough games. A 20-year-old innate realm, your flaws are glaring. Han Li's form suddenly flickered, his gaze honing in on Yao Fei's lower body, and without delay, he channeled his true energy, awakening the divine and demonic particles within him, delivering a sweeping kick that was both divine and devilish. With a resounding thud, just as Yao Fei's fist was about to arrive, he seemed to lose his balance, crashing to the stage before the eyes of the crowd. Simultaneously, as he fell, Yao Fei emitted a bellow of agony akin to that of a dying pig. How infuriating! You are merely a waste with a yellow-grade first-tier fate soul, and yet you have managed to injure me and humiliate me so. I will have you dead. Yao Fei, in pain, struggled to rise, his eyes aflame with rage, and at that moment, a radiant light flickered behind him, as a towering humanoid shadow emerged from within, roaring to the heavens and stirring the spiritual energy around him, causing many lower-tier martial artists present to experience a surge of uncontrollable blood and a choking sensation. A yellow-grade 6th-tier giant spirit fate soul. Yao Fei has actually unleashed a yellow-grade 6th-tier giant spirit fate soul. Has Han Li truly forced him to this extent? The giant spirit fate soul. Can Han Li possibly triumph with his yellow-grade first-tier fate soul? Triumph? Don't be ridiculous. If Han Li can survive Yao Fei's fate soul attack, it would already be a stroke of luck. Among the crowd, countless martial artists widened their eyes at the sight of the martial fate soul behind Yao Fei, murmuring in astonishment. The giant spirit fate soul. Indeed, it is Yao Fei's awakened fate soul. Ranking among the yellow-grade 6th-tier fate souls, it symbolizes mastery over strength. This aligns perfectly with Yao Fei's path of cultivation. Yao Fei himself is a body refinement practitioner, utilizing all his true energy to temper his physique and enhance his power, favoring a path that relies on brute force to overcome techniques. With a giant spirit fate soul that complements his body refinement path, Yao Fei's strength could potentially double, allowing him to contend with practitioners of the Qi refinement realm. Against such a Yao Fei, it appeared to the onlookers that Han Li was undoubtedly facing a dead end. The giant spirit fate soul, a yellow-grade 6th-tier fate soul, indeed represents a promising talent. This young man aligns well with our refinement sect's principles. One of the emissaries from the seventh sect of the divine martial kingdom remarked, his visage aged, seemingly of the same era as the elderly Gao Ming from the Xinjin sect, with hair as white as snow, reaching his chest, and his eyes glimmering with intrigue, akin to that of a jeweler appraising a fine piece of jade as he gazed upon Yao Fei on the stage. The yellow-grade 6th-tier giant spirit martial soul is indeed impressive, yet he is overly impulsive. Confronting a waste with a yellow-grade 1st-tier fate soul, he resorts to such rashness in unleashing his fate soul. The middle-aged man from the Shuyin Valley commented, seemingly dismissive of Yao Fei, tinged with mockery. The youth is rather impetuous, lacking the wisdom to conceal his strengths. He could benefit from further refinement. The elder from the refinement sect cast a derisive glance at the middle-aged man from Shuyin Valley, saying, "It seems that junior brother Lin has his eye on a few promising candidates. I wonder how many will make it to the end. Senior brother, your concerns may be excessive. Let us focus on your favorite individuals and ensure they do not fall to a waste with the yellow-grade 1st-tier fate soul, lest they become the subject of ridicule. The two brothers ought not to continue their quarrel. Rather than bickering, it would be more prudent to observe which disciples can stand out," suggested Chu Qing from the Tianwu sect, glancing at the two who had begun to argue. Upon hearing this, the refinement sect elder, who was about to speak, fell silent, nodding in agreement. "Since junior sister Chu has spoken, I shall grant her this favor." With that, the elder from the refinement sect shifted his attention to the other stages. Regarding the platform where Yao Fei and Han Li stood, he merely held a fleeting interest, casting a cursory glance. To him, although Yao Fei, who had awakened a yellow-grade 6th-tier fate soul, was remarkable, he had witnessed too many exceptional individuals among the 7 sects of the divine martial kingdom. For instance, the earlier speaker, Chu Qing, is a prodigious disciple of the Tianwu sect, merely 20 years of age, yet already an innate realm martial artist, an inner disciple of the Tianwu sect. Compared to Chu Qing, they were merely mediocre disciples of each sect, dispatched during the recruitment of disciples across regions. Individuals like Chu Qing, who participate in the recruitment efforts of their sects, typically receive assignments from their sects to seek out talented individuals, bringing them into their own factions to secure greater influence within the sect. The pursuit of power and profit exists everywhere, even in a world that venerates martial prowess. Han Li, that kick just now was anything but ordinary. As the two individuals finally settled down, Chu Qing's gaze shifted to the arena where Han Li and his opponent stood, her eyes reflecting a contemplative thought unnoticed by others. While most may have overlooked Han Li's uniqueness, Chu Qing discerned his subtlety. When Han Li executed his sweeping kick, she distinctly observed that not only did he harness his true qi, but there seemed to be a peculiar force at play, enabling him to bring forth a pained cry from Yao Fei in an instant. Otherwise, given Han Li's strength alone, such a feat would have been impossible. Even a practitioner at the refining qi stage would struggle against a 9th-layer practitioner of the body refinement stage. The gap between lower-tier warriors, though existent, could hardly be compared to the chasm seen among higher-tier combatants. With extraordinary prowess, one might transcend their boundaries in battle. However, Han Li's displayed strength was confined to the body refinement realm, yet within him simmered a force that did not belong to that stage, piquing Chu Qing's concern for this once promising genius who had awakened a yellow-grade 1st-tier soul. Meanwhile, on the arena, Han Li had already engaged Yao Fei. Yao Fei's fists rained down like a barrage of raindrops, each strike resonating like cannon fire, producing shockwaves in the air. Every punch seemed capable of tearing through space, distorting the atmosphere. Yet Han Li moved like a nimble rabbit, gracefully evading Yao Fei's relentless assault. Much to Yao Fei's chagrin, an awakener of a yellow-grade 6th-tier soul, he found himself unable to grasp the elusive Han Li, who slipped away as if he were a slippery eel. In a fit of fury, Yao Fei bellowed, "Han Li, if you have the guts, stop dodging and face me head-on. Do you think you could defeat me by running away?" Han Li merely chuckled coldly. Employing the ethereal ghost steps, he darted around Yao Fei, rendering each of Yao Fei's punches futile, striking only air. Han Li had already discerned Yao Fei's weaknesses in their clash. Yao Fei focused on body refinement. Yet his agility was evidently lacking. unable to compare with Han Li's mastery of the ethereal ghost steps. Observing Yao Fei's frustrated expression, Han Li ceased his evasive maneuvers, took a deep breath, and declared, "I've played enough. Now it's time to send you down." With that, Han Li's fist became enveloped in true qi, devoid of any martial techniques, yet emanating a razor-sharp intensity. He unleashed a punch that soared like a dragon emerging from the depths, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed like an enraged dragon's cry, hurtling towards Yao Fei. "How laughable! You dare to challenge me without even using your yellow-grade first-tier soul." Yao Fei sneered, retaliating with a punch that exuded an overwhelming pressure, akin to the wrath of a colossal deity, infused with a tremendous amount of true qi. Colliding directly with Han Li's fist, in the split second of impact, Yao Fei poured all his true qi into his strike, unleashing a barrage of punches that descended upon Han Li like a torrential storm. And no matter how swift your movements, I doubt you can evade my relentless onslaught. A mere trash with a yellow-grade first-tier soul dares to seek death on the arena. Yao Fei taunted, his fists moving like shadows. While he may have lacked agility compared to Han Li, his sheer strength was undoubtedly crushing. Even the most agile practitioner at the refining qi stage would struggle to avoid such relentless blows, especially one as seemingly weak as Han Li, who appeared to be merely a body refinement stage practitioner of the 8th or 9th layer. Yao Fei, as an awakener of a yellow-grade 6th-tier soul, possessed a true qi that outmatched the quantity and quality that Han Li could muster with his yellow-grade first-tier soul. Faced with Yao Fei's onslaught, Han Li's focus sharpened. He had already broken through to the refining qi stage before arriving. Yet his outwardly displayed strength remained that of the 9th layer of body refinement. However, due to the perception of his yellow-grade first-tier soul, many failed to recognize Han Li's true capabilities. What did it matter if he surpassed many present? The quality of his soul had firmly confined his potential to the body refinement stage, and with a stroke of luck, he might break through to the refining qi stage. Otherwise, he would languish between the two stages for a lifetime. Such a seemingly hopeless individual drew little attention, and few regarded Han Li's strength with any seriousness. "You think I rely solely on agility? Allow me to show you that I am not lacking in strength." Han Li's eyes glinted with cold indifference as he summoned the demonic particles within him, simultaneously channeling the true qi of the refining qi stage. A terrifying force erupted forth. Bang! Bang! Han Li's fist collided with Yao Fei's, sending shockwaves through the arena, creating a tempest of spiritual energy that engulfed the surroundings, rendering it a vacuum of spiritual qi. The destructive force unleashed before the spectators was unimaginable. Beneath Han Li's feet, fissures resembling a spider's web cracked the arena floor. Instantly, several representatives of the 7 martial sects were drawn to the commotion. Unloading force. This youth has mastered such a terrifying technique. One pondered. No, it cannot be unloading force. At his age, he could not have achieved that. It seems his inherent strength has already surpassed the limits of the body refinement stage, utilizing part of his power from that battle to bolster his legs. Even so, his strength rivals many of the refining qi stage practitioners. Regret tinged the old man's voice as he mused. If only his soul were not a yellow-grade first tier. Even a yellow-grade third-tier soul would warrant my taking him back to the sect for proper training. The elder of the refining spirits sect sighed, astonished by Han Li's extraordinary physical strength, which surpassed that of any ordinary refining qi stage practitioner. Yet, Han Li had achieved such a feat, leading to a sense of regret within the elder. Had Han Li possessed a yellow-grade, third-tier soul, even with limited future martial accomplishments, it would have been enough for him to barely reach the innate realm, and with proper opportunities, he might even ascend to the innate stage. Alas, the strength of one's soul determines the ceiling of one's talent, and it was indeed a pity. Chu Qing nodded in agreement, acknowledging Han Li's displayed prowess, which had caught her attention. However, this did not translate into any significant assistance for Han Li. The limitations of his talent meant that irrespective of how outstanding he appeared now, the sect would never permit him to train within their ranks. A yellow-grade first-tier soul was not regarded as a talent, but rather a burden by the heavenly martial sect. Even if he were admitted, lacking formidable strength would only expose him to pressure and hostility from his peers. How is it possible? How can your physical strength surpass mine? At that moment, Yao Fei faced Han Li. His face flushed crimson, eyes wide with disbelief. Was Han Li not a mere yellow-grade first-tier soul? Did he not belong to the same body refinement stage as him? Why did he feel such an overwhelming sense of impotence when colliding with Han Li's fist? What shocked Yao Fei further was the sudden fracture of his arms. In an instant, he failed to register the pain, as his heart brimmed with a sense of helplessness towards Han Li. For a brief moment, confusion eclipsed his agony, but soon the sensation of pain surged through him, culminating in a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying off the arena like a discarded kite, crashing through the array and landing on the ground, howling in despair like a wounded beast, clutching his shattered arm. In this battle, Han Li of the Han family emerged victorious. The arena fell into a profound silence. And after a brief moment of astonishment, the recording personnel snapped back to reality, hastily scribbling on their scrolls. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted into a cacophony, their gazes fixed on Han Li as he descended from the platform. At this moment, many no longer regarded Han Li with disdain. Having defeated Yao Fei, an awakener of a yellow-grade 6th-tier soul and a practitioner at the 9th layer of body refinement, Han Li's strength earned him the respect of many present. One might ponder, had they possessed a yellow-grade 1st-tier soul, would they have dared to step onto the arena? Could they have bested a genius like Yao Fei? No, they could not. Perhaps a select few could. But the majority would admit to lacking such strength. Thus, for a formidable opponent who surpassed them, the most basic respect was undeniably warranted. This waste, Han Li, actually managed to defeat Yao Fei on the northern stage. Han Qing cast a glance towards the direction where Han Li had descended. Just moments prior, Han Li had decisively defeated Yao Fei with a single punch, sending him off the stage, leaving Han Qing astonished by the sudden turn of events. He had anticipated that with a yellow-grade, first-tier fate soul, Han Li would surely meet his downfall. Yet, to his surprise, the halo of genius from days gone by still held some weight. Even though Han Li had awakened a yellow-grade first-tier fate soul, his actual combat prowess was insufficient to allow certain self-proclaimed geniuses to triumph over him. Excellent, Han Qing mused, the stronger you become now, the more profound the visual impact will be when I eventually bring you down. Within the Han family, only he was the true genius, the only one capable of leading the family towards a more formidable future. With this thought, a cold smirk crept upon Han Qing's lips as his gaze shifted back to a young swordsman before him. With an air of arrogance, he looked down at his opponent and proclaimed, "Do you wish to engage in battle with me, or will you concede voluntarily? Should you choose to fight, know that I shall not grant you the slightest opportunity to surrender." The swordsman, confronted with Han Qing's overbearing demeanor, felt his once fervent fighting spirit wane. Han Qing, possessing a yellow-grade, 9th-tier Thunderfire Fate soul, stood in stark contrast to the swordsman, who was merely at the 5th-tier Fate soul level and still in the early stages of body refinement at the 8th level. Meanwhile, Han Qing had already attained the 2nd level of Qi refining. Realizing this, the young man's determination to fight vanished entirely, and he despondently uttered a concession before departing the stage with a downcast expression. Chapter 24. Changes in Battle Rules. Isolation's 2nd level of Qi refining. Is it? After stepping down from the stage, Han Li's gaze fell upon Han Qing. Han Qing's aura was completely unmasked, revealing an overwhelming presence on the platform that was palpable to all present. A warrior at the 2nd level of Qi refining. This revelation did not shock Han Li in the slightest, given that Han Qing possessed a yellow-grade 9th-tier Thunderfire Fate soul, coupled with the resources of his family. It was hardly surprising that he could break through to the 2nd level of Qi refining in just a month. Conversely, if Han Qing failed to utilize his formidable talent to ascend beyond the 2nd level of Qi refining within that time frame, it would signify a complete waste of his innate gifts. This realization, however, also allowed Han Li to appreciate Han Qing's strength. He himself had only just begun to break through to the 1st level of Qi refining and had yet to properly stabilize his internal cultivation. The Qi within him remained somewhat tenuous. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li sought out a less crowded area on site, where he could calmly activate the Divine Prison Celestial Stealing Sutra, controlling the speed and range of his technique to absorb spiritual energy. thus restoring the energy expended during his battle with Yao Fei and solidifying his own qi refining cultivation. Approximately an hour later, the first round of battles came to a close. Over 500 participants had entered the elimination round. Yet only just under 230 remained as the second round commenced. The victorious participants would be further reduced. Under the arrangement of the staff, the combat rules remained unchanged from the first round. However, the intensity of the battles escalated, as various powerful martial techniques were unleashed among warriors above the 8th level of body refinement. One by one, warriors claimed victory, while others were ousted from the stage. The brutal reality unfolded. Victors remained while the defeated departed. All the young martial artists engaged in battle understood that this was a fight that would determine their futures, the more outstanding their performances, the greater the chance of being noticed by the 7 emissaries from the martial Dao 7 sects observing from the stands. The Marquis of Luo, it seems your olive branch has stirred the enthusiasm of many young warriors. 3 rounds of combat may not suffice to reduce the numbers to a manageable level, would it? Remarked a middle-aged emissary from Xiuying Valley, observing the increasingly fierce battles and the cacophony of cheers from the surrounding crowd. An elder from the Refining Spirit sect added, there are still over 200 participants on the field. Even if we eliminate half, there will still be over 100 remaining. I too am curious how Marquis Luo intends to continue this competition. The crowd's attention shifted to Luo Yuan, their expressions tinged with inquiry. For this matter, our Marquis has made arrangements. Should the numbers become excessive, we shall hold additional matches and amend the rules of the competition to reduce the excess participants, ultimately determining the true victor through these extra contests. Luo Yuan responded with a calm smile to the emissaries of the martial Dao 7 sects, prior to proposing the offering of profound martial techniques, methods, weapons, and spirit-replenishing pills. He had anticipated the potential scenario of an overwhelming number of participants. Consequently, he had already delegated the subsequent arrangements to his deputy, with rule changes set to take effect from the 3rd round onwards. The additional matches following the 3rd round would be crucial in identifying the true champion. Since the Marquis has made arrangements, all is well, the crowd murmured, redirecting their gaze. Each sect of the martial Dao 7 had fixed quotas for disciples in different counties. For instance, in Nanshan County, Xiuying Valley could only recruit 10 disciples, while the Refining Spirit sect had 7 and the Xinjian sect had 13. Each sect might occasionally enroll additional disciples, but the numbers would always be kept within certain limits. An excess of disciples would only lead to bloated sects, so exceptions were rarely made unless one was a true genius. The elimination battles continued unabated. Soon, it was Han Li's turn to face off in the 2nd round. His opponent was a warrior at the 8th level of body refinement. Han Li did not exert the same force he had used against Yao Fei. Instead, he simply eliminated his opponent from the stage. The entire encounter was swift and straightforward, with Han Li not even employing the knife techniques he was proficient in. Following Han Li's victory, the subsequent battles concluded within half an hour. Meanwhile, on the high platform at the center of the square, the deputy of the Marca residence made his presence known. Under his direction, the 4 stages vanished, replaced by a large combat arena the size of 2 or 3 basketball courts, as the martial arena emerged. The deputy's voice resonated like thunder. Due to the excessive number of victors present, the rules for the 3rd round will undergo some modifications. Instead of the previous 2-person duels, we will transition to free-for-all battles. The order of elimination will determine the rankings, with the final 10 participants remaining on the stage deciding the top 10 standings. The warriors ousted from the arena will be ranked based on their elimination order and performance among the top 10. To earn this round's rewards and qualify as disciples of the martial Dao 7 sects, you must exert all your strength to remain in the arena and strive for a position in the top 10. Free-for-all. Are we to engage in a free-for-all in the 3rd round? The longer one remains in the arena, the better the chance of competing for a top 10 spot, as the deputy's announcement concluded. A flurry of discussions erupted among the remaining 100 or so warriors from the 2nd round. They quickly grasped the implications of the 3rd round's rules, a chaotic battle in a crowded battlefield. The goal was to remain on the stage for as long as possible, aiming to secure a position among the top 10, that only those who lasted until the end would stand a chance to emerge as champions of this martial gathering, reaping the rewards set by the Marca residents. Moreover, With the right strategy, even those with lesser skills might find opportunities to navigate the chaos and survive until the very end. In an instant, many young warriors began forming alliances within the crowd. Only a handful of individuals remained unchosen by the others, effectively sidelined from the burgeoning cliques. These individuals included the talented disciples of the 5 great families, some lesser clan leaders just beneath them, and the young lady of a Marca residence. Luo Yao. One person, however, stood apart, excluded from the ranks of these talented warriors, the one who had awakened a yellow-grade first-tier fate soul. Hanli. Chapter 25. The Commencement of Chaos. Young powerhouses on the stage, is it solely because I possess a yellow-grade first-tier fate soul that I find myself ostracized? Hanli gazed at the group of individuals before him and quietly pondered. In truth, Hanli was well aware that his current reputation among them stemmed from his inferior yellow-grade soul, which was lamentably lacking in potential. Rather than becoming a burden in the fray of battle, it would be wiser to cast him aside, allowing for a convenient resolution later. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, let alone a multitude of adversaries. With this clarity in mind, Han Li's heart felt as transparent as a polished mirror. Furthermore, he had no need to ally himself with this assembly of warriors, whose strengths were unequal. Han Li was a practitioner of the Qi refinement stage in his own right, and his martial soul was not truly a mere yellow grade. Apart from Han Li, there were several young warriors present who scorned the idea of uniting with others. Among them were the esteemed Lady Luo Yao of the Marquis estate, Han Qing of the 5 prominent families, who had awakened a yellow-grade soul of varying levels, and Feng Rulong, all of whom were formidable contenders among the youth, possessing the absolute strength and potential to emerge as champions in the forthcoming martial gathering of Nanshan County, vying for the top honor and rewards. Brother Han, Asnt Han Li, the young patriarch of your clan, would you consider joining forces with him? A youth clad in white, with a playful glint in his eye, addressed Han Qing. Young patriarch? After today, he shall no longer hold that title. Does a waste with a yellow-grade soul merit my alliance? Han Qing replied, casting a wary glance at the youth beside him. The young man was none other than Feng Rulong, a standout competitor in the martial contests, rumored to have awakened a yellow-grade soul of the 8th rank, a prodigy. However, the disparity between a yellow-grade soul of the 8th rank and Han Li's yellow-grade soul of the 9th rank was not merely one of degree. It was akin to the difference between heaven and earth, or the between an adult and a child in terms of strength. It appears Brother Han intends to usurp the position of the young patriarch of the Han clan. Allow me to extend my early congratulations, Feng Rulong remarked, meeting Han Qing's gaze without a hint of trepidation, a smile gracing his lips that felt like a breath of spring. After speaking, Feng Rulong clapped Han Qing on the shoulder and departed. The position of young patriarch belongs solely to me. My lineage is the rightful heir of the Han clan, Han Qing thought, his eyes glinting with determination as he watched Feng Rulong's retreating figure. Yet behind Han Qing and Feng Rulong, a graceful silhouette scrutinized the two, her beautiful eyes shimmering like rippling autumn waters as they settled upon the solitary figure of Han Li in the distance. Han Li, perhaps, was not as simple as he appeared. Once the groups had formed and prepared themselves, the deputy of the Marquis' estate reappeared on the high platform, hands clasped behind his back, and announced, "The hour has come. Since our young talents have devised their strategies, we shall commence the 3rd decisive battle. Please ascend the stage in an orderly fashion." With the deputy's declaration, the remaining victorious warriors ascended the arena. One by one, under the guidance of the staff, in an instant, over 100 warriors from the previous round appeared on the stage, various groups forming like clear streams that cast hostile glances at one another. Han Qing, Feng Rulong, Luo Yao, and other prodigies from the 5 major families stood ready to confront the smaller factions, differentiating themselves as the elite among the chaotic melee. Let the battle begin. A voice resounded, authoritative and just as the command fell. The smaller groups of warriors erupted into a cacophony reminiscent of drums, clashing fiercely. Each warrior engaged in combat, some of the more powerful and confident factions setting their sights on Han Qing, Feng Rulong, and Luo Yao. The sounds of metal clashing filled the air as various martial techniques were unleashed. Every few minutes, someone would be expelled from the stage, a group of fools. I did not seek you out. Yet you dare approach me seeking your demise. In the midst of the fray, Han Qing stood tall in his long robe, exuding the aura of a formidable presence, his eyes cold and piercing. He raised his hands, summoning flames and lightning that danced in his grasp. As he brought his hands together, the energy coalesced into countless serpents of thunder and fire, lunging ferociously at those who dared to assault him. Dare you, an ant of the Qi refinement stage, lay a hand upon me? You court death. Han Qing's gaze flashed dangerously as several warriors fell victim to the serpents, paralyzed by thunder and scorched by flames. Struggling to defend themselves, the sole Qi refinement warrior among them, caught off guard, was swiftly dispatched from the arena by Han Qing's martial technique, along with several others of varying cultivation levels. Elsewhere, the battlegrounds of Feng Rulong, Luo Yao, and their peers exhibited a similarly overwhelming momentum. Even with groups of Qi refinement warriors, they were easily bested by Han Qing, Feng Rulong, and the others, losing their eligibility to continue fighting. At the edge of the arena, Han Li engaged in a precarious battle, deftly fending off the warriors who charged at him. Yet, through a series of fortunate coincidences, each adversary met their end at his hands, being unceremoniously ejected from the stage. With time, those who had initially targeted Han Li began to abandon their pursuit. Among those expelled were formidable practitioners of the 8th and 9th ranks, yet they inexplicably found themselves ousted by Han Li, losing their chance to compete for a top 10 position. Even warriors of lesser strength opted to disregard Han Li, deeming a yellow-grade soul unworthy of their attention, preferring instead to eliminate others in pursuit of the coveted top 10. In addition to Han Li's solitary endeavors, he discovered other warriors fighting alone on the stage. These individuals were not from prominent families or clans. Rather, they were scattered practitioners from Nanshan County, hailing from ordinary backgrounds, each possessing their own unique skills and opportunities. Among them, a yellow-clad youth wielding a blade caught Han Li's attention, though his true cultivation seemed shrouded in mist. Han Li estimated him to be around the 9th rank of the body refinement stage. Besides the yellow-clad swordsman, there was a blue-clad woman skilled with a spear, and a robust youth wielding a black iron axe, exuding an aura of invincibility. The strengths of these individuals ranged from the 9th rank of the body refinement stage to the 1st or 2nd rank of the Qi refinement stage. Chapter 26. I shall make you understand the divide between genius and waste. These are dark horses. The thought flickered through Han Li's mind as he observed the trio. Their prowess was not necessarily inferior to that of Han Qing and his cohorts. In fact, they might even surpass them, with only Han Qing and Feng Rulong, both possessing yellow grade souls of the 8th and 9th ranks, having a clear advantage over them. Not only had Han Li taken note of the trio, but Han Qing and the others on the stage also recognized their presence. Initially, the trio's performance had been unremarkable, but their adeptness in the chaos of battle and their inherent strength now drew the attention of Han Qing and his peers. Quite intriguing, Feng Rulong mused, effortlessly sending an opponent flying from the stage with a casual palm strike, casting a glance at the trio who were standing out amidst the chaos. These 2 men and 1 woman are certainly not to be underestimated. In the depths of Luo Yao's heart, a chill coursed through her. As for Han Qing, he was completely indifferent, merely paying a modicum of attention to the presence of the 3 individuals. It is worth noting that he possessed a yellow grade soul of the 9th order and was a formidable martial artist at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, wielding exceptionally powerful martial techniques. Even though there were others present who could potentially pose a threat to him, they were undoubtedly Luo Yao of the Marquis House and Feng Rulong, the young clan leader of the Feng family, who could contend with the Han family. Excluding Luo Yao and Feng Rulong, Han Qing truly believed that among those present, very few could genuinely stand as his rivals. Even Han Li, the former top talent of the Han family, was regarded with disdain by Han Qing. A mere insect with a yellow grade soul of the 1st order, he felt no inclination to even mention the dual agreement made with Han Li back at the Han family. For his current combat prowess had far surpassed what Han Li could contend with. Even if Han Li had reached the 9th level of body refinement, what significance did that hold against him? A practitioner at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, who possessed no capacity to counter him. As time passed, the number of young martial artists dwindled. In the end, only 19 remained on the stage, with Han Qing, Luo Yao, and Feng Rulong standing as the pinnacle figures among them. Their formidable strength had swept away any who dared to offend them with a thunderous force. Aside from Han Qing, Luo Yao, and Feng Rulong, there were 3 from the 5 great families, 5 family disciples, and 7 wandering martial artists who neither belonged to the 5 great families nor the Marquis house, including the young man in yellow, the burly youth, and the woman in blue wielding a spear, whom Han Li had previously observed. The last remaining individual was Han Li himself. Now, there were 9 individuals left, and I suggest you decide amongst yourselves who should withdraw. A youth from one of the 5 great families stepped forward, directing his gaze toward Han Li and the other 8, aside from the young clan leaders of the 5 great families and the formidable Luo Yao of the Marquis house. The remaining 9 had emerged as the strongest after a fierce bloodbath that moment. As the youth from the 5 great families concluded his statement, Han Qing also stood up, fixing his gaze on Han Li, and said, "I advise you, Han Li, to spare yourself the humiliation of remaining on the stage with your yellow grade soul of the First Order. You have done quite well to make it this far. Heed your cousin's counsel and withdraw gracefully. Do not bring shame upon our Han family." And no sooner had Han Qing's words left his lips than the collective gaze of the crowd turned toward Han Li. At that moment, Han Li had withdrawn his bloodthirsty long knife from his storage ring. Clad in green with flowing black hair, his handsome and ethereal visage, along with his tall and powerful stature, radiated an indomitable spirit, as though no amount of hardship could compel him to bow in defeat. That he raised his eyes, resembling polished obsidian, and gazed at Han Qing. "You are still merely a direct descendant of the Han family. When did you acquire the audacity to speak to me, the young clan leader of the Han family, with such condescension? Han Li, are you seeking death?" Han Qing's expression darkened as he regarded Han Li, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes, as if he were on the verge of tearing Han Li apart. His robes billowed without wind, and a faint aura of true energy swirled around him. In the next moment, Han Qing's hands, imbued with true energy, transformed into a colossal handprint of true energy, launching toward Han Li from a distance. Boom! The air erupted with a deafening roar as the interwoven forces of lightning and fire surged forth, compressing the space as they bore down upon Han Li. Despite the oncoming force of the true energy handprint, Han Li remained unperturbed, positioning the bloodthirsty knife against the tip of its sheath, channeling his internal true energy to collide with Han Qing's attack. With a resounding bang, the true energy handprint shattered into nothingness upon making contact with the tip of the bloodthirsty knife's sheath. "If this is the reason and strength you believe justifies my withdrawal, then it is you who should depart, Han Qing," Han Li declared, retracting his bloodthirsty knife. Faced with Han Qing's haughty demeanor, even the most mild-tempered individual would feel the fire of indignation welling within. How much more so for Han Li, who, after all, was still the young clan leader of the Han family. Yet Han Qing so callously belittled him, even resorting to violence, provoking a response even from the most patient of souls. "Very well, you truly are impressive, Han Li." Han Qing laughed bitterly in his rage, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Who was he, after all? The only genius of the Han family, awakened with a yellow-grade soul of the Ninth Order. How dare Han Li, a mere insect with a yellow-grade soul of the First Order, challenge him so brazenly? Such insolence could not go unpunished. With that thought, Han Qing could no longer contain his fury. He stepped forward, and behind him, an ethereal realm of thunder and fire manifested, as if 2 primordial forces of thunder and earth had materialized, illustrating the principles of heaven's thunder and earth's fire. The true energy within him erupted like a rainbow piercing the sun, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy across the stage. From beneath Han Qing's feet, a horrifying fissure erupted, like a gigantic serpent, slithering toward Han Li with an insatiable hunger. "Today, I shall teach you, on behalf of the clan leader, what it means to respect the strong." Han Qing's soul of thunder and fire manifested, his true energy intertwining as his disheveled hair danced in the tempest. He appeared as a deity striding amidst thunder and fire, each step accompanied by the might of thunder and flames, exuding an oppressive aura that seemed to engulf all in its wake. As an insect with a yellow-grade soul of the First Order, It is imperative for you to comprehend the distinction between a yellow grade soul of the ninth order and the disparity between genius and waste. Chapter 27. You are a body refinement martial artist? The disparity between genius and waste. On behalf of my father, you wish to teach me. Han Qing, who endowed himself with the confidence to look down upon all for having awakened a yellow grade soul of the ninth order, provoked a cold rise in Han Li's brow. A fierce glint of murderous intent flared in his eyes, nearly unmasked. Han Li pondered. He had merely awakened a yellow grade soul of the first order. Why then was he subjected to such derision and suppression from others? Was it a sin to possess a weaker soul? If a feeble soul constituted a sin, then Han Li had no reason to continue yielding to Han Qing. Allowing such behavior to persist would only embolden him further. In his heart, Han Li yearned for swift resolution, to sever all grievances with a single strike, since you wish to teach me on behalf of my father. Then demonstrate the strength that will leave me thoroughly convinced. As Han Li's words fell, a radiant light flashed through the air, as if tearing through the fabric of space itself. With a clang, a blood-red long knife, slender and menacing, materialized in Han Li's grasp, its sharp edge glistening in the sunlight, reminiscent of a venomous serpent poised to strike, as if it were a scythe of death reaping lives. A faint mist of blood enveloped the bloodthirsty knife, heralding its extraordinary nature. Think that without the support of a family, you could possess a profound grade weapon. Han Qing's gaze narrowed slightly as he regarded Han Li's bloodthirsty knife with surprise. Profound grade weapons were not trifles. Each harbored immense spiritual energy and bore intricate runes, each endowed with unique and wondrous abilities. The profound grade weapons also bore a significant distinction. Upon being wielded and infused with true energy, they would manifest an extraordinary phenomenon. The so-called manifestation of the weapon's essence referred to the remarkable nature of profound grade weapons, which could condense a layer of unique radiant light on their surface. Evident in the blood-red mist swirling around the bloodthirsty knife, signifying its exceptional quality. With Han Qing's keen perception, he could discern the level of the long knife in Han Li's hand. It was at least a mid-tier profound grade weapon. Gazing at the bloodthirsty knife, Han Qing smirked, raising his hand to summon forth a long sword interspersed with hues of purple and red. The sword was 3 feet long, with a sharp azure edge that glinted coldly in the sunlight, reflecting the scene around them like a mirror. Lightning and fire arced around the purple-red sword, coalescing into a radiant light that adorned Han Qing's blade. With a flick of his wrist, Han Qing unleashed a melodious chime from the sword, akin to the gentle trickle of a mountain stream. Light and ethereal. Profound grade weapons are not exclusive to you. I possess one as well, crafted personally by a master for my family, Han Qing declared, his finger gliding along the sword's body as he executed a dazzling display of swordplay, transforming into a blur as he advanced, seemingly severing space itself, thrusting the sword toward Han Li's face. Thunder, at least a high-tier yellow-grade sword technique. The family certainly spared no effort in cultivating Han Qing. Han Li gazed intently at the sword thrusting towards him from Han Qing, his heart filled with trepidation as he discerned the strength of the attack. It was evidently a high-level yellow-grade sword technique, one that the Han family had not previously cataloged. Clearly, during Han Li's absence, the family had procured a sword technique from the Divine Martial Commerce Association for Han Qing, which harmonized with Han Qing's thunderous fire soul. As for Han Li, he possessed only the infinite blade method and the sky-slashing strike, both of which were perilously powerful. Today was not the appropriate occasion for their deployment. Nevertheless, even without utilizing his martial techniques, Han Li had refined his own methods with the blade during his time training in the Chilean mountains, coupled with the guidance of a woman in a simple dress. Thus, even without resorting to martial arts, his swordsmanship could rival techniques of mid-level yellow grade and above. With deft control, Han Li's bloodthirsty blade traced an arc through the air, his footwork shifting elegantly, making him appear as one with nature. In a swift motion, he swung down his blade to clash with Han Qing's sword, producing a thunderous resonance. The two weapons brushed past each other, and a single strand of hair fell from Han Qing's temple, akin to a feather drifting down, yet it caught the attention of all present. In that fleeting moment of contact, Han Li's bloodthirsty blade curiously glided along the length of Han Qing's sword, narrowly slicing off a lock of black hair from his temple. Han Qing's strike was evaded in an uncanny manner. The overwhelming sword aura, released from Han Qing's long sword, tore through the ground of the arena like an earth dragon in upheaval, creating a deep chasm. Debris and dust cascaded down, while Han Qing found himself sweating profusely, a sensation of chilling fear gripping him. Just a moment ago, he had felt as though he was teetering on the brink of death, as a cold blade's glint grazed his skin, severing a lock of hair. Damn it, I almost met my end at the hands of this waste. Han Qing seethed with rage and feared it had been so close. Had Han Li not deliberately controlled his blade's edge, he might have lost his head in that instant. Cursing under his breath, Han Qing pivoted and lunged towards Han Li's back, thrusting his sword at a precarious angle. His eyes aflame with murderous intent, his fury laid bare. The surge of true energy erupted from him, transforming into an oppressive force that bore down upon Han Li. I am a second-level Qi refining expert, while you are merely at the 9th level of body refinement. And no matter how proficient your swordsmanship, you shall be forced off this stage. In response to Han Qing's declaration, Han Li remained silent and did not turn. Instead, he deftly positioned his blade horizontally behind him. The sound of clashing metal resonated sharply, a formidable recoil emanated from Han Li's bloodthirsty blade, akin to a colossal force unleashed at that moment. Han Qing's expression shifted dramatically. His long sword struck the blade's surface, bending as if it were parchment, and the immense force rebounded, leaving his arm numb with pain, causing him to stagger backward. Step by step, he retreated, each footfall shattering the ground beneath him. After 15 steps, Han Qing found himself at the edge of the arena. One more misstep, and he would be thrown off the stage, losing his chance to compete for the top 10, even the championship. You are still a body refinement warrior? Once steadied, Han Qing's gaze flickered with astonishment as he regarded Han Li, a body refinement warrior. Could it be that Han Li truly is a body refinement warrior? Perhaps he truly is. Otherwise, how could a yellow-grade, first-level soul remain on the arena? It was unexpected that the former young master of the Han family, after failing to awaken his soul, would opt for the path of body refinement. Yet, even as a body refinement warrior, his growth would ultimately be limited. Among the onlookers, those still spectating voiced their thoughts upon hearing Han Qing's astonishment. In lower tiers, body refinement warriors can indeed surpass their counterparts specializing in true energy, often becoming the elite within their ranks. However, their growth potential is lamentably restricted, unless bolstered by a powerful martial soul and abundant resources. High-level body refinement warriors are exceedingly rare, and many former body refinement warriors eventually shift to true energy cultivation. The path of body refinement is fraught with difficulty. Success necessitates enduring trials that surpass those faced by true energy warriors, refining the body to a terrifying realm capable of tearing through the very fabric of space, reborn from its own blood. Yet the resources required to reach such heights dwarf those needed by other warriors, rendering it untenable for most sections a body refinement warrior. I cannot believe this young man is still a body refinement warrior. I must have misjudged him. The elder from the divine refinement sect observed the scene with a mixture of disbelief and realization as Han Qing spoke, nearly failing to comprehend the implication of Han Li's identity. He is indeed a body refinement warrior. Not only him. The elder glanced at his companions from the 7 martial sects, noting their expressions of shock, followed by understanding. This young man possesses resilience. Having shifted to body refinement in the face of an insurmountable martial soul, he has managed to reach a level comparable to Qi refinement warriors in a short time. Though his soul ultimately constrains his growth, the elder from the Mystic Sword sect lamented with regret. No matter how much we say, this young man is ultimately destined to remain unconnected to the peak of martial arts. The middle-aged man from the snow-hidden valley shook his head, retracting his gaze. The first-level yellow-grade martial soul rendered him entirely uninterested in Han Li. Conversely, Han Qing, his cousin, intrigued him greatly. A 9th-level yellow-grade Thunderfire soul was an exceptionally formidable type, second only to the first-level yellow-grade martial soul geniuses. Among the spectators were notable talents, such as Fong Rulong from the Fong family, Luo Yao from the Duke's Manor, and several others. all of whom were duly noted by the representatives of the seven martial sects. Zhu Qing glanced at Han Li and remarked, "Regardless of his martial soul, this young man possesses an unwavering determination in his martial pursuits. I wish to recommend him for entry into our sect, to see how far he can progress. Is this truly your intent, Zhu Shimi? You wish to recruit this individual into the heavenly martial sect?" The middle-aged man from the snow-hidden valley turned to her, incredulous. While his potential is commendable, his martial soul is undeniably inferior. I doubt the heavenly martial sect would permit you to do so. Indeed, allowing a mere yellow-grade, first-level ant into the heavenly martial sect would lower our standards for recruitment. The elder from the divine refinement sect added, "I will merely exercise my recommendation rights." Facing the astonished gazes of those around her, Zhu Qing revealed a purple-gold iron order inscribed with the words Heavenly Martial. Is that the Heavenly Martial Order? The elder from the Mystic Sword sect felt a jolt of apprehension upon seeing the order in Zhu Qing's hand. With the Heavenly Martial Order in her possession, she indeed had the authority to bring him into the Heavenly Martial sect. The Heavenly Martial Order is a special means of recruitment, typically bestowed upon those close to the holder, essentially a way to circumvent standard procedures. The other sects of the seven martial sects also possess similar orders, granted to those who have achieved great merit, allowing them to accept disciples regardless of innate talent. As Zhu Qing produced the Heavenly Martial Order, a hush fell over the assembly, regardless of whether he is a body refinement warrior. A mere body refinement ant has no place remaining on this stage. That moment, Han Qing unleashed a furious roar. His long sword whirled, splitting into myriad sword shadows that hung suspended in the air like a curtain of rain, cascading down upon Han Li. In that instant, Han Qing's form darted forward, his sword trembling as its song reverberated through the void, akin to a dragon emerging from the water, accompanied by the sounds of thunder and lightning. The tip of his sword gleamed coldly, aimed directly at Han Li's throat. Murderous intent permeated the arena. All present sensed the palpable aura of death emanating from Han Qing. His eyes, devoid of warmth, regarded Han Li as one would a corpse, his expression betraying no emotion. "I am not merely a body refinement warrior. I am also a swordsman." Han Li stood silently in place, his expression calm and his breath steady, seemingly unaffected by Han Qing's presence, yet also appearing somewhat intimidated by Han Qing's imposing aura, rendering him motionless and difficult to comprehend in his intentions. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty blade was thrust directly into the ground by Han Li as he relinquished his hold over it. Instantly, under the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Han Li took a step forward, a hum resonated throughout the arena, and chaos erupted in the square. What is happening? My blade is acting on its own. Could it be that Han Li is controlling our weapons? Impossible. What right does he have to make our weapons tremble? Damn it, this is my weapon. Quiet down. The crowd was filled with the anxious murmurs of warriors. At that moment, all the swords wielded by the martial artists in the square began to tremble uncontrollably as Han Li stepped forward, as if a multitude of blades were bowing to a sovereign. On the stage, Han Li appeared as the monarch of blades. Though his aura seemed ordinary, anyone with discerning eyes could feel a formidable and tyrannical presence emanating from his slender figure clad in a simple blue garment. It was as if the Lord of 10,000 blades had descended. The realm of martial arts. I am the sovereign. Has he perhaps grasped a hint of the blade intent at the sight of the thousands of trembling blades? The spectators, including Zhu Qing of the seven martial sects and the elder Gao Ming of the Xianjian sect, could no longer remain seated and turned their attention towards Han Li, their expressions filled with astonishment. Even Luo Yuan, the Marquis of Nanshan, along with the heads of the 5 great families, looked on with incredulity. Chapter 29. Must I be dictated to by mere ants? How is this possible? The realm of martial arts. The blade intent. Is he not merely a waste with a yellow rank first-order soul? Lear has actually mastered a form of martial arts realm. This is, as they gazed upon the square, where thousands of long blades continued to resonate. The 7 representatives of the 7 martial sects and the innate martial artists in the viewing area widened their eyes in disbelief. They were all knowledgeable individuals, capable of discerning the extraordinary events unfolding before them. From Han Li emanated a profound and elusive aura, akin to the majestic natural order of the heavens. They understood what this meant, yet felt a disorienting sense of confusion. The martial arts realm. It is a mysterious state that many martial artists may not even comprehend. IT fundamentally determines a warrior's future path in martial arts. Each different realm is incredibly powerful and difficult to grasp. A level countless martial artists yearn for to master. A single realm is akin to having clarity in the path one chooses before constructing their towering edifice of martial arts, or establishing a solid foundation for future pursuits of higher realms. And the martial arts realm can only be grasped by the most exceptional geniuses at the body refinement or chi refinement stages. Has he truly only awakened a yellow rank first order soul? A female envoy from the seven martial sects, Myriad, returned to her seat, her eyes filled with disbelief and skepticism. The martial arts realm. Even among the innate experts of the seven martial sects, none have fully comprehended it. Only Chu Qing of the Tianwu sect, a prodigy who broke through to the innate realm at a mere 20 years old, has been able to grasp the martial arts realm ahead of time. Most others are still struggling to understand what the martial arts realm truly entails. Yet now, before them stand a mere yellow rank first order awakened soul who has comprehended the martial arts realm they have long coveted but cannot attain. The disparity left them feeling as if they were inferior even to the most useless of beings. Could it be that I have misjudged? Elder Gao Ming of the Xinjiang sect, with his murky old eyes glinting with keen light, scrutinized Han Li, contemplating a comparison in his mind, that a genius who has grasped the martial arts realm. Even if he possesses a yellow rank first order soul, the mere fact that he can comprehend the martial arts realm makes Gao Ming consider making an exception to accept Han Li into the Xinjiang sect. If a yellow rank first order soul can grasp the martial arts realm, how unimaginable would Han Li's future achievements be if he possessed a more powerful martial arts soul? Gao Ming could not fathom such a scenario. He only knew that if Han Li possessed a soul exceeding the yellow rank first order, even a yellow rank fifth order soul would place him above Gao Ming, making him a figure Gao Ming could hardly aspire to reach. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Ming eventually returned to his seat. The other members of the seven martial sects also resumed their positions. The prospect of a genius who has grasped the martial arts realm was indeed enticing. But the soul remains a formidable barrier, firmly constraining their ambitions, as the envoys of the seven martial sects settled back into their seats. Chu Qing felt a ripple of emotion in her beautiful eyes. With a sudden impulse, she gracefully stepped forward into the void of the world, her pale blue robes flowing in the wind like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, exuding an icy aura that held an inexplicable allure. What does junior sister Chu intend to do? Seeing Chu Qing leave her seat, the crowd cast peculiar glances, uncertain of her motives. Gradually, with each step she took, ripples spread through the air as she approached Han Li's platform. Her beautiful eyes, like pure blue lotuses, sparkled as she spoke softly. What is your intent? With Chu Qing's arrival, all eyes turned towards her, and both Han Li and Han Qing momentarily set aside their conflict, their gazes converging on Chu Qing. Tell me, what is your intent? Chu Qing inquired, her brows slightly furrowed, momentarily displeased by the attention, but she quickly relaxed, an eternal fall into the abyss. This is my intent. May I ask what wisdom you impart, esteemed senior? Han Li replied calmly, meeting Chu Qing's gaze with unwavering composure. He felt no surprise at the unfolding scene. Rather, it aligned with his expectations to eye in the eyes of the onlookers. He was merely a waste with a yellow rank first-order soul, utterly lacking any prospect of ascending to the pinnacle of martial arts. However, once he revealed his comprehension of the boundless blade intent, it was certain to evoke doubt and astonishment among the innate warriors present, an eternal fall into the abyss. Chu Qing's beautiful eyes narrowed into a frown. Just from Han Li's words, she sensed that his understanding of the martial arts realm was far from ordinary. Yet, she could not pinpoint its extraordinary essence. Moments later, Chu Qing lifted her graceful neck, her gaze filled with admiration for Han Li, as she spoke softly. If you win this battle, I can use my authority to bring you into the Tianwu sect. Regardless of your talent or martial arts soul, you shall be permitted to cultivate within the Tianwu sect that you accept. Regardless of talent or martial arts soul. Upon hearing this, Han Li's eyes flickered as he glanced at Chu Qing and then at the other 6 envoys of the 7 martial sects watching the unfolding situation. Suddenly grasping the essence of it all, his revelation of the boundless blade intent had ultimately drawn the attention of this true disciple from the Tianwu sect. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li looked at Chu Qing and replied, "I accept." "Very well. I await your favorable outcome." Chu Qing nodded, turning to depart, at that moment. However, Han Qing's voice interrupted her. "Senior, my martial arts soul is a yellow rank 9th order. Why do you choose this waste with a yellow rank 1st order soul? Is he perhaps a favored one of yours? How could you make such promises in advance? I refuse to accept this." "I, Han Qing, refuse to accept." Han Qing spoke with evident dissatisfaction. He possessed a yellow rank 9th order soul and was a 2nd stage Qi refinement warrior, merely 16 or 17 years of age. Why could a waste awakened with a yellow rank 1st order soul command such respect from a true disciple of the Tianwu sect? Could it be that a yellow rank 1st order soul was regarded as top talent? Han Qing was indignant. Impudent, Chu Qing halted in her tracks, her brows furrowing as she glared at Han Qing, her beautiful features radiating fierce resolve. With a wave of her hand, a gust of true energy coalesced into a tempest that surged directly towards Han Qing. In an instant, he was sent flying, as if struck by a devastating blow, crashing into the arena and creating a deep crater. "Must I be dictated to by you, an insignificant ant?" Chu Qing's voice rang coldly. "Were it not for your youth and low cultivation, along with the inappropriateness of killing today, had you dared to slander me, I would ensure your soul was shattered and your form obliterated." Chapter 30. "I shall claim the head." Cough, 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 Junior. I apologize for my offense. I thank you for your mercy, esteemed senior. On the arena, Han Qing struggled to rise, retrieving a pill from his storage ring and swallowing it, as his complexion slightly improved. He bowed his head towards Chu Qing and spoke. Yet, no one could perceive the deep-seated malice and resentment that flickered in Han Qing's eyes as he lowered his gaze. All of his ire was directed solely at Han Li. Were it not for Han Li, he would not have let his anger get the better of him. Carelessly insulting Chu Qing and tarnishing his own reputation in her eyes, it is worth noting that Chu Qing is an exceptionally beautiful woman. The fact that such a stunning paragon of beauty would take notice of a worthless individual like Han Li and even consider him for admission into the heavenly martial sect left Han Qing in a state of extreme dismay. The competition shall proceed. After gazing intently at Han Qing for a few moments, Chu Qing withdrew her gaze and returned to the observation area. Once she departed, Han Qing regained his composure, shedding the earlier rage and madness, now exuding the demeanor of a refined gentleman, evoking a sense of approachability. Yet, many understood the fierce anger that lay concealed beneath Han Qing's seemingly gentle facade. Han Li, you shall pay for this. A cold, menacing glint flickered in Han Qing's eyes, his gaze filled with a desire to tear Han Li apart. With those words, Han Qing turned and approached Luo Yao, Feng Rulong, and others. He was inherently a genius with a yellow-grade 9th-tier soul, possessing the cultivation of the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Were it not for Han Li's interference, he would not have personally entered the fray. Now, following Chu Qing's involvement, Han Qing contained his fury, forcefully repressing his rage as he awaited the determination of the top 10 that among the 19 participants. 9 must be eliminated from the arena for the rankings of the top 10 to continue. Let us join forces and expel Han Li from the arena, and then decide among ourselves who among us will enter the top 10, aside from Han Qing and the 5 major families. 6 individuals from the Marquis House, the remaining 12, turned their gazes towards Han Li. They had all witnessed the previous clash between Han Li and Han Qing and understood that Han Li was not to be trifled with. However, in comparison to the depleted Han Qing, Han Li appeared to be the ideal target for elimination. After all, Han Qing had the backing of the Han family's resources. No one knew how many pills or martial techniques were at his disposal. Han Li, on the other hand, had made his challenge public that very day in Nanshan Prefecture. It was clear that he wouldn't have access to resources from the Han family. Thus, they believed that Han Li had few pills available for recovering his true energy. Hence, they opted to unite and eliminate this formidable rival first. Are you all truly choosing the softest target to squeeze? Han Li remarked calmly as the 12 individuals formed a united front against him. You have already expended too much energy in your battle with Han Qing. Now, with all 13 of us joining forces, we naturally aim to expel you first. It is unfortunate that you possess a yellow-grade first-tier soul and are merely at the 9th level of body refinement. One of them retorted. Indeed, since you have already drained much of your strength, we must prioritize your elimination. You have already secured your entry into the Heavenly Martial Sect. Why continue to compete for the top 10 with us? Among the 12, one tightened their grip on their weapon, their true energy surging as if ready to strike at Han Li at any moment. Is this truly your choice? Han Li paused for a moment, then turned his gaze towards them and inquired. I may possess a yellow-grade first-tier soul, but have you contemplated the possibility that I could expel each one of you from the arena? That is contingent upon your ability to do so. Attack! With a cold huff, the united front of 12 charged towards Han Li simultaneously. Various weapons, imbued with true energy, surged forth as if seeking to tear him apart. Among the 12 were the young man in yellow wielding a knife, the woman adept with a spear, and the robust man wielding a massive axe. Their combined onslaught resembled an impenetrable net that enveloped Han Li. The torrent of true energy surged around him, akin to blades seeking to pierce his very being, causing a tingling sensation to spread across his body. These 12 were the strongest survivors from the elimination rounds, all boasting cultivation levels above the 9th level of body refinement. They offered no respite to Han Li, seemingly intent on expelling him from the arena in one fell swoop. It seems I must reveal my true capabilities, Han Li mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. He raised his hand, summoning the bloodthirsty blade, which trembled slightly before breaking free from the ground and landing in his grasp. In that instant, a gentle breeze swept by, the azure fabric of his attire fluttering in the wind. Grasping the blood-red, slender blade, strands of hair danced in the air. With the blade in hand, his eyes sparkled like stars, his stance as firm as an ancient pine, and his aura transformed in that fleeting moment. It was as if a frail scholar had instantly metamorphosed into a supreme master of the blade, wielding the long knife like a sovereign of blades. His seemingly mundane gaze radiated an indescribable aura of pressure. The essence of his intent was palpable. A gasp echoed among the crowd, as they immediately felt the weight of the pressure bearing down upon them, akin to bearing the weight of a colossal mountain. The terrifying force compelled their movements to slow. Is this the essence of martial arts? Someone pondered with trepidation. They had never anticipated that the martial intent emanating from Han Li would exert such an indescribable pressure, as if facing an invincible innate-level warrior. 10 deaths without a chance of survival. What martial intent? My blade is sufficient to cleave through all. The young man in yellow, gripping his knife, spoke with great difficulty before leaping into the air, executing a heavy downward slash as if tearing apart heaven and earth, splitting the very fabric of space that, in the eyes of all, a brilliant flash of white light surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. I do not believe in any martial intent. I will break through it. The burly man with the massive axe echoed defiantly. He stomped his feet onto the ground, cracking it beneath his weight. The woman with the spear unleashed her technique, akin to 100 birds flocking to the phoenix, from an exceedingly cunning angle, unleashing a barrage of starlit strikes that resembled a breathtaking starry sky, yet brimming with lethal intent. You all possess commendable skills, but you have chosen the wrong opponent. Han Li observed the 3 individuals who seemed undeterred by his martial intent, acknowledging their prowess, unlike others who appeared formidable yet were merely empty shells. These 3 demonstrated genuine combat experience, clearly well-versed in battle against both humans and beasts. They were among the few truly capable individuals he faced. However, this did not deter Han Li from remaining in the arena. He lifted the bloodthirsty blade above his head, infusing it with true energy. In an instant, the blade transformed into a flaming long knife, stretching 2 to 3 meters in length. That I will claim the title of champion in this martial gathering. With that declaration, the flaming long knife cleaved downwards in response. Chapter 31. The top 10 decided. Fong Rulong's strength arrogant. The young man in yellow sneered, As if mocking Han Li's audacity, a mere yellow-grade first-tier soul dared to claim the title of champion? Regardless of whether he had a chance or not, Han Qing, Luo Yao, Feng Rulong, and others were not to be underestimated. Even if all of them joined forces, they might still struggle to defeat the trio and could even suffer a crushing defeat. The youth could scarcely fathom who had instilled such courage in Han Li, allowing him to utter such foolish words devoid of intelligence. You will soon find out whether this is arrogance. Han Li remained unfazed, channeling true energy into the bloodthirsty blade, causing the fiery long knife to rend the air as if tearing apart reality itself, coalescing into a dragon of flame that unleashed a sweeping strike toward the crowd. With a roar, the flaming long knife broke free from Han Li's grip, morphing into a colossal dragon, its roar echoing through the in a thunderous crash. The fiery dragon swung its massive tail, accompanied by a terrifying wave of heat that crashed against the abdomen of the young man in yellow and his companions, igniting their garments in flames. Boom! 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 The sound of 3 tremendous explosions reverberated. The figures of the young man in yellow and his 2 companions were sent flying like kites caught in a storm, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Cough, cough! How strong! We couldn't even withstand a single exchange. The robust and towering youth emerged from the haze of dust, using his colossal axe as a makeshift cane to support his seemingly precarious frame. Behind him, the young man in yellow and the woman wielding a spear struggled to step forward, the latter clutching her chest and leaning heavily on her weapon. Their complexions bore a pallid, fragile hue, as if the recent clash had inflicted severe wounds upon them. The overwhelming force they had just encountered had utterly obliterated their capacity to retaliate, leaving a lingering, terrifying aura of blade energy coiling within them. Despite their earnest attempts to channel their vital energy to dispel this malevolent force, their efforts were in vain, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. Rather than alleviating their plight, it only served to augment the potency of the blade energy within. We concede. Let us disperse the blade energy within us, the spear-wielding woman uttered weakly, coughing up a mouthful of blood. That I too concede. The robust youth interjected suddenly, adding, I acknowledge your prowess, yet your fate-bound soul constrains your future. Today's defeat will merely be a chapter in my life. I shall undoubtedly surpass the current you in the days to come. With that, he hoisted his massive axe and departed the arena, followed closely by the spear-wielding woman. After a moment's hesitation, the young man in yellow also made his exit. The situation had become exceedingly clear. Although Han Li possessed a mere yellow-grade first-tier fate-bound soul, his strength was not inferior to that of Han Qing, who had awakened a yellow-grade 9th-tier soul. With such a formidable anomaly among them, the trio had no chance of competing for the title of champion in this martial arts gala. Continuing the battle against Han, Li was merely a means to gain the favor of certain emissaries from the 7 martial clans, allowing them to join one of the sections even if they lost and voluntarily left the arena. Their talents and abilities would still be duly noted by the emissaries of the 7 martial clans, granting them the opportunity to select a sect that suited their inclinations after the event's conclusion. And what of you? I would prefer not to engage further with you. Han Li's gaze fell upon the remaining 9 participants. He understood that this group had effectively been eliminated from contention for the top 10 positions in the martial arts competition. Prior to the commencement of the 3rd round, the deputy from the Duke's estate had stated that rankings would be based on the order of the martial artist performances as well as their overall capabilities. Aside from the robust youth, the young man in yellow, and the spear-wielding woman, the remaining 9 were rendered incapable of even resisting under Han Li's oppressive blade intent, clearly indicating their exclusion from the top 10 ranks. In contrast, the trio, despite conceding early, would still find themselves among the final 10 that we concede. We too concede. Upon hearing Han Li's words, they could hardly feign ignorance. Moreover, under the pressure of Han Li's blade intent, they lacked even the courage to retaliate. How could they dare to continue battling him? As they exited in succession, only 7 remained on the arena. Han Li, Han Qing, Luo Yao, Feng Rulong, and the 3 young clan leaders from the 5 prominent families of Nanshan County. The next battle would determine the champion. Han Li's gaze settled on Han Qing and Luo Yao. The rankings for the top 10 had now been largely established. What remained was the confrontation between Han Li and the others. Esteemed colleagues, I have an immature suggestion, and I wonder if it is appropriate to voice it. Feng Rulong stepped forward, exuding the poise characteristic of a scion from a prominent family, his demeanor akin to a gentle breeze. Observing Feng Rulong's appearance, Han Li's heart swelled with an instinctive wariness, sensing an implicit threat emanating from him. Speak freely, Feng. Once you finish, we shall promptly determine the champion and commence the final comprehension test to secure the rewards of this gathering. One of the young clan leaders asserted. The other two echoed their agreement. Though Luo Yao and Han Qing remained silent, their gazes were fixed upon Feng Rulong. Addressing the assembly, Feng Rulong spoke with humility. I, lacking in talent, wish to challenge each of you individually to directly establish the champion of the first trial. Are you serious, Brother Feng? As his words hung in the air, a sudden stillness enveloped the arena. Not a single sound broke the silence, as if a pin could be heard falling. Naturally, I have endured much to await this day. Feng Rulong replied calmly, standing tall with an imposing presence, his eyes reflecting a sense of supremacy. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura surged forth from within him, akin to a primordial tide crashing upon the shores. This power, is he at the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm? No, it cannot be. He has reached the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm. The crowd's pupils dilated in shock as they felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a powerful, innate expert tightening its grip around their throats. In that moment, Han Qing and the others regarded Feng Rulong with astonishment. Impossible! Our cultivation level should have been equivalent at the 2nd level of the Qi refinement realm. Han Qing exclaimed incredulously, his gaze filled with disbelief. You possess a yellow-grade, 8th-tier fate-bound soul. How can you wield the strength of the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm? I am the one with the yellow-grade, 9th-tier martial fate soul. He was a prodigy of the 9th-tier soul. Yet here was Feng Rulong, a mere yellow-grade, 8th-tier soul, surpassing him in cultivation speed, a notion he found utterly implausible. As Han Qing voiced his skepticism, a resounding laughter erupted from the spectators' seats, reverberating throughout the square, echoing in the stunned minds of all present. Huh. My son possesses a pure June Sword fate-bound soul of the 2nd rank. How could it possibly compare to your paltry yellow-grade, 9th-tier soul? Feng Tianyue rose, laughing heartily, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. With his words, a cacophony of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Feng. Young Master Feng possesses a 2nd-rank fate-bound soul? Wasn't it an 8th-tier soul? How could it suddenly be his 2nd rank? I suspect the Feng family concealed the true grade of his fate-bound soul during young Master Feng Rulong's awakening, waiting for today. The 2nd-rank fate-bound soul? Good heavens, is this not the highest fate-bound soul awakened in the history of Nanshan County? Young Master Feng Rulong proves to be a truly extraordinary talent. In stark contrast, Han Qing appeared utterly outclassed. The clamor pierced Han Qing's heart like daggers, each word a painful reminder of his inadequacy. Feng Rulong awakened a 2nd-rank fate-bound soul. How could this be? He has surpassed me in strength. The shock was palpable, and beside Han Qing, Luo Yao regarded him with astonishment. Although her fate-bound soul was also of the profound rank, it was merely a 1st rank, a chasm of difference compared to Feng Rulong's 2nd-rank soul. The disparity in the quality of their fate-bound souls was vast, especially when crossing from yellow grade to profound grade. The latter no longer restrained a practitioner's potential, offering a significant enhancement that a profound grade fate-bound soul greatly amplified a martial artist's innate abilities, easily enabling them to become innate experts and even transcend into the realms of Zifu, Ningying, or even Huashan. I'm not only a 2nd-rank profound grade soul, but I am also an awakened chosen one, endowed with the wisdom of past lives. What qualifications do you possess to contend with me for the title of champion and the 1st-place reward? Feng Rulong fully embraced his arrogance, looking down upon the others as if he had ascended to the heights of divinity. Derisively regarding Han Qing and the others that he was a chosen one, an awakened wielder of a 2nd-rank profound-grade fate-bound soul, and a young martial artist at the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm. Such extraordinary talent and strength raised the question, who among the assembly could possibly rival him? With his second-rank, profound-grade, fate-bound soul and status as a chosen one, Nanshan County was on the verge of producing a remarkable figure. The eyes of the emissaries from the 7 martial clans glimmered with astonishment and a fervent desire to recruit Fong Rulong. The essence of a chosen one, combined with a second-rank, profound-grade, fate-bound soul, promised the potential for greatness, and they understood that securing him could yield immense reward for their sections. This was no ordinary talent. The combination of a second-rank, profound-grade, fate-bound soul and the wisdom of a chosen one signified that, barring any unforeseen setbacks, he would undoubtedly ascend to the Huashan realm or beyond. The emissaries were resolute. They must secure Fong Rulong for their ranks. The second-tier soul of the Xian grade is indeed a commendable talent. Yet the chosen one, Chu Qing, cast a glance of slight disdain at Fong Rulongji. In her perspective, the so-called chosen ones are merely remnants of failures from their past lives, reborn through secretive techniques after their demise. If one could not break through in their previous existence, how could they expect to easily surpass their limits in the next life by merely retaining their foundation? It was simply a cowardly individual, fearing death as their lifespan dwindled, who sought every means to reincarnate, thus becoming what the world dubbed a chosen one. Perhaps, should they not perish prematurely, they might successfully ascend to the realm of divine transformation. However, transcending the limits of their past lives would prove exceedingly difficult, leaving them perpetually ensnared in their original circumstances, living an existence devoid of purpose. In contrast, Chu Qing felt a greater sense of regret for Han Li's talent. Possessing a yellow-grade first-tier soul, he had already grasped the essence of martial arts. If he were bestowed with a more formidable martial soul, his future path would undoubtedly rival, if not surpass, that of the so-called chosen one, Fong Rulong, with his second-tier Xian grade soul. Indeed, he might even exceed Fong Rulong. Now, I offer you all a chance to challenge me. Perhaps together you might have a chance to defeat me, Fong Rulong proclaimed with a gentle smile. Behind him, his soul manifested, revealing an ethereal realm where a pure white longsword emerged, suffused with boundless sword energy, as if it were the Lord of Swords. The moment the longsword materialized, every nearby blade resonated, seemingly responding to the call of the sword's sovereign, eager to submit to the manifestation of Fong Rulong's pure Jun sword soul. "Damn it! I will fight you!" Han Qing exclaimed in anger, but he stepped forward, his thunderfire soul appearing behind him, subsequently merging into his being. In an instant, a terrifying conflation of thunder and flames erupted around Han Qing. That moment, he felt as though he had transformed into an omnipotent deity of thunder and fire. The forces of lightning and flame from the heavens surged within him, ready to be commanded. With a swift motion, he summoned a long sword, thunder and fire enveloping its blade, extending like an extension of his arm as it shot towards Fong Rulong like a bolt of lightning. "By your merit, you have yet to earn the right." Fong Rulong scoffed coldly, raising his hand to summon his pure Jun sword soul, which transformed into a streak of light and fell into his grasp. This was characteristic of weapon-type souls. They could manifest as weapons, becoming means of combat, and if integrated with a sword in hand, they could further enhance its might. As the pure Jun sword settled in Fong Rulong's grasp, a wave of sword energy erupted forth, cleaving through the air as if parting clouds and rending the earth. The terrifying force struck Han Qing with a single stroke. As the sword energy neared, Han Qing's expression changed drastically, and he sought to defend himself. However, Fong Rulong's sword energy exceeded Han Qing's expectations of power. The long sword he had raised shattered with a crack, split in two in that fleeting moment. The sword energy pierced Han Qing's chest, leaving a gaping, ghastly wound in his tattered garments, crimson blood pouring forth. His complexion turned pale in an instant. "You possess commendable talent, should you choose to become my servant. One day you might rise to a status beyond the innate realm." Fong Rulong stepped forward, the pure Jun sword soul poised at Han Qing's throat, its imposing sharpness threatening to sever his life. Fong Rulong regarded Han Qing with a cold smile, his expression devoid of emotion. "What do you think? Become my servant, and you shall live." Chapter 33. Pride in me, Azure Fire Phoenix. Gulp. Han Qing gazed at the pure Jun sword, now just an inch from him, and involuntarily swallowed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. So close, just a hair's breadth away from meeting his end at Fong Rulong's sword, feeling the sharp sting of the blade. Han Qing found himself engulfed in a moment of hesitation. Should he acquiesce to Fong Rulong and become his servant, willingly relegating himself to mere embellishment? Or should he remain unyielding unto death? Seeking a glimmer of hope for survival, he sensed that Fong Rulong was not jesting. He was genuinely inquiring, and a palpable killing intent loomed over him, driving Han Qing to make a swift decision. "I give you little time. Respond promptly," Fong Rulong declared, pressing the sword's tip against Han Qing's throat, a trickle of crimson blood seeping forth, staining the pure June sword soul. "No, don't kill me. I submit. I submit to you." As the long sword pressed down and blood trickled from his throat, Han Qing's body involuntarily trembled, his eyes filled with trepidation and fear. "Master, I do not wish to die. Allow me to become your servant, to toil for you." In that moment, Han Qing resembled a stray dog, expressing an overwhelming yearning for survival as he faced the brink of death. He was a wielder of a yellow-grade, ninth-tier soul. How could he perish on this stage? He aspired to be the head of the Han clan, to become a martial powerhouse. How could he die here? The desire to cling to life led Han Qing to completely relinquish any semblance of dignity associated with being a martial cultivator. In his eyes, the dignity and principles of a martial cultivator were utterly worthless. What good were they if he could not survive? Clearly, such pride and integrity were insurmountable obstacles in the face of death. "Ha! Well then, since you plead so earnestly, I shall accept you as my obedient dog," Fong Rulong remarked, gazing at Han Qing with amusement, chuckling heartily, seemingly astonished that someone with a yellow-grade ninth-tier soul could so readily surrender under the threat of death, willingly becoming his subordinate. Thank you, master," Han Qing stammered, his voice rife with subservience as Fong Rulong withdrew the pure June sword soul. This display of utter humiliation rendered Han Qing a figure of contempt. Was this the mindset a talent with a yellow-grade, ninth-tier soul ought to possess? The envoys from the seven sects of martial arts looked upon the unfolding events with disdain, loathing Han Qing for his lack of fighting spirit, choosing instead to become another's vassal. However, this was Han Qing's personal choice. They could not intervene, though their impression of him had plummeted. It was undeniable that Han Qing, with his yellow-grade ninth-tier soul, was indeed a promising talent within the divine martial prefecture. Damnable wretch! How could I have given birth to such a cowardly fool? Meanwhile, as Han Qing groveled before Fong Rulong, his father, Han Tianyong, rose in a fit of rage from the viewing area, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at Han Qing, berating him. "What of your pride as a member of the Han family? Is this how you choose to disgrace your father? Useless. If you remember you are a member of the Han clan, a genius with a yellow-grade ninth-tier soul, then stand up. Otherwise, I, Han Tianyong, have no son such as you." Han Tianyong was utterly incensed. He had aspired to be the leader of the Han clan, harboring this ambition since the death of the clan's eldest. After the passing of the old patriarch, he was the rightful heir to the clan leader's position. Yet the old patriarch had bequeathed that title to Han Li's father, a fact that left Han Tianyong deeply dissatisfied. Nevertheless, he still prioritized the clan above all else. But he never anticipated that his son, awakened with a yellow-grade ninth-tier soul, would be such a failure, willingly choosing to become another subordinate in the face of life and death. To live a life of servitude, groveling, and begging. This profoundly disappointed Han Tianyong, leading him to regret not having cast this wretch against the wall when he had the chance. "Father, a wise bird chooses its perch. I merely chose to follow a master, and one day you will take pride in me." Han Qing frowned, addressing Han Tianyong in the viewing area. Regardless of Han Tianyong's words, having chosen to become Fong Rulong's dog, there was no turning back. With so many witnesses present, he could not silence the voices of the crowd. Thus, he could only force himself to face the situation with shamelessness. "Very well. I, Han Tianyong, have no son like you. If you wish to be another's dog, then go ahead. From now on, do not dare to call yourself a member of the Han clan." Han Tianyong's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly taken aback by Han Qing's words. When did becoming someone else's dog become a source of parental pride? What kind of audacity did it take to utter such words? Han Qing's statement left Han Tianyong profoundly disappointed, leading him to completely sever ties with his son. With that thought, Han Tianyong stormed away from the scene, unable to guarantee he wouldn't disregard the rules of the tournament and rush to strangle this fool himself at a truly good dog. Fong Rulong surveyed the shameless Han Qing with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Since you have chosen to be my servant, then I shall leave them to your discretion. Fong Rulong gestured with the pure Jun sword soul towards Han Li and Luo Yao. As a sixth-tier cultivator of the Qi refining stage, possessing the pure Jun sword soul of the second-tier Xian grade, he intended to make full use of Han Qing now that he had willingly become his subordinate. Yes, I shall handle everything perfectly. Upon hearing Han Qing's words, he promptly responded that a glimmer of cold light flashed in his hand as he retrieved a spare longsword from his storage ring. Facing Han Li and the others, he declared, "Young Master Fong has instructed me to deal with you. You now have a choice. Either concede and depart willingly, or submit to young Master Fong. Otherwise, I shall personally escort you out." With a scoff, he added, "To retreat without a fight and submit to another is not in my nature. If you wish for me to concede, then let us battle." A young clan leader from one of the 5 prominent families stepped forward, his long sword pointed menacingly at Han Qing, his eyes ablaze with martial spirit, laced with a hint of disdain and contempt for Han Qing. Luo Yao also stepped forward, stating, "Though my cultivation is modest, I possess a profound great soul and shall not stoop to the level of conceding." As her words fell, a cry of a phoenix echoed through the skies. Behind Luo Yao, a verdant flame descended, resembling a vast sea of fire enveloping the heavens. Within this azure inferno, a creature akin to a phoenix, with wings outstretched, soared majestically amidst the clouds that in an instant. A divine and imposing aura emanated from Luo Yao's profound great soul, the azure fire phoenix, akin to the king of birds and beasts, crowned with a formidable feather diadem, exerting an overwhelming pressure. Chapter 34. To not act as a human child is to waste one's humanity. Is that truly the azure fire phoenix of the first rank of profound great soul? I never anticipated that the Marquis of Luo would possess such a hidden gem, as his daughter awakened the azure fire phoenix of the first rank. The emissaries from the 7 martial sects gazed in astonishment at the manifestation of the azure fire phoenix above Luo Yao. The rank of the soul, classified as profound grade first rank, belongs to beast-type souls, making it one of the elite within the profound grade. Compared to Fong Rulong's profound grade second rank pure Jun sword, it is not lacking. The mere difference of 1 rank astonished the emissaries of the 7 martial sects. Who would have thought that in the relatively obscure Nanshan County, 2 martial practitioners of profound grade first and second rank souls would emerge? Such occurrences are exceedingly rare in Nanshan County. Typically, the awakening of a martial practitioner with a yellow grade 9th rank soul is already a matter worthy of city-wide celebration. Who could have foreseen that not only did Fong Rulong, the young clan leader of the Fong family, awaken a profound grade 2nd rank pure Jun sword soul, but also the jewel of the Marquis of Nanshan awakened a profound grade 1st rank azure fire phoenix soul? The emissaries of the 7 martial sects were somewhat bewildered. Had profound grade souls truly become so commonplace? In a remote county, 2 martial practitioners with profound grade souls appeared consecutively. Could a third one possibly emerge? The young lady merely possessed slight qualifications. To rashly publicize it would only invite ridicule. Thus the Marquis's household completely sealed off the news. Luo Yuan smiled faintly, his seemingly calm expression betraying an uncontainable joy. The profound grade first rank azure fire phoenix soul, while not comparable to Fong Rulong's superior pure Jun sword soul, was nonetheless an exceptionally powerful and attention-grabbing talent. The Marquis was being overly modest. Observing Luo Yuan's demeanor, the onlookers could only smile wryly. It is only natural that anyone with a descendant awakening a profound grade soul would exhibit emotions akin to Luo Yuan's, that a talent with a profound grade soul is sufficient to ensure the family's continuation and even elevate its status. Many families seek to bind a profound grade soul talent through marriage or by accepting non-kin disciples from commoner backgrounds. If the talent is exceptional, they would even arrange marriages with their daughters. intertwining family interests through various means to deepen their ties, a profound grade first-rank soul. The Azure Fire Phoenix. Gazing at the Azure Fire Phoenix soaring in the skies above Luo Yao, the individuals on the arena were momentarily stunned. Following Fong Rulong, another emerged with a profound grade first-rank soul, Luo Yao, and a beast-type soul no less. Unbeknownst to me, you two possess a profound grade soul. Fong Rulong stepped forward, pushing aside Han Qing, his sharp brows fixed on Luo Yao, as he remarked. I had my suspicions that you possessed a profound grade soul, and it turns out to be true. Fong Rulong scrutinized Luo Yao. The young lady of the Marquis's household had awakened a soul, yet not a whisper of this had reached the outside world. Anyone reflecting on it could deduce that Luo Yao's awakened soul was extraordinary. To that end, I shall allow Han Qing to handle them first. You and I will determine the victor afterwards. Fong Rulong pondered momentarily before asking, what do you think? Of course, Luo Yao replied with a slight nod. In the arena, the strongest souls were hers and Fong Rulong's, while the others, like Han Qing, were only marginally noteworthy. Apart from them, the others possessed souls ranked at yellow grade 8th rank or below and were not worth her effort. With Han Qing taking on the task, Luo Yao felt considerably relieved, allowing her to focus solely on her battle with Fong Rulong. In the concluding 2 trials, the soul testing was largely a formality. There would be no further assessments at the grand event, as the primary focus lay on the test of comprehension, which was one of the key highlights of the gathering. Go ahead, Han Qing, Fong Rulong commanded, casting a glance at Han Qing after receiving Luo Yao's consent. Han Qing nodded and, drawing his sword, advanced towards Han Li and the others that he was now Fong Rulong's servant and had no choice but to accept this reality. Regarding Fong Rulong's orders, he could only comply. Moreover, with Fong Rulong being a profound grade 2nd rank soul and a chosen one awakened with past wisdom, Han Qing suddenly felt that following Fong Rulong might not be a bad thing. Perhaps one day, he might earn Fong Rulong's favor and glimpse the pinnacle of martial arts. Martial arts disgrace, someone coldly remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Han Qing. As the words fell, they charged towards Han Qing. Vital energy surged, martial skills were unleashed, and blades clashed as they engaged in combat. Amidst the rapid exchanges, figures darted across the arena, their speed dazzling to behold. In the chaotic melee of soul and weaponry, Han Qing found himself battling the 3 young martial artists, each possessing yellow grade 7th rank souls, aside from Han Li, with an overwhelming advantage in soul rank and exquisite martial techniques, coupled with his cultivation at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. He fought evenly with them, displaying a tendency to dominate. Moments later, with a series of thuds, 3 figures were sent tumbling off the arena. Han Qing remained victorious, yet his vital energy was utterly depleted, leaving his complexion pale. He retrieved a red pill from his storage ring and consumed it, his pallor gradually returning to a healthy hue. Han Li, it's your turn. Will you descend willingly, or shall I invite you down? Han Qing inquired, looking at Han Li after regaining some vitality. Aside from him, Fong Rulong and Luo Yao, 3 of the original 7 had been forcibly eliminated by Han Qing. Now, only Han Li remained. That I believe it should be you who descends. Han Li replied. Shaking his head, he stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Han Qing, disappointment evident in his voice. Previously, our clash at the Han family was merely a matter of youthful bravado. That I believe that even if my father did not become the clan leader, you, my 2nd uncle, would suffice. Yet, I never anticipated you would willingly become the hound of the Fong family, causing such distress to my 2nd uncle. Truly, you are unworthy of being called a son. To the victor goes the spoils. That I am merely surviving by the grace of the strong. What is wrong with that? Han Qing retorted coldly, his expression a mix of green and red, clearly displeased and repulsed by Han Li's words. He immediately unleashed a sword qi, exuding the intent to slay Han Li with a single strike. Stubborn fool. Han Li replied coldly, his gaze fixed on the approaching sword qi as he pointed a finger forward, as if to intercept it from a distance. The sword qi that Han Qing had unleashed froze in midair the moment it touched Han Li's fingertip, suspended in the air. What have you done? Han Qing exclaimed, his eyelids twitching as an ominous premonition surged within him. Shatter, Han Li uttered softly. The sword chi before him abruptly fragmented. He advanced, an inexplicable aura rising from his being. It was as if he were a purgatory, a stupa, a hell on earth. Horrific and unimaginable illusions flooded Han Qing's mind, as if he were witnessing a terrifying world filled with infinite suffering and ceaseless torment, being flayed alive, having his bones extracted, and enduring the relentless tortures of hell without respite. A psychological torment washed over Han Qing, manifesting as a flicker of panic and dread upon his face. The look of confusion emerged in his eyes. Chapter 35. Han Qing is futile. All of you, attack together. What is happening? Han Qing stood frozen in place, while Feng Rulong suddenly cast his gaze towards Han Li. The antenna blade merely fell upon Han Qing. And regardless of how benevolent Feng Rulong's expression might appear, when the blade intent did not intentionally target him, he could only be left in a state of bewilderment. However, the representatives of the 7 martial sects observing from the stands had clarity of mind. The realm of martial arts is indeed so profound that I wish for one to perceive and feel it, so they may come to understand the existence of this martial realm, that if one is unwilling or reluctant. Even if they are aware of the martial realm, they can only stand by and watch, unable to participate in any manner. Naturally, given their level of cultivation, they could discern that Han Li had displayed the martial realm to Han Qing without any need for conditions. At this moment, Han Qing had already fallen deeply into Han Li's martial realm. The only way out would be if his will could surpass Han Li's, that otherwise, he would forever be submerged within Han Li's martial realm. His life and death resting solely in Han Li's control. Why? What has happened to me? Han Qing gasped heavily, his eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, sweat pouring down his fair face, his back drenched. As he looked toward Han Li with a lingering fear, "Devil, you are a devil," he exclaimed in terror. Moments ago, it felt as if he had endured endless years of torment in hell, being punished by the vicious as Han Li swung the bloodthirsty blade in a horizontal arc, successfully parrying the sword chi. Immediately, a tingling sensation coursed through his arm, and he stumbled back a step, dissipating the immense force that had assailed him. His arms felt as though they had been rendered numb, as if they no longer belonged to him. Such formidable strength. Was this truly the prowess of a 6th-level chi refining realm cultivator? A calmness, distinct from ordinary mortals, flickered in Han Li's eyes as he observed Feng Rulong approaching. That single sword chi had nearly overwhelmed him. If another were to come, it would surely present him with considerable difficulty. Interesting, Feng Rulong mused, astonished. My sword chi merely forced you back a step. Indeed, one must not underestimate those who comprehend the essence of martial arts. The fact that Han Li had managed to withstand his sword chi was hardly surprising. However, the revelation that Han Li had only taken a single step back was truly beyond Feng Rulong's expectations. Nevertheless, I shall not allow you to withstand my next strike so easily, Feng Rulong declared impassively. The pure Jun sword spirit manifested in his hand, and he unleashed a sword technique with ferocity, akin to a lightning-fast strike. Before Han Li could even discern Feng Rulong's movements, he was met with a blinding white sword light that a premonition of death surged within him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Much like a startled rabbit, he had no choice but to receive it head-on. In a fleeting moment, Han Li's mind remained unperturbed as he swiftly analyzed how to counter Feng Rulong's strike. He then wielded the bloodthirsty blade, channeling his true energy into it. The blade ignited as if it were a flame, drenched in blood, radiant as fire, and vibrant as fresh blood. Gripping the hilt, he shouted, and with a sweeping motion, unleashed a blade aura that soared forth like a crescent moon, colliding with Feng Rulong's sword light to nullify its threat. And that moment, Han Li inhaled deeply. His figure, clad in azure, surged forward like an arrow shot from a bow, moving with the speed of thunder, leaving behind only an afterimage. He closed the distance to Feng Rulong. He leaped into the air, resembling a celestial crane that a torrent of true energy surged into the bloodthirsty blade, which condensed into a flame-infused sword spanning over 10 meters, emanating a rich, malevolent aura. A faint blood mist enveloped Han Li's form, as if he had transformed into a slaughtering demon, with cold battle intent and murderous intent radiating from his eyes. "Is this your true strength?" With a clang, Fong Rulong raised the pure June sword without so much as lifting an eyebrow, effortlessly blocking the descending flame blade. His eyes were as tranquil as still water. His figure as upright as a pine tree, clad in white like an immortal. With a detached gaze, he remarked, "If this is all you can muster, it would be best for you to retreat." As his words fell, the pure June sword gleamed brightly. 100 beams of white sword chi surged forth, weaving a massive net that rushed towards Han Li. Each strand of sword chi bore the full force of a first or second level chi refining realm warrior. Any ordinary body refinement realm cultivator would be utterly annihilated by Fong Rulong's sword chi before they could even mount a defense, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Upon witnessing these sword chi, Han Li wasted no time in retreating at breakneck speed. Yet, Fong Rulong would not grant him the opportunity. Observing Han Li's retreating figure, a cold smirk crept upon his lips as he vanished from sight. "Behind you!" Han Li's hair stood on end, and alarm bells rang in his heart. As he turned, the bloodthirsty blade cleaved through the air with ferocity. Clang! Sparks flew as the sword and blade collided. And Han Li used the rebound to leap out of Fong Rulong's attack range. How did he manage to get behind me? Han Li pondered, casting a glance at Fong Rulong's eye in that fleeting moment. Had it not been for his instinctive awareness of impending danger, he would have surely suffered grievous harm from Fong Rulong's sword. Simultaneously, he grew increasingly wary of Fong Rulong's sudden disappearance. The speed at which Fong Rulong had maneuvered was beyond his comprehension. Appearing directly at his rear without a trace, without vigilance, Han Li might find himself cast off the stage. "Have you evaded?" Fong Rulong's expression faltered upon seeing Han Li vanish, as he gazed at Han Li. The murderous intent in his eyes was no longer concealed. Although he was a 6th-level chi refining realm warrior, Han Li's repeated evasions stirred within Fong Rulong a flicker of wariness and killing intent. "You prefer to dodge, do you? Then I shall let you continue to evade." Fong Rulong grinned maliciously, bringing his hands together to form a seal. With true energy circulating and spiritual energy converging, the second-tier pure June sword spirit emitted a soft, melodious sword cry. Under the infusion of a 6th-level chi refining realm warrior's true energy, the pure June sword shot forth, soaring through the void like a celestial dragon, entwined with sword chi and true energy, creating the illusion that it could slay a pulse-establishing realm warrior, tracing an eerie path as if it possessed its own sentience, attacking Han Li without the need for Fong Rulong's direct control. This sword technique was originally intended to be my trump card for the finale. "Since you are so adept at dodging, let's see if you can survive my sword technique," Fong Rulong declared. He clapped his hands together, and the pure June sword's speed surged dramatically as it aimed directly at Han Li's brow. Chapter 37. An inferno of despair. A stunningly talented figure, the sword light flickered like a rainbow, vanishing in an instant. To Han Li, the trajectory of the pure June sword was nearly impossible to discern as it lunged toward him. A sharp pain pierced his brow. Without hesitation, he turned and executed his own evasive technique, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he dashed across the stage like a tempest. Behind him, the pure June sword, driven by Fong Rulong's remote manipulation, followed closely, as if an extension of his own limbs. Should Han Li falter even slightly, he would suffer a grievous blow from Fong Rulong's pure June sword. "Do you think you can escape? My sword technique will not return without blood. With your cultivation level, you should obediently leave." Fong Rulong flicked his fingers, and the pure June sword accelerated, closing the distance to Han Li by an inch. The sword technique, a mid-tier mystical martial skill, allowed for the manipulation of weaponry with formidable spiritual strength, enabling the user to engage opponents from afar. Once successfully executed, its speed was breathtaking, piercing through the air like a dart. Those lacking sufficient strength would find themselves fatally struck before they could even react. Under the terrifying execution of this aerial sword technique, Fong Rulong watched with satisfaction as he wielded the pure June sword, observing Han Li's frantic attempts to escape across the stage like a rat fleeing from storm. A mere first-tier soul spirit was audacious enough to defy him, to challenge him. Fong Rulong was determined to make Han Li suffer. The sword manipulation technique was indeed a formidable martial skill. Nearly catching up to my own speed, Han Li thought, casting a glance back at the pure June sword. Fong Rulong's sword technique had undoubtedly created a significant predicament for him. The ability to control a sword from a distance had surpassed Han Li's imagination. Now, Han Li resolved to no longer conceal his true strength. Channeling his true energy into the bloodthirsty blade, the blade's aura surged forth, igniting like fire. In essence of the infinite blade surged within him, emanating a feeling akin to descending into an abyss, as if his soul had fallen into a purgatory. This intent coalesced upon the bloodthirsty blade, forming a tangible blood-red blade aura, seemingly indestructible. Break for me. Han Li gripped the bloodthirsty blade tightly, his voice resonating with intensity as he suddenly slashed downward into the air. The blade collided with Fong Rulong's pure June sword. Boom! The blade aura shattered. Simultaneously, Fong Rulong's pure June sword dissipated into a wisp of azure mist. With the disappearance of the pure June sword, Fong Rulong's complexion turned ashen, his face pale as a sheet. Crimson blood splattered across his pristine white robe, creating a striking contrast like plum blossoms in winter, beautiful yet chilling. You actually managed to force my soul spirit back, Fong Rulong gasped, retrieving the pure June sword spirit, which now appeared dimmed and ethereal, as if it might dissolve into smoke and return to him at any moment. How infuriating! You have provoked my wrath. Fong Rulong retracted the spirit, his eyes ablaze with rage. To have his soul spirit defeated by someone he deemed a mere ant was a profound humiliation for one such as him. A chosen one with a sudden movement, Fong Rulong vanished from his position, reappearing before Han Li in an instant. His long fingers came together, forming a palm as pure as iced jade, its surface glistening and frost-covered. A terrifying true energy enveloped his hand, resembling a blade capable of tearing through all. Iced jade palm. Fong Rulong shouted, unleashing a blast of true energy as he struck toward Han Li's face. Seeing Fong Rulong's sudden appearance, Han Li instinctively activated his own technique, hastily countering with a palm strike. Bang! Their palms collided, and Han Li was sent staggering back 4 or 5 steps, his complexion paling in an instant. A chilling flow of true energy coursed through his body, constricting his meridians and true energy, leaving him with a sensation of stagnation. His internal organs felt as though they had shattered. The arm he had used to parry Fong Rulong's palm now throbbed with numbness, as if the bones had been shattered under the force of that strike. Can you still fight? Then take another palm strike from me. Fong Rulong raised an eyebrow with a cold gaze and immediately unleashed another palm strike. The might of this attack was significantly more formidable than before, seemingly intent on incapacitating Han Li with a single blow. This moment, the full power of his 6th-level chi refining cultivation was on display, exerting an overwhelming force that left Han Li struggling to keep up, barely able to respond in time. As Fong Rulong executed his palm strike, Han Li instinctively retreated without a moment's hesitation, fully aware that he could not confront Fong Rulong's attack head-on. Once he had evaded the reach of Fong Rulong's offensive, Han Li infused his blood-biting blade with true energy, his eyes appearing vacant. As he summoned the profound intent of his blade, the blade sliced through the air, leaving behind ethereal trails, an enigmatic aura enveloping the arena, shrouding it in an overwhelming atmosphere. Spectators felt as if they were gazing into a horrifying abyss. In their minds, an image akin to a hellish purgatory emerged. Boiling oil, mountains of blades, and various torturous instruments, with countless souls, led by malevolent spirits, undergoing excruciating torment as they were dismembered or thrown into cauldrons. Their struggles evolving into a numbing despair. The air thickened with murderous intent, resentment, and dread, creating an atmosphere that sent shivers down the spine, instilling a profound fear within all who bore witness, just moments ago. Where had they found themselves? It felt as though they had been dragged into the depths of hell, subjected to the searing agony of boiling oil, a sensation that still left them trembling. It was as if they had indeed traversed the very gates of hell. Cursing under their breath, some individuals, wide-eyed with terror, groped for a semblance of safety. The recent scene felt eerily familiar, as if they had lived through it themselves. Little did they know, it was merely an illusion conjured by Han Li's incomprehensible blade intent, a fear birthed from the depths of their souls, a psychological torment that left them reeling. Was this truly the realm of the infinite blade? The manifestation of that young man's unparalleled understanding, a hellish domain, emanating a terrifying aura from his impending technique. Should he elevate his cultivation further, even innate realm experts would likely perish in despair. The innate realm warriors, too, found themselves shaken by Han Li's blade intent. The moment the blade had yet to be drawn, the purgatorial essence had already inflicted psychological damage, rendering the imagination of what would transpire once that blade was unleashed nearly inconceivable. The inherent malevolence of the infinite blade, its wickedness, instilled horror even in those of innate strength. This young man's martial comprehension was truly unparalleled. Such a terrifying insight, coupled with a martial realm that could influence the very psyche of others, was indeed a rarity. It was a remarkable display of genius. Yet, it was regrettable, truly regrettable. On the platform of the 7 schools of martial arts, the elder Gao Ming of the Xinjiang sect, along with representatives from Snow Hidden Valley and the Lianshan sect, expressed their admiration. The strength of the infinite blade far surpassed their expectations, deepening their pity for Han Li. Meanwhile, on the arena, Han Li's blade was poised and ready. With a solemn shout, Han Li declared, "First form of the infinite blade, infinite purgatory." As his words fell, he swept his blade, and a crimson torrent of blade energy surged forth, resembling a blood-soaked sun, an ethereal blossom in the eyes of the onlookers, exuding a haunting, exquisite aura, akin to a fleeting moment of life. In an instant, it surged towards Fong Rulong, appearing as a blood-red dragon slicing through time, shattering the void, so swift it was nearly unfathomable. Chapter 38. Who says I am a yellow grade soul? As the infinite purgatory blade descended, Fong Rulong was immediately engulfed in panic. Under the weight of Han Li's strike, he felt an inescapable sense of impending doom. Damn it, how can an ant instill such fear in me? Fong Rulong bellowed in anger, raising his hand to summon a long sword, the autumn water sword, from his storage ring. He infused it with his soul, merging with it, exuding an aura reminiscent of a treasure of the earth grade. Simultaneously, Fong Rulong swung the sword to meet Han Li's blood-red dragon of a blade. Boom! The incandescent sword light shattered beneath the ferocity of the crimson blade, crumbling like fragile paper. In a heartbeat, Fong Rulong's expression shifted dramatically, his form resembling a splintered tree as he was sent flying off the arena, blood spilling from his mouth. The long sword, infused with his soul, disintegrated in that moment. The outcome of the battle seemed to have already been determined. No, it can't be. I'm the chosen one, a genius with a second-tier earth-grade soul. You are merely an ant with a first-tier yellow-grade soul. Even if you have grasped a martial realm beyond our comprehension, how could you possibly defeat me? Impossible. This cannot be. Fong Rulong halted, his eyes brimming with fury and skepticism. As he spoke, the crowd began to scrutinize Han Li with a new perspective. If Han Li had a 7th, 8th, or even 9th-tier yellow-grade soul, paired with an understanding of a martial realm they could not fathom, then his victory over Fong Rulong could still be rationalized. However, Han Li was merely a waste with a first-tier yellow-grade soul, yet he had managed to defeat Fong Rulong, who was clearly a 6th-level Qi refining expert with a second-tier earth-grade soul. Upon closer reflection, many began to discern the extraordinary nature of this anomaly. While there were indeed prodigies who fought beyond their realms, none had achieved what Han Li had accomplished, defeating Fong Rulong despite having no advantages in either soul or cultivation level. Relying solely on his grasp of the martial realm, doubts began to creep into the minds of the onlookers, echoing Fong Rulong's sentiments. Who says I am merely a yellow-grade soul? Han Li sheathed the blood-biting blade. Standing tall in his azure attire, his features sharp and chiseled, a cold smile curling upon his lips. You are not a first-tier yellow-grade soul. Fong Rulong paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Everyone in the Han family witnessed the awakening of your first-tier yellow-grade way soul. You think you can distort the truth before all these witnesses? His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, rang out clearly across the plaza for all to hear. Indeed, on the day of Han Li's soul awakening, the members of the Han family had seen him awaken a first-tier yellow-grade soul. Could it be that the entire Han family had collectively lost their sight and misidentified Han Li's soul? What? No more words. Fong Rulong sneered, observing Han Li's silence. Seeing is not necessarily believing, nor is hearing always the truth. Han Li replied nonchalantly in response to Fong Rulong's accusations. Suddenly, his body trembled, an inexplicable aura radiating from within. Above, a void world began to take shape, resonating with echoes of dragon roars, as several rings of light emerged from the ethereal realm behind Han Li. Dark as the blazing sun, 5 radiant rings of dark energy manifested, revealing the presence of a 5th-tier Earth-grade soul. How could this be? This was not the waste of a first-tier yellow-grade soul. The crowd gasped in astonishment that a 5th-tier Earth-grade soul. This young man had awakened a 5th-tier Earth-grade soul. Was he supposed to possess a first-tier yellow-grade soul? Moreover, his cultivation was not at the body refinement stage, as previously thought. He had already broken through to the Qi refining stage. The representatives of the 7 schools of martial arts, including the elder Gao Ming of the Xianjian sect, rose in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. A 5th-tier Earth-grade soul, and yet the true nature of this soul had yet to be fully revealed. Gao Ming's aged eyes glimmered with admiration as he gazed at the slender figure of Han Li in azure attire. A 5th-tier Earth-grade soul was indeed a tremendous shock. First, there was Fong Rulong with a 2nd-tier Earth-grade soul, then the County Lord Luo Yao with her 1st-tier Earth-grade soul. And now the explosive talent of Han Li, who had been deemed a waste with a 1st-tier yellow-grade soul. What on earth was happening? Wasn't it said that this boy had a 1st-tier yellow-grade soul? How could it suddenly transform into a 5th-tier Earth-grade soul? Among the spectators, the innate realm experts whispered among themselves, their expressions complex. Among them, the patriarch of the Fong family, Fong Tianyue, and Han Tianming. The patriarch of the Han family showcased the most pronounced reactions. Han Tianming's eyes were filled with shock and delight, while Fong Tianyue was engulfed in an ominous sense of dread as the prospect of Han Li's 5th-tier Earth-grade soul, coupled with his understanding of a martial realm that even innate realm warriors might struggle to grasp, posed a significant threat to the Fong families standing in Nanshan County. How could you possess an Earth-grade soul? Fong Rulong gazed incredulously at the void world behind Han Li, struggling to comprehend the impossibility before him. Han Li had to be a 1st-tier yellow-grade soul. Otherwise, the Han family would not have treated him with such disdain. If a 5th-tier Earth-grade soul were awakened, the Han family would cherish it as a treasure, not belittle Han Li as they had done. Why is it not possible? Han Li spoke, as his words echoed. A deafening roar of a dragon surged from the void beyond him, the dragon-like creature, enveloped in crackling purple lightning, resembling a spirit of divine retribution, emerged from the ethereal realm, soaring through the skies. The thunderous dragon's roar, accompanied by scintillating purple bolts, emanated an air of majesty laced with a hint of sanguine ferocity. The fearsome dragon head, perched high above, cast a scrutinizing gaze upon the bewildered crowd in the square below. With a thunderous cry, the dragon reared back its head and, wielding its serpentine tail, returned to stand behind Han Li. In that fleeting moment, the onlookers were left in stunned silence at a profound soul of the highest grade. Han Li was a prodigy with a 5th-tier soul, not the worthless 1st-tier soul of the yellow grade. This revelation left them in utter disbelief and unable to comprehend. They had presumed that the genius had fallen from grace. But little did they know that he had merely been lying in wait, submerged in the depths of the dragon's lair, anticipating the moment of his resurgence. When silent, he remained inconspicuous. When he roared, he astonished all. Perhaps, upon witnessing their scorn, Han Li had silently mocked them in his heart. As this realization dawned, many felt their faces flush with embarrassment, wishing they could vanish from sight. They had dared to ridicule a genius. Was this not tantamount to courting disaster? Good. My son Han Tianming is no waste. He is the pride of the Han family, exclaimed Han Tianming, the patriarch of one of the 5 great clans, overwhelmed with joy, when Han Li awakened his 1st-tier yellow soul. The entire clan sought to strip him of his position as the young patriarch, even urging Han Tianming to abdicate, who could have anticipated that the seemingly yellow tier awakened Han Li was, in fact, a prodigy of the 5th tier. Congratulations, clan leader Han. Your son is undoubtedly the champion of this gathering, the rightful victor. The other clan leaders, adorned with sycophantic smiles, congratulated Han Tianming, aware that the Han family had birthed a genius of the 5th tier soul. Moreover, he had triumphed over Feng Rulong, the chosen one of the Feng family, who possessed a 2nd tier soul. Such accomplishments instilled a deeper sense of despair, as long as Han Li did not falter. The Han family would inevitably grow powerful due to his rise. That it was likely that the Han family would soon be graced with martial prowess surpassing the innate realm, at least at the Purple Mansion level. Now was not the time to distance themselves from the Han family while it was still weak. Such folly would be ill-advised. The leaders of the other clans reflected on their past restraint towards the Han family, relieved that they had not acted too rashly, for peace had reigned between them. Humph, a gaggle of flatterers. Meanwhile, Feng Tianyue, observing the scene where Han Tianming was surrounded by well-wishers, scoffed internally and cast a glance at Feng Rulong in the arena before silently departing. At this moment, it was clear to all that the South Mountain County Martial Arts Conference had served as a mere backdrop for one individual, the striking youth clad in azure. Everyone else had become mere embellishments to the young man. Chapter 39. The champion invited to the Duke's mansion. It seemed that the outcome of this conference had already been decided in favor of this young man, that a collective thought surged through the hearts of the onlookers. Han Li was no longer a 1st-tier yellow soul, but a 5th tier of the profound grade, having grasped the essence of martial arts. He had even crossed boundaries to defeat Feng Rulong. His strength, talent, and comprehension were all of the highest caliber. In the final showdown, Luo Yao faced Han Li, knowing only defeat awaited her. I concede this battle, she murmured. The 5th-tier profound soul surpassed her 4th-tier immensely. Han Li outclassed her in every aspect, and it appeared he still possessed the strength to contend with her. Reaching this stage, Luo Yao felt a sense of satisfaction. Her spirit of the Azure Fire Phoenix was enough to draw the attention of the 7 emissaries from the Divine Martial County. As for the rewards bestowed upon the champion by the Duke's mansion, to Luo Yao, they were merely an inconsequential bonus if she desired them. Her father, Duke Luo Yuan of South Mountain County, could effortlessly procure them for her. It was merely a matter of additional resources, yet provided an opportunity to forge a connection with a genius. Luo Yao gracefully approached Han Li. Congratulations, Brother Han, on securing 1st place in this conference. Should you find time later, I would be honored to have you visit the Duke's mansion. My father and I wish to discuss matters with you in detail. Thank you, Lady Luo. I shall certainly pay my respects. Han Li replied, mentally noting her words, resolved to visit the Duke's mansion after the conference, concluded to discern what schemes lay between the Duke and Luo Yao. That would be splendid. Luo Yao nodded, turning to depart the arena. Meanwhile, an aide from the Duke's mansion stepped forward, announcing in a booming voice that the victor was Han Li, with the martial arts emissaries and the innate realm experts present unanimously declaring him the champion of this South Mountain County Martial Arts Conference, thus concluding the competition prematurely. While the subsequent comprehension tests would continue, Han Li need not partake any further. The remaining evaluations were solely to assess the martial comprehension of others, figures of prominence like Han Li, Luo Yao, and Feng Rulong were directly ranked among the top 3. Did that young man agree? Luo Yao had unknowingly approached her father, Duke Luo Yuan, who quietly inquired about her conversation with Han Li. He has agreed, though I fear my father may need to persuade him further, Luo Yao replied, her eyes shimmering with a hint of fatigue as she observed the next contenders stepping onto the stage for the martial comprehension tests. After bidding her father farewell, she withdrew to the Duke of South Mountain. Luo Yuan remained in his place, awaiting the complete conclusion of the event. In contrast, Han Li and the Han family were free from such constraints. Once the Duke's mansion declared Han Li as the champion, Han Tianming could no longer contain his excitement and hastily descended from the spectators, stand to approach Han L. My son. How did your soul suddenly transform into a 5th-tier profound one? Han Tianming asked with concern, fearing that his son might have practiced some nefarious dark arts to forcibly elevate his martial soul, that if that were the case, it would indeed be a grave mistake. Everyone knew the significant inherent risks associated with dark techniques. If one lacked steadfast resolve, they could easily fall into darkness or pay the ultimate price with their life to achieve their desires. It was no wonder that Han Tianming rushed to inquire about Han Li immediately after the conference. "Father, have you forgotten the peculiarities surrounding my awakening in the family? My soul should have far surpassed the yellow grade. I abruptly fell to the first-tier yellow, but during my sojourn in the Chilean mountains, I encountered fortuitous events that restored my innate soul talent, a legacy bestowed by our ancestors. The understanding I gained of martial arts was also derived from that ancestral blessing." "I see." Han Tianming breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "I was worried you might have resorted to some dark arts to secure this victory. It seems I was overly concerned." "Father need not worry. I tread the righteous path and shall never succumb to depravity," Han Li assured, having prepared responses for his father's inquiries before arriving. Furthermore, the circumstances of his awakening were witnessed by numerous members of the Han family, providing ample evidence to lend credibility to his claims. While some may harbor doubts, the truth remained evident, and Han Li's words contained both truth and fabrication. Though there were whispers of skepticism, the undeniable facts were before them. And Han Li had indeed benefited from a stronghold of a powerful being in the Chilean mountains. The specifics of that fortune, however, remained known only to Han Li, leaving others to marvel at his serendipity. "Now that you need not participate in the ongoing proceedings, why not return home with your father?" Han Tianming suggested. Han Li nodded in agreement, following his father and a retinue of family guards back to the Han residence. Meanwhile, Han Qing, who had been rendered powerless by Han Li, was carried back to the Han family on a stretcher provided by the event organizers. After all, he was the son of Han Tianyong, the second master of the Han family. Even though Han Li had incapacitated him, as long as he was not expelled from the family, Han Qing remained a member of the Han household and Han Li's cousin. However, henceforth, the power within the Han family would firmly reside with Han Li's lineage. As night fell, the windows of Han Li's courtyard opened, allowing the silvery moonlight to cascade into the room, creating an ethereal glow like frost upon the ground. "Is this the spirit-nourishing pill?" Han Li collapsed onto the floor by the window, under the sparse moonlight. His gaze fell upon the palm of his outstretched hand, where a perfectly round elixir, the size of a cherry, lay quietly. It was enveloped by a faint, swirling mist infused with the aromas of gold, red, and black, emanating a delicate fragrance of spiritual essence. Just a single inhalation of the ethereal energy wafting from it made Han Li feel as if he were floating in a realm of transcendence, illuminating the confounding aspects of his cultivation that had previously eluded him. This elixir was none other than the Yinsing Dan, one of the premier rewards provided by the Duke's residents of Nanshan County. It had the potential to enhance a martial artist's comprehension of martial arts, allowing them to traverse further along their path. Comparable to earth-grade elixirs, it was a rarity that even the most ordinary innate martial artists might not be able to procure for their juniors without relying on the influence of the Duke's residents. Additionally, it had been personally escorted by a peak 9th-level martial artist from the Duke's residence, who had handed it to Han Li at dusk, reiterating that he would need to visit the Duke's storeroom at a later time to select his subsequent techniques and weapons. After all, while elixirs could be ingested by anyone, techniques and weapons must be chosen according to one's specific cultivation path to enhance their efficacy. Chapter 40. Further advancement in martial arts. Invitation from the Duke's residence beneath the window. The moonlight bathed Han Li's figure. He swallowed the Yinsing Dan, which was surrounded by the aromatic mist of black, gold, and red. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that flowed down his throat and into his lungs. Spreading throughout his limbs and meridians simultaneously, his mind entered a state of clarity, as if he had transcended into a realm of pure sincerity. His thoughts expanded and coalesced, with vivid memories from the past surfacing as if they had occurred only yesterday. In this moment, he perceived his past shortcomings in martial arts from a third-party perspective, meticulously analyzing the flaws and mistakes in his cultivation, which he recorded deeply in his heart, ready to rectify once the effects of the Yinsing Dan had fully manifested. Within the depths of his soul's sea, a shadow similar to Han Li's figure, shrouded in a misty luminescence, wielded a long blade as if practicing a specific sword technique. The blade descended with the ferocity of a predator, each rise and fall reminiscent of a deadly strike, promising bloodshed with every movement. The aura of the blade sliced through the air, commanding respect and instilling fear as if it spanned 30,000 miles, dominating the world around it. Additionally, a hellish landscape unfurled, transforming Han Li's soul's sea into a realm of torment, where malevolent spirits and fiends roamed freely, complete with instruments of suffering such as cauldrons of boiling oil and mountains of blades, imprisoning countless souls in eternal agony. Moments later, Han Li opened his eyes, his gaze drifting to the flickering candlelight nearby. Based on the duration of his mental rehearsal, he estimated that 3 or 4 hours had elapsed. Yet surprisingly, only half a candle had burned down. Han Li mused to himself. After consuming the ginseng Dan, his thoughts and perceptions had expanded infinitely, allowing him to reassess many previously overlooked issues, including the relentless sword technique and its corresponding intent. Following the consumption of a ginseng Dan, he had not only fully grasped the first form of the relentless sword technique, endless hell, but he also possessed a vague comprehension of the second form, eternal descent into the abyss, which would only require a bit of time to master. In comparison to the first form, the second would represent a qualitative leap, greatly surpassing the first in power. Furthermore, his understanding of the relentless sword intent had advanced significantly. Han Li believed that if Feng Rulong were to appear before him now, there would be no need to unleash the relentless sword technique. Merely releasing the intent would induce trembling in Feng Rulong, who would hardly dare to entertain even a flicker of combativeness. Tomorrow, I shall pay a visit to the Duke's residence and inquire about the 7 martial sects. Han Li resolved, his gaze lingering on the dimly lit moon hanging in the black sky. The martial arts tournament had concluded, and the remaining days would see the selected young martial artists choosing their preferred sections. Meanwhile, emissaries from the 7 martial sects would evaluate them, selecting those they deemed worthy to join their ranks. However, the events of the previous day had led Han Li to a decision: the Tianwu sect. The female envoy from the Tianwu sect had extended an olive branch to him even before he had unleashed his soul's essence, catching him off guard and leaving him with a semblance of goodwill towards the sect. In contrast, the Xian Sword sect, which had once proclaimed its intention to recruit him after he had been labeled a waste by the people of Nanshan County, had remained silent, which left Han Li feeling somewhat disillusioned. Even if his talent were lacking, he would accept such a statement with equanimity. Yet the envoy from the Xian Sword sect had offered no explanation, perhaps merely hoping to select a talented disciple from the Han family to bring back to the sect. An important point was that the training regimen of the Xian Sword sect did not align with Han Li's current path. The Xian Sword sect primarily focused on sword martial artists, with only a few practitioners of other paths. In contrast, the Tianwu sect encompassed a diverse array of martial practices, including sword, blade, body, and spear techniques, boasting a rich heritage that had seen it crowned as the foremost sect among the 7 martial sects of Xinwu County on multiple occasions. The Shuyin Valley, on the other hand, was strictly for blade practitioners, rarely accepting those who did not specialize in blades. After weighing his options, Han Li gradually found clarity and resolution within himself. The following morning, as dawn broke and the eastern sky glowed with purplish hues, heralding the arrival of a new day, Han Li donned a neatly arranged blue robe and stepped out of the Han residence. Upon seeing him, the disciples of the Han family bowed deeply, demonstrating the utmost respect. As the victor of the martial arts tournament, and having grasped the essence of martial arts, restoring his soul's essence to the 5th rank of the Xian grade. Han Li's achievements left even those who had once ridiculed him filled with trepidation. Yet, as they watched his indifferent figure fade into the distance, they could only manage self-deprecating smiles, realizing that they were no longer in the same league as Han Li, who had now ascended to the pinnacle of the younger generation in Nanshan County. Before long, Han Li, having left the Han residence, arrived at the grand estate of the Duke's residence in the inner city of Nanshan County. As he approached the entrance, the guards promptly welcomed him, respectfully inviting him into the Duke's domain. Along the way, he noticed numerous individuals adopting obsequious demeanors, eliciting a quiet chuckle from Han Li. People were invariably so pragmatic. The moment there was something to gain or an individual to avoid, they would swiftly alter their demeanor to ingratiate themselves, with a smile on his heart. Hanli followed the guards to the garden within the Duke's residence. At that moment, the guard clasped his hands and said, "Lord Han, the Duke and Miss are waiting for you at the pavilion in the middle of the lake. I shall take my leave now." "Thank you for your trouble," Hanli nodded, then followed the path paved with green jade stones deeper into the garden. Ahead, he spotted a pavilion situated in the center of a lake, connected by a small red-painted bridge. A maid approached him, bowing slightly. "Are you Lord Han? My lady and the Duke have prepared fine wine and delicacies in the pavilion. Please follow me." "All right," Hanli nodded, trailing behind the maid. Upon reaching the pavilion, he found Luo Yao and Duke Luo Yuan already seated. Yes, as soon as they spotted Hanli, they rose to greet him. "Luo Yao greets you, Brother Han. You have arrived just in time. Come, let us indulge in a cup together." Chapter 41. The Legacy of the Luo Family. Luo Yao's promise with respect surpassing mere obligation. Hanli readily complied. Observing Duke Luo Yuan's enthusiastic demeanor, he noted that even Luo Yao did not exhibit any signs of reluctance. And thus he took his seat as they arranged the gathering. The lake's waters sparkled invitingly, reflecting the illusion of a distant mountain range, lush and verdant, with peach blossoms dotting the banks, their pink petals drifting onto the water's surface, creating ripples. Curious about the purpose behind the Duke and Miss Luo's invitation, Hanli set down his bowl and cup. After a few rounds of toasting, he inquired, "I trust that your intentions are not merely to have me select a reward aside from the Yinsing Dan?" "You are quite direct, my young friend," Duke Luo Yuan replied, setting down his cup as well and gesturing for the maidservants and guards surrounding them to depart. In a brief moment, only Hanli and the father-daughter duo remained in the pavilion. Luo Yao raised her beautiful eyes, inquiring, "Brother Han, do you have a particular sect in mind that you wish to join?" Han Lizhen nodded in agreement, and I had already resolved to approach the Tianwu sect. Indeed, it was as I anticipated. In my view, the only options available to Brother Han were the Tianwu sect or the Shuyin Valley, which truly came as no surprise. Luo Yao lightly touched her swan-like neck and inquired, "What are your thoughts on the Yinhai sect, Brother Han? Do you have any intention of joining them?" As she spoke, she and Luo Yuan awaited Han Li's response. In truth, even before Han Li arrived at the Marquis's residence, Luo Yao and her father had already vaguely surmised that he would likely choose either the Tianwu sect or the Shuyin Valley. After all, the former specializes in blade techniques, boasting countless sword cultivators that could greatly aid Han Li in his own swordsmanship. The Tianwu sect, on the other hand, encompasses a vast and profound array of martial disciplines, including spear, sword, blade, fist, and body cultivation. It had often taken the lead among the 7 sects of the divine martial kingdom. Although it may seem somewhat diminished in the current era, its foundational strength remains formidable, having never fallen from the ranks of the 7 sects. Thus, it presents itself as an excellent choice for Han Li. In contrast, while the Yinhai sect is also one of the 7 sects, located in the northwest of the divine martial kingdom and adjacent to the Shuyin Valley, it possesses very few practitioners specializing in blade techniques. The majority focus on sword, fist, and body techniques, favoring a more agile style that may not align with Han Li's own. Therefore, the Yinhai sect was not within Han Li's consideration. "What are your intentions?" "Please feel free to speak plainly to Han Li," he said. Han Li shook his head, locking eyes with Luo Yao and her father. Finally, Luo Yuan remarked, "In fact, our Luo family has had a powerful being at the nurturing embryo stage emerge from the Yinhai sect. Furthermore, a certain location within the nearby Xianyu mountain range holds opportunities left behind by this being, which requires the cooperation of at least 5 martial artists at the 7th level of the innate realm to unlock. My daughter and I wish to invite you, young friend Han, to join us in seeking these opportunities a year hence, besides the inheritance left by our ancestor at the nurturing embryo stage. The opportunities can certainly be contested among you and others. Are you suggesting that after the ancestral opportunity is unlocked, I must also assist Luo Yao?" Han Li replied, his eyes gleaming with insight. He was not naive. The legacy left by a nurturing embryo stage expert was undoubtedly valuable, but If Luo Yao were to obtain it, it wouldn't be long before the currently modest Luo family of Nanshan County might boast a powerful nurturing embryo stage presence. However, unlocking the hidden legacy of the nurturing embryo stage expert within the Yunhai sect required the collaboration of at least 5 martial artists at the 7th level of the innate realm. Human hearts are the most unfathomable abyss. Promises made now may not hold once the opportunity arises. The inheritance of a nurturing embryo stage expert is a rare chance. And how many innate realm martial artists dare to guarantee their successful breakthrough to the Purple Mansion stage, let alone to the nurturing embryo stage? At that time, possessing such a legacy may prompt others to take action against Luo Yao and even against them all. Brother Han is indeed a wise man. Luo Yao continued. Thus I hope that one day you will join us in entering our ancestors' legacy site, and from our side, there will be ample rewards. She smiled sweetly, her long azure dress flowing elegantly, her hair cascading over her shoulders, radiating beauty akin to a blossoming celestial flower, causing Han Li's heart to flutter momentarily. In a fleeting moment, a sharp pang struck his heart, restoring his composure. I am merely a minor practitioner at the Qi refining stage. Whether I can successfully break through to the 7th level of the innate realm in the future remains uncertain. It may be somewhat imprudent to agree to your proposal now, that I believe it is best to discuss this further at a later date. With that, Han Li began to rise. However, a calm voice from behind interrupted him. If Brother Han agrees, our Marquis' residence can personally craft a quasi-Earth grade divine weapon for you, and additionally provide a high-tier mysterious blade technique. I believe Brother Han would find this agreeable, would you not? Even if 2 years hence, Brother Han has not broken through to the 7th level of the innate realm, there is no need for regret. Should our Luo family face difficulties in the future, your assistance would also be welcome. Upon hearing Luo Yao's words, Han Li paused, turned to face her. Regardless, consider it a failed investment, like throwing money into the sea. I believe with your mysterious 5-tiered life soul, 2 years of training will not leave you at the Qi refining stage or the meridian establishment stage. Will it? Yaoer speaks for me. Young friend Han need not worry. Luo Yuan added. Very well. Since Miss Luo and the Marquis have offered such generous terms, it would be ungrateful of me to decline. Han Li nodded and returned to his seat. A quasi-Earth grey divine weapon is undoubtedly a treasure that would incite competition among innate realm martial artists. The fact that the Marquis' residence is willing to commission such a weapon for him is indeed enticing. Furthermore, Han Li possesses great confidence in his ability to break through to the 7th level of the innate realm within 2 years. His foundational cultivation technique, the divine prison celestial thief scripture, was imparted to him by the woman in the plain dress, and whenever he has doubts in his martial training, he can seek her guidance. With the celestial life soul bestowed upon him and the mysterious 5-tiered life soul he revealed during the arena battles, if he cannot break through to the innate realm, it would truly be a waste of such a promising beginning. Moreover, the Marquis' residence is also willing to provide him with a high-tier mysterious blade technique, undoubtedly equipping Han Li with additional strategies and trump cards for future battles. After returning to his place, Luo Yao continued. The high-tier mysterious blade technique can be provided to Brother Han in advance, but the quasi-Earth grade divine weapon will require some time to prepare. Moreover, with Brother Han's current strength, he may not yet possess the capability to fully wield a quasi-Earth grade divine weapon. That is perfectly acceptable. Han Li had no intention of contradicting Luo Yao's words, as she stated, although a quasi-Earth grade divine weapon may not have truly reached the Earth grade standard. It nevertheless embodies some essence of an Earth grade weapon. For a practitioner not yet at the meridian establishment stage, to wield such a weapon would undoubtedly attract envious eyes. The principle of possessing a treasure commensurate with one's strength applies here, unless no one knows. Otherwise it becomes a case of the innocent suffering for possessing a gem. Chapter 42. The Seven Sects Envoy. Chu Qing's conditions outside the Marquis' residence. Luo Yao and her father walked alongside Han Li as they exited. Let the Marquis and Miss Luo accompany you to this point. The remainder of the journey, you can manage on your own, Han Li said, cupping his fists in farewell to the father and daughter. Very well, young friend Han, travel safely. You are the champion of this Nanshan County event. Countless eyes are upon you. Luo Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Han Li replied before turning and departing, leaving behind a tall and robust figure clad in green, which lingered in the eyes of Luo Yao and her father. Yaoer. Do you truly believe that this Han Li is worth such an investment? A high-tier mysterious blade technique and a quasi-earth grade divine weapon? Luo Yuan gazed at Han Li's receding silhouette, addressing his daughter. Although a high-tier mysterious blade technique may not be particularly significant within the Marquis' residence, and the 5 great families may not possess more than one such technique. At least each can claim one. However, a quasi-earth grade divine weapon in the hands of an innate realm martial artist is a formidable weapon indeed, even against a peak innate realm practitioner, or one who has already broken through to the Purple Mansion stage. It grants them the power to contend. Yet, Luo Yao has so easily promised one to Han Li before he departs, which causes me some concern. Luo Yuan lamented. One such weapon could finance the training of 2 innate realm martial artists. If not for the Luo family's connections with weaponsmiths, we could not afford to forge even one. Father, there is no need for concern. Even if Han Li is not exceptional, he is still a genius with a mysterious 5-tiered life soul. As long as he does not meet an untimely end, he will at least achieve the 4th level of the Purple Mansion stage in the future. With our investment before his rise, I believe his character will not lead him to turn against us. Even if I successfully obtain the inheritance left by our ancestors, it will still take time to break through to the nurturing embryo stage. Han Li will surely be our Luo family's greatest ally in the future. Luo Yao replied with a gentle smile, her eyes glinting with shrewdness akin to a clever fox. Once I mature, acquiring a quasi-earth grade divine weapon will be a trivial matter. Who knows, with Han Li's talents and potential, he might not even need our Luo family to provide him with a quasi-earth grade divine weapon, as he could very well possess a weapon even stronger than that. Thus, in the lakeside pavilion of the Marquis' residence, Luo Yao had already made her intentions clear to Han Li. Very well. I hope this young man does not squander his talents, rendering our investment in the Marquis' residence futile. Luo Yuan nodded. Recognizing that his daughter was not one to easily allow herself to be taken advantage of in matters of strategy and calculation, he felt his daughter outmatched him. Meanwhile, as Han Li returned to the Han family estate, a servant hurried to greet him, informing him to head to the main hall, as a distinguished guest had arrived specifically to see him. Even the clan leader, Han Tianming, had gone personally to receive them. Is it an envoy from one of the 7 sects? Han Li walked along the path to the Han family hall, lost in thought, after revealing his terrifying talent of a 5th grade destiny soul. It was already a testament to the remarkable composure of several emissaries from the 7 martial sects that they refrained from seeking him out on the very evening following the conclusion of the Grand Assembly. Now, on the 2nd day after the event, they were naturally eager to meet with Han Li, to propose that he become a disciple of their sect. This was not merely to recruit a talented disciple and reap the rewards from their sect, but also to establish a favorable relationship with Han Li. A genius possessing a 5th grade destiny soul was a rare prodigy, even among the 7 martial sects of the Divine Martial Prefecture. Before long, Han Li arrived at the entrance of the Han family hall. Inside the hall, Han Tianming occupied the seat of honor, flanked on either side by the 7 emissaries from the 7 martial sects. To the left and right of Han Tianming, the first to take their seats were Chu Qing from the Heavenly Martial Sect and the Elder Gao Ming from the Shin Sword Sect. Lear, you have finally arrived. The emissaries have been waiting for you for quite some time. Do come in promptly, Han Tianming urged as he spotted Han Li. Nodding, Han Li entered the hall, first bowing to Han Tianming and then performing a respectful gesture towards the emissaries of the 7 martial sects. I have met with all esteemed emissaries. Now that our young friend Han has returned, shall we cut to the chase? Gao Ming, the elder of the Shin Sword Sect, spoke, turning his gaze towards the other 6 individuals in the hall. What do you all think? The others nodded in agreement. Gao Ming stroked his beard and smiled at Han Li. Young friend Han, our Shin Sword Sect once promised that once you awaken your destiny soul, you could become one of our disciples. Now that you possess a 5th grade destiny soul, I can assure you 150 chi refining pills and a high-grade or mid-grade sword technique. Though we have few sword cultivators in our sect, we do possess a selection of high-grade sword techniques. As Gao Ming's words fell, The other emissaries from the seven martial sects began to voice their offers to Han Li, each presenting favorable conditions. They were eager to recruit a gifted martial artist, sparing no effort to entice Han Li to join their section's elder of the Refining God sect here also offers high-grade sword techniques. Should you choose to join our Refining God sect, I can petition the elders for you to enjoy certain resources and training facilities typically reserved for inner disciples, even while you are still an outer disciple. The elder from the Refining God sect added, his tone laced with undeniable allure, stirring Han Li's interest. Each of the seven martial sect had their own conditions for accepting disciples, and initially, all new disciples began as outer disciples. Only upon becoming inner disciples could they access various superior benefits, such as residences equipped with spirit-gathering formations that continuously absorb the essence of heaven and earth, thereby accelerating their cultivation speed. Each of these advantages far surpassed what one would experience as an outer disciple. The elder from the Refining God sect promises momentarily swayed Han Li's thoughts about choosing the heavenly martial sect. However, he quickly regained his composure, knowing that selecting the Refining God sect would not be a prudent choice. The Refining God sect primarily focused on body refinement, and most disciples trained in tempering their physical forms before shifting to other paths later on, which did not align with Han Li's intentions, especially since he practiced sword techniques in an environment dedicated to body refinement. What significant progress could he achieve with his sword intent? Meanwhile, the previously silent emissary from the heavenly martial sect, Chu Qing, directed his attention towards Han Li after a brief glance at the elder from the Refining God sect, stating, "The heavenly martial sect offers you 100 Qi refining pills and a mid-grade martial technique. But if you can break through to the pulse establishment realm within 3 months, I will ensure you become an inner disciple and study directly under a core master of the heavenly martial sect." Chu Qing's voice was calm, but it landed in the hall like a thunderclap, rendering the atmosphere instantly hushed. The other emissaries from the seven martial sects stared at Chu Qing in astonishment. "Chu, your conditions seem excessively generous. Given your standing, can you truly offer all that you claim?" Gao Ming from the Xian Sword sect remarked, his expression darkening as he regarded Chu Qing with a mix of silence and inquiry. A breakthrough to the pulse establishment realm within 3 months was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. However, the prospect of Han Li becoming an inner disciple and receiving guidance from a core master of the heavenly martial sect, regardless of the master's cultivation level, would place him far above the average inner disciples, akin to core disciples. Such a condition was, for any sect, an unrealistic promise. While I too find Chu's condition surprising, I hope you will speak more realistically, lest young friend Han becomes a disciple of my Refining God sect. The elder from the Refining God sect interjected, his keen eyes surveying Han Li as if appraising a precious gem. Although the Refining God sect primarily focused on body refinement, it also housed formidable practitioners of various martial paths, including several notable sword cultivators in the condensed embryo realm. If Han Li were to join the Refining God sect, given his talents, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of these sword masters, potentially becoming a true disciple under one of them in the future, that I would not have made such a statement without confidence. Chu Qing replied, his brow slightly furrowed as he fixed his gaze on Han. "If you are willing to trust me, the heavenly martial sect will not disappoint you." With that, Chu Qing fell silent, and the hall was enveloped in a tranquil stillness. The emissaries from the seven martial sects, including the heavenly martial sect, Xian Sword sect, and Refining God sect, extended their most enticing offers to Han Li. Notably, the conditions proposed by Chu Qing and the elder from the Refining God sect stood out as particularly favorable. While the other sects offered various advantages, it was clear that the heavenly martial sect had made the most proactive attempts to recruit Han Li even before his talents were revealed. Now, with his abilities on display, Chu Qing had presented an even more enticing proposal. After weighing the options, Han Li looked apologetically at the assembled emissaries, then fixed his gaze on Chu Qing. "Senior Chu, I, Han Li, am willing to join the heavenly martial sect, regardless of whether I can break through to the pulse establishment realm within 3 months. I cannot forget the kindness you showed me even before my talents were revealed." "Excellent." Chu Qing nodded, rising with a smile directed at Han Li. "You need not call me senior. We are of similar age. Once you enter the sect, you may simply refer to me as Sister Chu." Alas, it seems the old man's offerings were slightly lacking compared to Sister Chu's, the elder from the refining God sect's side, showing no signs of disappointment. His initial aim was to see whether Han Li would choose their sect. And if he did, it would have been a cause for great joy. Even if Han Li did not choose them, the refining God sect was not in dire need of a fifth-grade destiny soul genius. Furthermore, as Han Li noted, Chu Qing had taken a gamble on him before his talents were evident, which had already garnered Han Li's goodwill, something that surpassed the efforts of the others. Though Gao Ming from the Xian Sword sect bore a displeased expression, he ultimately suppressed his emotions and stood up. Since our young friend Han has chosen the Heavenly Martial sect, I shall take my leave. There are other matters to attend to back at the sect that require my attention. The senior walked slowly, and Han Li respectfully said, gazing at the courteous Han Li, Gao Ming of the Xinjian sect felt increasingly uncomfortable. He soon hastily left the Han family hall, striding towards the outside. Observing Gao Ming's demeanor, the envoys from the Lianshan sect and Shuiyin Valley couldn't help but smile inwardly. With their keen insight, it was evident why Gao Ming was in such a hurry. He must have felt embarrassed for missing out on a talent that could have been bound to the Xinjian sect. This, however, was inconsequential to them. After Gao Ming departed, the others also rose to congratulate Han Li before taking their leave. In due course, only Chu Qing, Han Li, and Han Tianming, the head of the Han family, remained in the hall. Could the head of the Han family arrange for me a place to stay? Chu Qing has been residing in the Han family for these days, both to discuss certain rules of the sect with junior brother Han Li and to avoid staying at the inn. Chu Qing inquired of Han Tianming. Certainly, I shall arrange for a guest room to be prepared for Miss Chu. Han Tianming immediately understood the implication and rose to leave. Before departing, he continuously reminded Han Li to accompany Chu Qing around the Han residence and not to disappoint their esteemed guest. Once Han Tianming's figure vanished, Chu Qing stood and said, Is there a secluded place within the Han family? I have matters to discuss with you and also clarify certain things regarding the Tianwu sect. Yes, please follow me. Han Li nodded, aware that the pivotal moment was approaching. Chu Qing was willing to promise Han Li a breakthrough to the meridian building stage within 3 months, allowing him to become an inner disciple. Perhaps even a disciple under a Tianwu sect master at the nascent soul stage, evidently holding secrets unknown to Han Li, who had yet to enter the sect, that as for what Chu Qing wished to inquire about. Han Li found himself somewhat at a loss. Chapter 44. The 9 Peaks of Tianwu Sect, Daowu Peak Senior Sister Chu. This is my humble abode, a place where I dwell alone, usually undisturbed, Han Li stated as he and Chu Qing walked side by side his courtyard. The faint scent of a young woman wafted gently around Han Li, tantalizingly stirring feelings within him. With a beautiful companion by his side, and in the bloom of youth, a surge of warmth arose in his heart, quickly suppressed by a forceful effort. Indeed, this little courtyard is quite charming. Chu Qing nodded, surveying the surroundings. The courtyard featured a small pond, where golden-red koi swam gracefully, alongside verdant willow trees and a few flowers and rockeries, adding an air of tranquility and elegance. After a brief glance, Chu Qing's gaze fell intently upon Han Li, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Feeling scrutinized, Han Li uneasily asked, Senior Sister Chu, Is there something amiss with me? Not at all, Chu Qing replied, withdrawing her gaze to observe the koi in the pond. Now then, tell me about your soul fate. How did it ascend from a yellow grade of the 1st rank to a mysterious grade of the 5th rank? There must be some underlying issues which could lead to trouble for you. Upon realizing her inquiry was concerning this matter, Han Li clarified the circumstances surrounding his awakening of the soul fate. Embellishing the account he had previously shared with his father, Han Tianming, all began on the day I awakened my soul fate. I see. Chu Qing nodded in understanding. Seems your body temporarily suppressed the true grade of your soul fate. If that is the case, I can find an excuse to deflect certain gazes from you. Yet, as she looked at Han Li, a hint of doubt lingered in her eyes, despite his well-articulated explanation. The sudden elevation of his soul fate had never occurred within the entire realm of Shenwu, or even elsewhere, suggesting that Han Li harbored secrets yet unknown to her. However, she chose not to press further. Each individual has their unique fate. Han Li's ability to elevate his soul fate to the 5th rank of the mysterious grade proved his potential for cultivation. Other matters began to seem less significant. In addition to discussing your soul fate, I will now explain the rules of the Tianwu sect, so you avoid any taboos upon entering, Chu Qing stated as she walked ahead of Han Li. In the Tianwu sect, the disciples are divided into outer and inner sections. Newly recruited disciples must typically train in the outer sect for a year and break through to the innate stage before qualifying for the inner sect. Of course, you are an exception, as I have made special arrangements for you. Chu Qing cast a glance at Han Li, continuing, once you become an inner disciple from the innate stage, the sect will grant you access to various resources. You may establish your residence within the sect's mountains or in the inner disciples' quarters. Inner disciples are further categorized into 5 ranks: inner core, true transmission, personal transmission, and chief to descend to any rank above inner disciple. One must make significant contributions and possess exceptional talent, at least reaching the 7th level of the innate stage. True transmission and core disciples are on par, while personal transmission surpasses core disciples. Both selected by the sect masters of the Tianwu sect. I am a true transmission disciple under the master of Daowu Peak, Xianin. Chu Qing elaborated further, and Han Li listened attentively. Through her explanations, he gained a clearer understanding of the Tianwu sect structure. The Tianwu sect had 8 peaks, including Daowu Peak, Danwu Peak, Chiwu Peak, Zhenwu Peak, Douwu Peak, and Xuanwu Peak, with Daowu Peak leading the sect, governed by the sect's head, who must be at least at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. Xianin, Chu Qing's master and the head of Daowu Peak, was a powerful figure at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, ranking among the strongest within the sect. You comprehend everything I've shared? Chu Qing concluded, feeling a bit parched, her eyes resting on Han Li. Han Li nodded. Rest assured, senior sister, I have taken note of everything you've mentioned, including the sect's regulations. Indeed, the sect forbids killing among fellow disciples unless there are irreconcilable grievances, or if an agreement is reached to establish a life-and-death pact, allowing for a duel on the life-and-death platform at Douwu Peak. The defeated dies while the victor lives. Chu Qing nodded and added, upon entering the Tianwu sect, you must devote yourself to training, striving to break through to the meridian building stage within 3 months. Otherwise, if you wish to become a true transmission disciple, you may have to wait until you advance to the innate stage. Understood, Han Li replied. Subsequently, Chu Qing discussed various aspects of martial cultivation with Han Li, expressing intrigue and astonishment at some of his unconventional perspectives. The questions he raised often illuminated areas she had previously overlooked, leading her to feel a sense of completeness in her martial journey. As if a breakthrough was imminent, as dusk approached, Chu Qing finally became aware of the time and concluded their discussion on martial arts. Her gaze towards Han Li subtly acknowledged him as her equal. You have truly surprised me. It's remarkable that someone at the Qi refinement stage can pose such profound questions, and I have benefited greatly, Chu Qing remarked with admiration. Before departing, she turned back to Han Li, asking junior brother Han, your soul fate should surely exceed the 5th rank of the mysterious grade, correct? Senior sister, you worry too much. If my soul fate were above the 5th rank, it would have manifested long ago, and I would have no need to endure disdain. Han Li responded, his heart racing, though his expression remained composed. Seeing Han Li's unhesitating reply, Chu Qing smiled lightly, seemingly dismissing the inquiry as she departed, leaving behind the image of her flowing white robe, which lingered in Han Li's thoughts. Chapter 45. The Fiery Blade of the 3rd Rank, setting forth to the Tianwu sect with the conclusion of this martial arts conference. I am nearing a breakthrough to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. After Chu Qing's departure, Han Li began to reflect on the insights he had gained from his recent cultivation, his consecutive battles against Han Qing, Fang Rulong, and others during the conference had solidified his recent breakthrough into the 1st level of Qi refinement. Furthermore, his recent discourse on martial arts with Chu Qing deepened his understanding of his own capabilities. The prospect of advancing to the mid-stage of the 1st level of Qi refinement was now within reach. Simultaneously, Han Li felt a surge of anticipation for his upcoming journey to Tianwu sect for further training. In any martial arts sect, the presence of formidable practitioners is inevitable, and he would likely encounter some exceptionally gifted warriors surpassing his own talents. The opportunity to train alongside these martial artists, to validate his own path, and to reach the pinnacle of strength was immensely appealing to Han Li that he needed to swiftly grasp the intricacies of the threefold flame blade, a high-tier martial skill. With a flick of his wrist, a faintly red scroll adorned with runes resembling dancing flames appeared in his hand. This was a high-grade martial technique that Luo Yuan had transcribed for him upon Han Li's departure from the Duke's mansion. The content within was on par with the original technique, allowing Han Li to comprehend the cultivation methods of the threefold flame blade by merely extending a thread of his spiritual awareness into the scroll. Mastering this high-tier martial technique would provide him with a formidable card to play in future confrontations. As Han Li's spiritual awareness touched the scroll, a sea of fire erupted, and flames surged like dragons ascending to the heavens. As if intent on incinerating the sky itself, the overwhelming heat enveloped him, creating a world seemingly constructed entirely from fire. The pure flames danced like fiery spirits, unstable yet brimming with destructive potential. Under Han Li's gaze, a figure emerged from the flames, moving gracefully, with a long blade flowing in harmony with his movements. The chaotic sea of fire began to calm, aligning itself with the blade's momentum. As if the human had mastered the flames and the blade commanded the inferno, the figure swung the blade. The raging flames that consumed the heavens receded and converged into the blade. Resembling a searing chunk of iron, entwined by the tongues of fire, akin to a dragon exhaling a devastating breath, an illusion locked on a Han Li, as if he were the target of this impending destruction. With a decisive stroke, Han Li felt a tightening sensation across his entire body, as though he were confronted by an unspeakable dread. The long blade, like a fiery dragon, surged forth, plunging him into darkness in an instant. When he regained consciousness, he found himself outside the realm of understanding the high-tier martial technique. The scroll, now reduced to ashes in his palm, fell onto Han Li's garments. Observing the destroyed scroll, he lamented. It can only be used once before self-destruction. If it could be reused, perhaps someone in the Han family could master this technique. The inscribed scroll was merely a replica of the original. Only with the use of superior materials by a practitioner of higher caliber could a copy be made that allowed for multiple uses or even facilitate comprehension for several individuals. The version of the threefold flame blade replicated for him by the Duke's mansion could only be observed once, self-destructing thereafter to prevent the leak of martial secrets. Nevertheless, the inability to share it with others ultimately served his interests well. Rising to his feet, Han Li brushed off the ashes from his attire, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. After all, the threefold flame blade was a high-tier martial skill. Should too many individuals master it, they would learn how to counter him. That it would be preferable for Han Li to be the sole bearer of this knowledge. That in the future, as he achieved greater strength, he would be able to procure numerous high-tier martial techniques for the Han family. With a sense of resolution, Han Li stepped out of his room and into the courtyard, retrieving the bloodthirsty blade to commence his training in the threefold flame blade. This technique comprised 4 forms: flame wave, flame blade, flame sun, and the final form, flame divide, blood wave. Each form was capable of exponentially increasing damage upon mastery, while the last form required the previous 3 to be executed in succession to unleash devastating power, albeit at the cost of potential damage to his meridians and a significant depletion of vital energy. The last form must never be used unless absolutely necessary. After an extensive practice session, Han Li recalled the scroll's descriptions of the threefold flame blade. The first 3 forms were relatively standard high-tier techniques, lacking the profound depth of the threefold flame blade. However, the final form, flame divide, blood wave, was the true culmination of this martial skill, embodying a life-for-life exchange against adversaries, a veritable double-edged sword. Nevertheless, this technique provided Han Li with a safeguard. In the face of insurmountable foes, the final form might yield miraculous results, allowing him to vanquish enemies or seize a fleeting chance to escape. In comprehending the threefold flame blade, Han Li found it considerably less challenging than mastering the boundless blade technique. The boundless blade's profound principles outstripped those of the threefold flame blade. Despite being merely a level above the high-tier techniques, its vast potential and depth of exploration far surpassed what the threefold flame blade could offer. With 3 days ahead of him, Han Li was determined to master the first 3 forms of the threefold flame blade. After a brief pause, he resumed his practice, swinging his blade tirelessly like a martial arts enthusiast, unyielding and devoid of fatigue. As time passed, his proficiency with the threefold flame blade grew increasingly adept. A night of relentless training had allowed him to grasp the first form's application and the flow of vital energy during its execution, including horizontal slashes, diagonal cuts, upward thrusts, and direct stabs. Han Li diligently experimented with each technique. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in his courtyard, practicing the blade forms alone. During these days, apart from encountering other young martial artists from Nanshan County intending to join Tianwu sect, Chu Qing had visited Han Li's courtyard several times, observing him engrossed in his relentless training before departing without disturbing him. Until today, when a servant of the Han family arrived to inform Han Li that the envoys of the 7 sects of martial arts were preparing to depart. The young warriors of Nanshan County had largely selected their desired sects to join. Upon receiving the news, Han Li donned a plain white robe and placed the fresh garments prepared by the servant into his storage ring. Despite his mother's repeated pleas for him to stay, he set off with his father, Han Tianming, and Chu Qing towards the city gate of Nanshan County. Chapter 46. The Departure's Instructions. Han Li's maturity at the city gate of Nanshan County. Nearly 100 young martial artists had gathered in small clusters, their relationships distinctly defined, forming 7 separate factions. Those present at the gate were all talented individuals selected to enter the 7 sects of martial arts in the divine martial kingdom. As the envoys of the 7 sects of martial arts made their appearance, a hushed silence fell over the crowd, many gazing with trepidation at the 7 figures accompanied by Duke Luo Yuan, along with the heads of the 5 prominent families of Nanshan County, behind whom followed Han Li and Luo Yao. The onlookers were filled with admiration but harbored no jealousy. After all, Han Li and Luo Yao possessed genuine strength, and their status was extraordinary. In comparison to these young martial artists, they were like radiant moons in the night sky, unapproachable and incomparable. Thank you, Duke Luo, for accompanying us thus far. The journey ahead is long, and we wish the 7 envoys a smooth and victorious return. Duke Luo Yuan said, halting at the city gate, clasping his fists in respect towards the envoys of the 7 sects of martial arts. The heads of the 5 prominent families echoed his sentiments, demonstrating their courtesy. Though they were all innate practitioners, their statuses differed significantly. Should a conflict arise, they might prevail, but the consequences would render them bettered for life, their martial paths forever stunted. Thank you, Duke Luo, for your kind escort. One envoy replied with polite courtesy. With a wave of their hands, the 7 envoys summoned 7 distinct aerial vessels, each crafted from white jade, with stairways extending from their sides, allowing martial artists who had not yet reached the innate stage to board. You have only half an hour to spend with your families. Once the time is up, we shall depart for the sect. The elder Gao Ming of the Xianyuan sword sect stepped forward, hovering in midair, his voice carrying a faint authority that brooked no contradiction, resonating in the ears of everyone present at the foot of the city gate. Chu Qing turned to Han Li and his father, stating, "There is only half an hour left. If there is anything you need to address, now is the time." Understood, Senior Sister Chu. Han Li nodded. Seeing this, Chu Qing gracefully stepped forward, along with the other envoys of the 7 sects of martial arts, floating into the air like celestial beings from a novel, effortlessly landing on the hovering vessels. Witnessing this spectacle, countless young martial artists felt their blood boil with excitement, yearning for the day when they too could become innate practitioners and traverse the skies with their formidable strength. "Lier, the journey to Tianwu sect is long. You must take care of yourself," his mother urged. Han Tianming gently held Han Li's hand and said, "While you study at the Tianwu sect, do not forget that you still have a home in the distant Nanshan County. Along with your parents, and no matter the time, your father, your mother, and your family will always be your most steadfast support. Han Li, my nephew, although your second uncle made a mistake in the past, you are now the genius of the Han family. Having successfully entered the Tianwu sect, you must strive diligently in your training and lead our family towards prosperity." Stepping forward, Han Tianyang, feeling a bit embarrassed, spoke up. Previously, when Han Li had failed to awaken his destiny soul and was regarded as possessing a yellow-gray destiny soul. He had leveraged the family's influence to pressure Han Tianming to abdicate. Now, however, he found himself unable to hold his head high while speaking such words to Han Li, wishing he could find a place to hide. Traditionally, it is only the younger generation that acknowledges their faults to their elders. How could an elder apologize to a junior? Realizing this, Han Tianyong felt that even if he wasn't the last of his kind, he was certainly unprecedented. Father, rest assured, Han Li will not forget that he has you, mother, and the Han family in Nanshan County. Han Li replied with a smile. He then turned to his second uncle, Han Tianyong, who was also concerned for the Han family. Han Li bore no ill will, although he felt somewhat guilty toward his cousin Han Qingtang, whom he had incapacitated, as long as he do not mind. That is sufficient as for that troublemaker Han Qing. Let him live out the rest of his life as he wishes. Han Tianyong, who had initially worn a pleasant expression, was suddenly consumed by fury at the mention of Han Qing. The thought of having such an unworthy son ignited his ire. The incident at the martial arts conference, where Han Li had incapacitated Han Qing, was, in his view, a blessing in disguise, sparing him further embarrassment. At that moment, voices of urgency echoed from the divine ship of the 7 sects of martial arts. Half an hour was drawing near, and the divine ships of various sects were preparing to set sail. Father, second uncle, I must take my leave, Han Li said. Bowing to his elders, he resolutely turned and boarded the divine ship representing the Tianwu sect, leaving behind a fleeting figure in white, watched by Han Tianming and his brother for a long while. As time drew to a close, the young martial artists of Nanshan County boarded the various sects' divine ships in succession. The divine ships of the 7 sects rumbled to life, shooting forth like a long rainbow. Traversing the vast mountains and rivers in different directions, third brother, it's time to go. The child has departed, Han Tianyong said, gazing at the divine ship of the Tianwu sect, where Han Li was aboard. Standing in contemplation for a moment. Yes, sir, his mother needs my care at this time. Han Tianming nodded, holding back tears as he turned with Han Tianyong to bid farewell to the county lords and others. Leading the Han family members away to tea this moment, Han Li was unaware that his mother seemed to be experiencing some health issues. His heart was wholly focused on the impending journey to the Tianwu sect and the martial arts training that awaited him. Standing against the wind, overlooking the vast mountains and rivers, he felt an unbidden surge of ambition swell within him that on the divine ship of the Tianwu sect, Han Li stood at the edge of the deck. Avoiding the clouds and gazing down at the increasingly elevated terrain, he beheld the grand panorama of the world. Mountains coiled and prostrated like ancient dragons, peaks rising like myriad divine swords piercing the heavens, and rivers flowing gracefully, converging into a network that resembled a vivid landscape painting. This instilled in Han Li a sense of lofty aspiration, as if he were destined to stand at the pinnacle and survey all beneath him. In truth, Han Li's mindset remained relatively calm and restrained. In contrast, the newly initiated disciples of the Tianwu sect aboard the divine ship were all exclaiming in awe, displaying the exuberance of youth, even engaging in bets about who among them would one day achieve the status of a congenital expert or even a Zifu realm master. Little did they know, those who could stand atop the pinnacle of martial arts were few and far between. Yet, no one wished to disrupt this vibrant atmosphere. At the same time, behind Han Li, Chu Qing quietly appeared, her voice cool, yet tinged with warmth. That I once thought you were different from them, yet now I see you possess youthful fervor as well. Though you still seem a bit mature for your age. Mature? Am I? Han Li paused, his gaze falling upon Chu Qing's exquisite features as a gust of wind swept past, stinging his face slightly. He had not perceived himself as mature. Perhaps it was due to the disdain he faced within the Han family, regarded as a waste with a yellow-gray destiny soul, that he had come to recognize certain truths about people. Coupled with the teachings from the woman in the plain dress and the deep martial techniques he had studied, such as the Wujin blade technique and the Shinyexian thief scripture, Han Li's mindset had become increasingly calm. Like still water, undisturbed by waves. Had it been the old him, he would likely have displayed the same expressions of excitement as the other youths aboard the divine ship, often dreaming of one day reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Becoming a congenital warrior, a Zifu realm master, or even a formidable figure in the Yuanying realm. However, at this moment his aspirations extended far beyond the mere Yuanying realm. The realms above the Yuanying were what Han Li truly sought to ascend. Not the trivial achievements of the congenital or Zifu realms. The more he practiced and contemplated, especially after cultivating the Shinjuxian thief scripture, the more Han Li understood the arduous challenges of martial arts and the inconceivable heights that could be reached. Just like the woman in the plain dress, it seemed he was unaware of his own growth. However, this might be a blessing in disguise, for while talent is important, an overly proud or dismissive disposition could lead to detrimental consequences, even straying from the path. After sizing up Han Li, Chu Qing spoke thoughtfully. You may not realize it, but it could be beneficial for you. There's a need for humility in the face of one's gifts. She then turned, facing the vast sky, gazing at the expansive landscape of the Shunshur kingdom. Her voice, pure and elegant, resonated like the coolness of ice and snow, evoking a sense of distance akin to that of a celestial being. Upon your return to the Tianwu sect, you will need to reside in the outer sect for a period. During this time, you must diligently enhance your cultivation that if you can break through to the Meridian realm within 3 months. I can request my master to accept you as a true disciple, allowing you direct entry into the inner sect. I understand. Han Li replied solemnly. Nodding in the Tianwu sect, the treatment afforded to disciples varied according to their rank. Outer disciples could only cultivate in areas with slightly abundant spiritual energy, while those who became inner disciples enjoyed their own courtyards or could establish a cave dwelling within the sect's territory. Using the 36 small Zhou Tian gathering flags provided by the sect to gather spiritual energy day and night, thus significantly enhancing their cultivation, the core disciples and true disciples experienced an entirely different level of privilege. Knowledge that was beyond Han Li's current understanding. Even though Chu Qing was aware of it, she chose not to disclose this information to Han Li, lest it inspire him to harbor lofty ambitions. As long as you understand, Chu Qing affirmed, casting a glance at the young martial artist from Nanshan County aboard the divine ship, including Han Li. Her cool voice echoed with measured authority on the divine ship. There are rune puppets tasked with managing your living arrangements. The journey to the Tianwu sect will take approximately 2.5 days. During this time, you may choose a room on the divine ship as your temporary residence. As her words fell, Chu Qing's figure vanished from the deck of the divine ship, leaving no trace of her whereabouts. However, Han Li sensed that she might have returned to the ship's interior to manage its flight or to her personal quarters. With Chu Qing's departure, the young men and women on the deck began to disperse in small groups. Some remained on the deck, not in a hurry to select their temporary lodgings within. A small cluster, however, gathered around Han Li, their expressions filled with admiration. Some of the girls even wore infatuated looks as they surrounded him, creating a tight circle that was nearly impenetrable. Han Li felt overwhelmed by the attention. These individuals sought to align themselves with a strong and talented figure within the sect, hoping to bask in his glory. Others, particularly some girls, believed themselves to be beautiful and talented, eager to forge friendships with Han Li, or perhaps pursue relationships beyond mere friendship. After much effort, Han Li finally managed to extricate himself from the crowd. He hurriedly made his way inside the ship, casually selecting a room near the center of the vessel. Stepping inside, upon entering, he was enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy, as if a miniature gathering array had been inscribed within the ship's chamber. He was pleasantly surprised to find that even a divine ship used for transporting new disciples to the Tianwu sect had a small gathering array inscribed within it. This would allow him to see if he could break through to the second level of the Qi refining realm during the 2.5 days ahead. Han Li, taken aback, promptly locked the door of his chamber and approached the bed, where he seated himself cross-legged. He initiated the operation of the divine prison immortal thief scripture. The spiritual energy permeating the room seemed to be drawn towards him. As it surged into his body through every pore, circulating throughout his meridians and converging in the cyclone of Qi within his dantian, eventually refining into true Qi. Under the scrutiny of his spiritual awareness, the cyclone of Qi within him resembled a slowly rotating nebula, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy that flowed from his meridians, akin to rivers converging into the sea, transforming into strands of pure, true Qi refined by the divine, prison immortal thief scripture. Each thread, Each filament of true Qi possessed a potency far surpassing that of an ordinary first-layer Qi refinement warrior. As the true Qi cyclone continued to pulsate, the cyclone within his dantian expanded further. Seemingly on the verge of splitting into two, yet it remained just shy of that threshold. Hanli opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashing like a blade. He raised his hand, and with a flick, a radiant object appeared in his palm. Richer in essence than the spiritual energy in the room, it was a mysterious stone, predominantly pale blue and translucent, appearing to be composed of various diamond-like crystalline fragments. As light refracted through it, each facet shimmered with a spectrum of colors, resplendent like a nine-colored rainbow, with the hope that absorbing this spirit crystal would facilitate a breakthrough to the second layer of Qi refinement. Hanli felt a weight in his heart. He then summoned his true Qi, enveloping the pale blue translucent stone. This was indeed a spirit crystal, said to be formed from the aggregation of spiritual energy. Hidden deep within the earth, and exceedingly difficult to mine. Even the Han family possessed only a small vein of spiritual energy, which they shared with the 5 prominent families of Nanshan County for extraction. The spirit crystal in his hand had been entrusted to him by his father, Han Tianming, and the family elders before his departure, to serve as a resource for cultivation. Only by reaching the Qi refinement stage could a warrior hope to refine the energy within. Should a body refinement warrior attempt to do so, even a mere wisp of pure spiritual energy might shatter their meridians. Han Qing's breakthrough to the second layer of Qi refinement was also attributed to the refining of some spirit crystals. Although compared to Feng Rulong, who had reached the 5th layer, it was a different matter. As Hanli cultivated in his chamber, time slipped by unnoticed. During this period, he had only ventured out once to replenish his provisions from the food prepared by the rune puppets of the void-sailing divine ship, dedicating the rest of the day to his practice, striving to advance towards the 3rd layer of Qi refinement before reaching the heavenly martial sect. But on the very first night, aboard the void-sailing divine ship, Hanli had already established a second cyclone of Qi refinement in his dantian, signifying his successful breakthrough to the second layer of Qi refinement, becoming a second-layer Qi refinement warrior. Suddenly, the ship shook violently, as if it had encountered an attack, causing Hanli, seated cross-legged on his bed and practicing the divine prison immortal thief scripture, to sense a brief disturbance in his aura. Fortunately, it did not disrupt the flow of true Qi within him. Moments later, he realized that the ship had ceased its flight and docked at a location. He exited his chamber to find the young warriors of Nanshan County emerging, their faces alight with excitement and vitality. As one passed by Hanli, they remarked, "Brother Han, we have arrived at the heavenly martial sect. Senior Sister Chu is waiting for us on the deck." "All right, I understand." Hanli nodded in acknowledgement, returning to his room to stow away his belongings in a storage ring before following the throng onto the deck. Upon reaching the deck, a breathtaking scene unfolded before them. Mist and vapor swirled, resembling ethereal smoke rising from the mortal realm, infused with a sense of worldly essence akin to a celestial sanctuary. Towering peaks loomed, piercing the clouds like divine swords, instilling a profound sense of pressure and awe. Individuals clad in the distinctive attire of the heavenly martial sect, armed with various weapons, stood guard, exuding an enigmatic aura reminiscent of the sect's enforcement division. They resembled celestial guardians, each with a resolute gaze, unwavering in their vigilance. Even upon witnessing the descent of the void-sailing divine ship carrying Chu Qing, they did not cast a single glance in her direction. Have envoys from other counties and cities returned as well? Hanli's gaze traversed the majestic mountains and the imposing figures of the disciples, each a warrior of at least the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Before settling on the surroundings point one by one, similar void-sailing divine ships landed, each bearing figures of comparable stature and presence to Chu Qing, all being warriors of innate realms or higher. Behind them trailed a group of youthful boys and girls, their eyes sparkling with curiosity as they surveyed the heavenly martial sect. That moment, Hanli realized they were situated in an expansive plaza, seemingly atop a mountain peak, where the summit had been sculpted away by some great power, creating this vast platform. Before them, the disciples of the heavenly martial sect guarded an immaculate white portal, seemingly crafted from an unknown jade, radiating a brilliant luster in the sunlight. The entrance to the portal was a winding stone staircase, devoid of any chains for protection, yet ample enough to accommodate a dozen individuals walking side by side. Nonetheless, those lacking courage would likely hesitate to ascend the staircase, constructed from hundreds or thousands of massive stones. Senior Sister Chu, you appear to be in fine spirits. Have you perhaps encountered some prodigy? Just then, a woman in fiery red attire, with an alluring figure, spoke sweetly from the left of Han Li's group. Her tone laced with mockery. That moment, a youth bearing a massive sword turned to her, saying, "Sister Shan, Chu Qing is heading to Nanshan County. What kind of genius could possibly emerge from such a remote place? I reckon even the best talents there merely of yellow grade 7 to haha. Junior Brother Li, you are quite amusing. Indeed, it is a challenge for Chu Qing." The woman, known as Sister Shan, chuckled lightly, her peach blossom-like eyes gleaming with provocation, as if anticipating how Chu Qing would respond. Regrettably, on the void-sailing divine ship, Chu Qing merely cast a cold glance at the two before turning her attention back to the young warriors of Nanshan County on the deck, her innate aura suddenly erupting like a deity wielding life and death, casting a commanding gaze over all. "I know what you are thinking. If you wish to prove yourselves, show your strength at enter the heavenly martial sect. One must possess at least a yellow grade 5 talent. If you cannot even endure this bit of pressure, how can you aspire to reach the pinnacle of martial arts?" Chu Qing's cold, beautiful eyes swept over the crowd, instantly silencing those who might have spoken out, her gaze lingering momentarily on Han Li. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li understood Chu Qing's intentions, by unleashing her innate martial aura to assert dominance over the young warriors of Nanshan County. She aimed to prevent anyone from revealing that Han Li was a genius of yellow grade 5, thereby exposing him. It seemed highly likely that some sought to use Han Li to embarrass those who had mocked Chu Qing. With this realization, Han Li gained a new understanding of Chu Qing. He hadn't expected her to be so cautious. He would have to tread carefully around her in the future. He mused, as the true disciples from various regions and the stewards had gathered. A voice resonated from the distant white jade gate, echoing down from the lofty mountains, imbued with an authority that brooked no refusal. "Comply with the elder's decree." Upon hearing this command, all the innate realm warriors dispatched by the heavenly martial sect, including Chu Qing, responded in unison. Among them were true disciples of the sect, core disciples, and influential stewards, differing in status, but unified in one regard. All were innate realm warriors capable of recruiting disciples from various locations. "Sister Chu, I shall depart with Junior Brother Li," Sister Shan said softly, before leading the youth, accompanying them down the ship and up the massive stone steps of the white jade portal. "You all may disembark as well." Chu Qing glanced at Han Li and the others, instructing them that, in the heavenly martial sect, to avoid being bullied, you must possess not only talent but also formidable strength. If you lack strength, even if someone violates the sect's rules and kills you, you will perish in vain. As the crowd listened intently to Chu Qing's words, they followed closely behind, adopting an appearance of rapt attention. Chapter 49. At midnight, the back mountain of Jinwu Han Li drifted along with the throng, following Chu Qing up the immense stone steps leading to the white jade portal. Beside him, a group of companions from Nanshan County whispered amongst themselves, their eyes surveying the sea of clouds beneath them, seemingly captivated by the wonders they beheld, unable to contain their astonishment and admiration. Thick mist swirled around them like dust, brushing against their sleeves. Ascending the steps felt akin to becoming exalted celestial beings, bestowing upon them an overwhelming sense of superiority. In a fleeting moment, under Chu Qing's guidance, Han Li and the others traversed thousands of floating stone steps, passed several peaks, and crossed what appeared to be a chasm cleaved by a divine blade, beneath which the azure sea surged tumultuously. In the depths of the waters, Han Li glimpsed a colossal shadow gliding beneath the surface, resembling a dragon or a serpent, its massive form stretching approximately 100 feet long, vanishing before he could scrutinize it. "This is the Tianwu Hall. Please maintain silence," came Chu Qing's low admonition as everyone halted. Surveying their surroundings, they found themselves on a vast platform, the ground beneath them laid with black and white stone bricks arranged in the formation of yin and yang, reflecting the principles of the Taiji and Bagua. Surrounding them on three sides were intricately adorned buildings, towering as if they reached into the clouds. Disciples of Tianwu sect, swords at their sides, stood resolutely on either side of the jade railings, their gazes piercing through the crowd with an unspoken pressure. Before them loomed a grand hall, even more magnificent than the surrounding structures. The hall's pinnacle hung a square, gilded plaque inscribed with the three powerful characters of Tianwu Hall, each stroke reminiscent of a master calligrapher's work, imbued with the essence of blades, swords, and fists. Those with exceptional talent stood motionless upon seeing the inscription, a profound understanding washing over them in silence. In front of the hall, a high platform bore a colossal statue, gazing out over the sea of clouds, brandishing a long spear that seemed to pierce the heavens, revealing the starry cosmos beyond. A middle-aged man in a purple robe, his hair partially white, stood with his hands clasped behind his back before the statue. His thick, arched eyebrows resembled curved blades, and though his gaze was as ordinary as that of a rural farmer, it scanned the assembly with a hint of satisfaction, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Quite impressive, indeed. This year's new disciples have several who have already reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. Continue your diligent practice and strive to break through early, becoming the sect's promising seeds and advancing to inner disciples, the middle-aged man remarked, clearly pleased with the newly selected outer disciples of Tianwu sect. However, his words left many in shock. 7th level of Qi refinement. More than one. Hanli felt a chill run through him as he stood behind Chu Qing, that he had thought that being a chosen one with a second-tier fate soul of the mysterious grade, Fang Rulong, made him formidable. Little did he know there were many martial artists among the outer disciples recruited from various regions to Tianwu sect who surpassed his own prowess. Instantly, Hanli's previously unvoiced pride in joining Tianwu sect was quelled. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, he realized that in the vast territory of Shenwu Kingdom, it was improbable that only a handful of exceptional individuals existed. He was merely an ordinary person among the throngs. And had it not been for his connection with the ancient divine tree and the teachings of the woman in the white dress, he would never have had the opportunity to ascend beyond the realm of primordial spirits. He could not afford to underestimate the talents emerging from other regions of Shenwu Kingdom, particularly from certain county cities that boasted superior resources compared to Nanshan County, nurturing far stronger martial artists with high-grade awakenings. Now, all who have awakened a mysterious grade fate soul, step forward. The middle-aged man's resonant voice broke through Han Li's contemplations, snapping him back to attention, from behind the ranks of innate martial artists. A few men and women stepped forward, each exuding an extraordinary presence, their air of superiority unmistakable. They were all gifted martial artists who had awakened mysterious grade fate souls. Quickly, step forward, came Chu Qing's urging voice. Rousing Han Li from his daze, in an instant, he regained his composure and stepped out, aligning himself alongside several other young men and women, facing the middle-aged man. Behind them, a group of young individuals who had awakened yellow grade fate souls gazed on with envy. The awakening of a mysterious grade fate soul assured them a far superior cultivation speed compared to those of a yellow grade, and their potential was on an entirely different scale. Are there any who have awakened earth-grade fate souls? The middle-aged man inquired of a nearby young disciple. The disciple replied, there have been no reports from the various true successors, core disciples, or stewards that that's so. The middle-aged man nodded, casting his gaze toward Han Li and the others, revealing a hint of warmth. Those with mysterious grade 4 or above, stand to my left. Those with 7 or above, stand to my right. As for those with 3 or below, remain where you are. Soon, following the middle-aged man's directives, the group of young men and women who had awakened mysterious grade fate souls rearranged themselves. Including Han Li, 17 stood on the left. Having awakened fate souls of grade 4 or above on the right stood only 3 individuals. 3. Is that not commendable? A flicker of joy glimmered in the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes. Those with mysterious grade fate souls, follow me. The rest will be assigned to their respective teams by the disciples and stewards to acquire the equipment and rewards befitting outer disciples of Tianwu sect. With that, the middle-aged man turned and strode past the statue, entering the Tianwu Hall without a backward glance. Han Li and the others promptly followed, their expressions laden with curiosity. Giggling, "Sister, I never expected you to find a genius with a mysterious grade fate soul above 4 in Nanshan County. It seems your harvest is quite bountiful," remarked the senior sister who had previously mocked Chu Qing. The young man, bearing a massive sword on his back, followed closely behind, his gaze towards the senior sister betraying a hint of admiration and longing unseen by others. Merely a mysterious grade above 4. While the martial artists emerging behind the senior sister possess awakened fate souls of grade 7 or above, it's hardly noteworthy, Chu Qing replied coolly, "A.S. innate realm martial artists. Their memories far surpassed those of ordinary folk. Even before arriving at Tianwu Hall, they had already roughly memorized the faces of several individuals aboard the ship. After Han Li and the others stepped forward, they had also caught sight of their leaders. Chu Qing's attention was drawn to a female martial artist who had emerged from behind the senior sister, also possessing a mysterious grade fate soul. Under the direction of the elder from the Purple Mansion, she stood among those representing the 7th grade and above. "All of you, follow me to the outer sect," Chu Qing instructed, casting a glance at the two before turning to lead the yellow grade fate soul martial artist from Nanshan County away. That girl remains as aloof as ever. Yet it seems her cultivation has advanced significantly, the senior sister mused, her beautiful eyes following Chu Qing's figure and the departing martial artist from Nanshan County. A flicker of inscrutable emotion crossing her gaze. The young man with the massive sword stepped forward and said, "With the first seat of our senior sister's lineage here, even if the likes of Uncle Xianin wish to oppose, it would be futile. Moreover, our senior sister has brought back a genius with an 8th grade mysterious fate soul from outside the sect. Such an achievement warrants her place among the top 10 disciples." "Li Shidi, you certainly have a way with words," the senior sister replied, casting a sidelong glance at the young man with the massive sword. She lazily stretched her waist, her movements graceful as a water snake, captivating the young man's gaze. Seeing this, the senior sister chuckled lightly and, with a swift motion, led her newly appointed outer disciples away from Tianwu's sect, that a voice, delicate as a whisper, reached the young man's ears. A quarter past midnight at the back mountain of Zhenwu, the young man licked his lips, contemplating as he led his companions away. Chapter 50. Changes reopening the Tianwu secret realm within Tianwu Hall. Han Li and the others followed the middle-aged man inside. In the center of the hall's crimson carpet stood a 3-legged, 2-eared incense burner crafted from purple gold, for which a fragrant aroma wafted, filling the air that a single breath of the incense seemed to extend one's lifespan by over a decade. If not more, to the front of the hall, the middle-aged man halted, turning to face Han Li and the others. "Here, we have 2 individuals who have awakened 7th grade mysterious fate souls, one with an 8th grade fate soul, 17 with grades 4 and above, and 23 with grades below 4. This time, Tianwu sect has recruited disciples from across the vast Shenwu kingdom, with over 1,000 disciples of yellow grade 5 and above, all drawn from various county cities, with dozens of stewards actively recruiting. Among 1,000, to find even a few with mysterious grade fate souls brings me some comfort," the middle-aged man thought, though he could not shake the feeling of dissatisfaction as he considered the abundant recruitment at Tianwu sect and realized other sects likely fared similarly. Clearing his throat, he stated, "I am the elder of Tianwu Peak, a martial artist of the Purple Mansion. You may address me as Elder Luo. Now, do you wonder why I have allowed you to enter this Tianwu Hall?" A few individuals nodded slightly, their gazes directed towards Elder Luo. The crowd was filled with an air of anticipation, awaiting a response. Elder Luo then spoke in a deep voice. "Warriors with Xianpin life souls are exceedingly rare. In past years, there have been fewer than 20, at most 23. This year, however, the number has doubled, prompting the sect to prepare a special training ground for you. Here, you must break through to the Meridian Establishment realm within 3 months and achieve innate status within a year. At that time, the sect will arrange a significant opportunity for you. Among you, some may choose to withdraw, while others can choose to remain. Those who stay will enjoy resources equivalent to inner disciples and certain core disciples." Elder Luo's words resonated through the vast hall, each syllable ringing with authority. Suddenly, The sound of footsteps echoed as 12 individuals, all warriors with awakened Shinpin life souls below the third rank, stepped forward. This meant that out of the 23, only 11 opted to remain. Very well. You may leave. Other disciples will arrange your departure. Elder Luo nodded knowingly. With a swift flick of his long sleeves, the 12 were swiftly drawn out of the Tianwu Hall by an unseen force, leaving only 31 behind. You are all ambitious individuals. Excellent, Elder Luo remarked, a smile breaking across his face as he looked at Han Li and the others. He raised his hand, and several dark green iron tokens appeared before him, cascading into the hands of the crowd. In the next moment, he coldly snorted and proclaimed with authority, "While ambition is commendable, life and death are fated. The resources you enjoy come with corresponding responsibilities. Should any among you fail to break through to the Meridian Establishment realm within 3 months, the sect reserves the right to revoke your current status, and you will be required to repay all resources consumed during your time in the sect. Of course, you may seek resources externally, but should you fail to break through, your only fate awaits you at the Sect's Qi and Dan peaks, where you will serve as a Dan slave or Qi slave for 50 years. 50 years is a long time, and after enduring such a period, your potential may be utterly depleted. How then can you hope to break through? Even those who become the sect's death warriors may find themselves unwilling. What? If we cannot break through to the Meridian Establishment realm in 3 months, we must waste 50 years. One among them exclaimed, "No, Elder, I cannot accept this condition. I wish to withdraw." Upon hearing Elder Luo's words, some of the warriors with Shinpin life souls were struck with dread. Failing to break through would mean being relegated to the Tianwu sect, Dan, and Qi peaks, serving as slaves for 50 years. How many warriors at the Qi refinement realm could endure such a fate? Even if they survived the 50 years, their potential would likely be spent, making it impossible to talk of breakthroughs. What is a death warrior? It means loyalty to the sect, with life and death controlled by the sect. To offer everything to the sect. This is something they cannot accept. They are living beings. Talented warriors awakened with Shinpin life souls. Not mere tools raised by the sect or family influences, indoctrinated since childhood with the notion of fearlessness towards death. You have no opportunity to refuse. You have already forfeited that option. Elder Luo's cold gaze swept over them. Those who cannot meet the challenge will serve as Dan slaves or Qi slaves. Perhaps one day, you may regain your freedom. Instantly, the faces of the crowd turned pale. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To enjoy privileges akin to those of inner and core disciples, they must pay an equally heavy price. Amidst the crowd, Han Li felt a surge of clarity, yet he was also bewildered by the sudden developments within the Tianwu sect. This seemed to diverge significantly from what Chu Qing had conveyed to him, creating a stark sense of dissonance between the two accounts. Suddenly, the image of the woman in red he had seen outside the Tianwu Hall flashed through his mind. Shortly thereafter, Elder Luo explained further details to Han Li and the others before arranging for them to depart. The group of Shinpin warriors who chose to remain was assigned to the combat peak of the Tianwu sect. There, a specific training ground was prepared for them, complete with a gathering spirit formation and ample resources. The dark green iron tokens handed to them required blood to acknowledge ownership in Elder Luo's presence. These tokens served as proof of their identity and a means to track their whereabouts for safety, or perhaps to monitor them covertly, preventing any from attempting to flee the Tianwu sect. As night fell, in the accommodations arranged for Han Li and the others at the combat peak, a disciple approached Han Li's door, stating someone was seeking him. Following the disciple's lead, he arrived at the entrance of the combat peak, where he found Chu Qing standing in a plain long dress, her gaze fixed upon him, an expression of regret in her eyes. "Senior Sister Chu, do you require my assistance?" Han Li asked, his tone slightly distant. Anyone would feel a sense of estrangement after being inexplicably assigned to servitude. Facing the prospect of becoming a Dan slave, Qi slave, or even a death warrior. Despite Han Li's confidence, he couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort, as this was not in line with what Chu Qing had conveyed before. "I apologize, Junior Brother Han. There have been some changes within the sect," Chu Qing replied, sensing his distance that a hint of self-reproach and guilt crossed her face as she explained, after returning to the Dao Peak. I learned from my master that the dynamics within the Tianwu sect have shifted. The current sect leader is the former head of the true martial peak, who has already broken through to the young god stage of the nascent soul realm. The previous sect leader suffered severe injuries in a recent battle with a demonic nascent soul and is now in seclusion. The entire sect is under the control of the true martial peak, and the Tianwu secret realm has been reopened. You must break through to the innate realm within the stipulated time. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. What do you mean? Hanli fixed his gaze on Chu Qing. From her words, he sensed that the incident he was now embroiled in was not merely an internal upheaval of the Tianwu sect, but also held implications for his very life. Even if Chu Qing did not explicitly state so, Hanli could perceive the gravity of the situation through her expression and demeanor. That is all I can say for now. I will seek a way through my master at the Dao Peak. As you are the one I brought into the Tianwu sect, Chu Qing replied, shaking her head and declining to clarify further before turning to take her leave. Could it be, as Elder Luo said, life and death are determined by fate? Hanli watched Chu Qing's departing figure, a flicker of anger rising within him. He had entered the sect solely for the purpose of cultivation, yet now found himself entangled in the power struggles of the Tianwu sect due to his innate talent. Relying on others is never as reliable as relying on oneself. If he had to break through to the Meridian Establishment realm in 3 months, then so be it. Hanli resolved fiercely, remembering that Chu Qing had mentioned if he could achieve the breakthrough within 3 months, he would be accepted as a true disciple by the head of the Dao Peak, allowing him to enter the inner sect. Now, however, he would directly enjoy resources that even inner disciples might not have the privilege to access. Yet, with such great benefits came tremendous risks, placing Hanli in a precarious position between life and death. He needed to ascertain what the Tianwu secret realm truly entailed. Hanli withdrew his gaze and turned back into the fighting martial peak. Resolute in his decision, he planned to secretly investigate the true nature of the Tianwu sect's Tianwu secret realm during the next 3 months of cultivation, uncovering the dangers that lay hidden within. More importantly, he sought to discern the roles and identities that the upper echelons of the Tianwu sect played amid this series of decisions. The others who had become the protagonists of the recent upheaval in the Tianwu sect, alongside Han, wore expressions of worry. With only a few maintaining a positive outlook, their talents were all above the 5th rank of the Xian grade. Elder Luo had previously mentioned that among the group, some had broken through to at least the 7th level of the Qi refining realm. Specifically a few with Xian grade soul spirits. Among them was a woman who had awakened in Xian grade 8th rank soul spirit, and a young man in black who possessed a 7th rank soul spirit. Additionally, there were 3 others, all with Xian grade 6th rank soul spirits, hailing from families of considerable background and resources. With the accumulation of their family's resources, coupled with their innate talents, these individuals were all martial artists above the 7th level of the Qi refining realm. Provided they seized their cultivation time wisely, they would undoubtedly break through to the pulse-building realm within the stipulated time frame set by the Tianwu sect. However, for the others, it might prove to be rather challenging. Upon returning to his residence, Hanli retrieved several inferior spirit crystals from his storage ring. The spiritual energy contained within these crystals was even more refined and concentrated than what he had previously used aboard the void-crossing divine ship, having been sent by Elder Luo after briefing them on relevant matters. Consequently, Hanli learned that spirit crystals were categorized into distinct ranks: impurities, inferior, medium, superior, and top tier. The resources prepared for them included 3 inferior spirit crystals and 20 impure spirit crystals. The varying qualities of spirit crystals posed considerable challenges during the refining process, requiring martial artists to expel the impurities contained within. The higher the quality of the spirit crystal, the purer the spiritual energy it contained. With fewer impurities, the inferior spirit crystal he had used aboard the void-crossing divine ship was a prime example. In the resources prepared by the Han family for him, there was only that one inferior spirit crystal, with the rest predominantly being impure spirit crystals. With 3 inferior spirit crystals combined with these impure ones, it should suffice for me to break through to the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. Grasping one of the inferior spirit crystals in hand, Hanli immersed himself in the process of refining it, hastening his cultivation as if racing against death itself. The words of Chu Qing upon her departure instilled a sense of urgency within him. The Tianwu secret realm was certainly not a favorable place, though Han Li was not yet fully aware of its nature. However, through Chu Qing's remarks, he understood that the Tianwu secret realm had been previously sealed but had suddenly been reopened, undoubtedly linked to their group of newly inducted Tianwu sect disciples with Xian grade soul spirits, the Tao martial peak. Within a grand hall, Chu Qing's figure appeared upon the crimson carpet. Before her lay a hazy, moon-white veil, behind which stood a silhouette turned away from her first glance. It resembled an ancient deity holding up the heavens and the earth, exuding an aura of profound mystique, as if myriad esoteric principles flowed through its being, permeating the hall with an enigmatic resonance. "Have you met the Xian grade soul spirit youth you brought?" inquired the figure behind the veil. Its voice warm and gentle, reminiscent of a young teacher imparting knowledge in a private school. Neither harsh nor overly stern, yet imbued with a tone of instruction. Is it truly impossible to extract this person from the plans of the true Martial Peak's ancestor? Chu Qing asked, her expression a mix of complexity as she looked at the figure of Xianyin. Hearing this, Xianyin fell silent for a long while, replying, "It is not that it cannot be done, but rather that I am powerless. That old fellow from the true Martial Peak has already reached the Yang God out-of-body realm. Even if the sect leader recovers and attempts to break through, victory is not guaranteed against him. Now that he has broken through and taken advantage of the sect leader's precarious situation to seize power, his intentions are clear. Can the inheritance of the Tianwu secret realm truly enable him to break through the realm beyond the Yuanshin?" Chu Qing scoffed. How many ancestors have poured their heart and soul into the so-called inheritance of the Tianwu secret realm? Yet what was the outcome? The Yuanshin realm was the most formidable level of martial arts known to Han Li thus far. However, as a disciple of the Tianwu sect and the true successor of one of its peaks, Chu Qing was well aware of what lay beyond the Yuanshan realm. I not know. The Yuanshan realm is divided into the Yin God, Yang God, and Yuanshan levels, each fraught with countless challenges, not to mention the realms that lie beyond the Yuanshan. However, as long as there is even a glimmer of hope, your ancestor, Zixu, would never give up, nor would the other supportive ancestors and peak leaders. Enough, the night has grown late. You may withdraw. I will think of another way for you. Xianyin sneered, gesturing for Chu Qing to leave. Understood. Chu Qing fell silent for a moment before bowing and departing. Moments later, her figure vanished from the hall. The moon-white veil in the hall was left uncommanded to fall, as Xianyin, seated on a mat, rose and faced the outside of the hall. His countenance was fair and delicate, reminiscent of a refined scholar, yet his eyes harbored a shadowy ferocity akin to that of a predator. I too wish to catch a glimpse of the martial path that lies beyond the Yuanshin realm. Xianyin smiled faintly, his hands seemingly grasping something intangible, and soon he chuckled softly to himself. Good disciple, let the youth you brought focus on his training at the fighting martial peak. One day, I shall surely save his life. Chapter 52. The appearance of the woman in the plain skirt, sweeping through the demon mountains of the fifth level of the Qi refining realm. Han Li was always just a step away from achieving the necessary breakthrough. Within the fighting martial peak, he refined the last of the spirit crystals in his possession. Over the past days, he had gradually refined spirit crystals, absorbing the spiritual energy gathered from the spirit gathering formation on the fighting martial peak, as well as various spirit-rich foods prepared by the sect for them. His cultivation had advanced to the fourth level of the Qi refining realm within a month and a half. He was now merely awaiting the right opportunity to break through to the fifth level. Had it not been for this lingering issue that remained unresolved, Han Li would have already shattered the barrier to the fifth level of the Qi refining realm. With your current cultivation level, you should have already reached the fifth level of the Qi refining realm. However, your true energy lacks a hint of aggression and martial resolve. Otherwise, a breakthrough would be peculiar. As anxiety enveloped Han Li, the voice of the woman in the plain skirt echoed in his mind. Sister Gon, you have finally taken the initiative to contact me. Han Li felt a rush of excitement. Throughout these days, he had not forgotten that within him resided a mysterious woman of unfathomable strength, yet every attempt to reach out had been met with silence, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. He had not expected that today, the voice of the woman in the plain skirt would resonate within his mind. If I do not appear, allowing you to languish in this aimless cultivation. You would inevitably become a waste. The woman in the plain skirt reprimanded coldly, then continued, if you wish to break through to the 5th level of the Qi refining realm, you must experience life and death battles. The cultivation methods, martial techniques, and martial insights you comprehend are not trivial. That to assume you can achieve a breakthrough while cooped up all day is to greatly underestimate the profound teachings I have imparted to you. Her words struck Han Li like a bolt from the blue, awakening him to a crucial realization that in his recent days of cultivation within the Tianwu sect, his thoughts have been consumed by how to swiftly break through to the pulse-building realm. Neglecting the existence of his cultivation methods, martial techniques, and knife intent. Each distinct cultivation method generates true energy with its own characteristics. The Divine Prison Celestial Theft technique he practiced was one such example. It not only opened the path to divine and demonic particles, but also allowed his true energy to be referred to as divine demonic true energy, or a non-mainstream version of it. After all, he had yet to cultivate the Divine Prison Celestial Theft technique to a profound level. The divine and demonic particles within him were but a flicker of the vast potential that lay beyond. Now it makes sense. No wonder I always felt a slight stagnation in my true energy, thinking it was due to my true energy's flow or cultivation methods being flawed. Han Li lamented as he slapped his forehead. Had he considered this issue sooner, he would not have squandered his time on the fighting martial peak. But if he had recognized this problem earlier, he need not have remained there at all. He could have directly left the Tianwu sect to seek out a mountain range teeming with demon beasts for rigorous training, or join a team of martial artists to undertake various missions, thereby earning resources while simultaneously accumulating practical experience. Why had he wasted time on the fighting martial peak? Now that you understand, prepare yourself to set off tomorrow. I shall provide you with some other specialized training during these days. The calm voice of the woman in the plain skirt resounded. Han Li nodded earnestly, understanding that he would now head to the Tianwu Hall to request Elder Luo for permission to leave the sect. Han Li spoke as he leaped onto the cushion in his room. After tidying up his belongings, he hastened to the Tianwu Hall to submit an application to Elder Luo. That day, in the presence of Elder Luo, they had sworn blood allegiance to the dark green iron token, which effectively placed their existence under the watchful eyes of the powerful members of the Tianwu sect. Even the desire to leave the sect for training required multiple approvals from the higher-ups before one could have a chance. Upon exiting the Tianwu Hall, a trace of relaxation appeared on Han Li's face. Everything had gone smoothly. His application to leave the Tianwu sect had received the consent of its higher echelons. Once he stepped outside the sect, he could devise myriad ways to enhance himself and perhaps even discover a method to shake off the scrutiny of the formidable figures within the Tianwu sect. The following morning, Han Li swiftly packed his belongings and stepped beyond the confines of Dowu Peak, setting off towards the outside world of the Tianwu sect, using a map acquired through bartering with disciples from Dowu Peak. He spent several gold coins to procure a fine steed in a nearby county, ultimately taking 7 days to arrive at the distant Beast Mountain Range, a staggering 5,700 miles from the Tianwu sect. The Beast Mountain Range was notorious, and even those at the Purple Mansion or nascent Soul Realm from the Tianwu sect would require considerable time to reach it, although not as extensive as the Chilean mountains that traverse the Xinyu Kingdom. Its fearsome reputation, as Han Li had learned from the disciples of the Tianwu sect, was not significantly inferior to that of the Chilean mountains, and perhaps even surpassed it. The origins of the Beast Mountain Range are steeped in history. It is said that long ago, the 7 sects of martial arts in the Xinyu Kingdom, in conjunction with several powerful beings of the nascent Soul Realm, attempted multiple times to subdue the formidable beasts within the range, only to suffer the loss of several of their own. Thus, the name Beast Mountain was established. As Han Li ventured deeper into the Beast Mountain Range, he was immediately struck by the overwhelming presence of demonic beasts and the acrid scent of blood wafting from within. Lingering in the air, simultaneously, venomous insects and serpents roamed freely, and one had to be cautious of the man eating flowers that would snap open at a moment's notice. The very terrain, including swamps and muddy grounds, created a veritable paradise for demonic beasts. Each night, pairs of eerie green glimmers would ignite around him, resembling countless eyes watching him, enveloping the entire night in an atmosphere of mental fatigue. in a particular part of the Beast Mountain range. Hanli bellowed, gripping his blood-crazed blade as he struck downwards at a massive python. Its body, a blend of deep blue and purple, shimmered with a metallic sheen, suddenly fell, its hot blood gushing forth like a fountain. Had Hanli not reacted swiftly, he would have been drenched in the lifeblood of this slain creature. Just at the periphery, he had encountered a 7th-level Chi refinement realm demonic python. If he ventured further in, he could hardly fathom what beasts awaited him. As he collected valuables from the slain python, Hanli pondered quietly. Upon entering the Beast Mountain range, he had already faced no fewer than 10 demonic beasts of the Chi refinement realm. However, encountering beasts of the body refinement realm was exceedingly rare. It seemed that the only ones appearing before him were the stronger ones on the brink of advancing to the Chi refinement realm. After securing the valuable items from the giant python, Hanli rose to delve deeper in search of even more formidable beasts, while remaining vigilant for any fellow human martial artists who might also be training within the Beast Mountain range. At this moment, although he was still at the 4th level of the Chi refinement realm, he had reached the pinnacle of that level, with a breakthrough to the 5th level imminent, pending just one trial of life and death. Chapter 53. The Black-Scaled Crocodile Dragon and the Gruesome Battle. As Hanli continued deeper into the Beast Mountain range, he extended his senses, alert to every sound and movement. With the slightest disturbance, he would remain poised to strike. Just a little more, he thought to himself. The more he battled the demonic beasts, the sharper and more domineering his true energy became, as if it were an unstoppable force capable of suppressing all. Likewise, his martial techniques grew increasingly adept over time, especially the high-tier martial technique, the threefold flame blade. Hanli had nearly mastered the first 2 forms, with only the complete grasp of the 3rd form remaining, which was merely a matter of time. However, he still felt a lingering incompleteness in his breakthrough to the 5th level of the Chi refinement realm, as he had yet to reach true perfection. While traversing the Beast Mountain range, he soon arrived at a swampy area. The dark brown marsh resembled a diluted dough, and any substantial object that fell would be engulfed as if by a beast's gaping maw. Here, he encountered the black-scaled crocodile dragon, a hybrid beast born of the dragon family and crocodile species, favoring the swamp for its habitation and adept at leaping forth to ambush unsuspecting creatures that approached. Upon nearing the territory of the black-scaled crocodile dragon, Hanli witnessed the creature suddenly erupt from the swamp, tearing apart a low-flying lion-eagle beast into shreds. Kid, that beast is at least comparable to a 2nd-level pulse refinement realm creature. Are you sure? A voice echoed in Hanli's mind, that of a woman in a plain dress. In response, Hanli replied, Sister Gon, my realm still lacks just a fraction. Perhaps this black-scaled crocodile dragon is the opportunity one need for my breakthrough. Do take care, the woman said lightly before her presence vanished. Unfazed, Hanli shifted his gaze to the black-scaled crocodile dragon, which had emerged from the swamp and now lounged lazily on the ground, basking in the sunlight. In the refracted light, the scales on the back of the black-scaled crocodile dragon gleamed like precious gems, appearing as if they were forged from ancient ice and indestructible black obsidian. Should a weapon craftsman behold these scales, they would undoubtedly recognize them as superior materials for crafting. If all went well, they could be fashioned into defensive armor of at least a low-tier, high-grade quality. Hanli stilled his breath and suppressed his aura to the minimum, stealthily approaching the black-scaled crocodile dragon, his blood-crazed blade shimmering with the glow of true energy, concealed yet poised like a coiled serpent waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The black-scaled crocodile dragon was akin to a 2nd-level pulse refinement realm beast. Hanli understood that he could not afford a direct confrontation. Otherwise, he would likely not even catch a glimpse of the beast before meeting his demise within its jaws. Stealthily, he maneuvered to the rear of the black-scaled crocodile dragon. The blood-crazed blade surged forth, its true energy coalescing into a palpable form. The first 2 forms of the threefold flame blade erupted in a blaze of crimson light, transforming into a dazzling spectacle. With all his strength, Hanli unleashed a downward strike, aimed directly at the creature's head. In that instant, the black-scaled crocodile dragon seemed to sense something, its massive body shifting as its fearsome head emitted a deafening roar. Its limbs gripping the ground tightly. It lunged forward, attempting to bite Han Li with a ferocious snap of its jaws. The blood-red pupils of the beast glimmered with disdain, as if mocking Han Li's audacity. A mere chi refinement realm ant dared to brandish a blade against it. Indeed, formidable. Han Li noted, feeling a brief moment of hesitation as his flaming blade descended. Yet the next instant he struck without hesitation. Clang! The blood-crazed blade collided with the head of the black-scaled crocodile dragon, producing a resounding metallic clash. The terrifying recoil surged through Han Li's arm, causing it to go numb. Meanwhile, the black-scaled crocodile dragon retaliated. With a swift sweep of its long tail, a thunderous sound erupted in the air, akin to a muffled explosion, as it descended upon Han Li's chest with a speed that was nearly imperceptible. Boom! Han Li was caught off guard and struck by the tail of the black-scaled crocodile dragon. His face flushed crimson as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body momentarily airborne. Crashing to the ground like a falling meteor, scattering debris in all directions. Before he could gather his thoughts, the black-scaled crocodile dragon was upon him, its gaping jaws exuding a foul stench as it lunged to bite him. Oh no! Han Li internally lamented, rolling away in a desperate maneuver to evade the beast's grasp. When he looked back, he saw the ground where he had stood cracked like stone, as if the earth itself had given way beneath the beast's might. Is this truly the power of a second-level pulse refinement realm beast? Han Li's mouth felt dry as he realized the folly of challenging the black-scaled crocodile dragon for a breakthrough to the 5th level of chi refinement. This creature, possessing the bloodline of a dragon, was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary second-level pulse refinement realm beast. Its strength surpassed that of the average beasts, easily capable of slaughtering those of the 3rd or 4th levels. An even 5th-level beast would find it a formidable opponent. I have miscalculated, Han Li pondered to himself. However, he soon regained his composure. Gripping the bloodthirsty blade tightly, he retrieved a healing elixir from his storage ring, which he had prepared prior to entering the demon-slaying mountain range, and swallowed it. Simultaneously, he consumed a chi-replenishing elixir. The chi-replenishing elixir not only aided martial artists in their cultivation, but also restored their chi. Yet, when it came to the speed of cultivation, it could not compare to Han Li's rapid refinement of spirit crystals. The boundless blade technique, an unending abyss. Han Li called out in a deep voice. Feeling his chi surge once more as he executed the boundless blade technique. Infused with the overwhelming intent of the boundless blade, a terrifying blade aura rampaged forth at a mere wisp of this blade aura effortlessly sliced through a tree thick enough for a person to embrace. Severing it in half, with a single stroke, it felt as though one were plunging into an infinite void. In the boundless hell, even a single person fills it, let alone countless others. The blade intent was unparalleled. The technique fierce, and the blade aura sprawling. The crimson light of the blade, under Han Li's command, clashed violently with the approaching black-scaled crocodile dragon, with a screech employing the blade intent and the boundless blade technique. Han Li unleashed a strike that seemed invincible, accompanied by a flash of red light. The black-scaled crocodile dragon howled in agony as the red light dimmed. It revealed a broken horn on its head. Beneath the black scales lay exposed bone and flesh. The combination of the boundless blade technique and blade intent enabled Han Li to carve a deep wound into the head of the black-scaled crocodile dragon, igniting a flicker of hope for victory within him. Seizing the moment of its pain, Han Li charged forward with fervor. The bloodthirsty blade was once again raised, the boundless blade technique unfurled, and the blade intent ravaged the surroundings, transforming the area into his domain of blade intent. Any creature that dared to intrude, unless stronger than him or the black-scaled crocodile dragon, would instantly be reduced to a puddle of flesh. In the vicinity of the dark brown marsh, a flurry of blade shadows descended. The black-scaled crocodile dragon screeched in despair as its massive tail swept across, sharp as a dull knife, snapping trees in its wake. The creature, overwhelmed with rage, struck at Han Li with uncoordinated fury, yet Han Li deftly evaded its attacks time and again. Conversely, the wounds on the crocodile dragon multiplied. Its boiling blood pooled on the ground. The black-scaled crocodile dragon, sensing danger, curled its body, as if attempting to retreat back into the marsh. But how could Han Li allow it that opportunity? Beast, How could I let you escape? Han Li sneered coldly, baring his teeth as he leaped to obstruct the black-scaled crocodile dragon's path, the bloodthirsty blade glinting ominously in his grasp, ready to devour. The black-scaled crocodile dragon's crimson eyes revealed a savage fury, its forelimbs scraping against the ground, igniting sparks as its lengthy tail lashed side to side, a glimmer of ferocity flickering in its gaze. Having endured countless strikes from Han Li, the once impenetrable black scales had suffered significant damage, and a substantial amount of its blood had already spilled, leaving the creature in a state of frantic desperation. IT never anticipated that this human would prove so formidable. Unlike the reckless martial artists of the past, who met their demise, Han Li was distinctly different, wielding a blade that tore through its flesh. With a furious roar, the black-scaled crocodile dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing a dark red beam of blood-like energy, akin to a sword of crimson light, aimed directly at Han Li. Come at me. Han Li focused intently, his movements erratic yet deceptively profound, evading the bloodlight conjured by the creature's demonic energy. He then leapt onto the thick branch of a nearby tree. Propelling himself downward, the bloodthirsty blade charged with chi and blade intent, striking down like a falling star. His target, the creature's vulnerable eyes. In that fleeting moment, fear gripped the black-scaled crocodile dragon as it attempted to retreat, but Han Li had already descended, driving his blade deep into one of its eye sockets, splattering red and white across himself. The creature thrashed in agony, letting out roars reminiscent of a dragon and a beast alike. Its massive tail battered the ground relentlessly, and its forelimbs extended with glinting claws, intent on tearing Han Li apart. Witnessing this, Han Li summoned all his strength, driving the blade down forcefully. With a resounding thud, the struggling black-scaled crocodile dragon was pinned to the ground, the bloodthirsty blade piercing through its eye and into its skull. Its life force waned, growing increasingly faint, transitioning into a chilling stillness, as its once vigorous tail gradually ceased its thrashing, ultimately falling silent at last. He had succeeded in slaying it. Han Li gazed at the lifeless black-scaled crocodile dragon. A wave of relief washed over him as his sense of crisis diminished. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, staring up at the sky above the demon-slaying mountain range. The blue sky and white clouds revealed the sun, momentarily obscured by clouds, symbolizing victory. With the black-scaled crocodile dragon slain, Han Li found his chi nearly depleted. His body bore numerous scratches from the creature's claws, and his internal organs, along with some bones, had suffered fractures from the dragon's tail during the fierce battle. Had it not been for the flicker of combat spirit and the hope of survival within him, he would have surely collapsed under the creature's onslaught. Unable to retaliate, I must leave this place swiftly, Han Li thought, realizing that the previous battle would likely attract nearby demonic beasts or other martial artists. He retrieved an elixir from a storage ring and swallowed it. Mustering what little strength remained in his battered body, pulling the bloodthirsty blade from the head of the black-scaled crocodile dragon, he promptly stored its corpse within his ring, given his current condition. Attempting to dissect the valuable parts of the creature would be perilous. Remaining in one place could even invite an ambush from others or demonic beasts after securing the black-scaled crocodile dragon's remains. Han Li steadied his injured form and quickly departed. Barely half an hour after his departure, for demonic beasts arrived at the scene. Had Han Li been present, he would have recognized them as the silver-armored demon wolf, the giant-toothed sword tiger, the black-lined golden python, and the mountain-piercing hedgehog, all possessing strength comparable to the 9th level of chi refinement, some even reaching the pulse formation stage. Their blood-red eyes glinted with a ferocious hunger, sniffing the air like dogs, fixating on the direction Han Li had taken. With earth-shaking roars, the 4 demonic beasts clashed, racing after Han Li with reckless abandon. Wherever they passed, grass was trampled, and trees snapped in half. Any and all obstacles in their path were obliterated as they pursued Han Li with remarkable speed. Damn it, they're so fast. In a certain part of the demon-slaying mountain range, Han Li glanced back, hearing the deafening roars of the beasts, his expression darkening. He hadn't expected that as soon as he left, the demonic beast would follow him with such uncanny precision. After a brief contemplation, He looked down at his blood-stained garments, marred with both the blood of the black-scaled crocodile dragon and his own. Realizing this, Han Li's face darkened as he stripped off his clothes, wrapping several nearby stones and chunks of flesh cut from the dragoness body within them, then forcefully tossing them in various directions. Meanwhile, he sought out a cave within the demon-slaying mountain range to conceal his presence. As for searching for a water source to mask his trail, Han Li deemed it an unwise choice. In a mountainous area teeming with demonic beasts, danger lurked in every corner, especially in the depths of water sources, which could harbor undiscovered great demons. With the scent of his discarded garments dispersed, the demonic beasts immediately split into several directions, searching for Han Li. Simultaneously, Han Li found temporary safety beneath a cliff in the demon-slaying mountain range. Spotting a cave nearby, albeit shallow, it was sufficient to conceal his figure. After scattering beast repellent powder, a common antidote that masked scent and repelled beasts, he began to recuperate his chi within the mountain. At the same time, he prepared to break through to the 5th level of chi refinement. 2 days later, Han Li awoke from the cave, his chi fully restored. The wounds crisscrossing his body had scabbed over, leaving behind scars tinged with flesh tones, fierce and imbued with a masculine vitality. Within Han Li surged a robust and vigorous energy. It was time to ascend to the 5th level of chi refinement. After Han Li recovered from his injuries, he immediately prepared to break through to the 5th level of the chi refinement stage. Surrounding him were various spiritual herbs and medicines that he had collected from slaying beasts upon entering the Dingyo mountain range, along with some chi refinement pills purchased before his journey, intended to replenish and stabilize his essence after the breakthrough. The Divine Prison's Immortal Thief technique activated. Han Li grasped a blood spirit herb beside him, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. As he activated his cultivation method, he refined each herb like a furnace of heaven and earth, transforming it into the purest spiritual energy which coursed through his meridians and gathered in his dantian, coalescing into the 5th chi refinement stage cyclone. Time slipped by unnoticed. Within his dantian, the abundant spiritual energy surged as if a water tank brimming with water threatened to overflow. The surging spiritual energy, akin to a tide, was drawn to Han Li, swirling around him and entering through his pores. Chapter 55. Delving deeper into the Dingyo mountains. Boom. A faint sound echoed from within Han Li's body. The spiritual energy swirling around him was drawn in like a whale swallowing the sea, flowing through his meridians, refining his flesh and blood, and transforming into the true energy within the 5th chi refinement stage cyclone of his dantian. At that moment, through the inner observation of his spiritual sense, Han Li noticed the 5 cyclones within his dantian operating in harmonious competition, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining it into true energy. Gradually, a portion of Han Li's chi refinement true energy began to exhibit a slight liquidity. The quality of his true energy was evolving towards a higher realm, facilitating his breakthrough to the meridian establishment stage. When he eventually broke through to the innate stage, all the true energy within him would transform into liquid essence, coalescing into an innate golden core. At that time, Han Li's dantian would no longer be a weakness. The power derived from his martial golden core would surpass true energy, becoming a higher tier of essence. With a breath, Han Li expelled a murky breath, akin to a sharp sword energy piercing the air, producing a faint sound. After a brief swirling in the air, it suddenly dissipated into mist. This moment, he had completely broken through to the 5th level of the chi refinement stage, and the true energy within him expanded once more. If Han Li were to confront the black-scale crocodile dragon now, he would not find himself in a desperate battle. At the very least, his injuries would be significantly lighter than before. Having finally broken through to the 5th level of chi refinement, yet knowing this was not his limit, he resolved to break through to the meridian establishment stage within the next month and a half. Han Li stood up, brushing off the dust that clung to him. Now at the 5th level of chi refinement, the remaining 4 levels to break through posed no challenge at all, given Han Li's innate talent. He had yet to thoroughly explore the capabilities of his celestial soul. However, invoking the celestial soul significantly enhanced his comprehension. allowing him to cultivate at an accelerated pace. As his cultivation advanced, the augmentation to his martial understanding brought by the celestial soul would also increase. It was time to see what treasures the black scale crocodile dragon possessed. Hanli collected his thoughts, touched his storage ring, and summoned the corpse of the black scale crocodile dragon. Before him lay the massive beast's body, its flesh seemingly fresh from when Hanli had slain it days prior, unaffected by the passage of time. This preservation was entirely due to the capabilities of the storage ring, which was crafted from rare spatial stones, creating a small vacuum-like space where any item placed within received a degree of protection against decay over time, particularly for high-tier storage rings, which could contain hundreds of cubic units of space. Items placed inside maintained their condition as if time had stood still. As he gazed at the black scale crocodile dragon, a rich scent of blood assaulted his senses. The dark brown scales bore numerous wounds, and the exterior flesh revealed the bones within. Even the formidable defenses of the black scale crocodile dragon scales could not withstand the combination of Han Li's seamless blade intent and technique. It was hard to imagine what it would be like when Han Li's seamless blade intent reached its pinnacle. With the bloodthirsty blade in hand, Han Li approached the corpse of the black scale crocodile dragon and began the disassembly process. First removing the intact layers of scales, the dragon's fangs, and its sharp claws. These items were all valuable treasures. If sold outside the Dingyo Mountains, they could easily fetch at least 500,000 gold coins. In terms of spiritual crystals, they could be exchanged for a piece of low-grade spiritual crystal and several impure spiritual crystals, aiding Han Li's cultivation. After a while, Han Li had completely dismantled the black scale crocodile dragon. He retained the better parts of the remaining flesh and blood as resources for continued cultivation in the Dingyo Mountains, as the dragon's body contained a trace of the dragon's bloodline. Rich in spiritual energy and beneficial for enhancing a warrior's physique, he could see that moment. However, Han Li was toying with a blood-colored orb, pondering, "Sister Gon, this must be the demon core you asked me to collect. Yet I only found one within a meridian establishment stage beast." The blood orb in Han Li's hand was indeed the demon core of the black scale crocodile dragon, encapsulating the essence of its demonic power, and was a prime material for many alchemists. Generally, warriors would not dare to forcibly consume and refine a demon core, as the demonic energy within was fundamentally opposed to their true energy. Furthermore, the demon core retained the lingering resentment and violent nature of the beast after death, easily leading a warrior to madness, transforming them into something inhuman. Thus, it became a material for alchemists who, during the alchemical process, would need a demon core to neutralize the residual beastly essence and soul remnants, ultimately forming various high-tier elixirs in high demand. Powerful weapons often incorporated high-tier demon cores to enhance their abilities. Stowing it away, Han Li continued deeper into the mountains. Without a reply from the woman in the white dress, he exited the cave, seeking out bees for battle to solidify the recently achieved 5th level of the Qi refinement stage. Approximately 15 days later, Han Li, now clad in a tattered blue robe, stained with blood and crusted with thick scabs, appeared before the world. Even the bloodthirsty blade exuded a chilling aura to T's own observer. He resembled a demon emerging from a blood hell. After days of battling beasts, he had subtly developed a killing intent within him. Though he might not perceive it, weaker beasts could sense it clearly. Howling in distress and refraining from confrontation upon encountering Han Li, fully aware of the massacre he had wrought upon their kind. Reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement is still insufficient. I remain far from the meridian establishment stage, Han Li mused, realizing he must venture further into the Dingyo Mountains. As he traversed the forested expanse, he swiftly dispatched weaker beasts with a blazing triple flame strike, dismembering them and storing the remains in his storage ring, discarding what he did not need, or exiting the Dingyo Mountains to the nearby county town to trade the beast materials with the local merchants. During this time, Han Li had exited the Dingyo Mountains once, selling the previously collected beast materials for a significant amount of useful resources for his training, and he acquired around 300 Qi refinement pills for both recovery and cultivation purposes, along with several low-grade spiritual crystals, impure spiritual crystals, and other healing elixirs, as well as a 3-legged, 2-eared alchemical cauldron. His cultivation continued to progress during this period, reaching the 7th level of chi refinement. Yet he still faced a considerable distance to the meridian establishment stage. This was partly due to the fact that he had been engaged in battles while simultaneously cultivating, which had slowed his progress. Now, the periphery of the Dingyo Mountains posed little threat to Han Li. He planned to delve deeper into the inner regions, leveraging the intense pressure of the powerful beasts to push his limits. Seizing the opportunity to gather spiritual herbs and medicines rich in spiritual energy for further cultivation. Chapter 56. The Great Demon of the Nascent Soul Stage and the Mysterious Maiden in the Inner Reaches of the Dingyo Mountains. Han Li found himself in a territory closer to the heart of the range. As he stepped inside, a chill raced down his spine. The surroundings were eerily silent, yet an inexplicable sense of danger enveloped him. It felt as though the moment he crossed into the inner area of the Dingyo Mountains, his life and death were no longer within his control. The inner region was indeed somewhat terrifying. Han Li marveled at the sensation. Barely entering, his instincts were on high alert, sensing danger lurking in every corner, heightening his vigilance. Boom! A resounding crash echoed through the air as a terrifying wave of energy surged forth. Reminiscent of a tsunami, Han Li, who had ventured a mile into the depths of the Danshao mountain range, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his footing. In a moment of instinct, he plunged the bloodthirsty blade into the ground, gripping its hilt tightly to steady himself against the turbulent energy tide that threatened to send him tumbling. What on earth is happening? It suddenly dawned on Han Li that the Danshao mountain range could not possibly be this eerily silent. Outside, the incessant sounds of beasts had filled the night, yet within the inner sanctum of the mountains, an unsettling tranquility prevailed, starkly contrasting the usual clamor of the periphery. It was a silence so profound it felt ominous. Something significant must be transpiring deep within the mountains. Otherwise, such powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy would not be manifesting. Han Li's gaze swept across the surroundings, noting the numerous trees that had been shattered, and the boulders that had fallen, crushing the lifeless bodies of beasts, their bloodied forms now strewn at his feet. Han Li, let us proceed. The voice of the woman in the flowing dress suddenly broke through his thoughts. Guan's sister, the inner regions are fraught with danger. I fear that delving deeper may yield no rewards, Han Li replied, his expression darkening. Given his cultivation at the 7th level of chi refinement, merely surviving in the borderlands was a point of pride. However, the depths of the Danshao mountain range were home to innate and even primordial spirit beasts. If not, how could the 7 martial sects of the divine martial kingdom have failed to eradicate such threats? The woman in the dress pondered for a moment, seemingly considering Han Li's abilities. Follow my directions, and I assure you that you shall remain safe within these mountains. There is undoubtedly a great battle unfolding within. Seizing this opportunity may allow you to break through to the meridian establishment stage. Very well. I appreciate your guidance, Han Li replied solemnly. At that moment, the woman's instructions resonated in his mind that he exerted himself to the utmost. The bloodthirsty blade resting against his back, moving with the swiftness of a tiger or leopard through the forested terrain, navigating effortlessly under her guidance, he adeptly avoided the layers of beasts that surpassed his strength. Making his way deeper into the inner sanctum without obstruction, as he stepped into the heart of the mountains, a formidable pressure descended upon him, as though he had taken on the weight of 1,000 mountains, nearly forcing Han Li to his knees. As if he had entered the domain of a primordial spirit beast, he felt immobilized. Awaken your celestial soul. No amount of pressure can surpass the ancient divine wood of the celestial. The woman in the dress offered a solution, showing no intention of aiding him directly. The celestial soul, formed from the ancient divine which he had sought for so long, resided in the depths of Han Li's consciousness, only stirring when he sought to commune with it. With the woman's suggestion in mind, Han Li reached out to awaken his celestial soul, channeling his mental energy within. Suddenly, a surging will and power surged into his being. The oppressive weight that had settled upon him lightened considerably, allowing him to move freely, albeit his speed remained somewhat diminished by the residual pressure. Soon, guided by the woman in the dress, he arrived at the epicenter of the force. Concealing himself behind a massive rock face, he gazed skyward. Approximately 100 miles distant, a colossal figure loomed in the sky, adorned with wings, a lion's head, a tiger's face, and a serpent's body, its 4 claws like those of a majestic eagle, glimmering with silver light. The sight alone instilled a sense of terror. Dark purple flames of the beast rose and flickered, distorting the space around it, visibly warped to Han Li's keen eyes. Guan's sister. What level of beast is this? Its might can warp space itself. Han Li silently inquired of the woman, utterly unfamiliar with the creature before him, which seemed to belong to an exceedingly rare ancient lineage of spirit beasts. It was evidently at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the primordial spirit realm, poised to transform into human form upon breaking through to the next realm, Zhongtian realm. Han Li mused, realizing he had grasped a glimpse of a realm that transcended the primordial spirit realm. So, this realm above the primordial spirit is referred to as the Zhongtian realm. However, the woman facing the spirit beast piqued his interest. He sensed a familiarity emanating from her. Before he could ponder further, the woman in the dress directed his attention to the spirit beast. Opposite the pinnacle beast stood a barefoot young girl. Her skin was like fine jade, her features exquisite and flawlessly ethereal, her brows and eyes arched like crescent moons. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her back, dancing in the wind, while her light purple gown trailed elegantly, resembling a proud and regal phoenix. Her presence exuded an otherworldly grace. Among all the women Han Li had encountered, only the woman in the dress, hidden within his consciousness, could rival her beauty. Upon seeing the girl, Han Li's instincts heightened. Anyone bold enough to confront a pinnacle spirit beast must possess formidable strength, likely at least a great power of the yang spirit stage of the primordial spirit realm. Leave at once, do not provoke me, or I shall rend your delicate form asunder, the pinnacle spirit beast growled, its voice raspy yet imbued with authority. Upon reaching the primordial spirit realm, these beasts exhibited intelligence comparable to that of humankind, differing only in physical form. Once they achieved human form, their combat prowess could easily overwhelm many human martial artists of the same realm. Though their cultivation speed was slow, their longevity, coupled with innate talents, granted them an advantage over human practitioners, especially after reaching the primordial spirit realm, where their lifespans extended to thousands of years. If you surrender your Yuan Pe, I shall depart peacefully. The barefoot girl extended her delicate hand, demanding yet seemingly coaxing the pinnacle spirit beast. Do not overreach. Were it not for the mysterious force within you, this mere yang spirit stage, it would stand no chance against me. The voice of the great spirit beast was filled with irritation and resignation. Chapter 57. Fishing in Troubled Waters, Seeking Treasure in the Great Beastess Lair, the Yuan Pe. This girl possesses some intriguing motives. Desiring such a treasure, I never expected that in this remote corner. Not only would such a thing exist, but also the Yuan Pe. The woman in the dress tone hinted at her amusement at the unfolding drama. The Yuan Pe is of paramount importance to spirit beasts. The girl in the purple dress seeks the Yuan Pe of a pinnacle spirit beast, igniting the woman's curiosity about the impending developments. Guan's sister. What exactly is the Yuan Pe? Han Li inquired. Bewildered, his understanding of martial arts was limited to his current realm, and he had yet to grasp more elevated concepts. The Yuan Pe is essentially a rare treasure that allows spirit beasts to undergo transformation. It not only facilitates their metamorphosis into human form, but also enables the refinement of a second primordial spirit. Such treasures are exceedingly rare, yet it appears that this pinnacle spirit beast possesses one. The woman explained that it is second primordial spirit. Does this mean that having one could accelerate the beast's cultivation speed? Han Li's heart raced at the thought of possessing the Yuan Pe, envisioning a significant boost to his own cultivation speed. However, the woman's words swiftly dashed his hopes to not entertain such thoughts. Your current strength renders you unworthy of wielding it. Recklessly attempting to refine a second primordial spirit would only lead to your annihilation. Moreover, it seems that the Yuan Pe has already fused with the beast's essence. Acquiring it would require at least the strength of the primordial spirit realm, she cautioned. But aside from a Yuan Pe of that pinnacle spirit beast, I sense the presence of another object that could alleviate your slow progress in cultivation, one that surpasses even the Yuan Pe in efficacy, she added. What is it? Hanli pressed eagerly. Follow my instructions and leave this place. I will guide you to the lair of a smaller spirit beast, where you will find what you seek. The IT is also an opportunity for me to regain some strength, the woman declared. Though she did not elaborate on this object, it was indeed something capable of enhancing Han Li's cultivation, a treasure sought after by many who would go to great lengths to obtain it. Yet in this secluded corner of the world, such a rare natural treasure lay hidden. Venture into the lair of that great spirit beast. Han Li pondered deeply, then resolutely nodded his head. Naturally, he did not wish to let go of any treasures that could enhance his strength. The essence of martial arts is to contend with others, to battle against foes, and to challenge the heavens. Striving to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts and relish in ultimate freedom and ease. Very well, I shall assist you in concealing your aura, unless faced with a beast of the infant transformation realm or above. No one will detect your presence. Upon hearing this, Han Li quietly turned around. Following the guidance of the woman in the plain dress, he circled around and arrived at the lower ground where the great demon of the soul formation realm faced off against the girl in the purple dress. Concealed by the forest and aided by the woman in white to mask his presence, Han Li managed to evade detection by the beast. However, his heart could not help but pound furiously. Entering the lair of a great demon of the soul formation realm was a perilous endeavor. Without formidable strength as a safeguard, few would dare to intrude. Yet now, taking advantage of the impending clash between the two adversaries, he had stealthily approached the vicinity of the demon's territory. Meanwhile, above in the sky, the great demon of the soul formation realm seemed unable to come to an agreement with the girl in the purple long skirt. With a roar, purple flames erupted from its body, transforming into blades of fire that shot forth like thousands of arrows, piercing through the air and tearing apart the fabric of space, vaporizing the atmosphere. A sphere of flickering lightning coalesced at the demon's chest, pulsating with a devastating aura that could easily obliterate a mountain. Faced with the great demon, the girl in the purple dress did not remain passive. Her delicate fingers danced gracefully in the air, conjuring ethereal blooms as if she were playing a magnificent symphony. The arrows of fire that drew near her within a 100-meter radius fizzled out, dissipating into smoke. With a fluid motion, the girl summoned a long bow, its ends resembling sharp blades, akin to the wings of a divine phoenix, glimmering with a cold light. The bowstring appeared to be crafted from the tendons of some formidable beast, exuding an aura of both gold and transparency, devoid of any demonic energy, instead radiating a sacred presence. The bow was inscribed with a myriad of intricate runes that shimmered with an otherworldly light. As the girl drew the bowstring, the runes flickered and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged. The vitality of the flora and fauna around her was siphoned away, leaving the surroundings withered and desolate. Is this the nature of combat at the soul formation realm? Han Li thought to himself as he cast a glance back at the girl in purple and the great demon, astonished to witness the violent extraction of spiritual energy that rendered the area within 100 miles a desolate void. He could scarcely imagine what catastrophic scenes awaited him at even higher realms. He averted his gaze, recognizing that this was not the time for awe and astonishment. He needed to capitalize on the chaos of their battle to seize the treasures hidden within the lair of the great demon. With a determined leap, Han Li entered a vast cavern within the mountains. Unlike the foul stench that accompanied the lairs of weaker beasts, this place resembled the secluded abodes of human warriors. Inside, a labyrinth of winding passages revealed itself, the walls adorned with radiant diamonds that illuminated the entire cavern. Han Li chose a central path and swiftly ventured deeper. He was uncertain how long the battle at the soul formation realm would last, so he had little time to spare and needed to act decisively before the great demon returned to claim what lay within. "Stop! That treasure is nearby," the woman in white exclaimed with a hint of excitement. "Behind the bone bed against the stone wall." "Behind the bone bed?" Han Li replied, immediately following her instructions to gaze at the boned bed constructed from the skulls of living beings, if there was indeed a mechanism behind it. He surmised, then it must be nearby. "Why don't you take a look?" the woman in white suggested nonchalantly. After listening to her, Han Li began to search the vicinity, first gathering all the spiritual crystals scattered on the ground, and then collecting the scrolls of martial techniques beside the bone bed. These items were incredibly beneficial for his cultivation. However, after searching extensively, he felt disheartened, having found no mechanism. Exert all your strength and stomp on the bone bed. It is the location of the mechanism. The woman in white suddenly interjected. The bone bed? Her words captured Han Li's attention. Despite its chilling and fearsome appearance, the bone bed, formed from countless fallen beings, was the most conspicuous yet inconspicuous feature of the lair. Channeling his energy into his legs, Han Li took several steps back, then charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the center of the bone bed. With a resounding thud, he rolled backward, rising to his feet. Behind him, he heard the crackling noise akin to a beast sharpening its teeth, sending chills down his spine. Turning to look, he saw the bone bed sinking deeply into the stone wall, revealing an equally sized underground entrance. Constructed from massive stones, the soul formation realm great demon truly possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans, having cleverly concealed the mechanism within the bone bed. Staring at the revealed entrance, Han Li was momentarily stunned. His mind conjuring images of the great demon activating the entrance with a swipe of its claw before retreating into the subterranean passage. Previously, the bone bed had been utilized for rest. Even if someone intruded, they would hardly scrutinize the resting place of a soul formation realm demon. Who would have thought that beneath this bed lay an undiscovered underground entrance? Without further thought, Han Li leaped into the subterranean stone passage. The constructed steps were designed to accommodate the stature of beasts, towering nearly 2 meters high, making them resemble enormous pedestals. To Han Li, he skillfully navigated the steps. Hopping down swiftly into the depths below. Above, the bone bed had closed, but within the depths, Han Li felt waves of intense cold wash over him, causing even his 7th level of chi refinement to shudder involuntarily. Is this the opportunity that Sister Gon spoke of? Han Li mused. He could not fathom what kind of treasure or fortune could be associated with such frigidness. Before him lay an underground lake, its depths unfathomable. From above, the water appeared clear and serene, yet cold vapors continually rose, obscuring the depths below. The treasure lies at the lake's bottom. The woman in white instructed, "Dive down, and you shall behold it. You must acquire it. It will benefit both of us, I understand." Han Li nodded, disregarding any hesitation, and dove straight in. He trusted that the woman in white would not lead him astray or allow him to walk into danger. If she claimed it would be beneficial for him, then it was undoubtedly true. With a splash, Han Li plunged into the depths, sending water splattering. Bubbles erupted from the lake's surface as he descended. Meanwhile, outside the lair, the great demon roared with fury, its fierce eyes narrowing as they fixed on its lair. "So, you seek my essence not for its own sake, but covet the opportunities concealed within my domain? You have arranged your accomplices to distract me, while you intrude into my lair." As Han Li activated the bone bed, a formidable demon at the spirit realm sensed something amiss, its wrath surging uncontrollably. Ignoring the ongoing skirmish with the girl in the purple dress, it swiftly turned away, its wings trembling as a tempestuous wind surged forth, transforming into a violet blaze that hurtled towards its lair. However, the figure of the girl in the purple dress suddenly vanished, seemingly traversing space itself, appearing before the spirit realm demon as it rushed towards its nest. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and with a delicate raise of her slender fingers, she thrust forth a palm, the celestial canopy. In an instant, an invisible barrier materialized. Bam! The spirit realm demon collided against it, as if the legendary gong had violently struck Mount Bujo, producing a resounding roar. Its massive body, which had been soaring through the air, abruptly halted before the girl in the purple dress. How infuriating! In that case, this king shall first eradicate you, and then tear apart your detestable companions. The spirit realm demon bellowed in uncontrollable fury, letting out a howl that echoed like a wolf-esque cry, resonating throughout the demon-slaying mountains. "All beasts heed my command. Any human warrior encountered in the demon-slaying mountains shall be met with death. No one shall leave alive. If even one escapes, I shall rend your flesh and soul." Roar, roar, roar! With the demon-esque decree, powerful beasts responded, their voices rising like a cacophony of chaos. The entire demon-slaying mountains trembled with demonic energy. the forests quaking as if the earth were splitting and the heavens collapsing. Various formidable beasts obeyed their ruler's orders, sweeping through the mountains to annihilate the human warriors. Several peak-stage Consolidation Realm beasts were stationed outside the demon's lair, tasked with preventing any human warrior from escaping safely. You wish for death? Very well, I shall grant it. The spirit realm demon's fierce gaze glinted with malice as it gathered a bolt of searing lightning, shooting it forth like a cannonball, crashing against the invisible canopy conjured by the girl in the purple dress with a thunderous explosion. Boom! 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 1, 2, 3. After several strikes, the barrier shattered like fragile porcelain. The demon flapped its wings in haste, lunging forward with outstretched claws, as if to tear apart the fabric of space. In an instant, its colossal form appeared behind the girl, aiming to seize her shoulders and rend her asunder in a bloody spectacle. Yet the girl in the purple dress did not glance back. Her brow slightly lifted, a faint crimson mysterious mark materialized at her forehead, resembling a soaring divine phoenix or a coiling celestial serpent. Shifting and undulating. Break the law, she uttered softly. Above the heavens, a pale azure, ethereal arrow suddenly manifested. The essence of obliteration radiated from the arrow, warping all approaching spiritual energy, laws, and space into nothingness, as if reverting to chaos. This was an arrow meant to shatter the very foundations of law, capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Under its influence, any living being seemed utterly powerless to resist. Chapter 59. The fury of the girl in the white dress at this moment. Deep within the lair of the demon, Hanli remained oblivious to the turmoil outside. The spirit realm demon had discovered his intrusion and commanded the beasts of the demon-slaying mountains to seal off the area and slaughter all human warriors in sight, permitting no escape. Currently, Hanli was delving deeper into the bottom of the lake. Finally, at a certain moment, he shook off the disorienting sensation of plummeting into an endless abyss and reached the lake bed. Here, not a blade of grass grew. No aquatic vegetation was visible, as if life itself had been severed. Only an unbearable chill permeated the depths, cold enough to freeze one's very soul. Even Hanli, situated in this frigid environment, had to continuously circulate his true energy to keep his blood flowing smoothly, lest he become ensnared by the lake's pervasive cold. Yet, at the bottom of the lake, Hanli beheld a lotus platform. The lotus resembled a blooming flower, with 72 petals, its entire form crafted from a mysterious azure ice, translucent and radiant, exuding a breathtaking brilliance, undeterred even by the depths of the lake. Upon a lotus platform, an indistinct source of light pulsated, akin to a heartbeat. Thump, 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 resonating powerfully. Sister Gon, is that the object you spoke of? Hanli stammered. The source of distinction between heaven and earth was born from the vast celestial expanse. Many sought it for millennia, only to discover it amidst the mundane, leading to endless frustrations, for by the time one sought to capture it, it would vanish like smoke. Only the earthly source was easier to find. Birthed from the essence of the earth's veins, nurtured by the energies of the land over countless millennia, coalescing into spirit after 100,000 years. Now, before you lies an earthly source that is currently coalescing and maturing. Although it may be somewhat beyond your reach, your life essence and cultivation methods should suffice. The slightly turbulent voice of the girl in the white dress echoed in Hanli's ears, explaining the source of heaven and earth. What is this source? Hanli pondered, uncertain. Yet he understood that the earthly source before him was undoubtedly exceedingly precious and rare, formed from the essence of the earth's veins. Nurtured through countless ages, such a rare treasure would surely incite fierce battles among those above the spirit realm. Sister Gon, how do we collect it? Hanli inquired, gazing at the earthly source. Utilize your divine prison celestial theft technique to consume it, suppressing it with the power of your celestial life essence to aid in refinement. That, if successful, your divine prison celestial theft technique will greatly enhance, and I will also benefit from your refinement. Gaining a portion of its power, the girl in the white dress replied calmly, her excitement either suppressed or merely akin to a child's delight at a treat in the eyes of a foundational warrior. Very well, Hanli nodded, stepping forward. However, he discovered that the chill from the outside world had grown even more intense. Even as he circulated his true energy, he could not fend off the encroaching cold. A thin layer of frost began to form upon his blood within the meridians. He felt as though with just one more step, his blood and organs would solidify into ice, rendering him a frozen statue from within. Refine, Hanli silently commanded, activating the divine prison celestial theft technique with fervor. Instantly, warmth began to return to his blood. He hastened forward 10 steps, circulating his true energy throughout his body, reaching for the earthly source atop the ice-like lotus platform. In that instant, Hanli felt a momentary stagnation within his divine prison celestial theft technique. A fine layer of frost rapidly enveloped his exterior, his body temperature plummeting to the freezing point. Cold, 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 so very cold. As he grasped the earthly source, Hanli felt as if his very soul was on the verge of freezing, his spirit teetering on the brink of annihilation, had it not been for a vision of a celestial tree that connected all realms swaying in his mind. Alongside the image of a figure standing with arms crossed, facing away from him, exuding unparalleled grace, he feared he might have shattered into ice upon contact. Is this the earthly source? Hanli pondered, cradling it in his hands, examining it closely. Though it radiated no chill, upon contact, he felt as if his entire being had been solidified. Even the divine prison celestial theft technique imparted by the girl in the white dress came to a standstill in that moment. In his palm, the earthly source pulsated like a living heart, exuding a weighty aura. Perhaps this was the essence of the earth's veins and energies the girl spoke of. After all, the earthly source was birthed from the essence of the earth, shaped by its nurturing energies that consume and refine. Gazing at the earthly source, Hanli hesitated for a fleeting moment before decisively treating it as fruit and placing it into his mouth. The moment the earthly source touched his throat, a chilling energy surged up to the crown of his head. Refine. Hanli found himself somewhat sluggish the moment he swallowed the essence of the earth. His body became utterly rigid, and his vision darkened as he fell backward. Simultaneously, the divine prison immortal thief scripture, just before he lost consciousness completely, unexpectedly resumed its operation. An unprecedentedly terrifying refining power surged within Hanli, and the celestial soul residing deep within his spirit seemed to sense its master undergoing a transformation teetering between life and death. Cross this threshold would mean soaring like a dragon into the heavens, while failing to do so would result in his demise. With his soul scattered in the abyss of darkness, the celestial soul swayed gently, its branches and leaves stirring to release an unseen, profound spiritual light, which cascaded over Hanli's limbs and throughout his meridians. The divine prison immortal thief scripture also sensed the aid of this external force, accelerating the refining process. Hanli's true energy was actively summoned by the scripture, refining the frost formed in the wake of the essence of the earth, transforming it into a part of his true energy. Thus, in a cycle of consumption and growth, the essence of the earth was gradually compelled toward Hanli's dantian, the source of his true energy and the locus of his chi rotation. Here, all true energy was drawn forth from the rotation. Under the interplay of the divine prison immortal thief scripture, the celestial soul, and the essence of the earth, Hanli's flesh and blood began to undergo a transformation. Flesh, blood, bones, marrow, and true energy were all experiencing an unimaginable metamorphosis at a sluggish pace. However, within Hanli's consciousness, a will to cleanse the sins of all beings surged forth, interjecting itself and catalyzing a qualitative change alongside the divine prison immortal thief scripture and the celestial soul. In boundaries, a cold, ethereal voice of a woman in a white dress resonated, echoing as if from the heavens, laced with an unmistakable fury, as if sensing a betrayal. It was evident she was gritting her teeth in frustration. Chapter 60, Transformation, Extreme Realm. The climax of battle. I should have anticipated that the no-boundaries blade technique was not a skill that an ordinary person could conceive, let alone a mere insect-like practitioner of the meridian formation realm. The woman's voice was frigid. The will participating in the struggle of the divine prison immortal thief scripture was undoubtedly Han, Li's own cultivated no-boundaries blade intent and no-boundaries blade technique. At this moment, amidst the competition from all directions, Han Li's body had become a battlefield, with forces vying for control over him. Under the impact of four distinct energies, the qualitative change occurring within Han Li intensified. At times, it resembled the overwhelming might of divine demons, subduing the heavens and the earth. At other times, it evoked the vastness of the celestial expanse, shrouded in obscurity. At moments, it felt like the frigid chill of the Arctic, freezing the very soul. And at yet other times, it manifested as an infernal purgatory, a state of eternal descent. Different wills and energies stood like four divine demons, partitioning Han Li's body into four segments. The no-boundaries blade intent seized his bones and marrow, transforming them into a body of blade-like bones, densely inscribed with ancient runes, shimmering like jade and burning with a fire-like crimson hue, as if steeped for millennia in the essence of blood, both sinister and sacred. The divine prison immortal thief scripture claimed his flesh and blood, with trillions of divine prison particles vibrating like an endless expanse of sand, emanating an unparalleled will akin to a mighty demon god howling at the sky. The essence of the earth, under the pressure of the three forces, voluntarily integrated into Han Li's meridians, merging with his true energy rotation. While expanding his meridians, a portion of its power was refined by the divine prison immortal thief scripture into true energy, gathering in the chi sea of his dantian. The celestial soul, forged from the ancient celestial tree, safeguarded Han Li's spirit and mind, embodying an eternal and sacred essence, slowly undergoing its own metamorphosis. Soul, blood, bones, flesh, marrow, and even true energy were being partitioned by four distinct energies, yet forming a perfect cyclical whole, seemingly crafting an extraordinarily robust physique. Unbeknownst to Han Li, his innate talent was being forcibly and passively enhanced. Upon witnessing this scene, the woman in the white dress felt a surge of anger. She realized that the majority of the essence of the earth was beyond her reach, entirely absorbed by Han Li's body, causing her great discomfort. Although one essence of the earth was insignificant during her peak, easily obtainable by those willing to seek it for her, at present, she found herself unable to leave Han Li's side, with no one to procure it for her, and no surplus essence of the earth available for her to absorb. A bunch of old fools, unaware of their impending doom, dare to scheme against me. One day, I shall dismantle your graves. Deep within Han Li's consciousness, beneath the swaying branches and leaves of the celestial soul, the woman in the white dress unveiled her striking eyes, exuding a chilling malice. She was genuinely enraged by the current situation. If only she could absorb the essence of the earth that had fully integrated into Han Li's being. Though it would not restore her to even a fraction of her former glory, it would suffice to liberate her from the depths of Han Li's consciousness without relying on the energy released by the celestial soul. Now, however, it felt like a futile endeavor. The essence of the earth became the foundation. The no-boundaries blade forged his bones. The divine prison immortal thief refined his body, and the ancient celestial tree imbued his soul. All the treasures had fallen to this boy, indeed fortuitous for him. Suppressing her fury, the woman in the white dress scanned Han Li's internal being with her consciousness, her expression shifting to one of astonishment and admiration. The essence of the earth had become the foundation of his martial path. The no-boundaries blade intent had forged his blade-like bones, and the divine prison immortal thief scripture served to refine his body, while the celestial soul nurtured Han Li's spirit. This foundation was sufficient to contend with many supreme immortal sex holy sons and daughters. Even the descendants of the innate divine demons might hesitate to claim parity with Han Li regarding innate talent. While there were sources superior to the essence of the earth, such as the heavenly essence, divine essence, and sacred essence, the no-boundaries blade intent, the divine prison immortal thief scripture, and the ancient celestial tree were not privileges granted to just anyone. Even possessing a single one would elevate a person to an immortal king of unyielding legacy. Yet, Han Li possessed all three. The battle above was drawing to a close, as the woman mused. However, your transformation requires a bit more time. Sighing softly, she sat beneath the celestial soul, flicking her fingers as a flicker of spiritual light vanished into the pitch-black realm of the mind. Simultaneously, her complexion turned pale, as if that flicker of spiritual light had drained her meager reserves of power. As the woman's spiritual light entered Han Li's being, the four distinct energies and wills accelerated their qualitative transformation. Within Han Li's Qi Si and Dantian, the essence of the earth was encircled by 7 swirling currents, from which the earth's spiritual essence emanated, being absorbed and refined into Han Li's flesh. A portion also seeped into his bones, hastening the transformation. Within the swirling currents, the 8th and 9th currents rapidly coalesced. Subsequently, Han Li's cultivation did not directly break through to the meridian formation realm. Instead, he continued to condense the 10th, 11th, and 12th currents. Only after the 15th current coalesced did the speed begin to slow and eventually halt. The observer. Han Li's realm still appeared to be at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. At the pinnacle of that level, however, the truth of his cultivation was that he had reached the 15th level of the Qi refinement realm, 6 levels more than others, enough to rival a practitioner at the 3rd level of the meridian formation realm. In the eyes of the woman in the white dress, Han Li had broken through the extreme realm. Why is it that true prodigies can traverse higher realms with the ease of drinking water? The reason lies in their relentless breaking of boundaries, even as they ascend through lower realms, achieving the extreme realm. In terms of the Qi refinement realm, having broken through to the 15th level of the extreme realm, Han Li could contend with a practitioner of the 3rd level of the meridian formation realm with his bare hands. However, the true manifestation of crossing realms would only become evident in the higher realms. At that time, practitioners would have mastered the forces of heaven and earth, manipulating the laws of the universe like puppets with their thoughts. The most formidable practitioners could even alter the rules of heaven and earth to create their own domains. And those who break through the extreme realm would reveal their true combat power after such a breakthrough. But that is a tale for another time. The 15th level of the extreme realm could barely allow him to compete with the holy sons and daughters of the immortal ancient sex. Perhaps he too would not be incapable of achieving that. The woman in the white dress smiled lightly before falling into a deep slumber, patiently awaiting Han Li's awakening from his metamorphosis. Meanwhile, above the lair of the great demon, the fierce battle, just as the woman had anticipated, was nearing its conclusion. In the heavens, the wings of the great demon at the primordial spirit level bore a fracture, exposing raw flesh to the air, while its blood fell to the ground like a heavy weight, creating deep craters. Opposite, the girl in the purple skirt appeared somewhat pale, seemingly drained. Chapter 61. The Great Demon's Wrath. Awakening. Accursed humans, you dare to sever my wings. Above the firmament, a formidable beast of the primordial spirit realm roared through the mountains and forests, its violent aura bending the flora within a 1,000-mile radius. The very earth quaked beneath its wrath, sending boulders tumbling down the mountainsides and causing fish in the streams to leap from the water, their bellies exposed to the air. The furious voice was laced with a profound agony that pierced to the bone. Though the great beast of the primordial spirit realm had ascended to a level where it no longer required wings to traverse the void, the loss of its wings, severed by a single arrow from the girl in the purple dress, was a bitter grievance that words could scarcely convey. In that moment, it longed to rend the girl to shreds beneath its claws, yet even that could not quell the bitterness it harbored within. You sought to slay me, while I merely acted in self-defense. The girl in the purple dress remarked, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as her sweet, icy voice rang out like that of a noble deity. Yet the longbow she gripped trembled subtly, for she too had expended considerable strength in this fierce clash against the primordial spirit beast, whose might was formidable. It stood at the pinnacle of the primordial spirit realm, and for her, to forcibly sever its wings was no small feat. Indeed, it bordered on the impossible. Yet, she had achieved it, inciting the beast's wrath even further. Howl! I shall obliterate you utterly, bellowed the great beast, its fury deafening as it disregarded the girl's words. Enraged, it perceived this human woman as coveting its essence, using her divine weapon and the peculiar powers of the primordial spirit realm to engage in battle, while she had already severed one of its arms. Now, her accomplices had infiltrated its lair, aiming to seize its treasures, Such affronts had driven the primordial spirit beast to the brink of madness. From behind the great beast, a tricolored halo manifested, mysterious runes of the great path shimmering into existence as a dangerous aura coalesced. The sky darkened ominously, clouds shrouding the light, and in an instant, the heavens appeared as black as ink, thunder and lightning erupting as a terrifying tide of energy surged around the primordial spirit beast. Celestial demon S. Fury. The beast roared, its half-broken wings unfurling, feathers tainted with purple flames falling like arrows aimed at the girl in the purple dress. Each feather possessed the power to shatter gold and stone, shimmering with a metallic sheen, as if reflections danced across their surfaces. Thousands of these feathered arrows converged, imbued with a faint demonic aura, capable of easily annihilating any innate realm expert, or even those of the Purple Mansion realm. Today, regardless of who stands behind you, the demon-slaying mountain shall be your burial ground. The beast snarled, its visage twisted in rage. As it flapped its wings, a terrifying gale swept through the void, the feathered arrows raining down like a torrential downpour. Dense as a storm, capable of rending the flesh of even primordial spirit realm experts and obliterating their very essence. This was the innate demonic technique of the primordial spirit beast, a gift from its bloodline. Even formidable experts of the heavy heaven realm would retreat in fear from such a technique, for they could not disregard the inherited skills of a great beast. Each technique, once mastered to a profound level, could unleash cataclysmic power. Danger loomed. The girl in the purple dress gazed at the myriad arrows descending upon her, her beautiful eyes narrowing in apprehension. This was the first time she had felt the chilling breath of death in her fierce battle against the primordial spirit beast. If she failed to block them, her demise would be imminent. Should she succeed, she would still be grievously injured. Raising her longbow, she drew back the string, 3 law-breaking arrows materializing before her. This was the most potent arrow technique she could wield at present, a culmination of her memories and the most formidable attack she had at her disposal. With a resounding release of her fingers, the 3 law-breaking arrows shot forth, as if shattering the myriad laws of the universe. In the space before her, 3 phantom phoenixes materialized, majestic and regal, obliterating all feathered arrows in their path, reducing them to nothingness. However, behind the primordial spirit beast, the tricolored halo remained undiminished, as if brewing an even more terrifying onslaught. A diamond-shaped spire coalesced in the sky, descending like a meteor from the heavens. The 3 law-breaking arrows, confronted with this pillar, shattered like eggs against stone, crumbling under the immense pressure. They pierced through the barriers of the law-breaking arrows. Hurtling towards the girl in the purple dress, with a thunderous roar, an explosion resonated in the skies, mushrooming smoke rising and engulfing all in its scorching wave. The delicate figure of the girl in the purple dress plummeted into the void, descending toward the ground. Yet in that very moment, a law-breaking arrow shot forth from the smoke, striking the primordial spirit beast directly in one of its eyes. Blood erupted forth. The law-breaking arrow penetrated its skull. "Find that human woman for me. I want her to suffer a fate worse than death," the primordial spirit beast bellowed, its voice echoing like thunder as it raged uncontrollably. One of its eyes was shattered. A gaping hole marred its skull. Had it not been for the beast's formidable physique and its own strength, it would have perished the instant the girl's law-breaking arrow struck. This was only due to the fact that the girl, too, had expended considerable strength. Had she been at her peak, the primordial spirit beast would undoubtedly have fallen on the spot. She would die beyond measure. As it issued its command, the beast's minions, while ruthlessly slaughtering the human warriors in the demon-slaying mountains, sought the girl in the purple dress who had vanished after their clash. The entire demon-slaying mountains descended into utter chaos. My lord, do you require us to deal with the human accomplices in your lair? A beast of the embryonic stage floated down, lowering its proud and fierce head in a tone of deference. The great beast glared. "I will personally slay that human. You are to find that woman for me. Once you locate her, inform me immediately. I will exact vengeance for my severed wing and lost eye." "Understood." The embryonic stage beast replied quietly before departing. This moment, the gaze of the primordial spirit beast fell upon its lair. It stepped forth, enveloped in a tempest of fury, seemingly intent on tearing apart the intruders who had dared to invade its sanctum. A chilling aura of demonic intent swirled around it, like a demon amongst demons. Countless beasts of the demon-slaying mountains bowed their heads, prostrating on the ground in low murmurs, as if worshipping their king who swept through the mountains. Beneath the lake, Han Li's transformation was reaching its conclusion. Yet peril loomed ever closer. A furious primordial spirit beast was rapidly approaching him. In a fleeting moment, Han Li's tightly shut eyes trembled, hinting at signs of awakening. Chapter 62. The king of the demon-slaying mountains is enraged. What has happened to me? In the murky depths, Han Li suddenly awoke, his eyes snapping open to find his mind buzzing as if a swarm of flies and mosquitoes were fluttering about his ears. The incessant noise irksome beyond measure, a mysterious anger boiling within him, but he only remembered that after consuming the earth source, he had instantly plunged into darkness, as if he had been asleep for an eternity. Was it a year? Or perhaps 10 years? His mind was a whirl. You are fine. The earth source merely underwent a transformation within you. From this day forth, your martial path shall be smooth and unobstructed, at least until the primordial spirit realm. You need not worry about any bottlenecks. Take a moment to examine your body. The voice of the girl in the plain dress was barely audible, imbued with a faint weakness, almost imperceptible to Han Li. However, her reminder prompted his gaze to inspect his cultivation. In an instant, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. I have broken through to the 15th level of chi refinement. How is this possible? Han Li found it hard to believe. Yet, the subsequent revelations were even more unfathomable. The changes to his flesh were remarkably evident. He could feel that even if his bloodthirsty blade were to strike him, it would scarcely leave a mark. His body could be said to rival at least a mid-tier mystic-grade weapon. In fact, even high-tier mystic-grade weapons would struggle to pierce his skin without the infusion of a martial artist's true energy. His very flesh had become a human-shaped weapon. Any body-refining martial artist before him would feel utterly humiliated that a body-refining expert at the chi refinement stage might possess a physique comparable to a mid-tier yellow-grade weapon. Yet none had ever heard of someone attaining a body at the chi refinement stage that could rival a mid-tier mystic-grade weapon. Han Li was perhaps a unique individual in the entirety of the divine martial kingdom, or even among the 7 sects of martial arts. Beyond the transformation of his flesh, what astonished Han Li even more was the familiar aura emanating from his bones and marrow, the intent of the infinite blade. His entire skeletal structure resembled blood jade, smooth as jade without a single flaw, akin to a perfect innate body, transformed into an exquisite innate blade bone. The blade intent lay dormant, yet once unleashed, it would unleash a cataclysmic force that those adept in blade techniques. Han Li was undoubtedly the most suitable prodigy for mastering the art of the blade. Who could be more fitting to cultivate the blade path than one with innate blade bones? Sister Gon, what on earth has happened to me? Han Li remained silent, his cultivation not only failing to break through to the meridian realm, but instead surging to an unprecedented 15th level of chi refinement. Whether this development was a blessing or a curse eluded him. Yet he could unmistakably sense that his aptitude had undergone a profound transformation, no longer confined to the martial soul, but rather experiencing a holistic enhancement and qualitative shift. You have merely transcended the extreme realm. You must understand that breaking through this barrier poses no detriment to you. Seizing the opportunity to break through is beneficial for your future in martial arts. Though each leap to a higher realm demands an immense amount of resources, along with the challenges entailed in crossing the extreme realm. The woman in the plain skirt instructed, "Now heed my guidance and swim towards the eastern part of the lake's bottom. The soul realm beast is approaching. It won't be long before it descends. Remaining here only invites death." What? Han Li's heart raced at her words that a soul realm beast was descending. Had the battle concluded? Before he could ponder further, the woman urged him onward. Her voice was somewhat fragmented, prompting Han Li to realize something. Following her direction, he propelled himself eastward along the lake's bed, relentlessly channeling the vast, true chi of his 15th level of chi refinement. Simultaneously, he heard a resonating thud from above the lake's surface, as if something immense was diving into the depths. Upon hearing this, Han Li hastened his pace. a soul realm beast was far beyond his capability to confront. As he swam eastward, a glimmer of light appeared in the distance, flickering intermittently. Unbeknownst to him, within his consciousness, the woman in the plain skirt formed intricate hand seals, seemingly invoking some supreme divine art, and a portal materialized before him. "Han Li, recite along with me," she commanded. Instantly, a series of incomprehensible texts echoed in his mind, dense and obscure, each character imbued with profound mystery. Before his eyes, a radiant portal emerged. Behind him, the roar of the soul realm beast echoed. "Human thief, do not attempt to escape." At the sound, Han Li quickened his pace, leaping into the portal and plunging into darkness, feeling a sharp pain radiate through him, accompanied by the woman's faint voice reciting the mysterious incantation. Han Li's spirit abruptly sharpened. He hurriedly echoed her recitation. In a certain part of the demon-dispelling mountain range, Han Li's body plummeted from the sky. A deep claw mark marred his back, penetrating to the bone. Even with a physique comparable to mid-tier Shin grade, he now appeared bloodied and bruised. Upon hitting the ground, he glimpsed a pair of jade-like feet before losing consciousness. In recent days, the demon-dispelling mountain had erupted in chaos. Countless beasts ravaging the area and mercilessly slaughtering the human martial artists who ventured there, drawing the attention of the 7 martial sects and powerful soul realm cultivators from the divine martial kingdom. Many martial artists who came for training were left aghast upon hearing the news. 3 days after the upheaval in the demon-dispelling mountain range, the rampaging beasts began to quell their fury. Yet numerous creatures still prowled the mountains, their predatory gazes searching every nook and cranny as if seeking something or someone. Roaring in the vast stone forest of the demon-dispelling mountain, a silver-furred wolf demon of the condensation realm lay atop a smooth, flat boulder. Before it gathered a multitude of wolf demons, along with tigers, giant pythons, crocodiles, foxes, and various other beasts. These voiceless creatures emitted deep growls, seemingly reporting something to the condensation realm wolf demon. "Search every corner of the demon-dispelling mountain until we find those 2 detestable humans." The wolf demon's cold feminine voice echoed, its icy gaze sweeping over the gathered beasts. "The wrath of a king is not to be borne lightly. If you fail to find them, I shall feast upon you." The diverse assembly of beasts growled in protest against the wolf demon's decree. In the next moment, a massive claw imbued with demonic energy descended, obliterating all who dared to growl in defiance in a mere pulp, silencing the remaining beasts who scuttled away in fear. Not just here, but throughout the entirety of the demon-dispelling mountain, similar scenes unfolded in regions governed by the condensation realm beasts. The demon king was enraged, and the consequences would be dire. Chapter 63. The Great Massacre. Preparing for a breakthrough, are you awake? As Han Li opened his eyes, he found himself in a cave, warm air wafting around him. He noticed that his body was bound with strips of white cloth. Before him sat a young girl with bare feet, curled up on a stone platform near the fire, sweat trickling down her face. Was it her? Han Li's pupils constricted. The girl before him was none other than the purple-skirted maiden he had previously encountered, the formidable being who battled the soul realm demon. Yet now, she seemed to have lost the lofty demeanor and untouchable sanctity he had first observed. Her curled form and sweat-drenched body, along with her trembling pale lips, stirred a sense of pity within Han Li. "Was it you who saved me?" Han Li inquired, his gaze shifting to the bandages around his torso. Feeling a fiery pain in his back and directing his attention to the purple-skirted maiden, the cave was devoid of any other presence, indicating that she was the one who tended to his wounds. Realizing this, Han Li felt a pang of guilt. Had he not intruded upon the lair of the great demon, perhaps she would not have been forced to retreat to this modest cave. "It was that you should focus on healing now. Various beasts are searching for me outside, but I have cast an illusion here, making it difficult for anyone to discover us," the purple-skirted maiden replied. Picking up a piece of dry wood to add to the fire, the flames surged, illuminating her profile. Her skin was as smooth as cream, yet now appeared pale, almost as white as rice paper. Han Li soon realized that the moisture on her was not sweat, but rather frost-like dew, each drop exuding a faint chill that a faint blackish-red pattern crept along the elegant neck of the maiden. resembling a deathly grip tightening around her throat. After a moment of silence, Hanli asked, I saw you battling the Soul Realm demon in the demon-dispelling mountain. Did you sustain serious injuries? Yes, the maiden responded, further curling her form, her voice barely above a whisper. That beast employed its innate demonic technique, and I was afflicted by its demonic aura. Currently, I cannot summon my internal power and can only rely on my body to endure. As she explained, she cast a fleeting glance at Hanli, stirring a stick in the fire. That day, I fought with the beast, and you must have intruded upon its lair, correct? You know? Hanli was about to speak when he suddenly froze, guilt washing over him. You were injured by its claws, which left traces of its aura. Naturally, I am aware, she replied, her gaze fixed on the fire. When she rescued Hanli, she had discerned the nature of his injury from the traces left by the Soul Realm beast, which he had battled for an extended period. Given the aura it left behind, the purple-skirted maiden was confident that it was indeed the work of that demon. Moreover, the demon had previously mentioned an intruder in its lair. With her keen intellect, it did not take long for her to deduce the identity of the intruder. Yet you still saved me, even though my presence led to your injury, Hanli said, struggling to rise and donning a set of spare clothes from his storage ring. Looking at the purple-skirted maiden with confusion, I was afflicted by the Soul Realm beast's demonic aura and needed assistance. You were my only option, she replied. Ah, I see. Hanli nodded, realizing that her act of rescue was not without purpose but rather a necessity. What do you need me to do? Are you not afraid I might take advantage of the situation? Hanli's gaze fell upon the maiden, whose delicate, bare feet appeared to be a divine creation. Being so exposed to the air and firelight incited an urge to caress and admire her. At that moment, her trembling, pale face evoked a profound sense of sympathy, igniting a flicker of inappropriate desire within him. Should you dare to overstep, I can ensure your immediate demise, the maiden replied coldly, turning her gaze toward Hanli, as if in that moment, she truly embodied the essence of a Soul Realm cultivator. Even in her predicament, she was far beyond Hanli's imagination. Rest assured, I brought you to this state. And you saved me. I would never take advantage of you. Hanli smiled bitterly. He was not the sort of despicable person who would take advantage of others' misfortunes. Moreover, the girl in the purple dress had saved his life. Although he had managed to escape from the lair of the great demon with the help of the woman in the plain dress, he had sustained injuries from a powerful demon behind him. Had it not been for the girl's timely assistance, he would have likely perished in some remote corner of the demon-slaying mountains. That it was not in his nature to strike when a weak girl was in distress. Nor was it the conduct of a gentleman, of course. This was not to say that Hanli considered himself a gentleman. Rather, he adhered to a personal code of ethics. He possessed an innate sense of discernment regarding what was right and wrong. Furthermore, the girl in the purple dress was a formidable being capable of battling a powerful demon and still retaining a chance of survival, despite her current injuries. Hanli was uncertain of her hidden strengths, and to offend her recklessly would only lead to his own demise. Very well. What must I do to help you alleviate the severe wounds inflicted by the great demon? Hanli inquired. Suppressing his bitter smile, I will impart to you a secret technique, which, once mastered, will enable you to help me dispel some of the heavenly demon fiendish chi left upon me by the great demon. The remainder I shall deal with myself, the girl replied. Agreed. Hanli nodded. Please dictate it to me. I shall endeavor to master this technique during my recovery. The girl responded softly. Hanli settled before the campfire and listened intently as she conveyed the details of the secret technique to him. The technique was known as the Great Butcher's Finger. It was primarily an offensive martial skill, yet it also possessed the capacity to assist the girl in dispelling the heavenly demon fiendish chi that had been inflicted upon her by the powerful demon. As the girl explained, had Hanli's cultivation been somewhat stronger, particularly at the innate realm, he could have significantly suppressed the fiendish Q. In such a case, the girl would have been able to draw upon greater strength to subdue and refine it. Regrettably, Hanli was merely at the 15th level of chi condensation, having not yet broken through to the meridian establishment realm. He could only rely on time, slowly wearing away at the fiendish chi within the girl's body like water eroding stone. After a brief while, once the girl had finished explaining the Great Butcher's Finger and its nuances, Hanli nodded in understanding. I have taken note of it. In the coming days, I shall practice the technique you have described, while simultaneously striving to break through to the Meridian Establishment realm to help you suppress the fiendish chi. Through the girl's instructions, Hanli learned that the demon-slaying mountains were currently rife with demonic beasts. Numerous powerful demons roamed the forests, with many innate realm beasts appearing in hordes, alongside some at the Purple Mansion realm, all searching for traces of Han Li and the girl in the purple dress. This demonstrated just how fiercely the great demon of the mountains was pursuing them in the days that followed. Han Li diligently practiced the Great Butcher's Finger while also honing his mastery over his Qi condensation level 15 cultivation. He proceeded methodically, familiarizing himself with the newfound strength that accompanied his rising power. Whenever he encountered a solitary demonic beast passing nearby, he would emerge from his cave to engage in combat. With his formidable Qi condensation level 15 prowess, he easily dispatched a beast comparable to a 5th-level Meridian Establishment demon. This ease was largely due to his current level of cultivation, alongside the innate talent he gained after his transformation, which significantly enhanced his combat abilities. For Han Li, swiftly slaying a demon that had yet to gain significant intelligence was a matter of utmost simplicity. Meanwhile, seated cross-legged in the cave, Han Li found that the injuries left by the great demon had substantially healed. In his hands, he held spiritual crystals and several bottles of Qi condensation pills. Some of these crystals were acquired from the demon's lair, while others were procured during his return to the county city after venturing deep into the demon-slaying mountains. Today shall mark my ascension to the Meridian Establishment realm, Han Li thought solemnly. With the mountains currently sealed, it was impossible for him to leave. His only chance of escape relied on the recovery of the girl in the purple dress. As for reopening the portal that had appeared at the lake's bottom, there was little hope for that. After awakening, he had called out for the woman in the plain dress several times, but received no response, likely leaving her in a weakened state. His only reliance now was on the mysterious girl in purple. Although the Great Butcher's Finger presented some challenges due to the alterations in his innate talents, it was not beyond his grasp that he had made some progress, but would need additional time to master it fully for the benefit of the girl. As he refined the spiritual crystals and consumed the Qi condensation pills, Han Li closed his eyes, focusing intently on the divine prison immortal thief scripture to prepare for his breakthrough into the Meridian Establishment realm. According to Sister Gon's words, I will require a significant amount of energy to break through to this major realm. I wonder if the spiritual crystals acquired from the demon's lair and my existing resources will suffice. Han Li pondered anxiously, quickly refining a spiritual crystal. The Qi condensation pills were consumed swiftly. Akin to candy, he possessed no other high-grade pills. The spiritual crystals were his only valuable resource, far outweighing the importance of the pills. Nearby, the girl in the purple dress gazed at Han Li intently. She observed the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment converging towards him, noting the rapid consumption of the spiritual crystals. The speed of his refinement was far beyond that of a mere 9th-level Qi condensation warrior. He appeared more akin to one of the 3rd level or above in the Meridian Establishment realm. Almost there, Han Li thought as he retrieved a high-grade spiritual crystal from his storage ring, one obtained from the demon's lair. The overwhelming spiritual energy surged into his body, being refined by the divine prison immortal thief scripture within his body, which was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The true Qi began to gather in his dantian, resembling a swirling mist, akin to a celestial realm of clouds. The strands of mist coalescing from his true Qi were undergoing a qualitative transformation, increasingly shifting toward a liquid state. Simultaneously, Han Li began to open the true meridians within his body. Unlike the Qi condensation realm, the Meridian Establishment realm required the establishment of true meridians within the body, forcing open hidden meridians to become the primary channels for true Qi flow. Referred to as true meridians, the human body is a complex network of interconnected meridians, comprising both visible and hidden pathways. The visible meridians include the 12 primary meridians and the Ren and Du meridians, while the hidden ones remain concealed within the depths of the body, only to be uncovered by a warrior's spiritual perception. Successfully opening a hidden meridian allowed Han Li to officially break into the first level of the Meridian Establishment Realm. Boom! At this moment, Han Li discovered the presence of a hidden meridian within him. Under his control, the true Qi surged forth like a flood, relentlessly battering the hidden meridian he had uncovered. The hidden meridian was innately sealed, and to unlock it, the true Qi needed to wash over it repeatedly, breaking through its barriers. Bang! Bang! The true Qi surged, colliding with the hidden meridian that a flicker of pain crossed Han Li's face. His hidden meridian, having undergone transformation, was far more resilient than others, with numerous obstacles to overcome. Despite the relentless assault of his true Qi, the hidden meridian remained steadfast, showing no signs of yielding. Damn it, I refuse to believe that I cannot break through a mere hidden meridian. Han Li opened his eyes and took out the only high-grade spiritual crystal he possessed, a rare treasure from the demon's lair. Otherwise, given his current strength, obtaining such a high-grade crystal would be nearly impossible. Anyone who learned of his possession would surely covet it. The high-grade spiritual crystal contained exceptionally pure and potent spiritual energy. He intended to absorb this energy and combine it with his true Qi for a concentrated assault on the hidden meridian. After a moment, the high-grade spiritual crystal was refined. Within Han Li's body, the true Qi surged, most of which had transformed into a liquid state, far purer and more abundant than the mist-like form. It resembled a small lake that, as Han Li focused his mind, the true Qi within his dantian flowed forth like the tide from the sea, forming distinct streams and rivers that converged upon the location of his hidden meridian. Break through to the Meridian Establishment Realm, Han Li shouted inwardly. The liquid true Qi, akin to a rolling tide, surged toward the hidden meridian, crashing against its barriers with wave after wave of force. Crack! At a certain moment, a fine crack appeared at the threshold of Han Li's hidden meridian. Seizing the opportunity, he channeled his true Qi and struck with all his might. Instantly, a resonating hum echoed in his mind. The first hidden meridian was established, taking form. The liquid true Qi surged like a flood, pouring into the newly formed true meridian. Han Li's Qi condensation level 15 cultivation began to stir. Successfully breaking through to the first level of the Meridian Establishment Realm, he had succeeded. Han Li opened his eyes and gazed at the young girl in the purple dress, a flicker of joy passing through his eyes. After breaking through to the Meridian Establishment stage, his strength had significantly increased. He merely needed to master the Great Slaughter Divine Finger to a proficient level. Only then could he assist the girl in suppressing the malevolent aura unleashed by the formidable demon of the Yuan spirit realm. Yet, at that moment, the girl's complexion suddenly flushed crimson. Just as she intended to offer Han Li a gentle smile of encouragement, a trickle of bright red blood escaped the corners of her lips. The sinister aura had already begun to encroach upon her flawless swan-like neck, reaching dangerously close to her ears. Chapter 65. The deepening connection. Are you all right? Han Li sprang to his feet, quickly rushing forward to embrace the fragile girl, whose body felt as though it were on the verge of collapse. He could sense her temperature plummeting, the dark aura spreading across her form like a network of intricate veins. Gradually creeping toward her face, his gaze fell upon her hands, which were equally suffused with the malevolent energy. Her vitality was waning, and it seemed that her demise was imminent. The Great Slaughter Divine Finger. The girl uttered weakly, and before she could finish her sentence, she fainted. The Great Slaughter Divine Finger? Yes, the Great Slaughter Divine Finger. Han Li seemed to recall something important. He raised his right hand, channeling his true energy, employing the techniques of the divine prison immortal thief scripture. Following the method taught to him by the girl, he transformed his energy into a sword-like finger that struck at her brow, then traced downwards, gliding along her alabaster neck. The aura of the Great Slaughter seemed capable of suppressing all forms of malevolence. As Han Li's finger descended, the dark aura that had spread to her ears appeared to be momentarily halted, though it still grew at a slow pace. While the change was subtle, Han Li could sense the pressure exerted by the demon's malevolence against the suppressive force of his Great Slaughter Divine Finger. Ultimately, his cultivation was somewhat lacking, that if only he possessed an innate cultivation level beyond the Meridian Establishment stage, he would not need to endure such complications. The hint of frustration flickered in Han Li's eyes. Yet he stifled his agitation and focused on exerting the great slaughter divine finger to its fullest. His mastery of the technique was still incomplete, and its execution felt unfamiliar. However, Han Li's advantage lay in his breakthrough to the meridian establishment stage from the 15th level of the Qi refining realm, granting him a reservoir of liquefied, true energy akin to an unending river, far surpassing that of an ordinary first-level meridian establishment practitioner. Initially, the liquefied, true energy he had gathered within him was merely the size of a small spring, which was already considered extraordinary. Yet Han Li's reservoir was the size of a small lake, several times larger than a mere spring. He had also opened his first true meridian, continuously drawing in spiritual energy from the surroundings, which, after being refined by the divine prison immortal thief scripture, transformed into true energy, replenishing his reserves. Nevertheless, he had only just begun to open his first true meridian, and the recovery speed of his true energy could not keep pace with its consumption. He was constantly consuming Qi refining pills, and while cautiously attempting to master the great slaughter divine finger, he gradually began to grasp a semblance of technique. His true energy seeped through his fingertips into the girl's skin, delicately unraveling the malevolent aura, dispersing some of the sinister energy. Time slipped by, and the night deepened into silence. Outside the cave, the sounds of insects and summer cicadas filled the air. The dark energy that had invaded the girl's neck receded from her ears back to her collarbone. Utilizing the great slaughter divine finger for such delicate work was no easy feat. Han Li withdrew his energy, observing the girl, whose complexion had slightly improved, a glimmer of fear in his eyes. The great slaughter divine finger was primarily a combat technique, yet the girl had instructed him to employ it to delicately extract the malevolent energy from her body, allowing the true energy to penetrate her skin and even reach her internal organs, gradually drawing out the sinister essence that a slight miscalculation could mean life or death. Even a celestial being present would likely be powerless to intervene. Han Li, while executing the technique, constantly adjusted the intensity of his application and the flow of his true energy. After an entire day of effort, he had only managed to eliminate a portion of the dark energy encroaching upon the girl's neck. This endeavor had also depleted his true energy reserves. The elixirs and spiritual crystals he relied upon for recovery were nearly exhausted. I could see that moment. The girl in his arms let out a soft murmur, her beautiful brows slightly trembling as she opened her eyes. She found herself nestled in Han Li's embrace. "You used the great slaughter divine finger?" she asked in a hushed tone. "Yes, but I could only temporarily suppress enable you to harness your inner strength for suppression, and refinement will require considerable time." Han Li replied softly, nodding in explanation. Eliminate the majority of the malevolent energy from the girl's body in one go was beyond Han Li's capabilities, given his current level of cultivation. He could only rely on a gradual approach, as the malevolent energy of a Yuan spirit realm demon was not easily dispelled. The dark energy that had invaded the girl's neck was merely the weakest outer layer. Should it intensify, Han Li would need even more time to dissipate it. "All right, as long as we can resolve the remainder, it is not an issue," the girl said, breaking free from Han Li's embrace, her expression unwavering. Han Li focused for a moment. "I still do not know your name. I am Han Li," he inquired, having spent a considerable amount of time together in the cave, yet their interactions had remained minimal. Akin to a transactional relationship, the girl had rescued Han Li, and he, in turn, practiced the great slaughter divine finger to save her. "But a name." The girl lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes lost in thought. After a long pause, she lowered her head and spoke in a barely audible voice. "I have no name, I have no memory since I awakened. Only the knowledge that I must grow stronger, ever stronger. Names in my subconscious are superfluous and of no use. And oh name." Han Li pondered, then remarked, "Since you wear a purple dress, how about I call you Zin?" He tentatively suggested, realizing from the girl's words that her identity might be far from ordinary. Furthermore, with her possessing the strength of the Yuan spirit realm, even if he could not befriend her, it was crucial not to offend her. After he had helped her suppress the malevolent energy, he could distinctly sense that their relationship had softened and progressed, no longer resembling the initial state where they silently pursued their own endeavors, cooperating only out of mutual benefit. "Ziyuan," That works. The girl lifted her exquisite face. Her gaze fixed upon Han Li, a glimmer of excitement dancing in her eyes, as if she were celebrating the acquisition of her very own name. This joy, coupled with her enchanting smile, caused Han Li to feel a momentary daze. Chapter 66. Breaking free from constraints, the demon senses from now on. I shall call you Zon. In the girl's eyes, Han Li perceived a sense of jubilation, as though she had emerged from darkness into light. Filled with elation, the coldness that once enveloped her seemed to dissipate, replaced by a newfound warmth toward Han Li. Her extraordinary nature led Han Li to suspect that she harbored secrets yet to be uncovered. What those secrets were mattered little to him at this moment. Their relationship had shifted from that of strangers to acquaintances, taking a step closer, yet the prospect of becoming friends felt like an extravagant dream. Perhaps an impossibility. Now, for the time being, I will need you to help me suppress the malevolent energy, Zhen murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper. I will do so, Han Li assured her, in response. Han Li did not refuse. He readily agreed, present. He and Ziyuan found themselves as grasshoppers bound to the same boat. Had it not been for the deep cave, shielded by Ziyuan's supernatural barrier before she lost her powers, they would have likely been torn apart by the beasts lurking in the dangers of the Demon Mountain. After all, the number of beasts commanded by Great Demon at the soul formation stage is not something one can easily fathom. Within the confines of the dangers of the Demon Mountain, many beasts already surpassed Han Li in strength. If Han Li wished to escape the dangers of the Demon Mountain alive, he would have to rely on Ziyuan's prowess at the soul formation stage. In the following days, once his vital energy was restored, Han Li employed the Great Slaughter Divine Finger to gradually assist Ziyuan in suppressing the heavenly demon malevolence. Simultaneously, through the meticulous control required while using the Great Slaughter Divine Finger, Han Li became more agile and versatile in his use of vital energy, learning to maximize its power while minimizing consumption. His cultivation at the first level of the meridian formation stage did not stagnate either. With the passage of time, it steadily progressed. During these days, whenever Han Li found leisure, he ventured out of the cave to hunt down solitary beasts, bringing them back as provisions for the coming days, or to gather spirit fruits from the dangers of the Demon Mountain to replenish the intense consumption of spiritual energy. While outside the cave, Han Li also learned that the dangers of the Demon Mountain had not ceased their sweeping searches for them. In fact, the great demons at the soul formation stage were planning to send the mountain's beasts to attack human towns, attempting to uncover the whereabouts of Han Li and Ziyuan. A tide of beasts, targeting both them and the human martial artists, was quietly approaching, stirring a sense of urgency within Han Li if the beasts from the dangers of the Demon Mountain launched their assault. Countless nearby human towns would likely face destruction. During this period, Han Li had gained considerable insight into the strength of the dangers of the Demon Mountain. Not only did it house a pinnacle great demon at the soul formation stage, but each region was also overseen by various beasts at the embryonic breeding stage, whose strength was not significantly weaker than that of the heavenly martial sect. Moreover, there were some great demons on the verge of breaking through to the soul formation stage. Should all these beasts emerge, unless a soul formation power from the divine martial kingdom or the seven martial sects arrived, it would be nearly impossible to halt them to stop the tide of beasts. It was imperative for you to expedite the suppression of the heavenly demon malevolence. Listening to Han Li's explanation, Ziyuan nodded lightly, her expression devoid of emotion, seemingly indifferent to the fate of the beings in the human towns. Yet, upon witnessing Han Li's concern, she felt compelled to address the issue of the beast tide. It will take 2 more days for me to break free from the suppression of the heavenly demon malevolence. By then, the tide of beasts from the dangers of the Demon Mountain will not occur. I understand. Today, let me assist you in refining the heavenly demon malevolence within you. Han Li, understanding her intent, grasped Ziyuan's delicate wrist, channeling streams of the Great Slaughter Divine Finger's vital energy into her blood vessels. After a prolonged period of refinement, Han Li had gained considerable insight into how to suppress the heavenly demon malevolence, making the task feel second nature. As soon as his vital energy recovered, he would continue to suppress the heavenly demon malevolence within Ziyuan, forcing it back and consolidating it into one location. Once Ziyuan's strength was restored, she would easily suppress and expel the heavenly demon malevolence from her body. Within the vital energy infused with his spiritual consciousness, the heavenly demon malevolence clung stubbornly to Zi Yuan's blood and meridians. However, thanks to Han Li's presence, the previously spreading heavenly demon malevolence had receded, converging in one area, slowly expanding. Yet it could not keep pace with the refinement of Han Li's great slaughter divine finger's vital energy. After 2 days, Han Li refined the last trace of the heavenly demon malevolence. Most of what could not be refined had accumulated within Zi Yuan, forming a mass of pitch-black mist, the most difficult portion of the heavenly demon malevolence to refine. With Han Li's cultivation, even depleting all his vital energy at the meridian formation stage was insufficient to refine even a trace of it. All right, the next matters can only be entrusted to you. Han Li wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Zi Yuan, smiling. Upon seeing this, Zi Yuan inclined her head and then closed her eyes under Han Li's gaze at a presence that transcended the innate realm began to emanate from Zi Yuan. Reminiscent of the mysterious maiden from that day, that a trace of noble, inviolable divinity gathered between her brows, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm, shedding its earthly glamour to reveal unparalleled grace. A faint yet palpable pressure fell upon Han Li, subtly avoiding him, such that he felt no trace of burden. This the essence of the soul formation stage. A mere hint of its release nearly overwhelmed the innate realm. As Han Li felt the pressure that skirted around him, he realized that only by experiencing the might of the soul formation stage firsthand could one comprehend the terror of such an existence. The innate realm warriors had no chance to retaliate before a soul formation powerhouse. Perhaps those of the Purple Mansion realm could withstand the pressure enough to speak or act, but for innate realm warriors, survival under the weight of a soul formation powerhouse's intent to kill was nearly impossible. As Zi Yuan began to refine and expel the heavenly demon malevolence from within her, Han Li sat down, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to restore his vital energy to its peak, that he knew that once Zi Yuan recovered, she would soon clash with the great demon of the dangers of the Demon Mountain. A great battle was inevitable, and he needed to restore his strength to its zenith in a very short time. Meanwhile, deep within the dangers of the Demon Mountain, in the lair of the great demon at the soul formation stage, the enormous creature lay upon a bed of eerie white bones, seemingly resting. The eye that had been pierced by Zi Yuan's arrow was destroyed, yet the wound had healed, leaving it with only one eye. The severed wing could not regenerate, just like his eye, which had lost the chance for recovery, unless one day the great demon could break through to a higher realm and achieve rebirth through blood. Its injuries would remain at a certain moment. The resting great demon suddenly opened its lone eye, fierce and alert. They have not left. Good. Proclaim my command. Scour the dangers of the Demon Mountain and summon all embryonic breeding stage beasts. Even if it means collapsing the mountain, we must find them. The great demon roared, rising into the sky and bursting forth from its lair. Throughout the dangers of the Demon Mountain, the embryonic breeding stage beasts seemed to hear the command of the soul formation Demon King, prostrating themselves in reverence before emerging from their lairs. Within the cave, Han Li, recovering his cultivation, was startled awake by a voice from an unknown source, resonating with the might of a soul formation great demon. Chapter 67. Battle with the soul formation great demon. Has the great demon at the soul formation stage already sensed that Zi Yuan is breaking free from the constraints of the heavenly demon malevolence? In the cave, Han Li gazed with concern at the increasingly potent aura emanating from Zi Yuan. She appeared more transcendent and detached from worldly affairs, resembling a celestial maiden, her flowing purple gown akin to a phoenix robe, enhancing her regal and elegant demeanor. The heavenly demon malevolence within Zi Yuan continued to weaken. However, the beasts throughout the dangers of the Demon Mountain were likely scouring the area, and several great demons at the embryonic breeding stage were on the move. The great demon at the soul formation stage probably sensed Zi Yuan's presence. Before the heavenly demon malevolence was completely suppressed and freed from its constraints, it might still be contained within the barriers set by Zi Yuan. Yet, once she broke through, the leaked aura would likely be detected by the great demon at the soul formation stage. Roars of beasts echoed outside the cave, indicating that a pack of beasts had arrived nearby to investigate. Han Li nearly couldn't contain his urge to rush out and fight the beasts to buy some time for Ziyuan. However, he understood that with his cultivation at the meridian formation stage, he could hardly delay them even for a moment. Instead, he would be sending himself to his demise. Moreover, the area surrounding the cave was fortified with Ziyuan-S barriers, unless a beast of the Purple Mansion realm approached. None would detect their presence. Han Li inwardly prayed that they could remain undetected. Grappling with his feelings of helplessness, it was hard for him to accept his own inadequacy. What chance did he have against true power with his mere meridian formation cultivation? As he contemplated this, an unprecedented desire to grow stronger surged within him, but he realized that only by becoming more powerful could he offer greater assistance to those around him in similar situations in the future. This feeling of helplessness left Han Li quite uncomfortable that moment. The ground trembled violently. Boom, boom, stones tumbled, and the ground cracked as if an earthquake had struck. The intense shaking nearly caused Han Li, who was seated cross-legged on the ground, to lose his balance. What is happening? Han Li exclaimed in alarm. A booming voice echoed at that moment. Woman of the human race, come out. I know you are nearby. Should you choose not to emerge, this king shall extinguish the mountains and the earth within 1,000 miles with a mere stroke of my hand, and I shall witness how you intend to evade me. A primordial spirit, great demon. Upon hearing this voice, Han Li's heart sank. He recognized it as the voice of a demon of the primordial spirit realm. Damn it, how could it have arrived so swiftly? Han Li cursed inwardly, retrieving the bloodthirsty blade from his storage ring. Preparing himself to confront the imminent threat, he needed to delay the primordial spirit, great demon, for as long as possible. Behind him, Ziyuan's aura was nearing its peak once more. The power suppressed by the celestial demon's malevolence was on the verge of returning. He had to buy as much time as he could. He could not allow the primordial spirit, great demon, to interrupt, lest all his previous efforts be rendered futile. Stepping out of the cave and crossing the barrier set by Ziyuan, Han Li found himself amidst the dense forests of the demon-slaying mountains. The cave behind him had vanished, replaced by a smooth, illusionary barrier resembling a cliff, which significantly hindered the detection of the demon beasts and contained certain repelling forces that instinctively deterred them from approaching. Such a multitude of demon beasts. As Han Li exited the cave, his heart trembled, awed by the sight before him. The area was teeming with demon beasts, ranging from the Pulse Establishment realm to the Innate realm, and even those of the Purple Mansion realm. That a few powerful, bloodthirsty, great demons stood behind the primordial spirit, great demon. They were most likely the embryonic demons of the demon-slaying mountains. That a rough count revealed at least 11 embryonic realm great demons, along with 2 or 3 others that exuded an aura comparable to that of primordial spirit demons, suggesting they were not far from breaking into the primordial spirit realm themselves. It is you, detestable human race. You truly are a band of thieves. The moment Han Li appeared, the primordial spirit demons, searching for their presence, immediately turned their gaze upon him, recognizing Han Li's aura from when he fled. The primordial spirit, great demon, would never mistake it. Just a mere human ant. Human race, surrender that which you have no right to possess, and I may grant you a painless death. The primordial spirit, great demon, lowered its head, its single eye gazing down upon Han Li with contempt, its aura a mixture of sea. Is it not destined to be reduced to a mere handful of yellow earth? Yet, just as Han Li closed his eyes, awaiting the embrace of death, a fragrant breeze wafted past his ears. It seemed that Ziyuan, who had been suppressing and refining the celestial demon's malevolent energy within the cave, had succeeded. The person I have chosen. You are unworthy to slay. A voice cold and aloof, akin to a celestial being, devoid of desires, resounded in his ears. Han Li's eyes snapped open. Before him stood a slender figure, enchanting and graceful, draped in purple. Dancing lightly in the air, that a pair of arms, as delicate as white lotus stems, gently rose, effortlessly halting the descending claws of the great demon. Han Li was taken aback, a smile soon gracing his face. You have succeeded? Indeed. Ziyuan turned her head, lightly nodding towards Han Li, and with a wave of her hand, a radiant light enveloped him. Instantly, Hanli felt as though his body had become as light as a feather, floating upwards, encased in a layer of azure energy, as if he were a person within a bubble, soaring towards the heavens. "Rest well. Leave the rest to me," and instructed. As her words fell, her exquisitely beautiful face turned towards the great demon. In her captivating eyes lay an unmistakable chill and a thirst for vengeance. That "I shall annihilate you." With a gentle exertion of her jade arm, she cast the claw upwards that the longbow appeared in her delicate grasp. And in an instant, her figure soared to the heights of the sky that a law-breaking arrow, capable of shattering all, coalesced its target, the great demon of the primordial spirit. "Human woman, you have finally shown yourself. I shall tear you apart to avenge my lost eye." The great demon gazed up at Zin, who appeared like an immortal against the vast sky. Its deep-seated hatred laid bare. One claw reached for its lost eye, feeling the absence of a wing on its back, unleashing a fury that was uncontrollable. Even Hanli found himself unwilling to divert his gaze, focusing entirely on Ziyuan. All the pain and loss he had endured stemmed from her, faced with a formidable foe. The great demon of the primordial spirit set its sights on the strongest, Ziyuan. With a single step, it appeared amidst the heavens. Simultaneously, a law-breaking arrow shot forth with incredible speed, tearing through the void, creating a tempest that stirred giant waves, dispersing the clouds. "Your arrow holds no power over me." The great demon of the primordial spirit sneered at the approaching arrow, its cruel eyes gleaming with malice as it raised a claw. Swiftly seizing the arrow, what should have been an unstoppable projectile was grasped and halted mere inches from the demon's brow. Chapter 69. Will the king of the demons scattering mountains fall? Useless. The moment the law-breaking arrow was caught by the great demon, Ziyuan furrowed her brow, sensing a hint of difficulty. The law-breaking arrow was among her most formidable offensive techniques, with the remainder being even deadlier destructive martial arts, such as the god-slaying finger entrusted to Hanli. "Have I exhausted my tricks? Now it is my turn." The great demon of the primordial spirit chuckled coldly, seemingly sensing Ziyuan's helplessness. A desire for revenge igniting within it, a blade of demon energy coalesced, swiftly shooting forth, a strike akin to a blade cleaving through the void, seemingly far stronger than the law-breaking arrow. The heavens, with a light wave of her hand, Ziyuan summoned an invisible barrier that halted the descending blade of demon energy in its tracks. Yet, the great demon unleashed successive blades of demon energy, relentlessly crashing against Ziyuan's barrier. After several exchanges, the barrier emitted a crack, resembling a shattered mirror, and the blades of demon energy surged forth, aimed directly at Ziyuan's vital points. In that moment, Ziyuan's delicate brows knitted, and with a sweep of her longbow, the blades resembling wings effortlessly sliced through the great demon's energy blades. Then, with a graceful tug on the bowstring, she conjured a long arrow. No longer the law-breaking arrow, but rather a faint golden arrow imbued with the essence of divine slaughter. The aura of the arrow bore resemblance to Han Li's god-slaying finger, yet at this moment, it was entirely driven by destructive force, emanating a terrifying aura of annihilation. The faint golden arrow had barely coalesced when the skies darkened, the wind stirred, and the space within 100 miles around Ziyuan collapsed into a chaotic void, devoid of laws or heavenly order, with only the arrow of divine slaughter and Ziyuan's resplendent purple figure remaining eternal and unchanging. It was as if she stood there, impervious to the chaos, while the space tore itself apart in vain, existing in a realm entirely separate from Ziyuan. As she fused the god-slaying finger into the arrow, Han Li, enveloped in the radiant light, floated in mid-air, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, reflecting the faint golden arrow on Ziyuan's bow. Having also cultivated the god-slaying finger, he recognized the familiar aura at a glance that he never expected that Ziyuan, with her primordial spirit strength, could unleash such terrifying destructive power. The space surrounding Ziyuan, extending 100 miles, had transformed into a realm of chaotic void, as the laws restructured themselves, yet could not keep pace with the speed of annihilation. As he gazed at the god-slaying arrow coalescing in Ziyuan's hand, the great demon of the primordial spirit became suddenly alert, sensing every hair on its body stand on end, as if electrified. Is this arrow more terrifying than that law-breaking arrow? The great demon realized the challenge Yuan posed, utterly astonished that a mere human woman could wield such a threat. It must not allow her to release that arrow. The great demon understood that once the god-slaying arrow on Yuan's bow was fully formed, it might not just be wounded, but possibly face death. And at that moment, the demon beasts under its command might rebel and seize the opportunity to devour it. A severely injured demon king of the primordial spirit would undoubtedly be a feast for the demon beasts, especially those at the embryonic stage, as several among them had already surpassed the pinnacle of the embryonic stage. Just a step away from achieving the initial phase of the primordial spirit. If they consumed its flesh and essence as a nourishing tonic, they would surely break through to the realm of the primordial spirit effortlessly. Roar! The great demon of the primordial spirit bellowed, charging towards Yuan, unleashing its primordial spirit power without restraint, as if to annihilate the heavens and earth. Many of the demon beasts, under such a terrifying aura and might, were crushed by the great demon's oppressive force. Only those at the Purple Mansion and embryonic stages focused their gaze on the battle between the primordial spirits. Will the king fall? One of the embryonic stage demons spoke. It should fall. I sensed the terrifying aura of that woman's arrow. Even the pinnacle of the demon king's primordial spirit cannot withstand it. It will undoubtedly perish, a silver-haired demon, resembling a celestial wolf. Remarked with a glint of bloodthirsty greed in its eyes that if the king of the demon-scattering mountains were to fall, then those of us, restrained at the pinnacle of the embryonic stage, could all break through to the primordial spirit and rule independently. Should we devour the flesh and blood of the great demon, it would be but a simple matter to ascend to the ranks of the primordial spirit demon king. Thus, many of the demon beasts wished for the primordial spirit demon to perish, hoping instead for it to fall at the hands of the human woman. The demon beasts were fierce and ruthless. In their worldview, it was a matter of survival of the fittest. The strong reigned supreme. Should one die, a new primordial spirit demon king would inevitably arise. In the skies, the great demon of the primordial spirit glared fiercely, once more deploying its innate demonic arts, sparing no effort to thwart Yuan's god-slaying arrow. Blades of demon energy coalesced into flames, and feathers fell like sharp knives, entering the chaotic void, seeking to disrupt Yuan. You wish to kill me, but I shall not sit idly by, the great demon proclaimed, and simultaneously plunged into the chaotic void of annihilation. Its forelimbs, resembling eagle claws, lunged at Yuan, while demonic lightning flickered from its mouth, radiating a chilling aura of death. Boom! A purple, resplendent thunderbolt, illuminating the darkness, erupted from the throat of the great demon, shooting forth like a sword from its mouth, its speed transcending time and space. Hanli could barely perceive the purple thunderbolt. The barrier! The barrier! The barrier! Yuan exclaimed thrice, her form flickering in and out of existence. Elusive as she sometimes vanished into the void, and at other times manifested amidst the chaotic currents within 100 miles, her garments flowing like the celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Simultaneously, the faint golden god-slaying arrow, drawn taut on her bowstring, reached a critical juncture. In that fleeting moment, coalesced and formed, the pale golden arrow, adorned with enigmatic runes, emanated an aura of devastation, capable of annihilating all, slaying deities, obliterating space, shattering fate, and severing the threads of causality. It seemed as though a divine being had descended, confronting the formidable slaughtering arrow aimed at the purple kite. The only outcome was one of retreating in fear. This was an arrow, truly capable of slaying gods. Perhaps it could not vanquish the Tao, yet the gods would perish beneath the might of this great slaughtering arrow. Alas, the moment the great slaughtering arrow took shape, the primordial spirit of the great demon sensed the impending doom and swiftly withdrew. Its target was the ethereal light surrounding Han El. It sought to seize Hanli before the human woman unleashed the arrow. Using him as leverage, the instant the arrow materialized, the great demon understood that its failure was inevitable. Nevertheless, it still clung to a slender chance of survival, capturing Hanli. However, as the primordial spirit of the great demon turned. The purple kite's slaughtering arrow had already been unleashed. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the void, igniting sparks in its wake, that a pale golden true dragon manifested from the arrow, emitting a series of resonant roars that echoed throughout the demon-infested mountains. As if it had opened its eyes, it closely pursued the primordial spirit of the great demon, the distance between them shrinking. The scent of death closed in on the demon. "No, human, you cannot kill me. If you do, the primordial essence you desire will dissipate." The primordial spirit of the great demon cried in terror. Yet it realized that the true dragon entwined around the slaughtering arrow was already upon it. "Mere inches away. You shall not need the primordial essence upon you," the purple kite declared coolly, her gaze devoid of any emotional stir. The primordial essence within the great demon had lost its significance in that moment. The primordial essence was not singular. The challenge lay in finding it. Once it materialized, it would invariably be coveted by various beasts. The allure of primordial essence for demon beasts rivaled humanity's insatiable desires. Had the great demon not harbored murderous thoughts toward Han Li, perhaps the purple kite would have spared its life, allowing it to surrender its primordial essence willingly. Alas, the great demon was blissfully unaware that it had already narrowed its own path to demise. Even though the primordial essence held great importance, it paled in comparison to the purple kite's desire for the great demon's downfall. If the great demon had known this, it would have surely felt a profound imbalance within. It was a formidable entity of the primordial spirit realm, not something easily vanquished like an ordinary insect of the pulse consolidation stage. No, I can still be your steed. I can be your... The great demon attempted to resist, inching closer to Han Li, but before it could utter the last word, the slaughtering arrow pierced through its brow. In that instant, the great demon's corporeal form erupted with a thunderous sound, disintegrating into a mist of blood that spread across the heavens, showering down a faint crimson rain. Within the demon-infested mountains, the flora and fauna, now stained with the blood of the primordial spirit realm demon, thrived as if receiving a tremendous boon, growing wildly as if under the influence of hormones. An ethereal version of the primordial spirit of the great demon emerged, its fierce eyes filled with agony and boundless hatred, fixating on the purple kite while it roared in fury, yet unable to enact any further actions. Above its brow, the slaughtering arrow remained, firmly pinning the demon's soul in place. "From dust we came, to dust we shall return. You must now disperse." The purple kite disregarded the demon's furious glare, delicately pressing her slender fingers against the forehead of the demon's ethereal soul. Instantly, the great demon struggled to escape, a pained expression etching itself upon its feline visage, its already insubstantial soul growing increasingly translucent, as if it would vanish into wisps of smoke at any moment. In but a breath, the soul of the great demon completely dissipated into ethereal vapors, marking its total demise at the hands of the purple kite. Simultaneously, an amber-hued, slightly translucent crystal fell from the sky into the purple kite's open palm. Was this the primordial essence? Not far away, Han Li seemed to comprehend what the amber crystal was. Most likely the primordial essence the purple kite sought upon her arrival at the demon-infested mountains. As Han Li pondered this, the purple kite gracefully approached him. She waved her hand, and the ethereal light enveloping Han Li dissipated, yet his figure remained suspended in mid-air, with the demise of the primordial spirit beast. "Are you preparing to depart?" Han Li felt a surge of emotion as he gazed at the barefoot purple kite. A sudden regret washed over him for having exerted so much effort to assist her in suppressing the celestial demon's aura, wishing instead to have spent more time in the company of the captivating woman before him. This unexpected sense of loss left Han Li feeling quite distressed. Indeed, matters here have concluded. I must seek other destinations and treasures. The purple kite replied after a moment of silence. "Will we have the chance to meet again?" Han Li asked impulsively, voicing his innermost thoughts. The purple kite gazed at Han Li for a long while, then looked up at the boundless firmament. "That we may meet again, or perhaps not. I do not know whence I came or where I am bound, only that I continually advance, moving from one destination to another in search of things that seem unrelated yet appear profoundly significant." "Is that so?" Han Li smiled, observing the purple kite as she gazed skyward, her eyes reflecting a blend of confusion and newfound understanding. The chasm between him and the purple kite was immense. She was a being of the primordial spirit realm, while he remained a mere fledgling warrior, striving to survive and grow stronger. Reflecting on this disparity, Han Li sensed that this parting might span countless years before they would meet again, or perhaps they would never cross paths in this lifetime. Next time, when battling demon beasts or foes, ensure to thoroughly investigate their backgrounds. Should the circumstances mirror this encounter, no one may come to your aid. Han Li cautioned, "I shall." The purple kite replied, "The name you bestowed upon me shall remain etched in my memory for all eternity." With that, the purple kite's gaze shifted to the demon beasts amidst the demon-infested mountains. With a flick of her wrist, she seized a pinnacle-level demon beast of the condensation realm before her. This demon beast, a silver-furred she-wolf, upon being captured, began to plead for mercy, fearing the purple kite would take her life. "Please spare me. Esteemed one, I am but a humble beast following the orders of the primordial spirit realm demon king. With no intention to offend you, I implore you to grant me my life." The silver-furred she-wolf's cries resonated, and had Han Li not witnessed it himself, he might have mistaken her for a delicate maiden weeping. "I shall accept this as your token of gratitude for assisting me," the purple kite mused, capturing the silver-furred she-wolf with one hand while the other transformed into a sword-like gesture, effortlessly tearing open the wolf's brow. A drop of pure, vibrant blood, imbued with a faint golden hue, was forcibly extracted from the she-wolf's body. Simultaneously, a smaller version of the demon's primordial infant emerged, resembling the silver-furred wolf, a miniature replica of the creature before her. In the next moment, the purple kite pointed towards Han Li, and a drop of blood seeped from his brow, merging with the she-wolf's pale, golden essence. The two contrasting bloods hissed as they intertwined, the silver-furred she-wolf howling in despair, while the diminutive primordial infant emitted a piercing wail. After approximately a minute, the merging pale golden blood transformed into a blood arrow, penetrating the primordial infant's body and returning to the silver-furred she-wolf. Mysterious runes manifested at the tips of the purple kite's fingers, enveloping the silver-furred demon wolf as if she were an object of refinement. "Esteemed one, have you bound me to this human ant with a life-and-death blood contract?" The silver-furred she-wolf's voice trembled with disbelief and ire upon realizing her fate. A life-and-death blood contract. If the master lives, the servant lives. If the master dies, the servant dies. However, should the servant perish, the master may yet survive. Unaffected by the contract's constraints, Han Li, having heard of such contracts, turned to the purple kite in astonishment. "Have you truly bound me to this condensation realm demon? This is my gift to you." With a delicate smile, Ziyuan appeared to perform her actions with effortless grace. Yet, the faint pallor on her face tugged at Han Li's heartstrings. Engaging in a fierce battle with a formidable spirit beast and unleashing the devastating divine slaughter arrow had already drained her strength. Now, forcibly binding a life-and-death blood contract between herself, a being of the condensation stage, and him, a mere pulse establishment cultivator, further exhausted her mental faculties. Ziyuan retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom and placed it into Han Li's hands. The pendant seemed to be fractured, displaying only half of a dragon's form. "This is the Qian Kuan jade," she explained. "It can be used to contain this little she-wolf of the condensation stage, as well as to store a considerable amount of cultivation resources. It is of no use to me, so I bestow it upon you. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again in the future." Chapter 71. Qingshan County, Steward Lu. "The rivers and lakes shall cross our paths once more." Han Li gazed vacantly at the sky, watching as Yuan transformed into a constellation of stars and faded away. His body gradually fell into emptiness, landing upon a barren mountain peak that he gazed longingly at Yuan's departure, a sense of loss enveloping him. The silver-white wolf, now bound by the forced life-and-death blood contract, lay limp upon the ground beside him. The contract had sapped much of the wolf's strength and vitality, and it would require time to recuperate. "Human, if you do not willingly dissolve this contract, I shall ensure your existence becomes a living hell." The wolf growled weakly, its fierce gaze fixed upon Han Li, as if it were poised to lunge at him. Yet, its feeble body rendered it incapable of exerting any strength. Dissolve the blood contract? Han Li collected his thoughts and let out a cold chuckle. He was acutely aware that the silver-haired wolf, despite its current state, would never submit to him. After all, he was merely a small ant who had recently broken through to the Pulse establishment realm. But what did it matter? He had forged a blood contract with the wolf. He was the master, and the silver-haired wolf was the servant. Their fates lay within Han Li's grasp. With a mere thought, Han Li caused the wolf to howl in agony, its limbs convulsing as it appeared to endure unimaginable torment, emitting pitiful cries. "You despicable human! You are but an ant of the Pulse establishment. What right do you have to command me?" The wolf roared, yet it could only endure the suffering imposed by the blood contract, which granted Han Li dominion over its life and death. At Han Li's whim, he could have extinguished the wolf's life in an instant. However, this was a peak condensation stage wolf, an invaluable ally for him, but he needed to return to the Tianwu sect swiftly. The 3-month deadline to break through to the Pulse establishment realm was fast approaching, and the sect would soon assess their talents of the mystic grade fate soul. He had to return to the Tianwu sect as soon as possible. As for escaping the sect's control, Han Li had no intention of doing so. Rather, he wished to explore the Tianwu secret realm, a place that even powerful spirit realm beings require the assistance of mystic grade fate soul cultivators to access. Since you have bound yourself to me by blood, your life and death are within my control. Should you offend me again, I shall ensure you experience what it means to live in torment," Han Li declared, briefly refining the Qian Kuan-Jie Duan had entrusted to him, before absorbing the silver-white wolf within it. After organizing his thoughts and restoring his inner energy, he hastily departed from the mountains of the Demon Slayers. With the demise of the powerful Spirit Realm Demon King, the remaining peak condensation stage demons would soon vie for territory, preparing to break through to the Spirit Realm and become the new Demon King. Perhaps, like the Spirit Realm demons, one powerful demon would rise to dominate the others, or several condensation stage demons would succeed in breaking through, establishing their own territories and creating a fractured landscape from the once unified Demon Slayer Mountains. Having emerged from the mountains, Han Li noticed numerous corpses of slain beasts along the path, as well as fallen human warriors who had been besieged by the beasts. Chaos was imminent in the Demon Slayer Mountains, which would soon become a realm of turmoil, a place feared by warriors, regarded as a forbidden zone. Qingshan County, a city near the Demon Slayer Mountains, was Han Li's intended destination for resource exchange. Situated in the southern-western region of the mountains, it comprised mostly hilly terrain. However, this place boasted a vigorous martial atmosphere, where strength was revered above all else. Many warriors undertaking trials in the Demon Slayer Mountains would use this location as a transit point for their training. Upon entering Qingshan County, Han Li had a clear objective: the Divine Martial Merchant Association, the largest martial trade association in the entire Divine Martial County. Is that not, young friend Han? I thought you had perished in the Demon Slayer Mountains. Upon Han Li's entrance into the Divine Martial Merchant Association's branch, a figure emerged from a nearby private room, accompanied by several warriors, seemingly just concluding a reception for departing guests. After seeing off the warriors, the man strode toward Han L. It was Steward Liu. Upon recognizing him, Han Li smiled in greeting. The man was one of the stewards of the Divine Martial Merchant Association in Qingshan County. Initially responsible for receiving guests, he was tall and donned a luxurious robe, standing around 178 centimeters, with distinct features and a short beard. His eyes occasionally sparkled with shrewdness, making him appear both a valiant martial artist and a calculating wealthy man. Steward Liu appraised Han Li and remarked, "Recently, chaos erupted in the Demon Slayer Mountains. It is said that a spirit realm demon was slain, and the warriors who ventured there barely escaped in small numbers. I was beginning to think you had met your end there. Yet here you are, alive. To be honest, I merely relied on the protective treasures bestowed by my senior brothers and sisters from the sect, managing to survive by dodging and hiding in the Demon Slayer Mountains," Han Li replied, maintaining a neutral expression while offering a wry smile, his demeanor betraying a hint of genuine distress, as though he had indeed lost something invaluable. "Ah, I see. It appears you are indeed favored by fortune, for those who escape great peril are destined for future blessings," Steward Liu chuckled, choosing not to dwell on Han Li's survival. His gaze then sharpened, landing on Han Li's cultivation level. Young friend, I see you have made considerable gains during your time in the Demon Slayer Mountains, even breaking through to the Pulse Establishment realm. Have you acquired any notable treasures? Steward Liu inquired, gesturing for the attendants of the Merchant Association to prepare a private room, walking alongside Han Li. Once they reached a private room, Han Li sat across from Steward Liu. He retrieved an assortment of items from his storage ring, including various herbs, demon beast cores, and materials such as scales, fangs, and flesh from the beasts he had collected in the Demon Slayer Mountains. Fire attribute Yang grass. And is this a thunder attribute Yun Lei spirit fruit? Moreover, these are the fangs of a blood jade sword tiger. I never expected you to acquire such a treasure, Steward Liu exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement, thoroughly impressed by the rare cultivation resources and materials Han Li had produced. Young friend, your harvest this time is likely something even warriors of the third tier of the innate realm would envy, he continued, marveling at the various rare herbs and materials Han Li had laid before him. The potential value of these items, should they be exchanged for gold, would undoubtedly reach astronomical heights. Even ordinary warriors of the Purple Mansion realm would not dare claim to possess wealth surpassing yours. Young friend, the gold obtained from these materials might well be sufficient to support your progression from the Pulse Establishment realm to the innate realm, he added, astonished. Han Li stood and clasped his hands towards Steward Liu. I would appreciate it if you could arrange for someone to tally these items and exchange them for gold, spirit crystals, and 30 true pulse pills for Pulse Establishment cultivators. Rest assured, I will personally ensure an accurate accounting of these materials. Steward Liu replied, nodding. With a wave of his hand, the items Han Li had produced vanished, replaced by a dark black storage ring that he handed to one of the attendants for the Merchant Association to process. Seeing this, Han Li felt no anxiety regarding the potential for the Divine Martial Merchant Association to shortchange him. He was acutely aware of the value of the materials he had provided. Moreover, given the association's esteemed reputation, they would hardly stoop to petty gains that could jeopardize their hard-earned standing. You intend to return to the Tianwu sect now that you have emerged from the Demon Slayer Mountains. Do you not? Manager Liu settled down, took a sip of tea, and engaged in conversation with Han Li while waiting for the Chamber of Commerce staff to finalize the settlement of gold coins and spiritual crystals. Han Li nodded, remarking that it had been nearly 2 months since he left the sect, and there were matters that required his attention and reporting back to the sect. Moreover, the fall of the Soul Realm Demon King in the demon-slaying mountains would likely incite the greater demons in the embryonic realm to vie for territory and rush towards breakthroughs into the Soul Realm. This period would undoubtedly see even more chaos in the demon-slaying mountains. Han Li lifted the teacup from the table beside him and spoke in a leisurely manner, seemingly unconcerned. However, his words caused Manager Liu to drop the teacup in his hand with a clatter, shattering the porcelain on the ground. What? Are you saying that the Soul Realm Demon King in the demon-slaying mountains has fallen? Manager Liu exclaimed in horror, looking at Han Li with disbelief. Disregarding his tea-soaked garments, it is indeed true. Recently, a Soul Realm entity killed the Demon King, and I seized the opportunity to escape at that time, Han Li stated candidly. Whether the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce would investigate the demon-slaying mountains was beyond Han Li's concern. Although the greater demons in the embryonic realm had witnessed Han Li and Ziyuan together, they would not divulge this to others. They had no desire to offend a human warrior associated with the Soul Realm, especially since their original Demon King had been slain by Ziyuan. Moreover, the enmity between demon beasts and humans was deeply rooted, making it exceedingly difficult to ascertain the specifics of the situation. To think it has truly fallen. This matter is quite alarming. Had it not been for your revelation, I might have remained oblivious, Manager Liu said, settling back down with a lingering look of shock in his eyes, now tinged with gratitude as he regarded Han Li. Were it not for Han Li's disclosure about the Soul Realm Demon King's demise, he would likely have been unaware of the impending chaos in the demon-slaying mountains, where weaker demon beasts might unwittingly trigger a beast tide, ill-prepared to withstand the sudden onslaught. With Han Li's warning, Qingshan County now had an opportunity to prepare. Simultaneously, this presented a chance to suppress the demon-slaying mountains. The mountains had been besieged multiple times by Soul Realm powerhouses from the Divine Martial Nation. Yet all had returned empty-handed, resulting in the loss of several soul realm entities, leaving the matter unresolved and earning the mountains their infamous reputation. After collecting his thoughts, Manager Lu lifted his head and said, "I presume you have your own motive for sharing this information with me, correct? Otherwise, you would not have mentioned it so freely." Hanli had no ulterior motives. He simply wished to forge a connection with Manager Lu, as there might be future transactions. As the saying goes, in commerce, even if a deal fails, one should maintain goodwill. Hanli also desired to establish some relationships within the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce. "Such a generous gift is indeed precious. I shall gladly accept you as a friend," Manager Lu replied with a hearty laugh, his demeanor quite cheerful. His cultivation level was at the Purple Mansion stage. Otherwise, he would not hold the position of manager in the nearby Qingshan County adjacent to the demon-slaying mountains. Each manager in the Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce was dispatched based on local conditions. Establishing a branch near the demon-slaying mountains and gathering numerous warriors meant that the personnel sent by the Divine Martial Chamber were also formidable Purple Mansion stage experts, with Manager Lu being the foremost among them. Having already reached the 7th level of the Purple Mansion stage, given sufficient opportunity, he might one day break through to the embryonic realm and assume a significant role within the Divine Martial Chamber's headquarters. Furthermore, Han Li's revelation regarding the fall of the Soul Realm Demon King would afford Manager Lu a measure of initiative and benefit within the Divine Martial Chamber, allowing him to share in considerable profits from the Qingshan County Duke's estate. The cascading effects of this revelation would yield immense benefits. Recognizing Han Li as a friend of the pulse-breaking stage, Manager Lu did not feel he was at a loss. Han Li's ability to emerge unscathed from the turmoil of the demon-slaying mountains suggested that he must have relied on some means or his inherent strength to survive. At that moment, outside the private room, the departing maid returned, followed by 2 guards from the Divine Martial Chamber carrying a box of spiritual crystals. The maid held a redwood tray, upon which lay a purple gold card intricately carved with dragon patterns, along with several bottles of medicinal pills crafted from white jade sheep fat. "Manager, the materials from the demon beasts and spiritual herbs that Mr. Han sold to our chamber have all been settled. According to the exchange rate, there are 52 mid-grade spiritual crystals and 96 low-grade spiritual crystals. The surplus has been converted into 236,000 gold coins, which have been deposited onto this purple gold Divine Martial Dragon card. Additionally, there are 10 bottles of true vein pills requested by Mr. Han, totaling 30 pills. As she spoke, she placed the tray beside Han Li. The purple gold Divine Martial Dragon card, 10 bottles containing true vein pills for pulse-breaking stage practitioners, and the mid-grade and low-grade spiritual crystals were all before him. The value of these items would undoubtedly make any innate stage warrior envious, and even those at the Purple Mansion stage would be tempted to seize them. Especially the purple gold Divine Martial Dragon card, an extraordinary item indeed. Manager Lu, this purple gold Divine Martial Dragon card seems somewhat mismatched with my status and strength, does it not?" Han Li inquired, holding the purple gold Divine Martial Dragon card and turning to look at Manager Lu. The Divine Martial Dragon card serves as a symbol of identity within the Divine Martial Chamber. Different types of Divine Martial Dragon cards possess varying formats and levels. Han Li's purple gold card is among the highest tier. The Divine Martial Dragon cards are classified from highest to lowest: purple gold, red gold, blue gold, black gold, and white gold, with white gold being the least and requiring at least innate stage warriors to possess. The black gold cards are reserved for those at the Purple Mansion stage. While higher tiers demand specific conditions for ownership, the purple gold cards are exceedingly rare, and those who hold them are either wealthy or powerful, typically akin to a senior elder of a sect or the heir of a prominent clan. Even rarer are the Divine Martial Dragon cards beyond the purple gold tier, reserved for the heads or elder masters of the 7 martial sects. Yet, even the purple gold Divine Martial Dragon card holds immense allure. Anyone purchasing resources or pills from the Divine Martial Chamber can receive a 50% discount and summon the Chamber's experts for assistance in times of peril, a privilege coveted by many. Please rest assured and accept this card. Consider it a token of friendship from me. In the future, should I have need of your assistance, this card will serve as a testament to our bond." Manager Lu said, stroking his short beard with a smile, "As for any discrepancies in status, I believe with your soul grade 5th level Fate Soul, You are destined to become at least a powerful embryonic realm warrior. Thus, this card serves as a modest gift from me. Manager Lu pushed the purple gold Divine Martial Dragon card back into Han Li's hands to eye in the significant branches of the Divine Martial Chamber. Only 3 of these cards existed, making them exceedingly precious. Generally, they are not easily bestowed unless the recipient possesses genuine potential or comes from a noble lineage and possesses formidable strength. Manager Lu's decision to grant Han Li this purple gold Divine Martial Dragon card reflects his recognition of Han Li's inherent potential. A warrior who can emerge alive from the chaos of the demon-slaying mountains and witness the fall of the Soul Realm Demon King is certainly worthy of Manager Lu's investment. Having assessed the situation, Han Li graciously accepted the card, fully aware that no matter how he might refuse, Manager Lu would not retract the gift. Furthermore, given his talent and foundation, it was only a matter of time before he would break through to the embryonic realm, at which point he would likely receive even more valuable cards than the purple gold one. However, Manager Lu's current gift would significantly reduce Han Li's resource expenditures during his early development, allowing him to purchase 2 pills for the price of 1, thereby greatly accelerating his cultivation speed. Han Li would remember this kindness and ensure he expressed his gratitude to Manager Lu once he had gained sufficient strength. After taking possession of the 10 bottles of true vein pills and the box of spiritual crystals, Han Li stored them within his storage ring. With the cultivation resources procured and his gains secured, Han Li prepared to depart Qingshan County and return to Tianwu Sect. "Thank you," he said, clasping his fists in respect. "Naturally, I shall see you off," Manager Lu replied, not insisting on retaining him, for the Divine Martial Chamber had other customers to attend to. The reason for accommodating Han Li, a pulse-breaking stage warrior, was not only due to his potential, but also because of someone else's request. Outside the Divine Martial Chamber, Manager Lu walked alongside Han Li. "This is as far as I go. The rest of the journey, please take care." "Thank you." Han Li clasped his hands and turned to leave, leaving behind a figure that exuded a carefree and unrestrained aura, reminiscent of youthful exuberance. The fall of the Demon King at the Yuanshan realm had thrown the Danyang Mountain into chaos. This situation warranted careful planning. Perhaps I need not break through to the condensed embryo realm to ascend to the upper echelons of the headquarters. As for that lad Han Li, surviving the turmoil of the Danyang Mountains at such a young age is no small feat. Manager Lu gazed thoughtfully at Han Li's departing silhouette. Contemplating deeply, he then turned and returned to the Divine Martial Chamber, initiating contact with the headquarters of the Divine Martial Chamber, as well as the family forces of Qingshan County and the County Lord's residence. In preparation for the impending situation in the Danyang Mountains, with the loss of the Yuanshan realm, the Danyang Mountains were akin to a toothless tiger, stripped of its ability to instill fear, revealing a treasure trove laid bare before all. Manager Lu intended to orchestrate this opportunity to reap a substantial harvest of resources and benefits. Meanwhile, in Qingshan County, as Han Li exited the Divine Martial Chamber, he strolled through the streets of Qingshan County. After procuring a horse from a shop specializing in equines, he hastily departed the county, making his way along a rugged mountain path, far removed from the bustle of civilization. The horse beneath him, having traveled 100 miles from Qingshan County, still appeared vigorous and unwearied. "Brother, could it be that this lad has caught wind of our presence? He has ventured into such remote areas." Not far behind Han Li, 3 individuals closely trailed him, their gazes fixed intently upon his form. Among them was a burly man, rugged in appearance, with a powerful build that exuded an air of intimidation. His piercing eyes scrutinized his companions. "So what if he has? This desolate place is perfect for a bit of robbery. That brat is merely at the first level of the condensed pulse realm, whereas I am a 9th level practitioner. I am but a step away from breaking through to the innate level." The moment he emerged from the Divine Martial Chamber, he was seen off by that old fox Lu Ming. "He must be a plump target. If we take him down, we need not worry about breaking through to the innate realm." Greed flickered in his eyes as he seemed unable to resist the urge to ambush Han Li and seize his wealth. "Let us go. Keep up. We cannot let this prize escape." "Understood." The remaining 2, upon hearing this, instantly followed suit with eyes gleaming with avarice. They had all witnessed Han Li's emergence and the smile on Manager Lu's face as he bid him farewell. Fully aware that he was an extraordinary and easily exploitable target by this point, they had covertly followed Han Li for over 100 miles from Qingshan County, and there was no way they would let this opportunity slip through their fingers. Unbeknownst to them, Han Li had reached an open stony forest, where he halted his steed, brandishing his blood-devouring blade, scanning his surroundings with keen vigilance. "Come out, all of you. You have followed me all this way. If you do not show yourselves now, you shall miss your chance." His gaze landed on a particular spot within the stone forest, where the 3 men who had been tailing him emerged from the shadows. "Remarkable, you truly detected our presence," the lead man exclaimed in astonishment as he and his companions exchanged glances. They were all late-stage condensed pulse realm practitioners, and the fact that they had been discovered while tracking someone who seemed to have just broken through to the first level of the condensed pulse realm left them incredulous. 3 mice trailing behind, and anyone with eyes can see it, can't they? Han Li sneered. He had sensed their pursuit the moment he left the divine martial chamber, likely spurred by the sight of manager Lu personally seeing him off, inciting their intent to rob him. Thus, he had purchased a horse to lead his followers out of the city, that if someone seeks to rob me, I must be prepared for the same, he mused. "Impudent brat, to dare liken us to mice. You clearly underestimate the might of late-stage condensed pulse realm practitioners," the leader roared with raucous laughter, unleashing the aura of a 9th-level practitioner that surged forth like a tidal wave, bearing down upon Han Li. The vision of Han Li cringing and trembling under his oppressive might danced in his mind, and he coldly declared, "If you willingly surrender all your treasures and hand over your storage ring, I might just spare your life. 9th level of the condensed pulse realm. Is that your only leverage?" Han Li appraised the trio. Apart from the leader, who was indeed a 9th-level powerhouse, the other 2 were at the 7th level. It was clear that these men had engaged in such nefarious deeds numerous times, their synergy honed to a razor's edge, perhaps even capable of contending with some innate realm practitioners. It seems I have misjudged." The leader's eyes narrowed as he realized that his 9th-level aura did not seem to intimidate Han Li. He understood that this young man possessed some formidable strength. He turned to the burly man on his right. "Old 3, step forward and gauge this lad's capabilities. See if he is merely putting on a fa-ade." "Understood, boss," the man called Old 3 acquiesced. Drawing a massive dragon-headed, 9-ringed broadsword from his storage ring, with a fierce shout, he unleashed a powerful strike imbued with earthy true energy, aiming directly at Han Li, the weight of the attack suggesting it could easily slay practitioners at the 1st or 2nd levels of the condensed pulse realm. "Bring it on." Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he assumed a stance to wield his blade. First form of the fiery wave blade technique. Fiery wave. Han Li exhaled gently, his fingers gripping the hilt tightly as the crimson blade energy enveloped the blood-devouring blade. In an instant, he drew the blade upward. The fiery wave of blade energy erupted from the blood-devouring blade, transforming into a serpentine flame that surged forth. The clash between his blade and Old 3's weapon erupted in a resounding boom, propelling Old 3 into the air momentarily. Then, a line of blood appeared suddenly on his forehead, as if a torrential rain of blood had burst forth in the blink of an eye. Old 3's body was cleaved in 2. The broadsword he wielded shattered, falling to the ground in 2 pieces that Old 3 dead. The second man gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief as he struggled to comprehend how Old 3 had been so swiftly dispatched. His form severed by a single stroke of the blade. "Get him, Old 2, together!" The leader, momentarily stunned by Old 3's demise, hastily called to his remaining companion. Brandishing a wolf-toothed club, he charged at Han Li with ferocity. The strength of a 9th-level practitioner was indeed formidable. His strike resonated as if it could rend the earth itself, accompanied by a chilling aura. Simultaneously, Old 2 raised a spear, aiming for Han Li's vital points. As the 2 late-stage condensed pulse realm practitioners advanced, Han Li remained calm, observing the unfolding battle with a steady demeanor. One of the trio, perhaps underestimating Han Li, had succumbed to his blade due to Han Li's transformed strength and the deployment of a high-tier martial technique. Moreover, the true energy of these men was not on par with Han Li's. Their cultivation methods were merely pedestrian, while Han Li's cultivation, the divine prison celestial thief scripture, when reached its pinnacle, allowed him to draw upon an immense reservoir of spiritual energy, akin to the might of ancient demonic beings. Even if Hanli had not yet reached that pinnacle, the true energy coursing within him bore traces of that overwhelming force. "It is time to test my current strength against you," Hanli thought, as he regarded the two assailants with a calm demeanor, his mind clear and focused. His experiences through the divine prison celestial thief scripture, along with the trials he had faced, had fortified his foundation infinitely. However, Hanli remained uncertain about how formidable an opponent he could truly face. He had only once exchanged blows with a Yuanshan realm demon king in the Danyang Mountains, managing to inflict a minor wound. Yet in the eyes of the demon king, that injury was trivial, like a mere prick from a sewing needle, like a tea present. There are two formidable late-stage warriors of the pulse-building realm. It is a fortuitous opportunity for Hanli to test his true capabilities that he refrains from employing any martial techniques, instead relying solely on his instinctive feelings to engage in battle with the two martial artists. The glimmer of blades crisscrosses the air, the shadows of spears flicker, and the wolf-toothed club moves like a specter, nearly striking Hanli directly on the head, narrowly avoiding a hit. Moments later, the leader's expression darkens. His face as grim as the depths of murky waters. "You little rascal, how are you so slippery?" The leader is utterly taken aback, unable to fathom how Hanli, who appears to be at the first level of the pulse-building realm, could prove so challenging. Though they are late-stage warriors of the pulse-building realm, facing Hanli makes them feel as though they themselves are merely at the first level, while Hanli seems to be a powerful figure at the 8th or 9th level of the same realm. "Brother, this is too much. We've already lost the third one. We should retreat quickly." The second warrior glances at the leader, struggling against Hanli, clearly lamenting their dire situation. It is indeed a rare occurrence for a 7th-level pulse-building warrior to be cornered by a 1st-level opponent. "Retreat? What nonsense! I refuse to believe we cannot take down this brat." The leader snorts coldly, raising his wolf-toothed club once more, swinging it with immense force towards Hanli, unleashing a barrage of heavy strikes that rain down like a storm. "Kid, come and meet your end." As Hanli grapples with the second warrior wielding a spear, the leader's booming voice resounds behind him. A fierce gale rushes in his direction, an overwhelming aura threatening to engulf him. In an instant, Hanli repels the spear-wielding second warrior and turns, his blood-biting blade poised defensively. A resounding clash erupts as the silver wolf-toothed club crashes against the blade, the metallic sound piercing the air. Hanli's arms tingle slightly, momentarily subdued by the tremendous power emanating from the 9th-level pulse-building warrior, his steps retreating involuntarily like the roots of an ancient tree. You will learn what a true 9th-level pulse-building warrior is. Don't think for a moment that a bit of talent allows you to be arrogant. The leader sneers, pressing down on Hanli once more, forcing him back 2 steps. Simultaneously, the second warrior, like a piercing cold star, thrusts his spear. The spear tip quivers, red tassels fluttering, resembling a blazing flame, aiming to pierce through Hanli's back and heart. The spear technique is exceptionally cunning, akin to a venomous snake striking with its forked tongue. I cannot continue like this, Hanli realizes, having grasped the disparity between himself and the pulse-building warriors. Cultivating the divine, prison immortal thief scripture, his true energy is not inferior to those 9th-level warriors. When facing some 5th or 6th-level prodigies, he can hold his own. After breaking through to the extreme realm, his foundational potential has surged dramatically. However, the true strength of the extreme realm will only manifest when Hanli ascends to a higher level. At lower realms, warriors do not yet master many profound abilities such as the primordial spirit, laws, and divine abilities. More often than not, it is a contest of practical experience, the quality of true energy, and innate talent that it is indeed possible to overcome opponents across realms without breaking through to the extreme realm. "Get away from me," Hanli bellows, no longer suppressing the vast majority of his power. The divine demonic particles within him awaken, unleashing a terrifying force akin to mountains and seas collapsing, the heavens and earth upheaving. With a thunderous crash, the leader's oppressive might dissipates, and his body is sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing through dozens of stone pillars in the stone forest. After forcing the leader back, Han Li swiftly turns, his gaze sharp as a blade, devoid of emotion, resembling a merciless assassin. He unleashes the second form of the high-tier mystic martial technique, the blazing wave. With a single slash, his true energy blazes like fire, transforming into a tidal wave of flames, engulfing the air around him. Thousands of flames seem to converge within the blood-biting blade. Repressed yet fervent, scorching hot and crimson. Slash. Han Li cleaves downwards. The firelight surges forth, morphing into a towering wave of flames that engulfs the spear-wielding second warrior. No, a cry of terror escapes the lips of the second warrior, who attempts to retreat. Yet he is consumed by the sea of fire before he can react. Once the flames extinguish, a glossy black spear and a storage ring clatter to the ground, accompanied by a cloud of charred dust swirling into the air. Not even a complete corpse, the leader awakens from his stupor, gazing in horror at the lifeless form of the second warrior, his eyes wide with disbelief. He stumbles backward, finally comprehending the true nature of the young man before him. No wonder the manager of the divine martial chamber personally escorted him. He is indeed a prodigy. Otherwise, it would not warrant such treatment from the manager at the moment of Han Li's departure. The leader regrets his actions, realizing that his frequent forays into killing and plundering have ultimately led him to this moment of reckoning. Your brothers are waiting for you down below. Go keep them company. Wait for me. The leader seems to grasp at the fleeting hope of survival. Yet Han Li offers no reprieve, the blood-biting blade flashing forth. Vivid crimson blood sprays from the leader's throat as he struggles, clutching at the wound. However, despair and lifelessness seep into his eyes, his gaze filled with hatred as he looks at Han Li, ultimately succumbing to the void. After the demise of the three, Han Li collects their storage rings and intact weapons. The spoils are quite substantial. 3 high-grade spirit crystals, several medium-grade spirit crystals, and no less than 40 true vein pills, all sufficient to rival the beast materials and spiritual herbs sold at the divine martial chamber. Han Li's eyes widen in disbelief as he examines the storage ring, a smile spreading across his face. And no wonder they say that killing and plundering leads to immense wealth. This adage is truly accurate. Han Li stows away the 3 storage rings, feeling fortunate about the bounty from this battle. With the cultivation resources from these 3 late-stage, pulse-building warriors, coupled with his own, he can devote considerable time to intense training without concern for the depletion of resources. After thoroughly examining his gains, Han Li remounts his horse and, with a firm kick, gallops away, stirring up a cloud of dust. The remains of the 3 pulse-building warriors are left behind, destined to be devoured by passing beasts or scavengers. Meanwhile, Han Li rides swiftly back to the heavenly martial sect, arriving just in time for the final day of the 3-month period. Upon his return to the combat peak, Han Li is soon notified by a disciple, sent by Elder Luo, that he, along with the remaining talented disciples of the heavenly martial sect, is summoned to the heavenly martial hall. Following the crowd, Han Li arrives at the hall, which is no longer as tranquil as before. Within the grand hall, several figures are seated in prominent positions, radiating an imposing aura. Han Li is no stranger to such presences. He has encountered a primordial spirit realm demon king in the demon-slaying mountain range. Now, in the heavenly martial hall, he finds himself in the presence of the heavenly martial sect's mighty primordial spirit realm experts, alongside several peak leaders of the various peaks within the sect, all at the nascent soul realm level. Reporting to Ancestor Zishu, all 11 talented disciples with profound souls have successfully broken through to the pulse-building realm. Yuan Qing, possessing an 8th-tier profound soul, is now at the 3rd level of the pulse-building realm, while Zhao Xian and Lin Song, with 7th-tier profound souls, have both reached the 2nd level. The rest are at the 1st and 2nd levels of the pulse-building realm. Elder Luo stands before Han Li and the others, bowing respectfully as he reports on their progress to the leaders in the hall, including the white-haired elder clad in purple robes seated at the center. Indeed, they all possess great potential. The elder, Ancestor Zishu, strokes his long beard, a smile gracing his face, exuding an aura of celestial grace. His demeanor is such that one might mistake him for a benevolent elder. However, Han Li and the others understand. To some extent, that the reason they were required to break through to the pulse-building realm within 3 months and achieve the innate realm within a year is likely due to the very individual Elder Luo refers to as Ancestor's issue. Why are you all not bowing to Ancestor and the esteemed leaders? We pay our respects to Ancestor Zishu and the esteemed leaders. In the heavenly martial hall, Han Li and the others follow Elder Luo's command to bow deeply to the figures seated at the forefront, acknowledging the powerful individuals of the heavenly martial sect. These individuals wield significant authority, either commanding the sect or serving as leaders of various peaks, all being formidable figures at the primordial spirit realm or the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Before such esteemed presences, Han Li and the others dare not display arrogance. Though they possess talent, they pale in comparison to these genuine powers. The individuals before them have risen to their current positions through countless trials and tribulations. And regardless of their motives, Han Li and the others must bury any displeasure deep within their hearts. Yes, indeed, they are all moldable talents. The venerable Master Zishu smiled faintly, before succumbing to a semblance of slumber, seemingly no longer concerned with the matters at hand. Yet, beside him, a woman clad in palace attire spoke up, saying, "You are the exceptional seeds who uphold the will of our sect. Do not hold it against the sect for implementing stringent policies upon you. As long as you successfully break through to the innate realm in a year, those among you will undoubtedly achieve greatness as the future heads of various peaks in our Tianwu sect. Strive diligently in your cultivation that in the coming month, our sect, in collaboration with the other 7 martial arts sects, will be opening a secret realm that time. Our sect will send you to enter alongside others. To compete for resources within the secret realm, not bring shame upon the sect. Do you understand?" Upon hearing her words, Han Li and the others ponder for a moment before responding in unison. "We disciples understand." "Good. You may leave," the woman in palace attire instructed. Yes, under the guidance of Elder Luo, Han Li and the others departed in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, within the Tianwu Hall, a group of peak leaders controlling the Tianwu sect began to stir. The head of the fighting martial peak remarked, "Master Zishu, I have observed that several disciples among them seem to have developed discontent with the sect. They may not achieve complete success when the Tianwu secret realm opens." "Haha, the Tianwu secret realm is fraught with dangers, teeming with beasts, and not lacking in innate realm peak monsters comparable to those in the Purple Mansion realm, but if they do not exert their utmost effort, they are bound to perish within the realm," scoffed the head of the weaponry peak, his eyes devoid of warmth. Dismissing Han Li and his fellow disciples with indifference, he had already reached the pinnacle of the embryonic stage, just a step away from breaking into the soul formation realm, and considered Han Li and the others tools for his own advancement. The head of the true martial peak, who had spoken earlier, the woman in palace attire, added, "Once we obtain the inheritance from the Tianwu secret realm, when our master breaks through to the heavy heaven realm, these disciples will become obsolete. Moreover, how many will remain by the end?" Sister Li is correct. Once we secure the inheritance from the Tianwu secret realm, our Tianwu sect shall reclaim its former glory, no longer confined to this mere divine martial county. The Great Su dynasty is our true foundation. The head of the weaponry peak nodded, his words and demeanor revealing a glimmer of longing. The Great Su dynasty is the sovereign nation of divine martial county, a dynasty far more powerful than the royal family of divine martial county itself. Its ranks include numerous soul realm experts, far exceeding those of divine martial county. The Great Su dynasty governs nearly 100 other dynasties similar to divine martial county, each replete with formidable sections. In contrast to the Tianwu sect's arduous quest for inheritance to break through to the heavy heaven realm, the Great Su dynasty boasts many figures at that level, especially within its royal family, which is composed of elite troops formed by those of the heavy heaven realm, an embodiment of the dynasty's might. Originally, the Tianwu sect was also a sect within the Great Su dynasty. Regrettably, due to a tumultuous upheaval, the Tianwu sect fell into decline, ultimately retreating to reside in divine martial county. However, throughout the long passage of time, the Tianwu sect has not forgotten that their true roots lie within the Great Su dynasty, rather than in a mere small county under its rule. Very well, these young individuals possess considerable potential, particularly the girl with the 8th grade soul of the mysterious category. She can be nurtured well. If she remains loyal to the sect and obtains the inheritance in the future, I shall spare her life." Master Zishu awakened from his feigned slumber, rising to regard the assembly, saying, "Our head has suffered injuries. I shall take my leave to protect him, lest any unscrupulous individuals take advantage of this opportunity to inflict further harm." "Yes, we bid farewell to Master Zishu," the assembly responded, rising in respectful acknowledgement. Master Zishu nodded slightly before stepping forth, vanishing from the Tianwu Hall. "Since Master has departed, I too shall take my leave. Take care, my fellow brothers and sisters." The head of the weaponry peak clasped his hands in farewell and departed. "I shall also be leaving," the head of the fighting martial peak said with a trace of concern. Following the departure of the two heads, the remaining leaders of the various peaks also left in succession. In the vast hall, only the head of the true martial peak, the woman in palace attire, and the head of the Dao martial peak, Xianyin, remained. The woman in palace attire glanced at Xianyin, saying, "Brother Xianyin, you have yet to take your leave. There's something you wish to discuss with your junior sister." "Certainly, I wish to know what assurance Master has regarding the inheritance of the Tianwu secret realm." Xianyin nodded 70%. After a moment of contemplation, the woman replied, In recent years, Master has been delving into the mysteries of the Tianwu secret realm, gaining substantial insights, after breaking through to the Yang God stage of the soul formation realm. His cultivation has accelerated remarkably, and he may even be attempting to breach the soul formation stage now that he is exceedingly invested in the inheritance of the Tianwu secret realm. Has he truly begun attempting to breach the soul formation stage? Xianyin, who had maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Could it be that Master Zishu has already surpassed the Yang God stage long ago, but chose to remain hidden, only emerging now to oversee matters due to the head's grievous injuries and the desire to restart the Tianwu secret realm? Brother Xianyin is indeed astute. I believe there's no need for me to elaborate further. The woman in palace attire remarked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a captivating allure. I understand. Xianyin's expression shifted, and he rose to clasp his hands, saying, "Please convey to Master that the Dao Martial Peak is prepared to offer full support for this endeavor. But I hope that Master will take care during his guardianship of the head. This matter will be communicated to Master. I shall not see you out, brother," she replied. "Very well," Xianyin nodded, disappearing from the Tianwu Hall and swiftly returning to the Dao Martial Peak. Having learned from the head of the true Martial Peak about Master Zishu's true strength and assurance, Xianyin resolutely decided to support the reopening of the Tianwu secret realm. His 70% assurance compelled him to take a gamble. Success would mean a potential breakthrough to an even higher martial realm beyond the heavy heaven realm. Failure would merely cost him his position as head of the Dao Martial Peak. Given the strength of the Tianwu sect, it was inconceivable that they would allow a powerful figure in the embryonic stage to perish or be expelled. After all, every individual at the embryonic stage represented the backbone of the sect. Losing any one of them would be a tremendous loss. Chapter 77. The Qinyuan secret realm invites exploration at the fighting martial peak. Han Li had returned amidst the crowd, becoming familiar with those around him. Through their interactions, he gathered information about his fellow disciples who were also being specially trained by the Tianwu sect. Among them were Yuan Qing'er, with her 8th grade mysterious soul, and Zhao Xian and Lin Song, both possessing 7th grade mysterious souls. They were indeed exceptional among their peers, with their cultivation breakthroughs far surpassing those of others with 5th or 6th grade souls. They could see this moment. Within Han Li's quarters, 3 to 5 individuals had gathered. "Brother Han Li, I heard you ventured to the Danyang mountain range. It was said that a beastly turmoil occurred there, resulting in the demise of many martial artists. I can't believe you returned unscathed," spoke a young man in a black robe, tall and imposing, his features sharp and striking, exuding an aura reminiscent of a general from a dynasty. His name was Yun Bufan, hailing from the border of Divine Marshall County. Born to a family of military officers, his demeanor was scholarly and cultured, truly living up to the name of extraordinary, and he was a martial artist who had awakened a 6th grade mysterious soul, even stronger than Han Li's 5th grade thunder abyss dragon soul. What transpired at the Danyang mountain range? I was honing my skills in the Chilean mountains near Kanglin County and knew nothing of the events at Danyang. A young man interjected, his eyes glinting with curiosity. His name was Wang Tao, a martial artist with a fourth-grade mysterious soul, who had already broken through to the first level of the pulse-building realm and was striving towards the second level. You have no idea. The Danyang mountain range experienced a disturbance for some unknown reason. Many beasts usually unseen at the Purple Mansion realm, as well as formidable monsters at the embryonic stage, emerged, seemingly searching for something that I heard from someone well-informed that the Soul Realm Beast King of the Danyang mountain range declared an intent to slaughter all the human martial artists undergoing trials there, sealing the entire area. I cannot fathom how many martial artists perished under that Soul Realm Beast King's orders. If they were still alive, they would have served as guardians for our divine martial county. Yun Bufan elaborated, his expression somber as he lamented the loss of those martial artists. His gaze shifted to Han Li, filled with admiration as he remarked, "For Brother Han to have emerged from such peril is truly remarkable. It must have been an extraordinary challenge. With beasts of the Purple Mansion and embryonic stage mobilized, what on earth transpired with the Soul Realm Beast King of the Danyang mountain range?" Astonished, someone inquired, yet no one provided a detailed and precise answer. It is known that the sealing of the Dingyi-O mountain was instigated by the Demon King of the Yuanshan realm, resulting in the fall of numerous martial artists. Han Li, who possessed profound knowledge on the matter, refrained from initiating conversation. After all, he had obtained a source of the earth from the hands of the Yuanshan realm Demon King. And it was precisely this extraordinary treasure that incited the Demon King's wrath, leading to the massacre of the human martial artists in Dingyi-O mountain. In truth, the demise of these individuals was closely tied to Han Li. Yun Bufan shook his head, directing his gaze toward Han Li, and asked, "Brother Han Li, having emerged from Dingyi-O mountain and lingered in Qingshan County, you must have a clearer understanding, correct?" "I am not well informed either," Han Li replied, a bitter smile gracing his lips. That time, I was solely focused on escaping. Upon returning to Qingshan County, I hurriedly exchanged my beast resources and returned to the sect without delving into the details. Reflecting on it now, I can't help but feel a sense of trepidation. Han Li's expression revealed a lingering fear, evoking myriad imaginations of the turmoil within Dingyi-O mountain. Indeed, Brother Han has narrowly escaped. How much thought could he spare to comprehend such matters? If it were I would have been too preoccupied with fleeing, Wang Tao remarked, his voice resonating with the crowd. After hearing Wang Tao's words, the others nodded in agreement. Truly, in the face of the emergence of formidable beasts such as those of the Zifu and Ningying realms, any one of them would consider it a blessing to escape with their lives intact, let alone ponder the true cause of the upheaval in Dingyi-O mountain. Enough of this matter. Let us discuss our actual business. Everyone, Yun Bufan declared with commanding authority, redirecting the conversation towards the purpose of their gathering at Han Li's residence. Upon hearing Yun Bufan's statement, the crowd ceased their musings and focused intently on him. This time, the sect has summoned us to participate in the Seven Sects secret realm a month hence. I have gathered some information. It is said that this secret realm is called the Qianyuan Secret Realm, which is rumored to have been established 3,000 years ago by an unparalleled being. It seems that martial artists above the Yuanshan realm open it once every 100 years, and the 7 sects of martial arts send their disciples to enter for training and seek opportunities. Some say that within the Qianyuan secret realm lies the legacy of a great martial artist beyond the Yuanshan realm. However, no one has ever discovered that legacy, and many consider it to be mere fabrication. After elucidating on the secret realm, Yun Bufan addressed several questions from the audience, providing them, including Han Li, with a clearer understanding of the Qianyuan secret realm occupied by the 7 sects of martial arts. At the opportune moment, Yun Bufan continued, "Thus, in order to survive within the secret realm, I wish to gather your strengths to jointly explore the Qianyuan secret realm. The resources we obtain shall be shared equally. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to disclose the location of a small secret realm in my possession, which we can prepare to explore in the coming days." As he spoke, a jade slip appeared in Yun Bufan's hand, which he passed to Wang Tao. This jade slip contains the specific location of the secret realm I mentioned. "You may take a look?" "All right," Wang Tao responded, nodding. He extended a thread of divine sense to examine it, and, after a brief moment, withdrew his consciousness, stating, "I have reviewed it. The address in the jade slip appears to be accurate, and it seems quite ancient that Ikati should be located in the eastern inner region of the Chilean mountain range. There, no excessively powerful beasts exist, making it perhaps suitable for our training and exploration." A.S. Wang Tao spoke. He passed the jade slip to others for their reviews. After a thorough examination, it eventually returned to Yun Bufon's hands. Yun Bufon surveyed the group and inquired, "What do you all think? I sincerely wish to collaborate. Though this secret realm is small, I've entered it once and gained substantial rewards if you are willing to explore together. We shall share the spoils equally, and it may very well contain powerful inheritances or martial techniques. As you all understand, secret realms are often created by strong beings to select their successors." Chapter 78. The 10-day deadline. Very well. Brother Yun's sincerity compels me to join. I will accompany you. Our fates are intertwined as disciples of the Tianwu sect, and we cannot afford to miss any opportunity for growth. Upon Yun Bufon's declaration, the others readily agreed to participate in the exploration of the secret realm discovered in the Chilean mountain range. They were all chosen geniuses of the Tianwu sect, bound by strict rules, to break through to the meridian establishment realm within 3 months and to achieve the innate realm within a year, that if they merely consumed the resources provided by the Tianwu sect, they might effortlessly break through to the meridian establishment realm within 3 months. However, the challenge of reaching the innate realm within a year was significantly greater. It was feared that after a year, among the more than 10 who had already broken through to the meridian establishment realm, only a handful would reach the innate realm. What awaited them would likely not align with Elder Luo's previous assurances, leading them to become mere servants or disposable pawns of the Tianwu sect. Some among them had formidable family backgrounds, perhaps even more powerful than Yun Bufon from the northern Rhone County. Yet when faced with the Tianwu sect, one of the 7 sects of martial arts standing atop the pinnacle of the divine martial kingdom, they seemed inconsequential. A single expert from a Ningying realm could easily overpower their families and backgrounds. No one dared to criticize the Tianwu sect's actions. Brother Han, what about you? You are the only one yet to express your opinion. Yun Bufon's gaze, sharp as lightning, fell upon Han Li, carrying a hint of inquiry. As Yun Bufon spoke, the others also turned their eyes toward Han Li. Han Li's survival from Ingyi Mountain had led those in the know to recognize the turmoil and danger he had faced. It was clear that Han Li, having emerged alive, possessed extraordinary strength, and if they could have his support, their chances of survival in the secret realm discovered by Yun Bufon would increase, with everyone in agreement. How could Han Li refrain from joining? After a moment of contemplation, Han Li nodded in acquiescence. All present were geniuses of the Xianbin Fate Soul, many of whom ranked 5th or even 6th. Excellent. With Brother Han's participation, our exploration team gains greater assurance, Yun Bufon exclaimed with delight. Although Han Li's cultivation was merely at the first level of the meridian establishment realm, his talent was not significantly inferior to Yun Bufon's. In terms of combat strength, they were likely on par. Such formidable support would undoubtedly enhance their chances in exploring the secret realm within the Chilean mountain range. In the room, Han Li observed the jubilant Yun Bufon and the others. Remaining silent in his thoughts, if possible, Han Li was reluctant to partake in this exploration of the secret realm, feeling averse to venturing into the unknown with Yun Bufon and the others. The Chilean mountain range was not the Ingyi mountain. While the Ingyi mountain had previously seen the unified suppression of its chaos by several Yuanshan realm experts, resulting in the fall of a few, it had somewhat quelled the mountain's fury. In contrast, the Chilean mountain range was a unique locale, akin to a no-man's land within the divine martial kingdom, teeming with beasts and perhaps even formidable demons of the Yuanshan realm, rivaling the known existence of the Yuanshan realm. Moreover, it might conceal terrifying beings beyond the Yuanshan realm. Consequently, the divine martial kingdom had largely adopted a hands-off approach to the Chilean mountain range, allowing martial artists to train only in the periphery deemed safe after prior explorations or slightly deeper into the danger zones. As for the depths, they were nearly a forbidden ground for the living. Even ordinary experts of the Zifu realm faced certain death, with only those at the pinnacle Zifu realm possessing a slim chance of survival. In summary, The peril of the Chilean mountain range was incomparable to that of O mountain. In light of this, let us take a few days to rest and strive to enhance our cultivation. We shall embark on our journey to the Chilean mountain range in 10 days to explore the mysteries of the secret realm. Yin Bufan declared with a resounding clap. The individuals present in Han Li's residence departed, leaving only Yun Bufan and Wang Tao lingering behind for a profound discussion with Han Li until dusk before taking their leave. After sending off the two, Han Li closed his door, activating the defensive and illusionary formations prepared by the sect for their dwelling, to prevent any accidents during breakthroughs that could lead to failures or even endanger their lives. What kind of secret realm could be arranged within the Chilean mountain range? Han Li pondered as he seated himself upon the meditation mat, extracting several jade vials containing true vein pills from his storage ring, preparing to elevate his cultivation and open up more true veins within his body, a martial artist at the true vein stage. In addition to cultivating true energy, must also carve out distinct true veins within their body to serve as the primary conduits for the circulation of true energy. Each martial artist's true veins are unique, derived from their own essence, thus reducing the risk of having their critical meridians, such as the Ren and Du meridians or the 12 primary channels, targeted during combat. Their sole vulnerability lies in the fact that they have yet to solidify the innate golden core within their Qi. This area remains the most fragile point for a martial artist. Often meticulously guarded, should it be pierced and destroyed, the individual would be rendered utterly incapacitated. With ample time remaining before the 10-day deadline established by Yun Bufan for exploring the secret realms of the Chilean mountain range, Han Li resolved to strive towards opening more true veins and advancing to the second level of the true vein stage. On the mat, Han Li uncorked a vial of true vein pills. Pouring out 3 perfectly round pills and swallowing them whole, he began to circulate his true energy, seeking to unveil hidden veins within his body. Simultaneously, the spirit-gathering array prepared by his sect began to operate, drawing forth the spiritual energy from the surrounding area, converging it within Han Li's quarters. The divine prison celestial thief technique also activated, akin to a rapidly rotating gear, as the myriad spiritual energies that came into contact with Han Li's body were directly consumed and refined, transforming into the essence of true energy within his Qi. The true vein pills melted upon entering his mouth. Their pure medicinal potency seemed to morph into an invincible force within Han Li's meridians, producing a cacophony akin to the roar of 1,000 galloping horses. Guided by Han Li's conscious intent, this force surged toward the several hidden veins he had discovered. Bang! 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 Light sounds akin to muffled thunder resonated within Han Li's body, as the surrounding spiritual energy coalesced into a dense liquid, surging as though in response to the opening of the hidden veins. Within the Qi, Han Li's essence of true energy gathered like an ocean. As the hidden veins were unveiled and the true veins took shape, tumultuous waves surged within the Qi, as if an enraged dragon lay in wait beneath the lake of true energy, stirring up storms. The golden essence of true energy washed over the seemingly infinite expanse of the Qi. Meanwhile, within Han Li's 3 hidden veins, the potency of the true vein pills surged forth with unstoppable momentum, akin to a mighty charge of cavalry, rapidly thinning the barriers of his hidden veins, as if they could be effortlessly shattered with a mere touch. True energy, under Han Li's manipulation, joined the ranks of the true vein pills. A series of 3 light sounds echoed within Han Li's body, followed by a cracking noise as the barrier blocking the hidden veins shattered instantaneously. With no more obstructions, the true energy and medicinal force surged into the hidden veins, reshaping their dimensions to accommodate the flow of true energy. Moments later, Han Li emerged from his cultivation, a flicker of astonishment dancing in his eyes. Had simultaneously opening 3 true veins not sufficed to breach the second level of the true vein stage. Upon reflecting on his progress, Han Li discerned that his cultivation at the first level of the true vein stage seemed to be stagnant, with the threshold to the second level appearing exceedingly distant. Conversely, the lake of true energy within his Qi seemed to have expanded to twice its original size, containing a purer essence than ever before, with the addition of the 3 newly opened veins. Alongside the single true vein he had originally possessed, Han Li's capacity to absorb spiritual energy and the speed of his true energy circulation had dramatically increased, now several times faster than before. He was now capable of executing the final move of the Blazing Flame triple blade technique. His meridians had already been reformed to withstand a greater outpouring of true energy in an instant. The second move of the infinite blade technique, Eternal Descent, was now more effortless for Han Li to perform than during his encounters in the demon-exterminating mountains, while he might soon have the opportunity to practice the third move. The Bitter Abyss. If 3 true veins were insufficient to breach the second level, then he would open 10, or even 20. Han Li collected his thoughts and once again retrieved the true vein pills. This time consuming 6 in one go. As martial artists at the true vein stage progressed, opening more true veins became increasingly challenging, requiring vast resources. Han Li was acutely aware that his foundation was exceptionally solid. After surpassing the 15th level of the Qi refinement stage, it was indeed true, as the woman in the plain dress had said, that breakthroughs became exceedingly strenuous. Were it another martial artist at the true vein stage, opening more than 3 true veins would likely have propelled them into the second level. In contrast, he had merely expanded the capacity of his Qi Se. It was difficult to fathom how arduous the process would be when Han Li ultimately sought to transcend to the innate realm. Yet, even so, Han Li sensed that his current strength, without resorting to any of his learned martial techniques or skills, would allow him to effortlessly slay martial artists at the 3rd or 4th level of the true vein stage. Should he employ his mastery over the Blazing Flame triple blade, the Great Massacre Finger, the Infinite Blade Technique, and the Infinite Blade Intent, he was confident he could transcend one major realm and engage with martial artists of the innate stage. Even if he could not defeat or slay them, he was assured of a safe retreat. The 10 days would soon pass. In the first 5 days, Han Li refined true vein pills within his abode, successfully opening an impressive 17 true veins, finally breaking through to the second level of the true vein stage. In terms of the sheer quantity of true energy, he could rival even martial artists of the 6th or 7th levels of the true vein stage. And in terms of purity and quality, he was even superior. However, his cultivation speed had been significantly hampered. The true vein pills purchased from Qingshan County, along with those acquired from slaying 3 martial artists at the true vein stage, have been entirely consumed in the process of opening those 17 true veins. Yet upon reaching the second level of the true vein stage, Han Li found it increasingly challenging to continue growing his cultivation. The substantial depletion of resources had left even Han Li feeling the pinch. In the final 5 days, Han Li devoted himself to honing his martial techniques within his small courtyard, mastering the 4 moves of the Blazing Flame triple blade, Blazing Wave, Blazing Flame, Blazing Sun, and the final move, Flame Splitting Wave. With the breakthrough in his cultivation and the increase in the number of true veins, Han Li had fully mastered all 4 moves of the Blazing Flame triple blade, particularly with the Flame Splitting Wave. Even after executing it 6 or 7 times in succession, he still found his true energy abundant. As for the Infinite Blade Technique, he had completely mastered the first move, Infinite Hell, and was proficient with the second move, Eternal Descent. He had also gained some insights into the third move, Bitter Abyss. Once his comprehension of the infinite realm underwent another breakthrough, he would be able to perfect the Bitter Abyss. Given Han Li's capacity for true energy, even if he completely exhausted it, he would still be unable to fully execute the third move, but he had managed to create a rudimentary version of the Bitter Abyss. Its power sufficient to rival the full force strike of a third-level innate martial artist. Should he combine it with his infinite realm comprehension, the power would reach near that of a 6th or 7th level innate martial artist. Yet, such a formidable attack would strain even Han Li's body to flame-splitting wave. One day, within Han Li's courtyard, a light shout erupted that a streak of fiery red light flashed forth, akin to breaking through towering waves. With a single blade, it could rend the heavens and earth. Any ordinary innate martial artist would approach this strike with utmost caution. For a martial artist at the true vein stage, unless they possessed a life-saving trump card or absolute strength. It would be nearly impossible to withstand such a blow. A resounding crash echoed through the courtyard as the fiery red blade light sliced through the air, landing squarely upon a nearby rock formation. With a thunderous crash, the rock crumbled, sending up clouds of dust, revealing a smooth, jade-like cross-section, which bore traces of having been melted by intense heat. The surface glowed a deep red, as if it had been heated to the point of glowing like a molten ruby. At last, the final imperfections had been perfected. Hanli sheathed his blade and stood tall, his gaze piercing through the distance to behold the flat surface atop the artificial mountain. The mastery he had attained with the triple flame blade was remarkable. After several days of arduous training, Hanli had achieved a state of perfection, executing the initial 3 forms of the technique with the fluidity of relentless ocean waves. The final move, flame splitting waves, had also reached a state of completeness. There was an implicit harmony with the blade technique he primarily practiced, the boundless blade method. The essence of the blade's intent had, in fact, already been infused with the principles of the boundless blade method he had cultivated. Since his comprehension of the boundless realm began, his martial path had gradually taken shape. The boundless blade method served as the foundation of Hanli's martial arts, while the divine prison immortal thief scripture represented the fundamental method for his ascent to a higher martial realm. The two mutually supported each other, complementing one another beautifully. Chapter 80. A teacher for the path on the 10th day. The pact made by Yun Bufan and Hanli to explore the secret realm was drawing near. On this day, several individuals gathered in the open-air hall of the martial arts peak. By the time Hanli arrived, Yun Bufan and the others had already assembled. Each person appeared invigorated, evidently having dedicated the past 10 days to enhancing their cultivation. Striving to secure more resources within the secret realm of the Chilean mountains in pursuit of breakthrough opportunities towards the innate realm. "Everyone, have I kept you waiting?" Hanli said hurriedly, his tone tinged with apology. "I was just struck by an epiphany in the courtyard, and I practiced some martial techniques, causing you to wait longer than expected. Brother Han, you arrived at the perfect moment. We have only just gathered." Someone responded, their tone devoid of reproach towards Hanli. The others echoed this sentiment, as insights into martial arts were indeed rare and precious. Hanli's understanding before their departure was entirely reasonable. It was only natural for him to seize such an opportunity, and it would be unreasonable to demand he forsake his enlightenment in martial arts to hasten his arrival. Anyone among them would willingly set aside everything for such an opportunity. Now that Brother Han is here, time waits for no one. "Let us set off," Yun Bufan inquired, seeking the consensus of the group. Agreed, the others responded in unison, voicing their approval of Yun Bufan's suggestion. With all participants in the exploration of the Chilean mountains' secret realm present, there was no reason to linger any longer at the martial arts peak of the Tianwu sect. Some began to flex their muscles, eager to embark on the journey. They were all cultivators at the pulse-breaking stage, yet this would be their first collaboration as fellow disciples to explore a secret realm together, an endeavor that filled them with anticipation. With everyone in agreement, Hanli and his companions descended from the martial arts peak with a request to Elder Luo at the Tianwu Hall for permission to leave the sect. Yun Bufan had already arranged everything days prior. Now, having been selected to participate in the Tianwu secret realm as awakeners of the Xianbin Fate souls, they possessed significantly greater authority, allowing them to exit the Tianwu sect without the cumbersome procedures required of others. A mere word sufficed. Once they stepped outside the confines of the Tianwu sect, Hanli and his companions procured horses and necessary supplies for their journey to the Chilean mountains, galloping upon 5 robust steeds along the wide road, stirring up clouds of dust. Among Hanli's company were 5 individuals. Hanli, Yun Bufan, Wang Tao, and 2 others namely Cheng and Gu Yun. Li Cheng and Gu Yunjian were both awakeners of the second tier of Xianbin Fate souls, hailing from different prefectures within the divine martial kingdom. Their backgrounds were somewhat akin to Hanli's, as they came from prominent families in their respective cities and appeared to be straightforward individuals, devoid of any ulterior motives, especially Gu Yunjian, whose swordsmanship was executed with such vividness and life, his movements akin to a startled swan, with a continuous flow of sword energy crashing like relentless waves. Hanli could not help but exclaim in admiration upon witnessing his performance. More importantly, It seemed Gu Yunjian had also vaguely touched upon his own martial realm, as if on the verge of breaking through that barrier at any moment. During a halt to allow their horses to rest, Gu Yunjian approached Han Li to discuss martial arts, seeking insights and understanding related to the essence of martial realms, while others listened attentively, occasionally expressing their approval. I see now. The essence of martial realms is the culmination of one's spirit and energy. Only with an unwavering and sincere heart can one grasp the true meaning of martial realms, thus laying the foundation for one's martial path. I understand. At a certain moment, Gu Yunjian suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes sparkling with enlightenment, illuminated by the flickering flames of the bonfire, resembling stars in the night sky, as if he could rival the brightness of the moon above. In the next instant, Gu Yunjian sprang forth, his long sword ringing with a clear note, slicing through the air like a silver flash. Performing exquisite swordplay beneath the hazy moonlight, his movements resembled those of an immortal dancing with a sword, a peerless swordsman, or a captivating dancer. Under the display of Gu Yunjian's swordsmanship, the onlookers seemed to witness a myriad of forms, a vibrant tapestry of life's experiences. Gradually, however, Gu Yunjian's swordplay began to shift, at times fierce, at times sluggish, at times awkward, at times slow, no longer resembling a seasoned swordsman, but more like a child learning to wield a sword. Yet, the spectators could perceive the myriad transformations within each stance, each movement imbued with distinct momentum and intent. They understood that Gu Yunjian was grasping his own martial realm. However, the specifics of this understanding eluded them. On one side of the bonfire, Yun Bufan produced a yellow-skinned wine pouch, taking a hearty swig. Brother Han is truly a prodigy. Merely sharing some insights about martial arts has unexpectedly led to Brother Gu achieving his martial realm. Such a level of martial comprehension is something we may all find difficult to rival. I dare say, even Yuan Qing with her 8th tier Shimpan Fate Soul, may not surpass Brother Han's accomplishments in martial arts. I concur. Brother Han's insights have granted me a glimmer of understanding regarding my own martial path, sketching a rough outline of my future endeavors, though time is needed to master it. He has undoubtedly opened a path for me to establish my martial foundation. Li Cheng from another prefecture remarked, his eyes gradually brightening as he clasped his hands in reverence towards Han Li. Brother Han's Fate Soul is quite comparable to ours, yet his capacity for understanding martial arts far exceeds our own, evoking great admiration. Wang Tao praised, his words laced with respect for Han Li. However, since it was his own insights, devoid of any masterful guidance, Han Li felt reluctant to share them in detail, fearing it might be perceived as boasting or arrogance. Had it not been for Gu Yunjian's inquiry about Han Li's understanding of martial realms, he likely would not have brought it up at all. Han Li shook his head, surprised that his discussion with Gu Yunjian had led to such a sudden enlightenment for him, that he added, "Furthermore, Brother Gu's swordsmanship had already reached a certain level of accomplishment. I merely provided a gentle nudge in the right direction. Brother Han is too humble." Gu Yunjian, having returned from his swordplay, now seated beside Han Li, still radiated the aura of his martial realm, which had yet to fully settle within him. Though he had grasped the essence of martial realms, he still struggled to wield his understanding with ease. He clasped his hands and said, "Were it not for Brother Han's explanations, I might have spent a year or even several years attempting to comprehend my martial realm on my own. Brother Han, you have already become my teacher in the path of enlightenment." Chapter 81. Arrival at the destination. Brother Gu, you flatter me. I merely shared my thoughts and experiences. Han Li quickly deflected. Feeling unworthy of such a title, T.O. assumed the role of a teacher in enlightening others was something he dared not accept. After all, he was but a practitioner at the pulse-breaking stage, unable to even reach the innate realm. How could he claim to be a guide for others? However, Gu Yunjian shook his head. T.O. him. Han Li's comprehension of martial arts had already surpassed his own. Having long since embarked on his unique path, it was only fitting that someone of Han Li's caliber aid him in fully grasping the essence of martial realms. Brother Han need not be overly humble. Even if you refuse to acknowledge it, I, Gu Yunjian, will hold this sentiment. Should you ever find need of my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Gu Yunjian assured him with unwavering conviction. Very well, Han Li replied. I shall remember your words, and should I find myself in need, I hope you will not shy away from offering your aid. Upon witnessing Gu Yunjian relinquish his attempted manipulation of him, Han Li felt an immediate sense of relief. Had he possessed a slightly higher level of cultivation, perhaps within the innate realm, being revered by Gu Yunjian as a mentor for imparting wisdom would not have led to such evasions. However, lacking the requisite abilities, he dared not accept the role outright. His current martial prowess was largely attributable to his rigorous practice of the divine, prison, immortal thief scriptures and the profound techniques of the boundless blade, which significantly broadened his horizons and enabled him to discern the martial deficiencies of others from a vantage point far above. This also allowed him to continually introspect on where his own martial path required refinement. Furthermore, the ancient divine tree bestowed by the heavens, a marvel of cosmic transformation, had become the very essence of his martial fate. Such accomplishments were the result of myriad fortuitous encounters. Were he to rely solely on his own strength to attain his current level, he would likely find himself, akin to Gu Yunjian, ensnared in the barriers of comprehending his martial intent and clarifying his path. Therefore, Han Li possessed a profound self-awareness regarding his own capabilities. Rest assured. My word is my bond, Gu Yunjian declared solemnly, his demeanor unwavering, as he made a solemn promise to Han Li. Witnessing Gu Yunjian's earnestness, Han Li felt a deep sense of validation. With a friend of Gu Yunjian's caliber, the solitude of the martial path seemed less daunting. Very well. You two should rest well. The sky has darkened. Let us conserve our energy for an early start tomorrow, to reach the Chilean mountains and explore that mysterious realm. Yun Bufan interjected at an opportune moment, smiling that we still have 2 full days of travel to reach the Chilean mountains, which provides us with a perfect opportunity to digest the insights Han Li has shared regarding martial understanding. You are right. I have lost my composure, Gu Yunjian responded, his expression softening as he placed his long sword across his lap and settled into a meditative posture. After a day of travel, even the horses they procured appeared weary. The jostling journey had left them fatigued, and they were keen to seize the chance for proper rest rather than idly waiting for time to pass. The others, Yin Bufan, Wang Tao, Li Cheng, and the like, shared the same sentiment. After some casual conversation, they all fell into deep meditation. Having emerged from the wilds into a more open woodland area, they scattered insect repellents around to ward off pests and beasts. The location was not densely populated with malevolent creatures, allowing them to rest comfortably beneath the heavens, using the earth as their bedding. With 2 days remaining to reach the Chilean mountains, the journey was long. Yet they hoped no significant incidents would arise. Han Li surveyed the surroundings, then closed his eyes to enter a state of meditative repose. However, he meticulously controlled his absorption of the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, maintaining a level that resonated with Yin Bufan and the others. Should he unleash the full power of the divine prison immortal thief scriptures, the spiritual energy drawn to him would be swiftly depleted, potentially inciting the curiosity of his companions regarding his secrets. Han Li and his companions were not intimately acquainted. Their interactions were born of mutual interests and their shared status as special disciples of the Tianwu sect participating in the Tianwu secret realm. Caution was prudent. While harboring no ill intentions, it was wise to remain vigilant against others. Han Li's actions were motivated by a desire to ensure his safety and protect certain secrets. As night fell, a new day dawned, the sun rising to cast warm rays upon the forest, accompanied by the chirping of cicadas. Han Li and the others gradually emerged from their meditations, gathering around the now doused campfire. Where only faint remnants of warmth lingered, it appears that after a night of cultivation, everyone has restored their vigor, Han Li remarked, observing the lively spirits of his companions, who, after a long day of riding, now radiated vitality, their earlier fatigue forgotten. Indeed, Han brother has also recuperated well. It seems your techniques are extraordinary, Yin Bufan noted, rising from the ground to assess the time that we should mount our horses and set off. We can have some provisions on the way and strive to reach the Chilean mountains as early as possible. I am quite eager to thoroughly explore that mysterious realm. Agreed, the others concurred, readily accepting Yin Bufan's suggestion. With a graceful leap, Yun Bufan mounted his horse, urging it forward with a squeeze of his legs, and the steed let out a triumphant neigh as it galloped away. Han Li and the others quickly followed suit, mounting their horses and pursuing him. With their prowess at the meridian establishment stage, they remained firmly seated on their steeds despite the rugged terrain, consuming provisions retrieved from their storage rings. After 2 days of travel, the group of 5 arrived at the eastern outskirts of the Chilean mountains. They secured their horses' reins to a nearby tree and gazed into the distance. Before them lay a vast expanse of lush greenery, the mountains stretching endlessly, their peaks resembling inverted divine swords, imparting an ancient and wild aura. Even at the periphery, far from the depths of the Chilean mountains, the distant echoes of beastly howls could be heard, as if the area were a dragon's lair waiting for their arrival. Chapter 82. Guyunjin's beloved. No matter how many times one visits the Chilean mountains, the awe it inspires remains undiminished. Indeed, it is no wonder that many beings of the divine realm regard the Chilean mountains with trepidation. We must proceed with utmost caution as we enter, remarked one of the group. This matter certainly warrants our vigilance. The Chilean mountains are teeming with countless beasts, including formidable creatures of the innate and purple mansion realms. A single misstep could lead to our demise. Han Li reflected, gazing upon the grandeur of the mountains, feeling a deep-seated reverence for their immensity, while the outskirts were relatively safe, allowing even those below the meridian establishment stage to venture forth for training. Delving deeper posed a different challenge. There lay the territory of beasts at the meridian establishment stage, and even apex beasts rivaling innate beings. Should such creatures emerge, defeating them would demand immense effort, and some among them might even perish at the hands of these beasts. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed without delay, someone suggested. Very well, let us venture forth now. During the day, most beasts are dormant, while they become more active at night. Yin Bufan nodded and spoke. Outside the Chilean mountains, after a brief respite, the 5 individuals retrieved their weapons from their respective storage rings. Without a doubt, Han Li was a practitioner of the blade. Gu Yinjian wielded a sword. The remaining trio, Yin Bufan, Wang Tao, and Li Cheng, had their own distinct armaments. Yin Bufan brandished a long spear, its shaft of deep gold, intricately engraved with a true dragon coiling around the solid metallic body. The spear tip was crafted from a crimson-hued metal that, under the sunlight, shimmered like blood, radiating a fierce, sanguine glow. Wang Tao, on the other hand, was a rather pure physical cultivator, relying solely on his fists and legs for combat. Clad in a pale blue armor that fortified his physique, he could endure a significant portion of the beast's attacks without relying on weapons. His fists were adorned with gauntlets made of pure metal, crackling with lightning, showcasing their status as at least mid-tier mystical artifacts. These gauntlets were inscribed with potent thunder runes, greatly enhancing their destructive power. Lastly, Li Cheng, like Han Li, was a practitioner of the blade, wielding his weapon with remarkable skill. This realization struck Han Li, revealing that these individuals were not to be trifled with. Not only did they possess the talent of profound-grade life souls, but their weapons were also formidable, rivaling the bloodthirsty blade he procured from the Divine Weapon Merchant Guild. However, recalling the bloodthirsty blade, Han Li began to sense that it was gradually becoming inadequate for his advancing cultivation. It would struggle to withstand more powerful techniques. And should he forcefully employ a technique, such as the complete version of the third stance of the Infinite Blade technique, the bloodthirsty blade would likely shatter under the immense power and chi overload before he could even execute the move. After concluding their expedition into the secret realm of the Chilean mountains, Han Li resolved to seek a more suitable weapon or await the awakening of the woman in the flowing dress, who could impart to him some crafting techniques, enabling him to forge his own weapons. It should be noted that during his previous journey through the demon-subduing mountains, Han Li had once returned to Qingshan County to acquire supplies, which included an alchemical cauldron intended for the woman in the flowing dress to teach him the art of alchemy. However, following her slumber, the cauldron had been relegated to the depths of his storage ring, gathering dust. With everything prepared, let us proceed, he finally declared. Very well, the group responded in unison as they ventured into the Chilean mountains. Along the way, when demonic beasts appeared, such as a rampaging python, others swiftly dispatched the creatures with a single strike. Claiming ownership of the defeated beasts, the spoils would be divided only upon reaching the hidden realm described by Yun Bufan, while those slain along the journey belonged solely to their conquerors. Vile creature, perish! Wang Tao bellowed from a certain point within the Chilean mountains, unleashing a torrent of pale, blue fish shadows akin to a relentless downpour. Before him stood a giant ape-like beast, engaged in a fierce struggle with Wang Tao. Yet it was overwhelmed by the barrage of Wang Tao's powerful punches, rendered unable to retaliate. Within a quarter of an hour, the giant ape succumbed beneath Wang Tao's iron fists, its bloodied and mangled form rendering its original appearance unrecognizable, with shattered bones mingling with flesh, and its valuable parts reduced to mere mush. Wang Tao's boxing techniques have indeed deepened, Yun Bufan remarked, observing the scene with a wry smile, glancing at Wang Tao, now drenched in the blood of the beast. Han Li and the others also shared a similar expression of amusement. While Wang Tao's strength was formidable, his combat style was rather reckless, charging into battle like a berserker, relentlessly pummeling his foes without a hint of fatigue. Yet the group understood that this was Wang Tao's inherent approach. Physical cultivators often fought with wild abandon. Especially at advanced stages, their strength surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. Wang Tao retrieved his bloodied gauntlets. Wiping the blood from his face, demonic beasts survive by consuming humans. Whether they suffer or not is of little concern. However, this ape has certainly restrained my fists, leaving much of my strength untapped. There will be opportunities ahead. We shall soon reach the hidden realm described in the Jade Slip, Yun Bufan replied, his laughter echoing as he pointed forward. Indeed, let us hasten, Wang Tao exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in eagerness. The thrill of battle had ignited his fighting spirit, burning like a fierce flame within him. The journey had felt unnaturally tranquil. Han Li trailed behind the others, accompanied by Gu Yunjian, who held his sword closely. Is something amiss, Brother Han? Gu Yunjian inquired softly. Han Li nodded, casting a glance back at the giant ape's carcass, then surveying their surroundings. We have not encountered any particularly strong beasts along our path. Both you and I have dispatched them with ease. Only Wang Tao's encounter with the giant ape took some time, which strikes me as overly effortless, creating an unsettling feeling. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunjian seemed to comprehend, lowering his voice further to ensure only Han Li could hear. Perhaps Brother Han is being overly cautious. While it is wise to be vigilant, it is best not to voice such concerns, lest we disturb our camaraderie. That it is not that I speak ill of others. While Yun Bufan appears generous and willing to share secrets of the hidden realm, I have remained cautious of him, finding his enthusiasm somewhat excessive. Is it true that Brother Gu shares such sentiments? Han Li mused, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Yunjian, who had not previously shown any sign of wariness towards Yun Bufan. He maintained an outward demeanor of solidarity, as though leading the group without a hint of suspicion. Should Brother Han truly reveal this to Yun, I would have no choice but to accept it. However, among our group, I trust you to be a man of integrity. While you may harbor secrets, I doubt you would betray another, Gu Yunjian replied with a low chuckle, a glimmer of trust evident in his eyes. Indeed, were it not for Han Li, Gu Yunjian would not have grasped the essence of the martial path so swiftly. Establishing a solid foundation in his martial arts would have taken him several years. Yet Han Li significantly expedited his understanding. Should Han Li choose to act otherwise, Gu Yunjian would simply consider their relationship concluded, leaving future matters to fate. Speaking of which, I owe you my gratitude, Brother Han, for helping me comprehend the martial path's essence. Without your guidance, I might have spent an eternity chasing my aspirations. Gu Yunjian's expression softened with a hint of nostalgia. What is it that you desire? Brother Gu, Han Li inquired, curiosity piqued. If it is not too much trouble, would you care to share? It is nothing of great significance. I merely encountered a woman in my hometown of Yanshan County who captured my heart. I wish to marry her, but her family is quite powerful. Although they recognize my talent, their conditions are exceedingly stringent. I must become a Purple Mansion realm cultivator before the age of 25. To achieve this, I need to comprehend the martial path's essence, a feat I owe largely to you. Jiu Yunjin's eyes glimmered with a hint of reminiscence as he recounted his feelings for the woman he admired. In that case, I wish you success in winning her heart, Brother Gu. Han Li offered, a genuine smile gracing his face, devoid of any pretense. Then I sincerely thank you for your blessings, Brother Han. Should I wed in the future, I shall certainly invite you to the ceremony, Gu Yunjian replied, his nostalgic demeanor replaced with the spirited vitality of a profound grade life soul genius, having made significant strides in mastering his martial essence during their travels. Meanwhile, ahead of Han Li and Gu Yunjian, the sounds of Yun Bufan and the others urging them forward echoed through the Is this the entrance to the hidden realm that Brother Yun spoke of? Han Li and Gu Yunjian, urged on by the shouts of Yun Bufan and the others, followed suit. After traversing a stretch of road, the five arrived at a magnificent waterfall nestled within a canyon. Flanked by rugged, mottled rock walls that a cascade of white torrents plummeted before them, creating waves that surged high enough to splash upon Han Li and his companions. Surrounding them was a lush thicket of verdant foliage. Dense and shady, from afar, the echoes of beastly roars resonated, seeming simultaneously near and far, as if the very air vibrated with their presence. Indeed, the secret realm I have discovered lies right here, and I shall unveil it now. Yin Bufan declared with a smile as he began to weave intricate hand seals before the gathered crowd, while the jade slip containing the secret realm's map in his grasp emitted a soft glow, twinkling like fireflies as it flickered with sparks of light. In a moment. Yin Bufan's expression turned grave as he pointed towards the waterfall. He cast the jade slip into the air, and at nearly the same instant, a beam of red light shot forth, landing precisely where he had gestured to their astonishment. The space before the cascading waterfall began to warp and distort, reminiscent of a mirror or the surface of water, rippling and expanding, emanating an indescribable allure from the shimmering void. Amidst this surreal spectacle, the group faintly discerned the roars of beasts echoing from within. Moments later, a narrow fissure appeared, approximately half a meter wide and 2 meters high. Initially shrouded in darkness, it soon unveiled a vibrant world brimming with spiritual energy. Nestled within the Chilean mountains, as the group surveyed the scene, their consciousnesses reached into the realm, allowing them to perceive a richness of spiritual energy far surpassing that of the outside world, more viscous than the energy amassed through the sect's gathering formations. It truly is a secret realm, and it appears to be an exceptionally suitable haven for cultivation, Wang Tao exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement as he soaked in the abundant spiritual energy. Feeling his blood surge with exhilaration, all present found their breaths quickening at the overwhelming vitality of the secret realm, should they devote 3 to 5 years to cultivating within this sanctuary. Not only would breaking through to the innate realm be within reach, but achieving the status of a Purple Mansion realm expert could also become a reality. Such a rich concentration of spiritual energy could give rise to wondrous, even rare spiritual herbs that were seldom found in the outside world. However, correspondingly, the beasts dwelling within would be stronger than those found outside. After all, those beasts that thrived in such an environment could not be compared to their weaker counterparts beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret realm has been opened. I shall proceed inside first. The exit can only be maintained for a quarter of an hour, so we must act swiftly, Yun Bufan announced, stowing away the jade slip. Without hesitation, he leaped into the yawning fissure, disappearing into the entrance of the secret realm. Wang brother, Han brother, Gu brother, I shall follow suit, Li Cheng declared, clasping his hands together in respect as he closely trailed Yun Bufan. Wang Tao uttered a brief farewell before becoming the third to enter the Jiu brother. This secret realm is fraught with danger. We must remain vigilant, Han Li cautioned, casting a glance at the poised Gu Yunjian. Gu Yunjian hesitated for a moment before replying. Naturally, I hope Han brother recalls what I mentioned earlier. Yun Bufan's decision to reveal the secret realm may harbor ulterior motives. We must not be overly credulous. With that, Gu Yunjian leaped into the fissure. As Han Li stood alone at the scene, he too took a daring leap. Just as the entrance began to close, Jiu Yunjian's words lingered in his mind. He had harbored concerns about Yun Bufan's intentions from the outset, and it was evident that Gu Yunjian shared similar apprehensions. It seemed that Li Cheng and Wang Tao likely entertained similar thoughts. But the allure of the secret realm had momentarily quelled their doubts. After a disorienting sensation of weightlessness, Hanli found himself descending onto a vast plain. So, it truly is a random teleportation. He mused, surveying his surroundings. The plain appeared boundless, merging seamlessly with the azure sky, evoking a sense of vastness that stirred his spirit. Upon entering the secret realm, Han Li's divine prison celestial stealing technique commenced its operation, continuously drawing in the rich spiritual energy and refining it into true energy, strengthening his physique and nurturing the awakened divine demonic particles within. I must regroup with the others, Han Li thought, and he began to sprint across the plain. Like a gust of wind, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing across the expanse. With the consumption of true energy, his speed only intensified. Simultaneously, he felt no trepidation regarding the depletion of his true energy. Although the secret realm's size remained unknown, it teemed with spiritual energy, and under the terrifying, refining speed of the divine prison celestial stealing technique, Han Li had no reason to worry about exhaustion, unless he unleashed powerful martial techniques that demanded substantial true energy, which could, in turn, outpace the technique's refining speed. After all, Han Li had yet to fully master the divine prison celestial stealing technique. After sprinting for several dozen li across the plain, Han Li came to a halt. Ahead of him, a billowing cloud of dust approached, accompanied by a tremor in the ground. Seemed a herd of beasts was charging towards him, a blood-backed azure pattern cattle, all at the 7th or 6th level of chi refinement. Han Li's expression paled in alarm as he beheld the approaching dust cloud, revealing a multitude of cattle, predominantly blood-red in hue, with knee-length manes adorned with azure totemic patterns along their backs. These creatures were known as blood-backed azure pattern cattle, typically found in herds. Now, they were galloping towards Han Li, a sight that sent a chill down his spine. The herd numbered at least 120 or 30. An overwhelming force that would challenge even the most formidable of warriors. Even Han Li, a cultivator at the Meridian establishment stage, would be compelled to flee at the sight of such a fearsome assembly. It was not merely the disparity in numbers. The collective strength of the blood-backed azure pattern cattle hovered around the 6th or 7th level of chi refinement. Should there be merely a dozen or 20, it might have been manageable, but facing nearly 100 of these beasts was an intimidating prospect that would make even innate warriors retreat. Without a second thought, Han Li turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, unwilling to engage the herd. However, as he circumvented the charging cattle, he found himself running towards their oncoming path. The speed at which the blood-backed azure pattern cattle charged was formidable, even evoking trepidation in Han Li. Typically, these creatures were relatively docile. As long as one did not provoke them, they would not initiate conflict, unless something or someone formidable disturbed them. From a distance, Han Li noticed many of the blood-backed azure pattern cattle bore fresh wounds, suggesting they had recently endured a fierce encounter, prompting their hasty retreat. It is time to summon her, Han Li resolved, reaching into his chest pocket to retrieve a dragon-shaped jade pendant that hung around his neck. The Qianquan jade, gifted to him by Ziyuan before her departure. With a thought, a beam of light erupted from the Qianquan jade. A wolf's howl resounded across the plain, a massive, silver-white wolf, its fur glistening in the wind, expanded in size as it howled. This was the silver-white demonic wolf with whom Han Li had forged a blood pact. Human, what do you desire? Do you wish for me to serve you, or shall I refuse? Even should you slay me, I shall never heed the commands of a mere human ant, the silver-white demonic wolf proclaimed haughtily, its immense head towering over Han Li, its lantern-like eyes glimmering with disdain. She was a formidable demon of the nurturing infant stage. Unless Han Li possessed comparable strength, compelling her to obey would be an insurmountable challenge. While Han Li could use their life-and-death blood pact to coerce her, she could also resist his commands. Thus, over time, Han Li would find himself at an impasse. Either he would have to eliminate her or find another way. Meeting her piercing gaze, Han Li replied without a trace of fear, "Serve me for 3 years, and after that, I will voluntarily dissolve the blood pact. At that point, we shall have no further ties. What say you? You certainly have a well-laid plan, human." What if, after 3 years, you refuse to release the blood pact? The silver-white demonic wolf scoffed, her derisive tone echoing. You humans are notorious for your lack of integrity. I foresee you binding me for yet another 3 years, waiting until you achieve the nurturing infant stage or even the Purple Mansion realm. At that point, I would be utterly deprived of the chance to escape the shackles of the blood pact. In her eyes, human cultivators were often untrustworthy. Countless had entered agreements with demonic beasts only to renege, and even among themselves, human cultivators frequently broke treaties. 3 years is my word, and I shall not retract it. Even if I were to change my mind, what could you do about it? Hanley shook his head and, rather leisurely, replied, if I were to genuinely promise to release you after 3 years, and you were unwilling to agree, then that would not be my fault. Furthermore, you do not possess the opportunity to choose. I believe you understand this. The silvery white wolf demon remained silent and said, 1 year. I will serve you for only 1 year, after which you shall dissolve our life and death blood pact. That is unacceptable. That I have stated 3 years, and you have no room for negotiation to untie the life and death blood pact. It must be at my initiative. Otherwise, you shall remain my beastly servant for eternity. Moreover, I suspect that after 3 years, you may not wish to part from me, Hanley asserted. Very well, 3 years it shall be. Should you fail to comply, I will not hesitate to end your life, even at the cost of my own, the silvery wolf demon declared. Observing Han Li's unwavering stance, she nodded in agreement. For the demon beast clan, 3 years was hardly an extensive duration, especially for those who had transcended the embryonic stage. A mere nap could span several years. 3 years was a wait she could endure. As for Han Li's assertion that she might be reluctant to leave after the 3-year period, the silvery wolf demon dismissed it entirely, even scoffing at the notion. How could a dignified demon king of the Mount Wolf clan, at the embryonic stage, be subdued by a mere human ant who had yet to reach the Purple Mansion stage within such a brief time frame? Chapter 84. The Clash of Two Demons. Very well. I believe that after 3 years, you may indeed find it difficult to leave.